don't need a refraction model because we're all seeing the same image.
Excuse me, I posted earlier a high altitude image where the horizon is horizontal and it's higher than your balloon. Now what do we do?
How can you prove that? Just following your logic, how can you prove that?
The video, Jedi. Okay. Let me say what he's saying.
No, how can you prove that? Jedi, how can you prove that his altitude's higher?
Based on your information, you said that that's the way to verify. You said that's the way to verify.
This is why I was asking the question. Shut up. This is why I was asking the question, because as soon as somebody comes along with a horizontal horizon and it's not curved, we've got a problem. So how do we verify the images to be true in the first instance when I can provide you images from the Chinese space station, for example, that show you a horizontal horizon not curving because they can do BAF better than you?
What are you yapping about? That didn't make sense.
Higher altitude images of the horizon that show no curvature.
Okay, so is there an objective way?
Then?
So using your own logic, is there an objective way using your own logic to determine?
If you don't like this, then you can shush. How do we verify the images? How do we measure the surface of the Earth to confirm either image to be true? One depicting curvature and one not. Now we've got to verify the image by measuring the surface of the Earth.
I don't think it's fair to say that. I don't think it's fair to compare those two things, considering you're making the claim that
that was your claim, dude.
No, hold on. Let me finish. You're not even letting me.
No, dude. You said that the way that you verify something is by seeing an uncut footage video of curvature. That's how you know it's a globe. Well, he just said that you can look at something as a flat plane. And then why can't we use that as a standard for verifying? Because we can all see that from the Chinese, what they're presenting. Why can't that be the standard? You don't have anywhere to go here. If just by looking at a video, that's how you know something is what it is. This is where your argument fails.
Yeah, but he's asking that under the stipulation that his evidence, which is that a camera at a higher altitude shows the opposite of what this camera at a supposed lower altitude is showing. But I'm saying you can't apply that question. You can't ask that question because you have not objectively proved that the other camera is higher.
Dude, it's from the Chinese space station, which is declared to be higher. You can go onto the website and fish the images.
But how do you know it's higher than this video? There's no altitude. There's nothing to measure the altitude in this video.
You have a failure to understand.
But there's nothing in this video. There's nothing in the video Conqueror has pulled up.
You need to stop, historian.
I'm not going to be listening to you whilst I'm talking. You need to understand why these images have been brought up, because this is a dichotomy now. Either curved or it's flat. So how do we verify any image to be true? And there's hundreds of observations that show curvature in different places or a horizontal horizon. Sometimes the horizon goes from convex to concave. Now, how do we verify? I'll tell you what, maybe we should measure the surface of the Earth and then the argument can be over with.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for unmuting me. Alpha, I was going to ask you an original question that I literally got caught up in not being able to answer. So, the whole concept of flat Earth is the Earth is definitely flat. Now, the shape, we don't know. Okay, this video, right, that is uncut, civilian, put up a high altitude balloon up in the sky, it literally shows, and you can see my screen right now, it literally shows a curved Earth. So it basically disproves flat Earth, that the Earth is flat.
No, how did you deal with what Jedi spoke of when the Chinese space station is showing?
Oh, you think Jedi is so smart and he's some genius,
dude,
but he's just as dumb as you.
Bro, he just brought up a point that you can't refute. So basically, the Chinese space station is using a flat and level horizon, right?
Yes.
So flat level horizon from the Chinese space station. So you're saying that because you see an uncut footage by a civilian, that solidifies a point that you know that the Earth is a globe.
Yes.
And when we say,
I can destroy what Jedi. Yes, I can destroy what Jedi just said.
Okay,
Jedi.
You need to wait, dude. So the crescendo is if you're using this for your standard, looking at some civilian do a high altitude balloon, and he presents the Chinese space station, which is much, much higher than a balloon.
Prove it.
And we're seeing curvature from ground level, dude. And we're saying that from the Chinese space station, we're seeing a flat level horizon. How are you then going to say that the Earth is a globe? Because you're using two different images, one from a Chinese space station and one from an amateur guy.
Okay, so is that the image, by the way?
So I can go ahead and explain this easily.
Yep, that's the
so
image.
Jedi, can you present the image? Okay, thank you. He presented the image. Okay, perfect.
Kiwi Buzz.
So
Kiwi Buzz has
Jedi
it.
presented the image. Okay,
No, Kiwi
that's a
does.
video. Let's look over the. Okay, the thing is, and I catch so many flat earthers in doing this now. I don't know, historian, how like experienced you are with flat earthers, but I'm very experienced with them since I've been in this fucking.
What are you experienced with?
So. These flat earthers and their rhetorics. So I'm gonna explain this. So what they usually do, and they've done this even with the high altitude balloon videos. Adam, you've been muted for a reason before. Please don't start. So what they usually do when they hold on, Adam, thank you. What they usually do is they'll take a screenshot, historian, of a random awkward moment. So what Jedi posted is an actual video. So let's go to the video Jedi posted, and we can review the actual video instead of the random screenshot he got. Let's look at it. This is how we're gonna actually disprove it. Thank you. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Chinese space station.
Oh, little fun fact. So that JW Astronomy guy, that video that Conqueror has pulled up, he's shooting on a GoPro Hero 3 that doesn't have a barrel lens. It's not capable of having wide
They all
or
do.
super wide.
All lenses
No,
have a barrel distortion.
wrong.
Even if minute rectilinear
So
lenses have a barrel distortion.
GoPro
They
Hero
have to.
3s do not
They have
have
to have a barrel
capacity
distortion,
shooting
bro.
in
They-
RAW.
Sorry, excuse me.
They have to have them.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
don't know
and
about camera lenses, dude. We do. You don't know.
And unfortunately, when you put just a general camera up at high altitude, there's a pressure differential. So the lens is going to bow anyway.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I mean, it's fuck's sake.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to Jedi's actual video. This is gonna be really interesting.
You don't think that? So fun fact about the GoPro Hero 3 Plus, the silver that he has is it has post processing corrections of their supposed barrel distortion. So it's a raw flat video. So
you don't know about cameras, bro.
I don't.
So,
No, you really
do
don't.
you mind if I jump in real quick?
You guys are pros,
just to
aren't
say
you?
something real quick, Alpha.
Go ahead, bro.
Just want to say something real quick. So check it out. So this guy he's saying this camera that this amateur civilian set up. He keeps saying for the audience, like, there's no distortion, there's no barrel roll. Like, they keep saying that, but in their same video, if these goons actually watch the video, they themselves are like setting as established proof. They will see the two photos that I have posted are just two screenshots of many screenshots that I could take of the constant rolling and convex and concave Earth that they think you're living on, because the camera is doing it, the lens is doing it. But these goons are just the goons. I understand you're being nice tonight, letting them run their mouths, but I'm just saying it.
That's insane. Guardian, me and you posted that at the same time, Guardian. That's insanity. Me and you posted that at the same time. Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Why not
Why
not screenshot that moment?
Yeah,
you see that? I just disproved.
Yeah, that's great. You think you're patting yourself on the back with your dogma, but I can just show
That's
you real
dogma.
quick that it is, because you're preaching from a place of ignorance. You can never verify where these people have been. Here's the other thing.
So then that means the evidence on the contrary is useless.
Wait a second. So if we were to show you it doesn't matter. It's called like a black swan. So if I show you an image contrary to that globish one that you're going to show that the Chinese have did in their video, then what does that mean? Is the camera then showing that the true nature of the Earth, or is there some type of distortion happening in the lens? Because at one moment you see curvature with the globe here, and the next moment you see a flat level horizon. What is happening, fellas? Is the Earth bending and shaping itself into different ways, or is there barrel distortion with the camera lens? Now think about this critically, because you're using this argumentation from a place of ignorance, and you don't have any knowledge on camera lenses, and then you're saying that these guys are witnessing a globe Earth with this gentleman's perspective from that viewpoint. Think about it. If we show you one image of the Chinese using a flat level horizon, what does that tell you? Yeah, that wasn't a point of winning, patting yourself on the back for no reason.
You should have unmuted me. Someone else. Yes. Okay, so what I just proved to you, Alpha, is that you guys just screenshot random moments. Why don't you take
and
this?
what does that
video?
mean, dude? That you see a
about
flat level
51
horizon.
That
You see a flat level horizon at one moment.
Alpha, you had an opinion about a specific moment that Jedi screenshotted.
You're gonna whistle
now,
past the
what
grave,
is your
aren't you?
opinion on what I'm showing you now? What
You're
is
whistling
your
past the
opinion on what I'm
grave.
supposed to do?
You
You had an
whistle past
opinion
the grave,
before,
don't
so
you?
you have to have an opinion now. What's your
I don't
opinion
care how
about
many
this?
times. I don't care how many times you post that image. It's still gonna have to compare it to the
Okay.
other one later in the video when it shows
It's-
the flat level horizon. Pit it against both. Put
Yes,
both
yes.
of those images together, and then what do you get? Is it the camera
what do you
or
have
is
to
it
say
the
about this
Earth
one, though?
chip shifting?
Oh, so
Is
you
it
only
is
care
the Earth
about
chip
one.
shifting? No, I care about that the image that you're looking at from this point of view changes, dude. It changes from globe to flat. It changes. Do you understand what that means?
I wonder if
It's
it's the
from
lens.
You just not understand basic
This is
physics and,
it.
and like how your eyes
basic
see things.
physics,
Okay.
dude. Well, are you serious?
Let's go to the concave thing he was talking about. So this angle, is this what you're talking about? This
Yeah.
flat thing you're talking
There
about?
you
This
go.
looks
Yeah,
flat to
that's
you?
flat thing. That's
No,
correct.
this is just
That's-
a fucking shit angle. That's all it is.
Oh,
The
it's a
Earth
shit
is still
angle.
spherical
Is that
here.
is that your
There's
argument?
just literally not
It's
enough.
a shit.
Yeah,
Question.
It's a shit
Question.
angle.
Can you bend horizontal
it
lines
is.
depending on that angle of the lens towards that horizontal line?
You know what's first?
Hello?
Yes, Jedi. To respond to what you said, yes, Jedi. To respond in general, because I was going to respond to this before you're going to ask your question, is the fact that we are showing. I just needed to make sure historian understands this as well. Historian,
You
we are
answered the
showing
question.
a civilian getting a high altitude balloon up the sky. Now they're showing a space station.
Yeah.
Space station.
Yeah.
Space
Do you,
stations up there.
remember what? Do you remember what Neil
Buddy?
deGrasse Tyson said? Do you remember what Neil deGrasse Tyson said
Jedi.
about
Yes, I
observing the
do.
curvature of the Earth from that
Yeah, I
altitude?
do. But you realize, yes, Jedi.
Good.
Yes, Jedi. Do you realize you're providing a space station video? What are you doing here? Space stations aren't real.
Yeah,
Remember?
this is called a hostile witness,
Yeah.
bro. It's called a
Do you not
hostile
get
witness.
that? This
Why are
is
you
what
providing? We're providing a civilian uncut footage, and you're providing a space station video. You know
Yeah.
what I'll say to that? I say that's fake. I say that's
Oh,
fake.
okay. Cool.
It's not uncut.
Well, there goes your
There you
there
go.
goes your evidence.
That's your evidence, not
That's
that.
fake.
That's
That video is fake. My video is real because my video is uncut from the ground up.
Your
buddy.
your
There you go.
video proved
Welcome
your
to Globe
video
Earth.
proved a
Welcome to Globe
concave
Earth.
Earth.
Dude, you're such a zealot for the globe. I swear, you are such a
His
zealot.
video
No, Alpha.
proved a concave Earth.
I just showed that you guys nitpick, Alpha. You guys do it all the time. So
It
how
doesn't
can you
matter,
take a
dude. You were
space station video?
listen.
You're
You were
astronauts.
you
You can't take a high
Conquer.
altitude video. What the
Here's
fuck?
what happened in the moment you realized that your point was moot. Is that you got all hyper and you said, "Let me present to you let me show you what really happened," and then you showed the globe image, and then you started posting globe images from the Chinese space station and say, "There you be," and we're like, "Yo, you got a problem, sir," because we see a flat level horizon in one image and then a globe in the other, and they're presenting it from the same video. Do you realize what that means?
Providing
Do you
what?
realize?
The space station video? Why would I take the space station video seriously? We don't
So now
create a
you're
space
throwing it
station
under the
based
bus.
on this
Yeah,
information.
classic move, Matt. When something doesn't agree
I
with you,
already
throw it
told
under
you
the
what it was.
bus.
Alpha. I already told you that it
Mhm.
was an awkward angle.
Classic
The
move,
fucking
dude.
astronauts are like upside
Yeah,
down
throw
and
it
some
under
shit.
throw it under the bus. Well, what else
You
you
can't see it widely enough.
Yeah.
It's not like, okay,
Yeah, sure.
let's you know what?
Excuses.
Historian, you should look at this as well. Jedi, look at this, right? Okay.
Excuses.
So in this
Full-time
look
whistle
at this
man.
look at
Yeah.
Full-time
share
whistle
my screen,
man.
right? I'm gonna
And
talk about this
why you
video.
still
I'm gonna talk
playing?
about your shit, Jedi.
Why are you still playing, dude?
Jedi, do you hear me?
Full-time whistle went.
Yeah,
You
Jedi.
need to move on. The
Yeah, I'm gonna
horizon
talk about
moves
your
around.
video. I'm gonna get on your fake
Horizon
space station
moves.
video. I'm gonna get on it. I'm gonna get on it.
Horizon
Ready?
moves.
Ready? Okay.
Horizon
Yes.
moves.
Jedi,
Yeah.
we're on about your
Then
space
give me
station
the
video,
update.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god.
Horizon.
What do we notice from this one? Okay, this is the one he presented where he flattened everything out and he fucking put the little line on it.
No, I didn't.
What do we notice from this? Hold on,
It's all
guys.
you,
Hold on,
Jedi.
guys.
It's all you, man. You did it.
No, guys. What do we notice from this to this? Now, this the fucking thing is upside down, right? The astronaut
Oh.
right here is upside down,
Oh,
right? And
Oh.
when
Heaven
we're
forbid.
more here, or we're more here, it's actually facing the Earth directly.
no.
It's
Oh,
not
really?
like upside down in an angle. Ah, Jedi, you're very. Come on, man. Yeah. Obviously, the Earth isn't safe shifting, guys.
Dude, the
You're
mental
old enough to know
con-
that.
The
Why?
mental contortions are for real.
Hey,
Dude, this
Conquer,
guy's so lost.
Conquer, pull up the video I just sent you. The one in your DMs.
Dude, basically what's happening.
Yeah,
we're all in the
please.
same-
Hey, you want to keep
we're playing on
yapping
the
about barrel
nuclear-
distortion, guys? How about you watch a True to Life capture?
You
of the
already got
curvature of the
destroyed,
Earth?
bro. You don't even know how you're still talking. You already got destroyed.
I
man.
got
Your whole
destroyed.
point.
I got
Your
destroyed.
whole point and argument got just
Mine did.
knocked out
Mine
the park,
did.
bro.
Oh, it's like we actually destroyed fucking flat Earth here like the entire time.
You didn't
Pull
do
up-
anything. Once again, you guys are in your
That's okay,
imagination,
buddy.
just like your globe.
Hey,
Just like
pull
you
up- pull up
believe
the
the
video I
globe.
sent.
It's okay.
Same
Conquer,
thing.
pull up the video I sent.
Yeah, pull up the video he sent, Conquer.
Please.
Hey, by
please.
the way,
need-
Conquer,
You
you
need more
posted a
ammunition,
photo
bro.
of
This ain't
space?
working.
Hey, Conker, you posted a photo of space. I also posted a photo. Does that prove space? Because the astronaut is right there with the Earth behind him.
Wait. What are
'Cause
you talking about, bro?
That how you
Your
gonna
boy
find
I,
it?
posted a photo of
Yeah,
space too.
yeah,
Okay,
I
dude.
so
posted a photo of
I've
space.
already
Yeah, wait.
See,
I've
No,
already
Scott
Zara.
doesn't want
understood
to have a
you.
Hang
doesn't
Aprofoko,
want
on,
to
whatever
talk
your
to
name
him.
is, I've already understood you. You believe that there's heavens above the earth or whatever.
Wait a minute.
So you
No,
don't even believe.
fuck that. Now, 1 second. Let's not get off on another point, please. Let's just hold on a second. The only thing I want to bring up is that we were on a point, and you guys found the problem, and then all we got was a bunch of mental contortions about how it's not the case, how it is the case. You were so happy posting images, and all of a sudden you had egg on your face, so then you started, backpedaling. So what we were seeing in live time is that you guys don't know what to say when you see something that's contrary to the thing that you're speaking of in the same video. And not only that, by a space agency, not just some random dude that's putting a balloon up, but a space agency. So we're using a hostile witness against you guys. We're using them to actually show you guys that they're even
China?
showing you things that are contradictory to what they're saying. And then you guys don't know what to do. You guys are like squirming. You're grasping at straws, trying to figure out what it is.
I repeat, China?
China. Yeah, China. Go ahead. Man.
China.
Okay.
We
So
we
first of all,
believe the
you did straw man us, but hold on.
CCP.
Why is someone else talking? Hold on.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, man.
So okay, so to respond to what you said, first of all, you are lying, blatantly lying, because I did respond to what you said and I didn't backpedal. Historian didn't backpedal. I didn't backpedal. I
You said
responded
the
to what you said is
Chinese.
that
You said the Chinese space
you
agent
had
was
it.
fake. You said it was fake.
Yeah.
So where's the
Didn't you
ice
just say
wall
that?
in these flat Earth
I said it was
photos?
fake. Yeah, okay. I said
You
it
said
was
it was
fake
fake.
when I was
Where is it?
joking and making fun of. Hold on, Alpha. Hold on, buddy.
I'm
I
not
said it was
speaking
fake
over
when
you.
I
It was
was
the other
joking and
guy.
making fun of you. Alpha, hold on. I said it was fake when I was joking and making fun of you and just saying I can call it fake, right? Okay,
Yeah,
because
you
my
did.
video was uncut, your video isn't. Okay. Now
So was the
the
Chinese space
problem
station
is
fake or not?
no, obviously not. Okay.
Okay.
Now
All right.
Well,
looking
obviously
at
not.
it from this, right? Looking at it from this, we can see that in this specific. You can hold on. Actually, you can literally see.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
You could
Right.
literally
It's
see your
showing.
Look
argument
at
getting destroyed. Go ahead.
that. You can see the flat level
Okay,
horizon. That's
go
what you
ahead.
can
Yeah,
see.
go ahead.
Right.
So you see this, and you say, well, this is flat. This shows flat Earth. No,
Oh,
it's a
pretty
fucking
much.
horrible angle. It's not even facing the
Oh.
Earth,
Oh,
right?
so that
Angle
And then
now.
right here, hold on.
Uh-huh.
And-
Yeah.
He's
Oh, look at that. More
clever.
flatness.
Right.
Nice.
Wait, isn't this literally? Wait, hold on, guys. Isn't this literally fucking spinning in front of you guys right here? Isn't this
Oh, it's
literally?
spinning.
What is this? What is it doing?
Oh my
What is it
god,
doing?
this guy doesn't
Sit down.
understand.
What is Earth doing here? What is Earth doing there?
Jedi.
On your flat Earth, what is it doing?
Dude, I love this, man.
Jedi,
This is the reason why I like
Jedi,
this
what is your
room.
flat Earth doing? What is your flat Earth doing? It's not being stationary. It's
Not
not being
much, man.
stationary.
Well, it's not,
It's
man.
spinning.
Look at that.
Your flat plane is spinning.
And then it
Wow.
shows the globe Earth. So which one is it? Is it space station?
You spin me
Which one
right.
is
I
it?
don't know. Maybe we
We're
should
a
measure the
record,
surface
guy.
of the Earth.
Exactly.
Further.
Awkward angle. Awkward angle.
No, let's
We're the
measure the
record
surface
player.
of the Earth.
Okay, now you want to change it up. Okay, so we've destroyed you up top. We've
No, I
destroyed you
just want
from
to
actually
confirm.
going up there.
No,
Because
you
I've
didn't.
Yeah,
produced all of the
exactly, buddy. We've
dichotomy.
destroyed you, Jedi.
Not
Jedi, you're not
really.
as smart as you might seem to these flat
No,
earthers. You
this
just
is just
manipulate
goofy.
terminologies. Very stupid.
Just go for it, man. It's fine. You
You
carry on.
stupid man.
I'm hoping. You know I'm right.
Yeah, dude. It's
Dude,
fine.
you're not right though. That's the funny part. You're just declaring it,
Now,
and it's
historian, if you
funny
want to
to
take
us.
over from here, dude, you can take over from here.
Yeah,
Anyway.
look
please.
at here. There's a
Okay.
video I sent, and here I'll
Mhm.
send it again. There is no distortion in this lens. It uses a let me find it. A rectilinear
God.
lens setup. There's no barrel distortion,
Oh.
and
No.
it's not even all the way in space. It's
No,
pretty
that's
low
awesome.
altitude, and you can see the curve. So all of
That's
you
awesome.
except for
So,
my left nut.
You just
is that
don't
the
understand
horizon?
what you're saying, bro.
Excuse me.
Okay.
So that's
Wait
the
up, bro.
So
horizon.
what I so
Got
you so
1.225
someone no
times the
let me
square
finish.
root
So
of
someone
6
provided a
sine theta.
camera footage
Hello?
of, and then you guys just scream barrel distortion,
He's
barrel
gonna talk
distortion.
through you, Jedi.
Here's camera distortion that doesn't, or here's a camera footage that doesn't have barrel distortion. So please argue that.
Okay. Is that the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in V? Is it?
You know, speak English.
Yes.
Did you?
This
Jedi,
guy.
it's all right, man. He's
I'm so slow, aren't
it's,
I?
no, it's over. It's okay, man.
No, continue.
I laugh because it's some of the things. Look, I'll put it this way: me and Jedi and the rest of the 24/7 crew, like we seem to already think that you guys are in this argument, know about these points. So the talking points that we bring up, it's like it's our bad. Okay, we maybe have to dial it back, like some a little bit more. So apologies, right? Because we think that you guys are already on it, but sometimes we got to recognize our audience. Do you know what he was talking about with the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? Because that's
It's
kind of paramount in the sense of
something to do with the parabola and
correct.
the
Well, you
right,
kind of know.
right,
You've heard it, right, historian? You know what we're. I'm not saying that you know it fully, but you do understand what he was saying, kind of, right?
Right.
All right. Well, I mean, he's basically talking about that parabola that should be there present, as in the predictable globe curvature that should be at whatever specific observer height that you put the observer at. So if
Right.
the observer is, I don't know what your what altitude you were using with your video, but if that's the case, then what's predicted from the observer at whatever altitude should be the curvature at a specific distance away from the observer. That's what he's basically just going over the geometry of the ball. And
Right.
so if the observer from your video is looking over the horizon at whatever distance, then we should know at what distance that horizon or the leading edge of the sphere should be. And that should be calculated or known, a known distance, where the things are being cut off because the Earth's curvature is not letting you see any farther. This is what he's basically presenting. What he was trying to get to with you, and I don't know. It sounded like maybe you didn't understand that because he said speak English or something. That's all he was saying, though.
Yeah, the globe Earth model makes a prediction for where the geometric horizon should be. I gave you the calculation. We went through it earlier.
Okay, sure. So you bring up that math equation served what?
Because that's the prediction of the globe Earth, where the horizon should be.
Okay, sure. In what way does that have anything to do with the video I sent?
Well, the one observing the horizon.
The one
Because when we observe the horizon, what we do is we don't observe it at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You then say refraction. So with my tongue in the side of my cheek, I'm asking you, at which point with altitude does the apparent horizon become the geometric horizon? Because you think that this moment, that's the physical Earth curvature, when we don't observe the physical Earth curvature down here.
At
That's
what
the
point does what? The geometrical?
At what point does the apparent horizon that we see, the limitation of our view, turn into the geometric horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
So I don't know if did you understand what he said?
To a degree. I mean,
Okay.
when
Well, he's basically saying what you see in the distance, like
so like
where the
when you say apparent horizon, you mean as in like what we observe, like between the
our
boundary between the
observation.
Earth and sky.
Basically, when you go, let's just say we'll make it simple. When you go to the beach and you make an observation out to the horizon, right? What you see, there's a predicted value of where that horizon is at from your elevation off the ground, off the sea level, right? So if I don't know how tall you are, but like let's say you're 6 foot, right? 6 foot man, and you're looking over the distance, then you use that math from the elevation height that you are making your observation to where the target, which is the horizon, is. And what you see, the apparent horizon, there's a predicted value where the Earth's curvature should be at specifically according to the globe math, right? The globe is said to be a specific size, and the predicted value where how far you should see before things get cut off because things are going away from you past the curvature. That's the value that as predicted from the math. So the math gives you a prediction, right? Where boats are disappearing behind and so on. And so he's basically getting to that point. Now, if we're talking about that video that you brought up, then we're going to be able to say, okay, I know that from the guy showing this video, we know that from where he's making his observation from at the altitude, we're going to find out from the parabola, right, formula, how far away the curvature is, the horizon, the apparent place where the sky meets the earth. And that's where we're going to say that the curvature, the leading edge of the sphere is, where you can't see beyond. Hopefully this makes sense, dude. I don't know how to break it down. I don't know if anybody wants to break it down a bit more simpler than that, but I don't know, man. I don't know how much of this you know, but anyway, did you leave?
I'm right here.
Yeah, I don't know, but Conqueror saying that he made me look stupid, didn't he? Maybe he doesn't get this point either, because you're showing us the horizon by your declaration, the curvature of the Earth, physical curvature of the Earth. When we show you observations like the Black Swan, like the one I posted with the bottom of 6 wind turbines, we show you a horizon not where the mathematics predicts. The horizon is well in excess of that calculation of 1.225 times the square root of that
So
observer's height.
so I'm still gonna go back to the end point of no matter what the angle is with this true camera, right? This Lumix GH5,
You
there
get the
in the
tool.
lens that is used, there is no distortion that you can claim.
Dude,
I'm visibly seeing
hello.
a curve.
If I was to use this camera on the surface of the Earth and looked at the horizon, would that be the true horizon? Would it at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet?
Wouldn't
There's
that be
something
the apparent
magical about
horizon
this
that you
camera.
view? It would be a true photo of. It would be a true 1-to-1 of what you see with your own
Could we
eyeballs.
measure?
But the
Yeah, could we?
horizon, this camera that apparently, according to you, is now magical, can it see the physical
Magical. When did
curvature
I
of
say it was
the Earth?
magical? I didn't say
Hello?
it was magical.
Hello? Shush. Is that able to see the physical curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet? If I was to use this camera,
Can you see it with your eyeballs on the
what the
horizon?
horizon? Yes.
Yeah,
We all see
you
horizon.
can. Can you?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
we
then I would assume this camera would be able to, if I had to take a
Cool.
wild
So
wacky
I'm
guess.
asking you, the horizon, even though we can all see it, is it a 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet? In the image that I posted, you see the image of the bottom of 6 wind turbines? The mathematical calculation puts the horizon at just over 2 miles away for this observer's height of the camera at 3 foot. But the horizon is clearly observed beyond the wind turbines. The furthest one away is 11.2 miles, so we can safely say 12. So not in its mathematical fixed location,
Mm.
what the globe Earth predicts. So when you
Is
start,
there a source for this
let
photo
me
at the
finish
Do
top?
you
this
know what
argument.
refraction is?
Oh, brilliant! Thank you. Yes. So at what altitude does the horizon that we observe in this image, the one that we all see, the refracted one, turn into the physical curvature of the Earth with altitude? When's that happen then?
I would assume when you break a certain altitude. Like I couldn't tell you the exact altitude.
When's that then? Is that in this image? What?
I would say, I wouldn't say in that image. I would say in the video I sent
Is
you,
this the physical
when you
curvature of
when
the
you
Earth?
can see
Hello?
the
Is this the
entirety,
physical curve of the Earth
when you
you're
can see the
presenting me?
entirety curve, like when you
Is
can
this
see.
the physical curve of the Earth you are presenting us?
Yeah.
So it should be at 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet then, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you said refraction earlier, I want to know when the refraction stops and
I
the horizon
said
becomes the physical
refraction.
curvature.
Yeah.
When did I ever say the word refraction?
Earlier,
Nope.
Jedi was talking to you. You said refraction.
Nope. I have not said the word refraction.
Somebody did.
So your
Shit.
I
camera
did.
That wasn't
so
me.
your camera sees the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet then, does it? Or are we going to have to be talking about refraction?
As I'm understanding it, I believe so.
All right, then go ahead and verify that. I need the citation of how that camera sees that right now. I want to know that specs.
So
I need to know. I need to know that you're going to be able to see that distance according to the globe. So go ahead and tell me how that camera validates that mathematics for the geometry.
So
You
it
need
would
to-
it wouldn't
yeah, put your
be
money
it,
where
it
your mouth
wouldn't
is
it
right
wouldn't
now.
be it wouldn't be less than, would it?
No, but you need to
So
go find this.
if it
Go
couldn't
find
be
the citation.
if it couldn't be
Historian. Yeah, you need to find a citation where it tells us how that camera tells us how we can verify the geometry of the Earth with exactly the specifics that you said is possible. So we need to see that right now. The citation for how you're
I
going
have to
verify.
I have to prove that when you can
You just
visibly
said
see with your eyeballs.
you just you just said that camera can do this. It can
I said
measure that distance.
as I believe so. Under
Okay,
the
so,
assumption,
right.
there's not. I said I was spitballing. I told you I was spitballing.
So you're not. So you don't know then. Just say you don't know.
I said no. Yeah, I literally said I didn't know. But if I had to
Okay.
guess,
Well,
I
there
did
you
say
go.
that. I did say that.
Well, fine. But you
So
said
that
it. You don't know.
disproves. So that disproves the
Well, you don't.
physical
Your
curve
claim,
I'm looking at with
no,
my
no,
eyeballs.
sir. No. The thing is, you said that you made a claim that you said that yes, Jedi, it can measure that, and Jedi was, you got a magical camera or what? And
No,
you were
I
like,
said
no.
no. I said literally. I said if I had
What?
to guess, I would say it could. assuming
So he doesn't know.
because that was under the I
It's,
looked under
That's
the
fine.
same stipulation that if this camera took a photo of the horizon when you were sitting on the ground, it would look the same out of your eyeballs, which it
Oh,
does.
that's fine, but you're just preaching belief. We were
all you were
asking you to
I'm
talking
verify.
preaching belief.
Sorry, my friend. All you were talking about is this camera, when you brought it up, doesn't have any barrel distortion.
It does not.
Cool, that's fine. So when we observe the horizon, we understand it's not in its
Which
mathematical
horizon?
the horizon
Like
from
which-
say ground level. Let's
Okay.
start there. So when we observe the horizon, we know it's not in its mathematical position at 1.225 blah blah blah. It's not there in its excess of that. And in fact, it moves around depending on the optic that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. So when you say that this camera doesn't distort the horizon, it doesn't really matter at this moment, mate, because the horizon at this point down here is just a limitation of the optic's view across the surface.
Mhm.
I want to know at what altitude that this camera that doesn't show distortion of a horizon that's apparent and not physical turns that horizon into a physical horizon that does curve and shows physical Earth curvature. Does that happen?
I assume when you get above the clouds, if that is a wild guess.
Wait. But we can't do that though. See, when you say I assume, that's already you don't know. So
So
it's
would
easy.
you would it
intellectual
be
honesty
wrong? Would it be
historian.
wrong
Hold-
for me to
hold
say
on,
that?
sir.
Would it
Let
be
me-
wrong
let me
for me to
just-
say
let me
that
just
if
correct.
the camera is no longer pointing at
No,
the ground
I have
horizon?
to correct. It's easier to be intellectually honest and say, I don't know. And we're not going to be like, we gotcha. It's better for you to be that way, intellectually honest in this conversation, because we value that more. We'll actually say, yeah, nobody can do that, dude, what you're saying. But we can say that if you say you don't know, at least that much truth can be known that no one can do that with the camera that you said can do that can be done. So like you can't just be honest, man. That's all I'm asking. Because if when we press you, it's gonna sound like you don't know at the end. I'd rather you say that at the
Because you're
beginning.
once again you're throwing a dumbass equation at me that is not proving anything.
not
It's
a
not
dumbass
proving
equation,
any.
bro.
It's not proving anything.
It's the basic knowledge of how big
Right,
the
and
Earth
you
is.
keep referring back to a photo of some wind turbines with no source and some random low grain quality
want me to
and
video?
some
You're missing
assumed
the
photos
point.
we don't see.
You're missing the
Yeah,
point.
so
bro,
how am I
historian.
know? How do I?
We're
How
using-
can you
listen,
objectively confirm that this is at
historian,
8.4 miles?
we're using your example, bro. We're using your example, the one you put in there. Not
Okay, but
Jedi
my
brought his after
my
the fact.
entire argument is very fleshed out in
Yeah.
2D.
No, it's not, dude. Jedi
So
brought his argument
so once
after-
again,
after you
camera with
presented-
no barrel distortion, show
Oh, dude.
curve.
Listen,
Wind
Jedi-
far away from
Jedi
ball.
brought his argument
Shocker.
after the fact. Listen, you're not listening, are you? He
Nope.
brought his argument after the fact. You presented yours as your evidence. So he presented his about the wind turbines after you presented yours. So going back to yours, how did you get your camera to verify that math? And you said you didn't have that. You were assuming that it did. That's what you said, right?
Because
being transparent.
his proof that he provided is of no source and it's a
Wait
low
a
quality
minute, but
meme.
you're not. Hold on, you're being dishonest.
No, I'm
you
not.
didn't-
How am I? What?
Then be honest. Listen, be honest and say that you didn't provide the information to substantiate your claim. Don't go to Straighter Jedi
I
and
didn't.
say how he's
I
wrong.
didn't.
I'll drop the
I
video as well.
sent a YouTube video of a source with a camera showing a certain view with its
Cool.
specs listed,
Good.
and he sent me a meme with
And a
literally
video.
the meme caption text, "Where's your
And a
horizon?"
video.
with some unsourced photo
And
with
a
some
video.
apparent 8.4 miles to 11.2 miles. How can you objectively prove
confirmed by
that photo is true?
GPS. I'll drop
It
the
was.
video.
Oh, did you?
This is
Where's that
the
at?
thing with like other observations like the black swan, where the observer and distance to the objects is clearly documented. The altitude of the camera is clearly documented. They show you putting the
Where's the
camera on
video
the
at?
tripod on the floor. I dropped the image earlier. I can drop you several. Now this is just showing. I don't understand why you're doing this, because all we're trying to do is observe the horizon and see if it is at that mathematical location. When we look at it, without you pouring some kind of scorn or trying to throw some mud into the water, when we just take the observation for what it is, we see the horizon beyond the distance markers. The wind turbines, the ORIGs, the islands, whatever they are. So the horizon isn't in its geometric location. We sit here for hours talking about refraction. So when somebody jumped in and said refraction, yeah, the horizon's optical, the limitation of the view, the atmospheric conditions that cause the light to deviate possibly from a straight path. Yeah, all that lovely good stuff. So when we were provided with images from high altitude, we want to know when's the apparent horizon turn into the geometric horizon. When's that happen?
Is there math for that?
Yeah.
I've already dropped you with the equation.
Yeah, the globe math, of course.
We can throw in whatever refraction model that you want to jump into it as well.
I
Because
don't
you're going
think
to
you
run
need
that
a
refraction.
refraction. I don't think you need a refraction model for my point.
So in this instance, now the light isn't deviating from its path, it's going straight. The horizon is and its physical geometric location. That is the physical, not refracted or deviated curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Don't see it down
yes?
here, do we?
Because there's nothing that proves the contrary.
Oh man, nobody's ever said that. They always say refraction. I think you are pretty bold.
I think I'm bold when I'm saying I'm looking at a giant. I'm looking at the curve
Curvature.
of a globe. I'm bold when I say
No. That you're not implying that refraction has a role to play in what you see in the distance. Because many globers have failed this point, and they always use refraction as their crutch. You're not using
There's not
it
a
now.
crutch
So
there because I don't think any
it is.
I don't think any evidence that you continue to show me is going to dismiss the fact that I'm showing you a camera view of a camera in space with no barrel distortion and there's
In
clearly a
space?
curve. That's
Oh,
in
wow.
space, or that's in GEO, which is like damn near space.
Damn near space.
No,
Everyone
not
can-
GEO, LEO, Leo, low Earth orbit.
Or middle Earth orbit. It's not explicitly stated, but regardless, I'm seeing a very apparent. It's not a straight fucking line.
Look, dude, it's on a balloon, it's in the atmosphere. We're not going to test that point. Otherwise, we are going to be talking about space, and that's a diversion from the point.
That's
The
not a
point is,
diver.
the
That was the
horizon-
original point.
No. What, space,
it was.
what, space existing?
No. The original point
the
being that
horizon,
this camera
yeah,
is in
that
space
counts.
and it is looking at a curve.
So when
Regardless
that
of
camera-
whatever
when
photos
that
you,
camera-
regardless of whatever photos you want to send me of
Right.
the horizon on a ground level, if I'm looking
Right.
at a video in
See that
space
camera?
of the curve of the Earth, you
Dude.
can't contest that.
Dude, you see that camera? When it was on the surface of the Earth, was that the physical horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and feet the camera saw?
I don't know.
Thank you. That'll be all, Your Honor.
That'll be all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be all.
So is
That's
your
okay.
is
We'll be
your
here all
guys'
week, folks.
continuous argument is just, hey, can you prove this and this for every
This
for
and
every
this?
piece of
No,
evidence?
sir. Can you prove
Okay.
geometry? Can you prove
Can I
geometry
prove
of the Earth?
What does
Yes or no?
that have to? I can prove it's a circle. Yes. It's a
Really?
big
You
ass
can?
ball. Yeah,
The big ass ball. How big is it?
pretty big.
Give me the numeric values to it.
Let's go to Google. How
Let's go.
big
Because you don't know
is
now,
the
so go ahead.
Earth? Yeah, because I just keep that information just racked up in my head.
Yeah,
would
see?
you like to know the radius? That's
All
what
right,
pops
audience.
up at
What
first.
he's doing right now is because he doesn't know, and I'm just
Or do you
showing
want the
how we did-
circumference?
I don't.
That's
does it
the
matter?
circumference I just put in.
It doesn't matter. But you
You guys
just
want the
you just-
circumference or the
yeah, you
radius?
just listen, dude. You just Googled it right now, so you didn't know prior
Yes.
to the Googling.
No, because I don't keep
Thank
that
you.
information in my head because I don't spend
Thank you.
24 hours a day in this Discord arguing with people.
Well,
So
Yeah.
it's
You
you do,
Me too.
but you do spend time in here. Don't you?
Understandable.
Understandable.
So
yeah,
you
pat
just-
him on the
you-
back, Conqueror. He'll be all right.
So the
He needs your pats.
circumference is
Go and give him a
24.
hug too, man.
So what point are you trying to affirm when you ask me what? So because I don't know the exact size of the Earth off the top of my head, I'm dumb.
You-
That's kind of
Sorry,
important,
Alpha.
don't you think?
Do you remember when I jumped in
Yeah.
at-
So that's
my
easily a resource I can find with. It took me 3 seconds to find it, but the
Go
fact
ahead,
that I
Jeff.
don't know what off the top of my head makes my whole point minute. Okay.
Remember when you jumped in earlier and we were talking to the other guy, Conqueror, and we were
Yeah.
talking about a standard that we have to hold? You've just Googled your standard.
Right now.
Is there an issue with that? It's accepted information. Most people aren't going to
Because
argue
you've been in
against
here,
what
what,
the
like,
size.
you've been in
you
here
didn't-
hours arguing, and you didn't know
I've
it
not
until
been in here
just
for
now.
hours.
Until
No,
So when
just
I-
now.
I've known it before. I just
Sorry,
don't remember
Good
exactly.
job. Round of applause.
My friend.
Okay,
So when
bro.
I
So
turn around to you
so-
and 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and you say, "Can you speak English?" That didn't ring any bells. That you don't know really what argument's going on, what we're talking about, and you've jumped in here with an image, and you've got no standard to hold when making a claim about what you observe. You've just Googled your own
you're
fucking
observing the same exact thing I'm observing.
what the physical horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
A
Oh,
camera
it's getting nasty now.
above the Earth, pointing at the Earth, showing the curve of the Earth. You are
So the
observing the
physical
same
curvature,
exact thing. Yeah, I'm physically observing that with my eyeballs.
and that curvature is a physical curvature, deviation from horizontal of the physical Earth.
Yes, because the Earth is a globe and it's not flat. Because
Okay,
it's not
so
a
that
pancake.
should be
Where's
at
the
1
ice?
point.
So where's the ice ball in any of these photos? Where's the ice
Now
ball in
he's
any of these
running away.
photos?
Now he's running away.
That's
That's
running
right.
away. That's running
Why
away.
are you
Yeah,
running?
because you're
Why
talking
are
about
you
something
running?
else. Now, Ice Walls doesn't want to be held to his claim because we don't see the horizon at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet down here at surface level. But
So
magically, with
because
the
I
camera,
can't tell you the observer's height, just makes my
In
whole
feet.
point minute.
Oh, you bet your ass it does, because you're
Yeah,
supposed to know
okay. Yeah,
geometry.
okay.
You're supposed to know geometry and you don't know it. So it's like you arguing from a
No,
point
so
of
once again,
ignorance.
so I
Wait,
can, so
I have a question
anecdotally,
real
so
quick.
anecdotally, I can say if I'm looking at someone running on a football field on a screen, if I'm observing them running across the screen, but I can't tell you how fast they're moving, then I can't truly prove that they're moving.
No, in this case, what's in question is the exact speed. Like you would be questioning how fast is that person going, and you're
But
saying,
you don't need to
listen,
know that. You don't
historian,
need to know that to know that
historian,
person is
historian,
moving. I
historian,
don't need to know the exact
historian,
height that this
historian,
camera's at to see the visible
historian,
curve.
historian. We're asking the question: how fast is that man running? And you're saying, let me Google it after
No,
an
no, no,
hour.
no.
After an
You're
hour
saying,
arguing,
is that man
after
moving?
after an hour arguing the point that he
No,
is
you're
actually running.
saying you're.
Dude, you're gonna let me finish the point because I let you finish your points, okay? I'm sorry I have to mute you, but just relax. After you say that you've been watching a guy running, you're claiming that he's running a certain type of speed, like at a certain speed. And then we ask you, how fast is he running? You're like, well, I don't need to know that. Let me Google it. Well, the whole point of you supposed to have that knowledge already at hand while your argument unfolded should have already been known, but you didn't know that until just now. So you just Googled how big the Earth is currently, right now. And so what that means is that prior to that, you did not know what the geometry of the Earth is, according to you, of your belief. So in that case, it's a blind belief that you had. There you go. That's all I wanted to say.
So once
So,
again,
hold on. Can I say something real quick?
expecting someone. You can, yeah, you can. You got it.
AV, it's me, King, again. I already went through this with you yesterday. Just because he doesn't know something does not negate his point. However, if we're talking about the curvature and the geometry of the Earth, I can post you a link in the chat if you want to learn more about it. It
Okay, so
describes
are you going to
everything
take
you
up
want
for
to
your?
know.
Okay, so we're going to go back to the court scenario with you again, King, because you seemed like we're going to take you to work, man. So you say
Oh, we
that
already
you're going to stick
did.
up.
We already.
Yeah, but we can keep doing it because you want to be
This LARPing
somebody's.
is
You want to
insane.
no. King is he's studying law, so he's trying to be somebody in in the law field. So if that's the case, he's gonna stick up for you, historian. He's
I'm
taking
okay
you
with
on as a
that.
client.
I think
so
King
now
is a very
representing.
logical human being.
Okay, well let's test his knowledge, shall
What's
we?
your name again?
Historian.
AV
Historian.
Alpha. Okay. Yeah.
So
What do you want?
so did you know what his argument was, King? Because I need you to repeat it as his presentation was. So his
I
premise.
don't
Go ahead.
say what his argument was.
So you
That's not the
can't
point I'm
argue. I'm
making.
sorry, you didn't get all the information from your client. So how are you going to
That's not the
argue?
Okay,
point I'm
so
making.
here I can
That's
give you.
not the
I
point I'm
can. No,
making.
it's
How are you
fine.
gonna argue
King,
from a
King. I
standpoint
can.
of ignorance,
King,
King?
hey,
Go
King.
ahead,
I
go
can.
ahead,
I
go
can
ahead,
give
go
you a
ahead.
run. I can give you a rundown real quick so you can argue
Yeah,
with
of
him.
course, yeah.
So the video I just sent you, that is a video of a camera with no barrel distortion, so showing the curvature of the Earth from space. I digress. I
Where did
leave
you
it
send the
there.
video?
I just sent it in the flat Earth
Text
chat
channel.
here.
Oh, okay.
I just DM'd
I
it to you
see it.
too. There's no barrel distortion in this video because of the lens and camera used.
Yeah, let me
I
know
see it,
whenever
yeah.
you're ready to take me on, King. If you're gonna get all
Well,
the
what's the
information you
problem
can
with the
from his story,
video?
get all the information you can from him.
So prior
Go
to
ahead.
prior to this, Conquer sent a video of a civilian throwing a helium balloon up in the air with a camera on it, and it showed the curve, and then they all went, "Oh, there's barrel distortion." So here's a video with no barrel distortion, and there's still a curve. That's all I did.
Right.
That's all I did. I left it there.
So AV, what's the problem with the video? Have you seen the video?
Yeah, we've already looked over it.
So what's the
we've-
problem with it?
Well, I want to let Jedi take this point. Me and Jedi have been in tandem working this case, so if you're gonna take him on as a client, we're
You're
gonna
so
actually ask.
cringe.
Yeah, we're
So
gonna
you want to
listen.
defer? Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
No,
You know, you can't
we're gonna
argue.
defer
That's fine.
because
Let's defer.
we're two lawyers in here, so
Right,
I'm gonna
right, right.
I'm gonna let him take the lead on this case.
Let's defer. Who is it? You said?
Fe Jedi.
Right,
FE Jedi,
I just posted an image at 57 minutes past the hour
First, you have
Cutting a
to.
long story. Cutting a
Well,
long
that doesn't
story.
really address the question I'm asking. I'm asking what's
I,
wrong with the video he sent.
I'm just
Right.
going to fucking demonstrate it to you.
All right, cool.
Cool. So we're looking at the horizon, right?
Right.
He's saying this optic doesn't have barrel distortion. Fine, no problem. So it shouldn't. So it should show a truer depiction of the curvature of the Earth, right? That's his position, yes?
The video
Yes.
he sent, yes.
Yeah, cool. So when I show an image of the 6 wind tide burns, demonstrating the horizon is beyond the mathematical prediction of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we realise the horizon at this point isn't the physical curvature of the Earth, refraction and all of that jazz. Now, his optic down here at ground level would show, I would presume, the same type of thing, a horizon not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, an apparent horizon, if you will. So when
Wait.
gaining
I'm sorry.
out,
Well, before you continue, what is these 1.22 times the square root? What does that mean?
yeah, no problem at all. So if we have a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, it's
All
just
right.
a mathematical calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be for an observer
The
standing.
geometrical line?
Say that again.
Did you say geometrical line?
No,
What'd you say?
I'll just start again. Is that all right?
Holy shit. Yes,
Cool.
continue.
If we have an Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement will be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The altitude of the observer's eyes, or the optic, above that curved surface, a tangent line from that optic to where it intersects the curvature of the Earth, the physical geometric horizon. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool. So when we observe the horizon in the image I posted, we see the horizon beyond 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The observer's height is 3.25 feet, so the horizon should be at 2.21 miles from the observer. The wind turbines are in the image because they're at known distance markers, and the horizon's beyond them at a safe estimation of 12 miles because the furthest wind turbine is 11.2 miles away. So 12 miles. When we've got this optic that doesn't show barrel distortion, and we gain in altitude from not seeing the horizon where it mathematically predicted, and he shows an image of the physical curvature of the Earth, my question is this: when does the apparent horizon, not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, turn into the physical geometric horizon, as the calculation I just stated says?
So what you're basically asking is where the actual horizon is if the globe was, if it was a globe.
Is his image the physical curvature of the Earth?
Right.
Because it should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which we don't observe down here at ground level, refraction and all that jazz. So when we gain in altitude with that optic, does the horizon snap back from an apparent position into the physical geometric horizon at the calculated state? And is that what we're seeing here? And if so,
Okay.
how can you?
Okay. So we can get to your queries about the actual video in a second, but to explain your question, what you're seeing with the video, or when you say "Where's your horizon?" the black fawn mode is Tolan's, as it says there. I can't verify the authenticity of this picture. I'm not sure if it's edited or fake, but this is a phenomenon we do experience in real life. If you go to a beach, for example, you can see things past the horizon of what was supposed to be the horizon, and this is due to what's called refraction. You mentioned it earlier. Light bends because of the atmosphere. That's a real thing. So when you have so when you have the sunlight coming in, the light literally bends over the horizon, allowing you to see something that's actually below the horizon. So when you go higher in altitude, you will see the curvature of the Earth. It's still a fixed position. The refraction is dependent on where you are. If I'm at sea level and I see a refraction and I go to a mountaintop, I will not see the same refraction. Right? Think of it like it was random. Right? So if you hop in a helium balloon and you go as high as you could to see the curvature of the Earth, you will not see the same refraction as a person. So the curvature, the horizon is the same; it's fixed. But the reason you see these pictures in the way you do is because of refraction from sunlight. Now, with pertaining to the actual video, what are you disputing the authenticity of the video? Like like,
No,
are you saying it's edited?
no,
So
we
it's
have
a
to
real.
do
You think it's
we
a
have
real
to do
video?
both argument. I don't.
What?
That's fine. I'm not disputing the image.
Right. So what's your query with the actual video?
It has to show a true geometric physical horizon, because if you can imagine, before this camera's altitude, it was on the floor observing the horizon. So that horizon was, like you said, in a refracted position. You pointed out going to the top of a mountain in a less refracted position. So
No. I didn't
that's
say that.
not
I said the
physical growth
refraction
of
you
the
might
Earth.
see would be different when you change altitudes.
No, when we change altitudes, we see a horizon still extend into the distance.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, because it's a
Yeah,
curve, right? So
no,
exactly. So what you're
it's a
saying is
curve.
completely true. So
What curve?
if you're at sea level,
What curve?
where an object disappears or goes over the horizon would be different if you're at a mountaintop, because you can then see the you have a higher vantage point. So, like for
Okay.
example, if I go to the top of a building, I can see more stuff than I was at the bottom. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course.
Right, exactly. So if I go to the top of to a mountaintop, I can see more stuff. So let's assume there's a ship going over the horizon at sea level. I will stop seeing that ship faster than I would if I was at a mountaintop observing the same ship, because I have a higher
Okay.
vantage point.
All right. So are you saying to me that if I was to go to a mountain, I should be able to perceive left to right curvature of the horizon? Yeah.
Well, you'll see more stuff, but because you're small, the mountain is small, you won't see the entire curvature of the Earth.
Okay. So do you see the image that I posted at 4 minutes past the hour? It's not an image, actually. It's a short video. It's a panoramic view from the top of a mountain. So when you turn around, you just see a horizontal line, the circular vision.
But as I said, you won't see the curve because you're tiny.
No. So we're not seeing the curvature from here then. Is that
No,
curvature
you'll see the
here?
horizon. You can't see a curve. You see the horizon, which tells you there's a curve. If you go high enough, you'll see the curve.
No, the
Like the
horizon
video.
doesn't tell you, dude. The horizon doesn't tell you there's a curve because it's not a 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Refraction.
What do you think? How do you define horizon? Let's start there.
Horizon, the limitation of your view where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky. The horizontal
Okay.
line.
Right. So when you stand at the mountaintop, the reason you don't, if let's say there was a mountaintop, right? You're standing on a mountaintop and you see a plane traveling away from you.
Mm.
That plane, just as a ship traveling away from you at sea, will disappear bottom up.
No, of course it will, because it's
That doesn't
descended.
change.
Hello.
Right.
It's
That's because
descended. Hello. It's descended from above your eyes down towards the horizon, like street lights above your head at night time. They appear as you look down the road to descend downwards until they go beyond the horizon. So of course they're going to disappear from bottom up, because that's the first point that they touch with the horizon, the limitation of your view. Then they extend into the distance and go beyond the horizon. Are you saying that that's the physical curvature?
no, they don't. If I were to take,
let me ask you this: is the plane or the boat disappearing over the physical curvature of the Earth at 1.225? Blah blah blah.
I still don't
Or
know
is
what that
the horizon
1.225
refracted?
is. The 1.225 thing is pretty weird to me. I don't even know where you got that figure from. But let's
Okay.
the physical. Hold on.
You now
The
coming into
physical
this
boat.
argument and also not understanding what the hell's going on. Like this guy you're trying to defend.
The physical boat is disappearing bottom up because it's going over a curve. The physical horizon. The physical horizon is the curve of the Earth.
No, the physical horizon should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you remember the observation I showed you of the bottom 6 wind turbines and the horizon beyond that? Not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Kind of getting sick of saying this fucking equation, to be honest.
Objection, Your Honor. He's not representing his client any longer. He's taken on his own argument. Let the court know that he is doing such, not representing his story any longer, and he's gone rogue.
Yeah. Good morning, Miggy
So
and
let's.
Jedi.
I'm talking.
I want to say that the judge is confused about his logical dilemma. At the ground surface, the light bends around the curvature, but at higher altitude, it doesn't bend anymore. So how does he see the horizon at higher altitude?
Yeah, GBG. He was Jedi was finishing up a point. Now I
Yeah,
just had to make the
thank you.
objection because of the fact that he's not representing historian any longer on his point.
That's
So
not.
he's taking on his own
I
argument
don't
now.
know.
So.
I don't know why you choose to be the way you are, AV, because you pretend.
Because I'm going to call you
it's
out every
embarrassing.
single time. Yeah, it's not
Is,
really.
is, are you, are you
Is that
saying
your
that's a
out, sir?
valid? Are you trolling, or is that a valid?
No, sir. Is this your out for you to just claim on what I'm doing instead of actually
Well,
identifying
no,
that I'm
because
doing anything incorrectly?
you're disrupting a debate between me and Jedi by
Well,
insinuating
it's not
that
a
there's a
debate.
valid.
It's you rejecting. It's you rejecting truth. It's not a debate. It's you rejecting truth.
Do you
And
not know what debate is?
Furthermore, you're not.
I'm
Yeah,
back.
you like the color orange. I like the color purple. So on this occasion, you're actually rejecting reality as it stands. So self-evidently, you are rejecting what's happening
So
in reality.
you don't know what debate
Correct.
means, then, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I do, but it's not applicable here because
Okay,
it's not a
define
debate.
debate. Define debate.
It is not a debate. So what we're dealing with
Tell
here,
me what a
listen,
debate is.
we don't have to because you're rejecting reality. So what he's presenting to you, what have you retained of the information he has said? Because now we're going to go and talk about what he told you. Did you retain any information? Repeat anything he said.
The issue with what he's saying. Can I talk?
Yes,
All right,
go
perfect. The issue with what he's saying is, in some way, because you were at a mountaintop, the physical horizon is supposed to shift, and at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's position, that's where something's supposed to disappear. Everything about what he's saying is explainable on a globe model. If you give me a flat Earth model that's widely accepted by flat Earthers, I will disprove every single thing that they can possibly say about it. With the globe Earth, everything is explainable. Why do we see something above that's over the horizon, even though we shouldn't be seeing that at quote unquote 1.22 times the square root of the observer's position? Why do we see that? It's called refraction. When you go higher, you don't see the entire curve of the Earth because you're too small. That's a thing. You're too small.
Do you know that your client, you know, the historian actually refutes what you said, because he showed a video, sir, that at a specific altitude you could see curvature at a specific altitude.
At a specific
off the
altitude,
ground.
you can. I just said that.
Yeah,
if you go high enough, you will see the curve.
Stop, King. It was below the altitude of a mountain. Let's just put it that way. So
Wait,
way
what?
below
No, it wasn't.
Yes, yes, it was. Okay, so
Well,
remember
what was the altitude you said?
Let me
no, I don't want to hear from. What did he say? What did he say?
Hang on.
Historian,
Let me just, King, 1 second. I'm going to recall the information to historian so he can either validate or invalidate this. So remember when what's his name was in here? Conqueror. He was talking about the image from a balloon. Remember that from an amateur? Do you recall that, historian? Okay.
Good.
Did you or did you not agree that was Earth's curvature when I told him to pause that frame on that video?
I said
Did you agree?
I said you could see the curvature.
Okay.
I didn't elaborate on the.
Well, that's fine. That's all I needed. Wasn't. All I needed is for you to say that you did see curvature on that video that he presented, which was at a specific ground level observation. So the balloon,
but then again, that is completely invalidated. Your entire point's completely that you're about to make is invalidated by the fact that that was apparently a barrel lens.
You don't, historian. You don't know where I'm going.
It doesn't matter. So that was on a barrel lens.
Yeah, it does, because what you said you saw and what King says is not possible to see are two different things. You said I
one
see
was on a
curvature
barrel lens.
You said I see curvature based upon this other gentleman's video, and then King saying you cannot see curvature at that specific altitude. Now, and
it depends if there's a barrel lens or not.
Listen, that's against Jedi, because he was talking about the mountain top observation, and that balloon was not high enough to reach a mountaintop observation. So we have two things. One, that the information was presented to you by way of Conqueror showing you the video of a guy letting a balloon go up, and it was just barely off the ground, and it was showing curvature. Everybody agreed, including you. Now, King is saying the opposite. You can't see curvature because of refraction. Therefore,
no,
Earth
I didn't
is too
say
big
that.
And so forth. Listen,
I didn't say
so
that.
now, okay, so either you're going to agree with historian King that you can't see Earth's curvature from a specific altitude off the ground. Okay, then you both are talking.
I said, hold on. I said you cannot see the curvature of the Earth at the position of a mountaintop, not because of refraction, but because you're too small. That's what I said.
I agree.
Refraction is different.
Matter. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Let's clarify that. So at a specific altitude, not because of refraction. Okay, I agree. But on the case of Historian and Conqueror, when the video was presented, Historian did say that he did see curvature. Everybody in this room, when they looked at that video, said that yes, there is definitely curvature there, and he said that
Can I
is
see the video?
yeah, sure. I think it was in the text chat. You might want to scroll up a little bit more, or somebody
I'm
else
not
can present it.
scrolling up.
But he did
I can
say that
find it.
because. Do you have it, Historian? Anyway,
I
so what was
remember historians saying that because the reason you could see the curve is because of the lenses were like distorted or something.
Yeah,
no,
the,
no,
And
no,
you
no,
got
no,
complained
no, no,
about
no,
I
that.
just
no,
sent
no, no,
it.
no,
I
wait,
just
no.
sent it.
He actually said the opposite because he said that is the true image, and we Jedi and me were in a discussion with him about this. He said that is the true image of a camera that's showing reality as it is.
No, I said that
Jedi.
that
Isn't
one.
that not what he
Are you gonna
said?
let me finish? So
Yeah.
that the weather balloon flight to Stratosphere uncut videos on a GoPro Hero 3, and it's not capable of having a wide lens. So its inherent lens might have barrel distortion, but it's not a wide or a super wide
Oh,
lens.
that's not what you said in your first argument.
No,
sir.
I literally did, and that's the entire.
Oh,
So
no,
if
you
that was the
didn't.
case, then if that was the case, why would I send a video of a lens that was of a video that had a camera that was
All right, let the
with
record
that had
show.
no
Yeah,
distortion?
let the record show that you did not say that
There's
specific
no
thing now.
recorder here. What are you
Sure,
saying? Let the
sure,
record
Yes,
show. Are we
yes, there
recording
is.
this?
We're being recorded on YouTube
All
right
right,
now.
perfect. So let me let's go back to the actual point. What is your actual
Yeah.
query with the video that he sent?
So
Okay,
he's
thank you.
basically now actually what he's doing is shifting his argument to now
No, he's
the
not.
opposing side.
What?
Yes, you are.
That was the entire reason why I actually started
Yep.
talking was because you had a query with the video. What's wrong with the video with the unbarreled lens? What's wrong with
Okay,
that video?
for the purpose of your argumentation, you're saying you can't see any curvature from the mountaintop, according to you and Jedi's conversation, right? Is this correct?
Dude,
Yeah, you cannot see the entire curvature of the Earth from the mountaintop. You
Can
can
you
see
see?
if you
Okay,
go high enough up.
can you wait a minute? Entire curvature, but can you see some curvature?
I mean, there is a curvature, but you won't be able to perceive it. Like, for
Okay,
example,
so you can't. Right, so you can't see it, right? You can't see it.
you can see it, but you cannot perceive
Wait
it.
a
There's a
minute. Wait a
difference.
minute.
Do you know
Can
what the
you see?
difference is?
Either let's not get weaselly here. Can you see Earth's curvature from the mountaintop according to the video that Jedi's presented? Yes or no?
Yes, you cannot
Okay.
perceive it.
Okay, you can perceive it. Can
You
you
cannot
see it,
perceive
sir?
it.
Can you
You
see
can
it?
perceive it. You cannot
No,
perceive it.
answer my question. Can you
I
see
have.
it?
I
No.
told you. Yes,
No,
you can
you're
see
saying
it. But you cannot perceive
you're
it.
saying perceiving it. I'm saying see it. Can you see it? Yes or no?
Are you
Answer
deaf?
the question.
he's saying you can see it, but
No,
you
I'm
cannot
not talking to
understand the
historian.
vastness
No, I'm
of
I
it.
talking to
don't think
King.
you understand
He's
what I'm
making
saying.
I'm talking
sense.
to
You're
King.
just being
I'm talking
slow.
to King. I'm talking to King. Can you see curvature? Yes or no?
Shoehorn. This
Yes
is
or
a
no?
shoehorn.
AV,
I'm
This is a
only want a
shoehorn.
yes or no.
Let the
AV,
record
AV.
show this is a shoehorn.
AV,
King,
let me slow
yes
it
or
down
no?
for you. Let me slow
No,
it down
I'm gonna
for you.
slow it
Let
down
me
for
answer.
you. Answer the question. It's a yes or no closed-ended question. Answer the question. Can you see curvature from the
Let me answer your
mountaintop?
question. Let me answer your question. Right.
Closed-ended.
So
Close-ended. Yes or no? I'm gonna give you 3 tries like we did the other day. Close-ended. Yes or no? Can you see curvature from the mountaintop? Yes or no?
now I want you to listen.
Close-ended question. Second attempt. Can you see curvature from the mountaintop? Yes or no?
I want you to hear this. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Jedi, if you want to take it from here, it's all yours, sir.
So this panoramic view of 360 degrees, the circle of vision where the horizon is depicted to be the horizontal line of the Earth, where the Earth appears to meet the sky. You can see its curving, can you? Where?
Go ahead, King.
I need him to send the thing, the panoramic, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
The mountaintop video. All right.
Just a second.
We still have not understood what your query about the video is. The one sent by historian.
This horizon up here in the atmosphere on this balloon or whatever,
Right.
that's the physical curvature of the Earth, not refracted, and geometric location at 1.225. As
No,
opposed
that's
to
not
any
true.
fuck me.
That's not true. When you say that it's not refracted,
Is
that's
it, or is
loaded.
it not physical curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
Well, there is a horizon there, and that is
Well, obviously,
indicative of a horizon or of a
yeah.
curvature.
Horizon is the limitation of your view, as posted in the image from the mountaintop, right?
Yeah, the horizon is there, and it is an indicator of a curvature.
No, it's the limitation of your view. It's not indicating curvature because it's not a 1.225. It also, when you turn
Limitation
around
of your view can mean literally
360
anything.
degrees, doesn't deviate from horizontal.
First off, limitation of your view can mean anything. Right.
Yeah,
If you're saying the horizon is a limitation of your view where the sky meets the earth, is that what you're saying?
yeah.
And that only occurs at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's position.
No. If the Earth was a ball,
Right.
then the physical curve would be at that calculation that we all keep
Okay.
spewing. The
Right.
horizon
hmm
isn't at that location, as demonstrated with the observation of 6 wind turbines. The horizon's beyond that location. When we go to a mountaintop and we turn around, we have what we always do as a 360-degree circle of vision. Now, when we go
Okay.
up and we turn the camera around, are we going to see curvature of the Earth anyway? Or are we actually now seeing the physical curvature of the Earth because it's no longer refracted? And when did that happen?
Okay. So when you see back to the wind turbine thing, you already explained that that's refraction. But on the mountaintops, um, the 1.225 times the square root of the person, that equation is that dependent on the position of the viewer? Yes or no?
Do you understand what the observer's height in feet means, right?
Right. So that
So
the
it's
equation,
observed
the answer
above the surface of the Earth.
is above what?
Above the surface of the Earth. So
Above the
altitude above
surface.
that surface. So for a 6-foot observer, geometric
Right.
horizon 2.9 miles away.
Okay. So the higher you get, that number should change. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So
But
at this mountaintop,
just to add context, 35,000 feet, 229 miles away.
could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
At 35,000 feet, 229 miles away.
What is that figure you're saying?
That's where the physical geometric horizon should be for the observer at altitude above that curved surface.
Is this for the person on the mountaintop?
What, at 35,000 feet? No, we're in an aeroplane now.
So a person on this mountaintop, according to your
Mm.
calculations, where should the horizon be?
It's about 120 miles away, something like that, if memory serves.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Can you?
how high is that mountain Jedi? The one that he's on?
I think it's
Sorry, King.
7,300 feet, I think.
7,300.
Can we get some actual verifiable proof of all this? Or no?
Well, it's just math according to the parabola, so it's not really. It's just geometry, dude. So it's
Well,
not.
yeah, but if you're claiming that this calculation that I don't even have the equation in front of me, right? You
Yeah,
haven't
well,
presented an
let's talk
equation,
about one.
you haven't provided the variables, you haven't provided the numbers that we can actually do the math with.
Well, the
So I
important.
have to take your word for it.
No. Here's the thing. The important thing is this information is made public, so it's not like secret knowledge, and nobody's withholding any information. I
Right. So
would
could you
point. I
present
would
it?
point you. Yeah, I'm just gonna point you to doing a quick Google search. Not that you're gonna just pull this up right now and I'm gonna get you on it, but do a Google search on the radius, diameter, circumference. You're gonna know that the size of the Earth, being that it's a specific set size of dimensions, is gonna be known to you and anyone who looks it up.
Yeah,
For that
so the radius, yeah, we know the radius of the Earth. What I'm asking is the equation to calculate that 1.225 times the square root of
subdued,
it below.
yeah, subdued. Put it in the text chat if you see it right there.
Okay, cool.
This trigonometry for the sphere.
Who put that in there?
Subdued at 21 minutes after the hour.
Okay, I see it.
Do you see the it's a the graphic.
Yeah, I see it.
All right. Just want to say that this isn't a globe earth, or excuse me, a flat earther's position. Nobody created this to kind of pigeonhole an argument. This is just a parabola of a globe at the size of dimensions that's been presented. So as you can see, it's just basic trig. So
Right, I see it, yeah.
Means while he's doing that, just shout out to everybody in the room. What's up with everyone? And Jedi kicking some late night fights, I guess.
Late night for you, early morning for me, mate. It's coming up 11:30. That's 11:30,
yeah,
9:30.
You should already had your English breakfast by now.
Not quite hungry just yet.
Uh,
I'll get there.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, I need you to walk me through this so we can actually begin. So let's start with the actual picture. So you have a right angle with the base being 3,959 miles in radius, correct? Hello? Is anyone there?
Yeah.
Okay, so the 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, that's the distance in miles. Now, what is the 542.32? What does that mean? And then you have 1,375.65. What does that mean?
I'm not looking at the image, mate. Give me a sec.
Okay.
They're
So
tangents.
that again.
Sorry, Jedi.
No, you're fine. I'm looking at the image, mate. Say that again for me.
Okay, so the 542.32 and the 1,375.65, those figures, what do they mean on this picture?
There's a drop over the distance. It's the drop.
Okay. And how is that measured? In what unit?
Feet and inches. Then miles.
Is it feet, inches, or miles?
Well, inches, then feet, then miles, because obviously you're expanding the distance. So over 1 mile from point A to point B being a distance of 1 mile on that surface, it's 8 inches of descent from point A's horizontal. 10 miles that we got here, that's what, 66 feet of horizontal drop from point A's horizontal. After 100 miles.
Is point A the 0 mark?
Let me just say, dude, it's a good thing that you're not going to be an accountant.
I'm just asking questions here because you say the 542.32 is a drop, right?
The chart's there on the side, dude. You can look at all the numbers, man. The distances and the drops and everything.
Okay, I see it, yeah.
No, the calculation we're talking about is abstract from this. An observer standing at, say, the top of that ball, and a tangent line drawn from their eyes to where that line intersects the curvature of the Earth, left or right of the ball.
Okay.
That's 1.225 miles.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Before you get to to the answer of 1.22 miles, what's the equation?
Giving it to you. All you got to do is do the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, could you send the equation in the chat?
It's not in the chat. Do you want me to drop it? It was in the image that I posted earlier.
I didn't see it. Could you send it here, please?
Yeah, sure.
That is the equation, the square root of the observer height in feet.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jedi. What was the
No, it's fine. It's like I said, just insert your height in it.
Yeah, the mountain height King was asking. What was it? Sorry.
No, you're fine, man.
Jedi, what was the height of the mountain which King was asking?
I think it's 7,000 feet, but I'm still looking for information to confirm that.
7,000 feet. Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
think so.
for 7,000 feet, you will have about 32,000 feet in curvature drop.
Did you post it?
No, actually, that's 7 miles. Oh.
I'll drop my image again. It might be a good idea if you Googled Earth Curve Calculator, because then you can see the very math that we're talking about. Have you ever done
I
that
mean,
before?
do you know the math you're talking about?
Yeah, it's in an Earth Curve Calculator, the model that tells us where the horizon should be.
It's in the what?
In the Earth Curve Calculator, like I said, Google.
Okay,
Maybe Orbislin or Earth Curve.
what's the equation?
Just giving it to you.
But you said the Earth curve calculator or
Yeah,
flat Earth calculator.
no, Earth Curve Calculator.
Earth
1.225
curve
miles.
calculator. Well, no,
Yeah,
I'm asking for the equation. What's the equation?
keep giving it to you.
You said
You know,
Earth curve calculator. That's not an equation. That's just those are words.
no, they're numbers. That's the equation.
Okay, so it says curvature calculation. So I think you guys are still using this eight inches per mile squared.
Yeah, it's a parabola. It's 1%. It's up to 1% accurate, up to 1,400 miles. Yeah,
So you're calculating for a parabola.
yeah, for a distance of 1,400 miles, it loses accuracy. It's accurate up to about 1%.
Okay. So
I think Adam Meekim got a new
the
number.
equation,
Not so sure that's
the
correct
equation,
anymore.
the equation you're trying to say, but you couldn't say. You needed someone to tell you for it. To say it for you is
Yeah, it's the Earth
parentheses f
model
plus.
it's the Earth model that's in contention. So this is the calculations that go along with that model. You can find them in Earth curve calculators. It tells you how much curvature there should be between point A and point B, and more importantly, what should be hidden by physical curvature of the Earth. It's that model. It's yours.
Right. So back to the equation you were saying where you derived 1.22, whatever, is the equation parentheses s plus c squared equals r squared plus x squared. Is that your equation?
Whatever you find in there, mate. Yeah.
That's your equation.
Whatever you find in the Globe Earth math, yes, it's the one that's up in trial.
I'm asking, is that a yes or no? Is that your equation?
Yes. Yeah, like 3
okay,
times.
Cool. That's your equation. Okay, perfect. S.
Oh, you have to identify something. It's not his equation; it's the equation. So
that's what I keep trying to tell him. But
yeah, you're malforming that statement to say that it's his. It's not his. It's the equation.
Okay.
So 7,000 miles is approximately 1.3. 7,000 feet is approximately 1.3 miles.
Anybody
so from
else
that
got
height,
evidence?
we should see like their curvature 8 inches drop.
This guy's just spinning his wheels, man.
Yeah,
Sorry, Gab.
It's cool. I think the Earth curve calculator King is presented as well. Metabunk's calculator. I think Walter Bisley's calculator's in there too, or just wait. No, Metabunk, and then we got Omni calculator. There's a few there, so.
I guess he could debunk his own calculator if he wants.
That's whatever. We're just hanging out.
They spent the whole night claiming to prove the globe, and they were all horrible.
Yeah, some of them left. Some deafened. Others can't understand the simple geometry that's been presented, and then they kind of turn it around on us and say, well, this is your equation. No, it's not our equation. But they insist on saying it's your equation.
Well, because I don't know if you watched McToon lately, but they're just repeating what he says. And it's almost like he's teaching them, like telling them what to go into the Discord servers and say. Even though he'll call 24/7 a cesspool and he'll like stay away from their guys. Like, those are the worst of all kinds. Yeah, the reason why is because they know his crap, his rhetoric doesn't fly here. But they'll still come in here and repeat that same nonsense.
I think King's probably resting in his laurels right now, which is fine. Let the next globe champion present themselves. If you think the Earth is a globe, guys, go ahead. Unmute your mic and let's see what you got. Please, go ahead. I guess they're going to wait for a braver soul to come forward.
So if you want to get rid of someone, just hire King as his lawyer.
You know, it's terrible too, because he comes in defending people, and then at the point where he does, I already know he hasn't heard any of the argumentation of the person he's defending. So already he from the rip, dude, he's incorrect. Because I asked him the moment he comes in here, I quiz him. What was their argument? Well, it doesn't matter based on what he just said. Like, what a shit lawyer, dude, you're gonna be. Like, honestly, dude, that's just horrible.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I would never have that dude represent me at all.
Fucking hell, dude. Like, that is just bad stuff. If it were me, I'd be like, dude, tell me everything that was being said from the time you started. I need to know everything. So when I represent you, I'm gonna do a badass job of it, dude. I'm gonna just be
when he told Jedi, when he told Jedi, so that's your formula. Like, I was like, dude, what kind of lawyer are you? Like, that's
yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't know, man.
Well, he's a lawyer that doesn't know that astrophysics is not a science.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that are running around here claiming science, and they have no knowledge of what natural science is. So it's fine, whatever. It you know, come in here, you know, you try to dip your toe in the water of debate and see how you fare. It always winds up the same. They run away. They don't want to answer the question. They pat themselves on the back, little secret kings, and then they're off in their own little world preaching their dogma. It's like, dude, you have no knowledge of the thing you're speaking of.
For example, at University of Chemistry, learning in environmental engineering, you're supposed to learn all the engineerings, the generalities of all engineerings that are out there, because you will be the engineer who actually investigate all the factories, manufacturers, and you investigate if they comply with the rules of society, government, laws, everything in regards to pollution, to whatever. And as a lawyer also, you need to know generalities of all the scientists and experts in the domains
I'm not
they
so
work
sure
in.
that's true.
Yeah, well, how can you defend someone if you have no clue about the job that he's doing?
Okay, so I was looking at the equation sent by Renato. The issue I find is this equation does not accurately represent the 8 inches per mile squared that you've tried to say is the curvature of the Earth, right? That's the first problem. That's not the right equation for that. It doesn't do
Yeah,
anything.
you
Second,
can't
hold
say
on,
that 8
hold on,
inches
hold
because they went
on, hold on.
over it last night. They did an entire show on it. Yeah, they
Well,
know
whatever
that 8
whatever
inches
you
isn't.
did would be wrong. 8 inches per mile squared is completely incorrect. The reason it is because a square indicates a parabola. Do you know what a parabola is?
Nobody wants to argue with you, dude. You're just too dumb at this topic.
Do you know what a parabola is, though?
Like, really, man.
Well,
Dude,
I'm
they
asking
did
you,
an
I'll
entire
assume you
show on
don't.
it last night. I would refer you
Just
back
because you did
to
to do a
Ballbuster's
show doesn't
show
mean
last
it's
night.
correct.
It would be able to go through it much more in depth than anybody could here. But yeah, you're right. The 8 inches has gone.
Okay, so you disagree that the 8 inches per mile squared is actually valid. You're saying it's not valid.
Me? I don't do
Are you
fantasy
saying 8
maths,
inches?
mate. I'm
Are
saying
you saying
last night, the Flat Earthers, QE, Nathan Oakley, Brian's Logic, all of those guys did an entire show where Adam presented how the 8 inches per square mile is wrong. I
right?
think
So it is wrong. Perfect.
the
We agree on
conclusion that
that.
they came to.
Okay, we agree on that. The 8 inches per mile squared is wrong. So
Welcome to
why did
Flat
you
Earth,
present
dude.
it to me? Why did you present it to me?
Who? Nobody presented that to you. I don't think they did. I
You
think
did.
that might have been Jedi. I
Donato
tried to
did.
tell him. Yeah, go on.
He's saying it's
Donato.
wrong because it's not a globe.
Well, the 8 inches per mile squared does not actually tell us anything. That it's not about a globe. The 8 inches per mile squared is a wrong equation to try to calculate the curvature of the Earth. If you try to use it to calculate the curvature and then derive conclusions about it, such as we're going to be able to see
What's the new
over
one?
the
Have you
horizon.
got one? Have you got a new one?
Yes,
Favored, more favored. Go on.
Well, the actual equation would be h equals r minus r cos or cos. I don't know how to pronounce that. Parentheses s divided by 2 r close parentheses. That's the
8
actual equation.
equals, did you say?
I never said a figure in that. I didn't say a number except 2.
No, I
But
thought
that
you
would
said
be
8 equals. I thought that's how you started it. What
no.
did you
I
say?
said H. I said H. The letter H.
H. Okay. And what's H? What is that? Height?
Yeah.
The height of your stick.
Of a stick.
Yeah. You measure an angle at the top of a stick. An angle on a stick. Commonly called Al-Biruni. Right, you've just took the H derivative of the Al-Biruni method of the angle on a stick. What you're doing there is working out the height of the size of your stick.
I genuinely don't understand a single word you just said.
He's saying this is your first day and you should stop.
Okay, well, I just gave you the actual equation. You can do with it as you please, but that's the actual equation to calculate the curvature here. That actually gives you an accurate, accurate results that is compatible.
Given this about 4 years ago, what did you say with that? Fight the Flat Earth said, look at the size of him there. Whoa, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? H equals R brackets 1 minus cos A close brackets. That's the perfect maths.
That
I
is
was
not
given
even what I said.
4 years ago.
That is not what I said. That's not the equation. Do you want me to repeat the equation for you?
That's the perfect maths. That's the one that'll take over the 8 inches thingy. That Fight the Flat Earth did it ages ago. I think that's what Adam was having a go at last night. Is that the sort of thing that you're going for?
Wait, repeat what you just said. The equation you just said.
It's in the live chat. Oh, and sorry, the The voice chat.
Okay, let's find
The
it.
text channel there. Fight the Flat Earth. The
Who
perfect
Look how
posted
month.
it?
fat he was back then. That was so long ago.
I
That
know,
video.
that's fucking ages
Who
ago,
posted it?
that.
Yeah.
Me. Bev, try thinking.
Where is it? I can't find it. There are a lot
I
of
don't
You
want to have to
can't see
post
a
it again.
photo
There's
of
only,
a
only
fat,
one of them
pale,
needed.
ghost-looking guy.
You can't
you can't.
possibly in law school, dude. Fuck, man.
I'm sorry, I
You're
can't
just
find what
too
you
fucking
posted.
dumb for this shit, man.
There's
I cannot find what you posted. Oh, I see it. H equals R parentheses 1 minus cosine A parentheses. Okay. So what is that supposed to be?
That's the perfect maths. That's the one that takes over from your 8 inches per mile squared thing.
Okay, so this is supposed to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
That's what I said, yeah. Like the Flat Earth
Okay.
told us.
Could you explain how that does?
I haven't got a clue. I say I don't do fantasy maths.
But
I'll
you
leave
believe
that
it,
to people. I mean, to me, really, all you've got is an angle, isn't it? You've got cos A. So, I mean, that's somebody doing something with an angle to work out a height of a stick. I mean, to me, it's fucking ridiculous. It breaks the rules of logic, geometry. But hey, there's a lot of people doing that, isn't there?
Okay, so
yeah, that's not mine. I think
you
Adam
gave
did
me-
something last night to verify it, ish. I think.
Well, the issue is Adam isn't here to corroborate.
The Earth is round. This channel needs to be nuked.
This channel needs to be deleted because what you just presented is complete nonsense. That equation makes literally no sense.
The Flat Earth presented
it's
it.
arbitrary. It's completely arbitrary. There's no context behind it. You can't even explain what these variables actually mean. You put a label called the perfect maths, and then go around saying the perfect maths is H equals R blah 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 blah. How does that?
That's
You put
so
a random
ironic.
dude in there.
He's flipping it on Bev, and Bev is just showing what a globe. But that is so funny, dude.
You put a random dude there with a globe Earth behind him with satellites orbiting. Like what the hell is this? I'm so confused as what this is actually supposed to show.
Dude, give up the lawyer and go to trade school, man.
You cannot even use the math to corroborate this. And you're telling
you know
me
what they
you know
say,
for a
like,
fact this calculates
if you're not
curvature. Like, what are
smart, you better be strong.
Yeah, give up the lawyering. Take some basic reasoning courses.
AV, every single argument you make.
Bullshit.
I don't want to.
I hope you could bench like 300 or something, because if you're not smart, you got to be strong in this world. So you're not smart.
Did you get a football scholarship or something? Like, what's up, man?
I did not get a football scholarship, no. But that's beside the point. So every single equation you presented.
Keep your eyes on the thing there. Keep your eyes on the thing. Has it got a year? I don't think it has. That was back when Fight the Flat Earth, before he lost that account for hateful conduct. That was his old original account, hateful. But it says there at the top, yes, the perfect math is H equals R brackets 1 minus.
Okay, why is it the perfect
It's not
math
hard.
to the curvature?
And I said,
is it the
what's
perfect
H?
math?
And he said, observer height, which is exactly the same as what you said.
Right. So
you're working out for the observer height, aren't you? Your entire calculation works out your height. Now, is that your height of eye, or is it the height of your feet that you're standing on? Because that sounds amazing for you to be able to do a calculation through maths to work out what elevation you're at. Doesn't it? Sounds impossible, but seems like your H derivative of your formula is doing exactly that. Right?
No. But what you just said was complete and utter nonsense. Let me ask you again. When you say H equals R parentheses 1 minus cosine A.
When Fight the Flat Earth says that.
Okay, so you believe him though. You think that's the actual calculation or the equation.
No, I say it's fantasy maths. I don't deal with any of that sort of stuff. I only deal with reality stuff. Yeah, I say it's impossible for you to have a formula that works out how high you are from measuring an angle. Yes.
He's telling you one of the best debaters is giving you that math, dude. One of the best globe debaters is giving you that math. It's not a flat earth.
I didn't say debater.
I'm sorry.
Can you still calculate the curvature of the Earth if you don't believe in fantasy?
Can you just explain to me what you mean by curvature of the Earth?
Well, you brought up 1.22 times the square root,
No,
and
that
that's
wasn't
supposed to
me.
be
You
the
were dealing with
distance.
somebody else back then. We're
Oh,
on a
who
different
was talking?
conversation now.
This is
Keep
oh,
on
okay,
track.
okay. I
Can
get,
you
I
just
get, I get.
explain to us what you mean by the curvature of the Earth?
The Earth being curved. Like, what do you want me to say about that?
What, like the land, like a mountain, a hill? There's a curve, a gradual curve, or like an inverse curve. What sort of a curve? What do you mean? Go on,
Do you know what a tennis?
Do you
know what a ball looks like?
A ball?
It's that. Yeah, it's that. That's how the Earth looks.
Spherical object. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's what the Earth looks like.
Right. So what would you do that? You would explain that curve, right, of the ball by either the diameter or the radius, wouldn't you? You measure the diameter.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do the circumference as well.
Yeah. So is that what you mean when you say Earth curve? Do you mean the radius or diameter?
Well, no, the radius and the diameter do not.
That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Of a hill.
The circumference would.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying where the Earth, I'd say the hill or the land, where that curves, wouldn't be the Earth curve that you're talking about, would it? Because that could be measured as elevation changes, couldn't it?
What? No. What are you talking about?
The curve of the Earth that is a hill or something, like the Earth, it's a land, you put crops and stuff in it, right?
Yeah.
That curve of that Earth can be measured.
Yes, you can measure the curve of the Earth, yes.
Okay, well, there you go then. That would be a series of elevation changes would be suffice to give you your Earth curve measurements, right?
Well, you wouldn't be measuring the the
elevation
individual
changes.
hills and how the you wouldn't be measuring the actual the individual hills and mountains are causing changes in elevation depending on where you are.
That would be a measurement of the curve that you just described, though, right?
No.
Would that not fulfill the requirements that you were asking for? Well, please define Earth curve so I would be able to give you the measurements that you're asking for.
Okay, so you know what let's start again. All right. There's a ball, right? That ball has a circumference.
But you're starting off, well, you've already said it's a ball.
Right. You know what a circle
it's a constant curve then, right? There we go.
Yeah,
constant.
Yeah, exactly. It's constantly curving, yes.
Well, what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything, does it?
It certainly does. It doesn't stop curving. It keeps curving until it gets back to where it started and just keeps going again. It's not like it's moving.
Can I?
It's not like
can I give you a little short, quick modus tollens?
Sure, go ahead. I think I already saw this, but
if the Earth is a spherical object, like a ball, yeah, then the surface of liquid water must curve constantly.
Yep.
Right? Surface of liquid water at rest has to curve constantly.
Yep. Gravity.
Okay. There's a tool called a water level that we use, and it establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
To your perception, yes.
So there's no curve to a horizontal plane of reference.
Well, on the Earth, there's a curve, even though it appears to be horizontal.
So, well, horizontal doesn't curve.
It appears to be horizontal, but it still curves.
Okay, so you've got two choices here, right? As far as I can see.
It's not horizontal.
The water level isn't a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, or a horizontal plane of reference actually curves. Which one are you going to go with? Which is the more favored?
The water is not horizontal. The water is curving according to the gravity of the Earth, according to the shape of the Earth, because water conforms to the container or the thing it's on, the surface it's on, right? So because of gravity, the water will curve according to how the Earth is formed.
Okay, what about
so you perceive it as horizontal, but it's not actually horizontal.
Well, so it is or it isn't? Or
so
both?
You perceive it as such, but it's not actually horizontal.
Well, it's described as such, isn't it?
You can describe something that is still
Defined
inaccurate.
as such. It's inaccurate.
If you can
Any
define something
any
that
reason
would
why
still
you
be
want to
inaccurate.
make a water level tool inaccurate?
No, I'm saying you can perceive and describe water as being horizontal, but that description and that perception would still be will be incoherent with actual reality. So if you're at sea level and you look at a beach and you look at the ocean, it will appear horizontal. But if you go high enough, you will begin to see the water curving according to the earth. That will be a change in perception. You will first perceive it as horizontal, but because it's not actually horizontal, you will see it curving. That's what that means. There's a difference between perception and reality.
Where's that then?
Was what?
Perception in reality.
Okay, so
What,
perception.
outside the
So
pub?
perception can conform to reality. For example, if I look outside and I see people walking, there are people walking. However, if I'm hallucinating, I can perceive something that's
Sounds
not
like
actually
you're
in reality.
hallucinating right now, mate. I don't know what you're arguing for. Do you
I'm
realise?
saying- I'm-
Do you realise what you're doing right now, man? Do you?
No, I'm saying that just because you see water being horizontal does not mean it actually is horizontal.
This comedy gold.
Get altitude.
What do you
He
say?
said, because you see it, that oh my god.
This is the most disingenuous argument I've heard all week. Not day, just week.
You say it's not an argument. Sounds
You're
like
saying-
a pretty
you're
simple
saying
modus
that-
tollens to me.
Are you saying that because you go outside, you see the earth or the water being horizontal, that it actually is horizontal?
It's just an argument, mate. You're the
Yeah,
one
it's a
that's
wrong argument.
saying it isn't.
It's a bad
the
argument.
wrong argument.
It's a bad
Wow.
argument because you're saying that just because you perceive something, that means it actually is.
Do you think it's not just your rebuttal that's bad?
What about
Okay,
your
describe to
3-point
me.
water level,
Okay,
Bez?
describe to me how my rebuttal is bad.
Well, we're just saying that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, and that's what you're denying.
Okay, put that in reality. Give me an analogy, a
A
reality,
water level
real
is
analogy.
a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference in reality.
Okay, so you
It's the
walk into
most
a beach and
accurate
you see.
tool for doing
Okay,
that.
okay, hold
in
on,
fact.
hold on. That's the problem. I'm saying that's an issue, and I've
It
demonstrated
might
how
be
this
for
is an
you.
issue.
It's no issue for me, mate.
Well, that's because you deny reality. You go outside
No,
onto a beach.
I've done the test.
Okay, what test did you do?
To make sure that a straight line lies within a plane. It's Proposition 1, Book 11, the elements, Euclid, solid geometry. We did a test. We've done a few of them called Realizing Euclid, in which we get the geometric properties of geometry and relate them to reality.
Okay, but that's not a test.
But
I'm asking for the
you're
test
just
you
going
did.
not that.
Well,
Apparently,
yeah, but I'm asking for the test that you did. What test did you do?
it's Realizing Euclid. Told you to make
Right, what
sure
is that?
that a straight line
Elaborate on
lies
what that
within the
is.
plane.
Right, what is that?
We
Tell me what that is.
we used series of water levels.
How did you do that?
Oh wow! I don't think we can go over it here. It's going to be placed in a video and done all of that. But yeah, a geometric test in reality.
Okay, so you can claim you did a test, right? I mean, I don't know if you did or if you didn't, but you can't even verify or corroborate or even detail to me what that test actually is. So I will
using the principles of water levels. We use water levels.
You're using water
do a
levels.
geometric
Elaborate
test,
on how you did that. Elaborate on how you did that.
A water level is a tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference, which means that both of the points or the 2 points at either end are at an equal elevation.
Okay.
Right. Now, you can use those properties of an equal elevation, being a straight line between the two of them, to proportion all of these water levels and use it geometrically.
Okay, so how did you do that? How did you test for that?
It's been well documented. Did it 2 years ago.
I'm sure it has been. Tell me about it.
Right. Well, you use geometric principles that
what are those principles?
no two straight lines can share a common segment. Right?
What do you mean by segment?
What do I mean by segment? Portion. No, I'll say it again. No two straight lines can share a common segment.
Do you know what a segment is?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me what a segment is.
When you get two lines and they share a common segment, it becomes one line. You cannot have two lines sharing a common segment. That is a segment.
Okay, so you cannot have two lines sharing a common segment. Got it. What's how did you test? Continue with your
Well,
description.
you get two water levels, don't you?
Right. Two water levels. What is this water level? And when you tested this, what was your
You
water
don't
level?
know what a water level is. Yeah, you're very you
No, you said you
frantic.
tested for all this. You tested for all this.
Yeah,
What
we've
did you
done
use
it.
as a water level? Go ahead, explain to me what
water
those water
level.
levels were.
Water level, 400 meters.
Okay. Was this like a
Four
lake? Was it
uprights.
an ocean? What are we talking about?
You don't know what you're talking about at all. So
I'm
you're
asking you
ill-equipped. You're unprepared. It's
I'm asking you
obvious.
questions.
It's obvious that I'm going to have to go back to first principles on the entirety of the whole thing for
I'm
people
asking
like you. So
questions.
we'll
You
sort that
said-
out and we'll put it in a video form.
Okay, so you said you tested for all this.
Explain it simply.
I'm asking you, in science, when you do an experiment, you detail your experiment through what's called analysis. You create a report detailing how you perform your test, and people can peer review this test and make their own conclusion about the test. You've claimed to have done a test.
Yep.
And you mentioned you had two water levels.
Yep.
What are
Two
those
400 meter water levels.
Okay, now describe what did these water levels look like? What were they?
They're tubes, right, with water in them.
Okay. And where did you place these tubes?
Dead technical. We got all the future tech.
Where were these tubes? Where did you place them? What did you do with them?
We placed them along the side of a canal. We had to make sure we were level, right? Because you don't want to be water spilling out, do you?
Mm-hmm.
And then you place them in a way that you can use the geometric principles of shared straight line segment to prove that the line geometrically is straight. Now, see, this is the problem, right? There's Fight the Flat Earth, the guy that we just did the H thing earlier. He said that you can't have proof, right? There's no proof in science, right? If there's any proof, it's pseudoscience, right? So what we're talking about here is geometric proofs in reality. So this isn't for the globe, definitely, right? There's no proof in science. You're going to be calling this pseudoscience if you go with Fight the Flat Earth and all of that. But this is just basic geometric principles, performed in reality to prove that the straight line lies within the plane.
Okay, so let's go back to your 400 meter stuff. You took tubes, 2 tubes to be exact, and you placed them. Were they parallel to each other?
Were what parallel?
The 2 tubes of water.
Yeah, you don't really know what a water level is, do you?
No, I'm simply asking a question. You took 2 tubes filled with water, and you placed them parallel with each other on a canal that you claim was completely leveled.
I'm racist.
I guess you could say that the levels would be parallel, yes, but I mean, I don't think. I think you're talking of a tube that's just a straight line, right? Oh yeah, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Right. Well, no. This imagine like a hose pipe.
Okay.
And you fill it up with water.
Mm-hmm.
And the water in the hose pipe comes to a level.
And this hose pipe is 400.
And the water would be level at each end, wouldn't it? The water, not the tube, just the water. We're talking about the properties of the water here.
Right.
The tube is just a vehicle to place the water in.
Okay, I get it. So you had 2 tubes then, 2 water hoses.
Well, yes, 2 water levels filled with water.
And the hose, were they completely filled with water? Was it half filled with water? How did it work?
It was filled with water, so it came up to the risers, right? You know, like, so the water level can be seen.
Right. So what I'm picturing in my brain is you have a hose, right? And inside this hose, you have water that's not touching the very top part of the hose. So it's completely level from beginning to the end, right?
The water level.
Right.
At each end of the tube or at any exposed part of the tube will be at an equal altitude. Yes.
Okay.
That's known as a horizontal condition.
Okay. Perfect. I think I understand what you're saying.
King, hold on for a sec. The ends of the tubes are raised above the middle of the tube. The tube is not horizontal. It's not flat.
The water.
And you bring the water up to a certain level up. Whatever. The ends of the you got to imagine a big U.
Right.
Not a line on the ground. You got it?
Okay, a big U. Okay.
Yes.
And there are two big U's then. Two big U's of
I don't know what Bev's talking about. He won't ever explain what he actually did, but that's what a water level is. Just a big U.
Okay.
And you can look at how far the water goes up one side. You can look at how far the water goes the other side. And if you connect those 2 points, they're equidistant.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's what does that
equidistant
prove,
from what?
Yeah, that's where you got to go. And he'll never explain what that proves.
Go equidistant? It's a really weird word. Why would he say equidistant? From what?
Well, he's saying that the level on one side of the tube and the other side of the tube, the water is at the same distance or at the same level. That's what he's saying. If that's the case, and that's the
he said equidistant, though. Equidistant from what?
Equidistant from the center.
The center of what? The water level?
Okay.
I mean, that's ridiculous to say that they're equidistant from the center.
Okay, so imagine the tube.
Why would he say that?
No. So let me explain to you. Okay, so there's a U. Think about the letter U, and you said it's a tube. So you pour water into the tube. The water would eventually, the water on the left side of the U and the water on the right side of the U would be at equal distance, right? So let's assume you place the U on the ground and you measure from the top of the U to the very bottom of the U where the center is, the center of the U. Let's assume that was like 12 inches. It's the same thing on the other side, 12 inches, right, on each side. If you pour water into the U, the water will fill up the U because it's a liquid. So it will fill up the container that it's in and it will equalize, right? So the water on the left side of the U, let's say it's at 6 inches from the center, meaning it's half of the actual U, half of the left side of the U would be the same 6 inches on the right side. That's what equal means. Do you get that?
That's what equal means.
Right. That's what he's saying. So aside from the fact that you completely ignore the part about where it's a U-shaped tube, indicating that you have no clue about this test you allegedly did.
Dude, you don't even know what a water level is. Don't be telling me I don't know what we test I've already fucking done.
What this test
Worst
is.
lawyer in the country.
Dude, you haven't got a clue.
Holy
you completely missed about a crucial part about your own tube. Is a tube in a U shape, yes or no?
It doesn't
I said it has 4 risers aligned in geometric positions, right? It's a geometric test.
Oh my god.
You don't even know what a water level is, so how are you prepared to enter this conversation?
He's trying to school you what it is. He never even heard of it before tonight. And he's trying to tell you what it is all of a sudden. That's hilarious.
I'm not trying to tell him anything. It's the fact that he missed a crucial part of his own test. Now, let's get back to the actual test.
You don't even know what the test is. How can I have missed a crucial
That's what I'm
part
asking
of it?
you to tell me. I'm asking you to tell me.
Oh my god.
Is this test, is this tube? You say you had 2 tubes. The 2 tubes are shaped like a U, yes or no?
It doesn't have to be. It's irrelevant.
Okay, is it shaped like a tube, yes or no? Because he conducted a specific test. And in his specific test, what were the shapes of his tubes?
Irrelevant.
Oh my god, bro.
Yeah, have a look in the chat. Have a look in the chat here. Watch that.
Hey.
See that? See those water levels? See that one? It's got 4 risers. Now, you see the geometry that's going on there?
I see it.
Right?
Yep.
So it's specific to that particular thing. Now, there's many other geometric tests, but we're just talking about a water level and the way that you can align these water levels to provide a geometric test. Now, if you could do that with one, do you imagine you could align another one and have a shared straight line segment with that and extend it?
Hang on. Do you think you could fucking turn a camera like slightly to the sideways and fucking take a picture of fucking water levels and say that there's curvature? I mean, what the fuck? This is
No, it's a geometric test to show that the straight line lies within the plane. We just use a water level to be able to do it.
Right.
But
no,
people have been saying all sorts of weird
I'm talking
things.
to Rupert Cow or whoever the fuck shared this photo, like, of these water levels being crooked. They tilted the camera one way.
Right, and they have like 5 different tubes all angling
Yeah.
away from each other.
And yeah, they're all angling like different ways. That's
It's
not
just a
proving
tactic.
shit.
It's disingenuous and it's just a tactic. They do that now and then. But go on, Bev. Just keep continuing to knock this out the park.
Okay, so I have a question. So the image posted by Sarugaki, is that the image you're referring to?
I was referring to the image posted by Rupert Cow.
Is that the test you did?
That's not. How could that be a test?
I'm just asking, yes or no?
No, look, they're all next to each other. That's to show that we have the equipment and the ability
They're all
to
crooked,
do
and somebody
this
turned
test.
a fucking camera slightly sideways.
It was just a picture to show people that that's where the rises are. 100 meters,
very
200
disingenuous.
meters,
That is not a
400
fucking
meters.
honest photo. That is not an honest photo. That's somebody
It's just
drawing
a
a line
photo.
on a crooked photo.
It's just a photo. Somebody's decided to put water is not horizontal. I don't know why. It's just to show that we have the equipment and the date when we went to go and do the test. That's all. I mean, anybody can do this sort of stuff.
Is there a video I can see?
Doesn't cost much.
Is there a video I can see? Did you record this
Yeah,
at
I
all or
can
no?
make that very easily.
Okay, could you send me a video of this so I can actually see what you're talking about?
No, we were out doing the test. It's okay.
But
We can go over it. We can go over it, and people can do it and perform it for themselves. But there seems to be a problem whenever you try and talk about this, and it's just a test.
Oh,
that's why we did it, to make sure that we could do it. Now, it caused so much problem for people.
I'm sure it did, but I just need to see the video. Did you record this test? Yes or no?
Did we record the test? No, we were doing the test. Now, we
Did you have cameras with you? Did you turn on your
live stream
camera?
it. We did live stream it to
Now, did you save
Discord
the live stream?
when we
Did you
were
save the
doing
live
it.
stream?
No, because
You did not
I
save the live
wasn't in the Discord, right? Other than out on the side of the canal doing the test when we were doing the test.
Okay, perfect.
If you'd have wanted to have watched it, you could have watched it live in the
I did
Discord.
not know what was going on. I
No,
just need,
I know.
if there's no video of this test, if there's no recording, if there's no corroborating evidence of this test, I find it hard to believe that what you tested for actually corroborates your claim.
Straight
that the
line,
water was
lying within a
level or
plane.
whatever.
All you have to do is tilt your fucking camera to one side or the other.
No, this is a geometric
that's
test.
all
It's
you
got
have to do.
nothing
You
to
can
do
tilt
with
your
the camera.
Did you
It's
level
got
your camera? Did
nothing
you make sure
to
your camera
do-
was level?
It's got nothing to do with the camera.
Did you level
It's a
your camera from
geometric
left to
test
right? Did you
using
level your camera from
water
left to right to
levels.
see where the fucking water fucking actually fell? I mean, did you not take into consideration that maybe there are certain factors?
For what?
Your camera tilting left to right.
Nothing about the camera. This is a thing about water levels.
Exactly.
Physical reality.
But if you physically
Geometric
put your camera
test.
one way, it'll make your fucking geometric test come out disingenuous. I mean, come on, man. Do you know what the scientific method actually is? Do you know you have to take into certain factors like
They're not scientists.
What are you talking about? We're just
They
doing a
wouldn't
geometric
know.
test in reality to prove that
yeah,
a straight
well,
line
did you
lies within a
geometrically
plane.
make sure that your fucking camera was level?
It's called
From left to
realizing
right.
Euclid. It's got nothing to do with cameras.
Or right to left.
This has got nothing to do with cameras. You seem obsessed with cameras. Crazy.
Well,
it's just a geometric test with the water levels. Now, what would you say? Would you say that those water levels would lie on the same straight line, a horizontal plane
this
of reference?
conversation is absolutely stupid. I just want to see any recording or any corroborating evidence
talking
of
about
this test that you did. Because I've asked you numerous questions pertaining to how you conducted this test, and I don't think you actually explained it in a way that is fitting. Now, this is not me. I'm just saying maybe you did a test. Maybe this test corroborates whatever you're claiming. Giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe this test proves there's a flat Earth. Let me see the test.
No, dude. The Earth's not flat.
Okay, well, I don't care. Let me see the test.
This was remember at the beginning we said if the Earth is a spherical object, right? Call it a globe if you want. This just disproves the globe being a spherical object.
I don't care. Just let me see the test, please.
I'll leave it in your capable hands. We will be making the videos and doing
I'm
the
not
stuff.
capable. I'm not capable because I didn't do the test. You did the test. You said it was a live stream, so you definitely had cameras out there recording. So if you're recording...
I had my mobile phone. I was on Discord and I switched my camera on while I was on Discord.
So you did not record or keep any validating...
I didn't, no.
Okay, so we have no way to actually...
We have got cameras and we've got all sorts of stuff, yes. We've got loads of stuff, but I mean,
so I say, no way to understand...
this test was just for us.
Oh, well, that's fine. Perfectly fine.
As it would be for you. You can do it. Now, do you want walking through how the test is performed?
Well, I already tried that.
Are you just going to say that,
I'm not going to go through that again. I'm not going. That was one of the worst experiences in my life because that was completely idiotic. I'm not going through that.
Here we go. Right, I'll tell you the materials for this. It's just water and tubing.
No, hold on.
Cost £100 pounds.
Before you begin, the issue is
get two of you with that, and you can perform this test too. Now, if there's 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 of you, you can link up together. This is one of those tests that just build on each other.
Okay.
It's about a shared straight line segment, horizontals.
Okay. Right. So the issue is you've claimed to have done a test. Mm-hmm. You failed to actually explain what this test is. Yet you've made and drawn conclusions about the test.
Didn't I?
When I've asked you about what the
that it was to show that a straight line lies within the plane? Proposition 1, Euclid, Book 11. Yes.
That's the objective of the test.
Yes.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can have an objective. You can seek to prove something. That's a hypothesis, if you want to call it that. What I'm saying is I can't verify that your test actually corroborates your hypothesis. Why? Because you failed to, one, explain the test in any detailed way. You failed to provide any video evidence of such test. You failed to provide any writing about what you did about the test. I'm finding it hard to believe that you actually did a test. I'm not saying you didn't do a test. I'm saying if you did, we have no way to know what this test is. Therefore, I cannot accept your conclusion about whatever you're saying.
Do you believe it's possible for somebody in reality to perform a test that shows that a straight line lies within the plane?
I genuinely do not give a shit. I genuinely don't care. You've done the test. You care about this. I'm assuming because you went on your way to buy the equipment and actually perform the test.
It sounds like you don't care. Why are you talking?
Oh, I'm asking.
Why are you the one objecting to it if you don't care about it?
Hey, King,
I'm sure there might be other people that might be interested in it, possibly.
King,
but you seem to be taking the negative approach.
Sorry, someone else was calling me. What was that?
Why do you want evidence of this test? Let's say it provides evidence for it. What's it going to do for you?
Well, it actually allows me to understand the claim he's making, and then we can actually move on.
What claim was he making? Did you even listen to the claim?
Well, yeah, I did. And the issue is he was unable to actually explain the test in any detailed way, saying.
No, but what was the claim that he was testing?
We're trying to test if you can find that the water line or the water level proves that there's that the water is horizontal. That proves a horizontal line.
But that's not what he said.
That's basically what he said. Yes.
No, it's not. You got to listen to what he says, and you realize what the hell is he even talking about.
Well,
listen.
I mean, yeah, I get that.
Go ahead, Bev. Listen, though.
But what do you mean?
Go on, tell him what your test tried to demonstrate.
That a straight line lies entirely within the plane. Proposition 1, book 11, Euclid.
And when everybody says, no duh, what next?
What do you mean, no duh?
That's no, comma, duh. Of course a straight line lies within a plane. Why are you not proving the obvious? It's kind of the definition of a straight line.
Somebody challenged it, right?
Who challenged it? Who in their right mind would ever suggest that a straight line is not in a plane?
The people that say that circles are straight lines, perhaps.
Nobody says circles are straight lines. So who?
What do you mean nobody says that circles are straight lines?
Of course not. They're circles.
There you go. One part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it.
Everybody knows that.
Solid geometry.
Everybody knows that.
That's the one that you can actually prove in reality, right?
We can prove in reality.
The solid geometry of Euclid, book 11.
Who's challenging that?
Yeah, I heard someone here in the chat, voice chat, saying that equidistant from the center is level.
This is correct.
No, it's not.
Well, a straight line. We're talking about a straight line, aren't we?
Center means round, circular, not level.
You can have a circle and it be level at the same time.
No, circles are not level.
That would be
you can draw a circle
right? You can't have
on
a
piece
straight
of
line and
paper.
a not straight line at the same time.
You can draw a fucking circle on a piece of paper and turn that motherfucker level. Turn that piece of paper level, and guess what? That circle is level on that fucking piece of paper.
Listen, I said that someone here said that equidistant from the center means level.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
So I'm talking about that circle itself, not about its surface.
No need to talk about circles.
We agree.
We're talking about straight lines here, lying within a plane.
Level is curved. Yes.
The water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
No, it's not.
Level is curved.
Are you saying we've used the wrong tool?
I'm saying you used it wrong, whatever you're trying to do.
The results of it seem to apply to the straight line. Don't think the results of this test apply to curves.
You don't understand what you're doing. Your thinking is just bizarre.
No. It was just simple,
nobody
right?
Challenges. Nobody challenges that you can have two.
The easiest thing that we could actually prove in reality, a real.
But you didn't prove anything.
What do you mean?
What'd you prove?
The straight line lies within the plane. Like
what plane? What plane does it lie within?
The horizontal plane.
How do you know?
Because of the geometric test that we did.
No, how do you know you created a horizontal plane? Because the horizontal is not a plane.
Straight line lies within the plane entirely.
No, but you have no plane.
We do. We have a horizontal plane. We have a tool.
No, you don't.
That
That's the thing.
provides
And
a
that's what's in
horizontal plane
contention.
of reference.
How did you prove it's a plane? Horizontal is a plane. You can't just connect two lines and
With
say
the
that's a horizontal
realizing
plane.
Euclid test.
Well, but you can't do that. That's not how the world works.
Yeah, it is. That's how I did it.
I know.
I mean, how did you do it? How did you prove that it isn't?
It's not about that.
Scott, how
twisting
did
the
you
blade.
prove that a water level, is a tool that doesn't establish a horizontal plane of reference?
Well, aside from
because
that,
the horizontal plane of reference makes no sense. Nobody thinks about that.
Nobody thinks of a horizontal plane of reference.
No.
Are you all right, Scott? I mean, you may be talking about within these arenas and this little paracosm that you've made for yourself, but in the real world,
it's
people know
reverse
what a
that.
horizontal plane of reference is.
No, they don't.
Of course they do.
Nobody builds anything big, does.
All people who built a house, they know very precisely what that means, a horizontal
Nobody who builds
plane.
anything big does.
Listen,
Oh,
have you
come
built
on,
a house?
Scott. They
You haven't.
forget that what a horizontal plane of reference is when they make big stuff.
No, they never
Come on.
cared. No, they never cared what it was.
Well, this has got nothing to do with big.
That's something you do, Bev.
Are you saying that you can't prove?
In this world.
We don't
Are you
actually
saying,
need to,
Scott?
okay.
Scott,
So we don't
are
actually
you saying that you
need to-
can't have this?
I'm saying nobody gives a fuck about water levels but you.
Well, it's just a test in reality.
It's
Like
a test
all
of
we've ever
nothing,
been
though.
going on about is
It's a test
linking
of absolutely
geometric
nothing.
proofs to reality. But I mean,
I know
if
you
this
think
isn't
you
the
did,
area
Tom.
for
I know
that,
you
I mean,
think you did, Bev.
it's all right, Scott. It's okay. I understand fully that this causes a little bit too much pain.
No.
ECV. I'll just
like how
go
you had to
away
try
and
that, Dev. It's
have a
good.
chat
It's
in
good.
somewhere that people can talk about these sort of things.
Okay, so aside from the fact
But you're just
that,
wrong.
yeah, I mean, you're
No, you, Scott,
the
are
mode.
wrong.
See you later.
The mode in
And
which
you are
the
an
mode in
acting
which
clown
Bev,
in here.
the mode in which Bev attempted to prove
I think he
whatever
left.
hypothesis he had is just completely wrong. It doesn't make any
Yeah.
sense. He's unable to
proves
actually
nothing.
articulate it in any way. And even if he was, Scott is right. It actually proves nothing. So we can just move on from that point.
How the hell do you prove that equidistant from the center is level?
Well, I'm going to leave because this channel is completely idiotic.
It's
You're
kind of in
the
the
one
definition of the
idiotic
term.
in here.
Wow.
The term flat Earth means idiot.
Hey,
There's some
that's real rich
translation for
coming
that.
from
Yeah.
a guy that says he's gonna lawyer. You're garbage, dude. I hope you never
I
represent
apologize.
anybody.
I apologize, brother.
A lawyer.
I
Yeah,
apologize.
it's wow.
Pretending lawyer.
Well, the thing is,
You call
in
us
the court of
all
law,
idiots, but the thing is, we were all Globers at one point, brother. I mean, that's
I
the
mean,
thing.
That doesn't mean you
We're all
understood it.
Globers, and then we opened our minds. We opened our
Uh,
minds to look at new evidence.
Sure,
You know all of
absolutely. That's perfectly fine. If you want to open your minds to
And you know what else?
trickery and deception,
You
can
know
do
what
that.
else?
Yeah,
Stupid
whatever.
shit. Like
I mean,
stupid shit that was once told to us. No, like it finally clicked, and we realized how fucking retarded it is, and how did we once upon a time believe
exactly.
it? Like for instance, when someone says level is curved, then oh my god, how much of
Yeah.
an idiot was I to believe that at one time? That's all. That's
well, I don't think you ever understood it. But
no, Scott.
There
Scott,
is
here's the
nothing to
problem.
understand in a
Scott.
fallacious claim.
Yeah,
Okay?
here's the
They
problem.
have fallacious claim. They have no logic and no meaning.
Scott, for some reason, you believe
They
that
contradict
someone that no
reality.
longer believes the falsehood, for some reason, to you, that means they didn't understand the falsehood. When on the contrary, on the contrary, it's because we understand it's a falsehood. That's why we got it, and now we are no longer.
Then why can't you ever say what we understand?
You don't understand it though. You're
I know,
just
but
indoctrinated, and you believe the lie. You don't get
but
that
you
though,
can,
Scott.
but you can never repeat back our model. So you never understood it.
What are you talking about?
You can't.
What are you talking about? We can't repeat it.
We can repeat back
all the
your
time.
model fucking 100%, but the thing
Okay,
is
do it.
like you
Go
call
for it.
us fucking idiots.
How does celestial navigation
is-
work then?
No one here called you an idiot.
We already
so
went over that so many
conversation
times.
You called
In our
us
model,
idiots.
how
Did you hit
does it work?
reset this morning? Did you hit reset this morning?
And we are being super nice to you.
Scott,
I didn't call
not-
you idiot.
I didn't
said
call
the
anybody an idiot.
conversation and the
We had-
power.
You called us idiots.
Scott
You
has
said
had
you want to have this idiot belief. So if you want to say this is an idiot belief, you are calling us idiots.
Yeah, and here's the thing:
That wasn't
Globers
maybe
that come
King.
here every single day, and they reset every single night because he comes in here and says, "Tell me something that you've told me 1,000 times already." That's what they do. All fucking every single one of them.
Do you want us to go through like the laws of thermodynamics and fucking tell you the fucking radius of the Earth is
because you don't
3959?
understand them.
And do you want us to 24,901 miles per hour is the fucking circumference of the Earth? I mean, do you want us to fucking tell you your model?
Law of
You're
thermodynamics.
asking us to tell you your model. Do you really want us to tell us your model? I mean,
Yeah, go
come
ahead.
on.
Tell me the laws of thermodynamics.
The ironic
Yeah,
thing
man,
is
entropy, man, entropy, fucking heat, and
What does that
fucking
mean?
what?
What is the law of thermodynamics?
I'm not asking you to say words.
Pressure
I'm asking you to
mediation.
explain what
Like,
it means.
I mean, what do you want to know about the laws of thermodynamics?
I want
Do
to
you
know
want to know
all the
about?
laws of thermodynamics.
Do you want to know all the laws of thermodynamics?
Yep.
Pressure mediation, how pressure like fucking seeks its equivalence, how fucking temperature seeks its equivalence, how fucking hot moves to cold and cold moves to hot. I mean, like
Why? Why does hot move to cold?
because it has to equalize.
What does that mean?
And that can only happen in a pressurized system.
Hey, here,
What does
here's
it
the
mean?
point.
Show me an example where it doesn't happen within a fucking pressurized system. Show me an example.
It's
He
in your
can't.
room that you're sitting in right now.
He can't do it. No, you're in
The room I'm sitting in right now is doing that right now. I
contained.
literally have a fire burning. I have a fireplace. Guess what's happening? The heat's moving out. It's equalizing with the air, and the temperature is fucking coming to an equivalence.
So you say you understood a model. What does it mean for a gas to get hot? What does that mean? What is gas getting hot?
So does gas getting hot have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Oh,
Scott?
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, no,
Okay, he knows about thermodynamics. I want to know if he knows what gas getting hot means.
Scott, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, Scott?
Don't shift it. He brought up thermodynamics, and I want you to actually explain what thermodynamics is.
No, but
I just explained it.
See, this is the
I
problem.
just fucking explained it.
Well, if that's the best you have,
It was the fucking equalization of all of that.
Yeah, these guys are idiots, bro. Hey, don't even get worked up by Scott and his little idiots.
Shit. Yeah,
they
I
do
need to
this
calm
shit.
down.
It's a tactic. It's a tactic. They reset every night. You have to understand. They do this every single day. They've had that conversation. They've had flat earthers, whatever you want to call the people that don't believe in the ball no more. They've had them discuss these topics day in, day out for years. And they come every single day and demand the same exact fucking conversation. They have a sickness in their head. They're indoctrinated and they're brainwashed. And for some reason they think that we are indoctrinated and brainwashed. But it's that whole like they can't see because they're inside the box. You got to be outside the box to realize you're fucking retarded. So that's the problem, though. But we deal with them every day. It happens all the time.
Yeah, but somehow everybody who builds anything in this world of any kind of significance understands the Earth's a
Please
globe.
tell me how we build things because I am a builder. Go ahead. How do we do it?
You're not a builder. Give me a break.
I'm not a builder. We don't build anything. Yeah. See, Scott, that's your problem. That's your problem, Scott. You say lies, and then your lies they go away even from like science and all your falsehoods.
You're waiting around for a settlement. Come on.
Dude, I got it.
You
already.
haven't worked. When was the last time you worked?
I already got it, and I'm actually.
When was the last time you worked?
I'm actually gonna go. Hey, check it out. I'm gonna go back in March. But tell me how that negates me from being a builder. You fuck Nate.
A builder builds.
Dude, I'm a fucking construction worker, and I fucking work every goddamn day.
There you go. He didn't get injured, and he's been working. So Scott, what have you built? You dumb fuck. Nothing.
I haven't built anything.
Exactly. So you want to? You want to?
What was the statement I made?
Be an idiot.
What was the statement I made?
You want to be an idiot and say I haven't built anything, even though you want to tell
I didn't
us.
say I built things, did I?
No. You told us
No.
what every single builder does. And then I said, oh, I want to hear this. Tell me what we do. And then you said you haven't built anything. Just lie. So you were about to present a lie, but I stopped you from it because then I jumped in.
I know
and then
you
you
think
said another lie. That's all you do. That's your MO, dude. You and every other fucking Glober that comes in here, you just lie.
And
That's
you
all
just
you do.
I tell you what Scott
talk.
built. I can tell you what Scott has built. He built bad paper origami.
Yeah, very funny.
That was a good
You're
one.
so clever.
Yeah.
But what did it actually say, Apocryphon? Do you even remember the words that came out of my mouth?
Yeah. You said every builder has to, and I said, oh, please tell me, what do we have to do? Because I'm a builder. And then you said, you not a builder. You haven't built anything.
Yeah,
That's what you told me.
That's not what I said, though.
Oh, you did, though.
I said everybody
You
who's
did.
built
You
anything. I
literally
said
said
anybody
that.
who's built anything of any significance knows the Earth is a globe.
So now,
I run airlines. I run
okay.
airlines. I do
Okay.
electrical work. I
Fuck, dude.
I do plumbing. I understand how
Yeah.
fucking water lines work. I mean, what the fuck?
What's significant to you, Scott? Being that you don't build anything.
Bridges,
Really?
airports,
Really?
Oh, you
roads,
do bridges and airports.
interstate
I doubt
highways.
that. I fucking highly doubt that
I
you know
didn't say
anything about a bridge or an
I
airport.
Hey,
did.
Scott.
Why
Hey,
can you
Scott.
guys not
Hey,
hear?
Scott. Hey, Scott.
I
Hey,
haven't
Scott.
built anything.
Hey, Scott.
Other
Okay,
people
let me share
have.
something with you,
And
Scott.
every one of those people know the Earth's a globe.
Hey, Scott. Hey, Scott, check it out. Let me share something with you, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Funny. It's funny because that's where I got injured. We were literally building the 2.5 mile bridge at LAX. So here you are saying anyone that's built a bridge, that's significant. Well, guess what? I've been there then. And guess what? Everybody there, of course, you have people that believe it's a globe, but they don't know
No,
it to
they
be a
know.
globe. But no,
They know.
no,
Yes,
they
they
don't
do.
know. They
They
check it
do.
out.
I don't
One
know
thing,
it.
but
They
Scott,
don't take that into consideration.
But Scott, one thing we don't do the entire time of that project, never once did we ever account for the curvature of the Earth. Over 2.5 miles long. That might not be enough for you, though, huh, Scott? That's insignificant. We have to build something bigger just to fucking make your rocks get off, right? You're a fucking idiot, Scott. You are.
I don't think you have any idea what they did.
Really?
Yes.
Dude, we
really.
go out in the field and use
What a fucking
levels
idiot, bro.
and fucking we
That's
oh Jesus.
dude, he's an
we
idiot.
shoot grades,
Look,
man. We
exactly.
fucking we
Exactly.
survey the field. We build shit. We make sure that it's flat and fucking level. And
Right.
if there's any deviation, we have to fix that shit.
Exactly. These dumb fucks think because something is lower in the distance away from your position through your theodolite or whatever you're using, they believe that that's because that fucking stick or pole or whatever you're shooting is bending away from you because it's a baller. They don't understand. They can't even fucking fathom and grasp how. No, it's just because things that are away from you drop in your fucking view.
That's
in your field of view.
incorrect.
Yep.
No.
And
You can
I'm not,
correct
dude. And I'm gonna give you this
incorrect.
one thing. Guess what? Land, it does go up and down. We have hills and valleys.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows
That's the
that.
only fucking thing we have to account for.
Exactly.
That is the only thing we have to account for.
Yeah, and when you're building over a stretch long enough that has been, with the earth movers, and they're literally grading it to be no change of elevation, so there's no
Exactly, which
sloping,
is a
there's no
curve.
nothing. It's not a curve. Scott,
It's
you're
not
wasting
a
your time.
fucking curve.
Scott,
It
you're
is.
wasting your time, bro. You want to believe that?
Well, I
You
know
cannot let
that.
go of that. You're like my little kid. Like, no, Santa Claus is real. You're like a little child, bro. No, Santa Claus is real. It's got to be real. He's got to be real. He brings me presents. He drinks my milk and cookies I leave for him. That's you, Scott. You're a child.
No,
You're
yeah,
a child.
I know you need to believe that.
When you're a man,
I know you need that Apocryphon. I know you need to believe I'm a child.
realize
Yes.
that you think in falsehoods are reality, and it's just it's sad for a grown ass man to be thinking that he's accurate and correct when, one, you've never built anything, two, you're discrediting what I know and what I've done, but just from the fucking comfort of your house over there behind the fucking wall, and it's retarded,
Well,
bro.
Guess what? His house wouldn't fucking exist unless we knew what we were doing.
True. And it was
You
fucking.
don't need to know the Earth is curved to build a house.
Hey, you don't need to know the Earth is curved to build anything, and that's the whole fucking point.
Absolutely,
you don't get You don't grasp that. No,
you don't have
hang on for a second. Hang on. Can I ask him a question? So, how did your ancestors 4,000, 6,000 years ago know? They clearly didn't know the Earth was curved, right? How did they build their houses? Because we have houses that were built in historic eras where people clearly didn't know the Earth was curved, as you claim. So how did they build their infrastructure then?
It's weird. Did you guys hear the absolute opposite of what a person says? What did I say about house building?
I don't know. You tell me. I don't know what you said.
I said you don't need to know the Earth is a globe in order to build a house.
You don't need to worry about the Earth being anything other than measured. When you're building something, you're making sure it's horizontal to the benchmark of which you're building off of. No matter how long, no matter how high, you're going to build accordingly. Now, there is structural integrity issues when you're building certain things, so you're going to have to make some changes.
But
Which is why bridges curve up.
To the
That's
point.
why bridges curve up. Bridges curve up to
Structural
handle the
integrity.
extra fucking structural, the extra load.
Yes, it's for the integrity of it. See, here's the thing: if you were to Google right now, International Ironworkers International right now, you're gonna see it's buildings, bridges, miscellaneous. You're gonna see we are the ones that do these things, and then you're gonna run to some other glober and say, "Yeah, those flat earthers don't do anything, and they don't know anything," even though I'm technically one of those people, and I actually have worked on a bridge 2.5 miles long. Never once in the blueprints. Never once in the blueprints did I have to read and correct. Oh wait, guys, hold on. Before we place this column, let's make sure our fucking beams are fucking curving because
let's pretend you placed columns. Give me a break.
Like 8 inches further down.
Now we don't place
go
columns.
like 3.
No, you didn't. The people you work for. The people you worked for clearly did.
Are you fucking retarded? Hey, Scott, you know what? You go suck a dick. You're trying to discredit me. Dude, I've done it all, bro. I've done all. I've been in the plumb up crew. I've been on the fucking raising gang. I've been on the bolt up crew. I've been on the fucking.
You do what they tell you.
Everything.
You just do what they tell you. They tell you to put this thing over there.
I'm a journeyman, you piece of shit. See, look, you try to discredit and you attack the character of a person. Still, by the way, still doesn't make your fucking globe Earth. By the way, now you could hit me all you want. Still doesn't fucking make your lies reality. By the way. But I'm a journeyman.
You know more than you do.
Hey, are you a journeyman? Are you a journeyman and builder?
Stop pretending you know more than you do, man.
What the fuck do you do for a living, dude?
Are you a journeyman builder? Are you a journeyman
builder? What do you do for a living? Come on.
I write computer code.
Oh, so you sit behind a fucking
computer
screen,
code,
and
so
that's your reality, bro.
The Earth to be a fucking globe. Okay.
Yeah, he's a fucking moron, dude. He's literally wasting time. I always forget why I even engage with this idiot. He's like, you ever hear like he's the house clown? Like everyone's just there just to fucking bash on him when it gets slow and quiet. Here he comes, and that way he says dumb shit like that. He tries to discredit you, tries to belittle you. He thinks he's better than, and the shit don't stink. I would love to see him face to face one day and talk to me like this. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Oh, would you hit me?
No. I would.
Would you resort to violence?
Honestly,
I would go buy you a coffee.
Honestly, if I met you in person, Scott, if I met you in person, I would give you a hug, and I would try to set you down, and I would try to fucking actually show you the shit on my computer, because guess what? I know how to use one of those too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would buy you a coffee and then show you the stack of blueprints that show nothing about curvature. Yeah. You go with, and you could take that to the bank. Yeah. And the thing is that when we do place columns,
exactly.
When we place columns, the ones that you think that I've never fucking erected before, fuck you, by the way. When we place them, by the way, and we shoot the positions and we plumb up that building, nothing about it has to do with curvature of the Earth. Nothing.
Everything has to be square, level, and plumb.
Correct.
Everything.
Yes, but if you build a 2-mile long structure and somehow
it's not going to be square, level, and plumb. Guess what? You have to take into account the loads. So you have to curve a bridge.
Take into account what?
the loads and the load levels on what's going to be on that bridge at one time. So when you build a bridge that's super long, you have to curve that bridge up, and you
Not
have to put the
necessarily. It depends how
beam
you support it.
leaning into itself.
that's when you're going over
Well,
water.
depending on what's going to go over that bridge, you do have to
Right.
consider that.
That's typically over water though, because over water you don't have as many towers or pillars underneath it. But across,
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I know. I got you what you're saying. But across the ground, the way you are going to make up for that, or make sure that doesn't happen, to where, let's say, God forbid, the two trains that are passing each other, they're filled to the fucking max, and then they shut down at the same time in the middle of two points. Well, then you're gonna make sure that there is a certain distance that each column is going to be erected to make.
What you're compensating for the give, like the stretching and the and whatnot.
Yeah. You're definitely going to have it, naturally too. You're always going to have kickers, and you're going to have things that are going to help support that weight. But these guys don't know what a kicker is. He's fucking an idiot. He sits behind a screen and builds his world on a computer. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, but we're not builders, and it means nothing.
We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Because
first period apprentice running around scratching my fucking balls. That's all I'm doing to this guy. He knows no fucking idea.
How old are you, man?
I'm 45.
Yeah. Okay. I'm actually 37 right now. Today is my birthday.
All right. Hey, Adam got called 37 earlier. I think it was Adam.
Been doing this shit over fucking 20 years. Stupid as fuck.
Yeah, no, these guys they're full of it, bro. It's funny too. He said somebody jumped in and said, "Oh, what about the people from way back before?" And well, interesting enough, Scott did say, how does celestial navigation work? And then you have to think, well, what about the people that were doing that before the globe was known?
How did it exist?
No, what tool did they use? It was an astrolabe or
astrolabe and a fucking sextant.
Right. So
nobody traveled any significant difference back then.
Was the world a globe? How do you know? You there?
What did Captain Cook do, man? Captain Cook fucking circumnavigated Antarctica. Like, what the fuck? How can you explain that?
And he knew the Earth was a globe.
That is a great distance. It was 60,000 fucking miles.
No, it wasn't.
He clocked 60,000 miles.
It's
and for you to say no,
around.
it wasn't, is you being fucking dishonest and lying.
Because he didn't go straight around.
Have you ever watched like a Looney Tunes cartoon? That's what he thinks he did. It's like doo 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 doo, like went all over the place from fucking Bugs Bunny fucking sailed that ship.
you know there are people who've done that subsequently, right? There's a woman who did it just a little while ago.
Oh my god!
There's a woman who did it just a little while ago, all by herself, all the way around Antarctica.
Oh, did she? Yeah. Oh, yes. I bet she did. Yeah.
Why don't you think she's lying? Do you think she's lying?
I think you're lying.
I think we live in a world.
You think it wouldn't take me about a minute to find this?
I think we live in a world where they lie to us to make us believe what they want.
Show it to me, man. Well, let me
see. This is what I find interesting about flat earthers. I mean, this stuff is so easy to get. All you gotta do is Google.
So easy to.
I'm gonna post it. I'm getting my computer open.
No. Even
show it. I'll look at it. I will look at it.
No, but here's the thing, though. Even though they post it, it doesn't matter, because I could post how Iron Man saved the world. That doesn't mean that's just a story, bro. That's just a story. We weren't there. We don't unless you're traveling with her in this video. Then I'll believe it, because you're here to tell me instead of and you have it documented with video. That'd be great. But even still, that's kind of still sketchy, dude. Because I have video of Sandra Bullock fucking spinning in space, and the fucking she was crashing. It was crazy. Yeah. But you know what? Then I hit stop because I had to use the restroom, and I came back and I pressed play again, and then all was well. But it was really weird, bro. The way movies and stories work in this world. And I do believe we live in a world that they do lie to us about things because they're pushing agendas and narratives.
So who was I talking to?
Oh, Flatardia, great Flatardia.
What's this guy's name?
Your beauty.
Matt. So I can tag
Yeah,
him.
Matt. Yeah, me. Yeah, you were talking to me for a minute. You said you're
There
gonna
we
post
go.
what the you
But of course, Apocryphon says she's lying.
Hey,
which is what you guys always
of
do when
course you're
presented
gonna
with
believe
evidence.
her. Of course you're gonna believe it. Of
Well,
course
either
you're gonna believe it.
Oh
either
Jesus.
she went around
Never,
Antarctica or she
dude.
didn't, right?
Oh, you know what this reminds me of? You know what? It's funny.
Okay.
Can you post a video of when those 3 guys said they landed on the moon and then came back? I mean, that's another video too. Like
Yeah,
that's
that's a
proof.
good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
And
That's a really
another
good
one
story.
you guys are going to call a lie because that's what you
Hey,
do.
just more lies, bro.
Hey,
All
why
the
haven't we
evidence
been
that
back
doesn't
to the
fit your
moon
needed
in so
version,
long?
it
And we
doesn't
said we
matter.
could. Well,
Doesn't
the
matter.
truth is, we didn't go there,
How do you know?
and it's because we didn't.
How do you know?
Oh, I was quoting Buzz Aldrin. Sorry.
I don't want to quote from, but I want to know how you know.
The evidence is pretty
makes
self-evident.
what makes you
Oh, yeah,
think
it's
you're so
pretty
clever
fucking.
that you figured it out and everybody else didn't?
The
Water,
evidence is pretty.
water doesn't lie.
No, I didn't figure it out. Somebody else did and showed it to me. And then when I
And
really looked at it and thought of it like in a very like cognitive way, I was like, "Holy shit, man! This
in a
really
very
does not
cognitive
make
way.
sense."
What about it
It
didn't
did
make
not
sense?
fucking make sense.
It didn't make sense to
Everything
you.
like fucking space suits in a vacuum. Like wouldn't those things just like suck out and explode?
No.
Yeah, they would.
No.
Yes. Have you ever
Okay,
seen the astronaut that they put in a vacuum?
so what
And his
what you're
fucking
saying
tongue
then
started
is
to boil and he almost fucking died. He ended
so
up
what
in
you're
like
saying,
ICU for like 3 weeks. I mean, like a spacesuit cannot fucking work in a vacuum.
but it can and it does.
Have you ever put a balloon in a vacuum?
They're not balloons, they're spacesuits.
Oh,
They were designed by
okay.
very smart people who can
Dude,
account for these things.
you're just fucking retarded, and I'm done talking to you.
Okay. Probably best for you.
Like, seriously, you're retarded. I'm done talking to you.
That's fine. You probably should be. So, Apocryphon, when did you think you became so smart you figured all this stuff that everybody else couldn't? Do you remember the time and the
Hey,
place?
Scott, this girl that does the circle around Antarctica, do you know at what line of latitude she did it at? Was it at
Oh,
the
I have no
60th?
idea.
Did she go around the 60th?
I have no idea.
So she could have just been going around in a circle, right, on a flat plane.
Sure. You have a model we can look at? See if it works?
I'm just posing an argument, dude.
I know. But what would Antarctica look like on this thing you're
I have no
constantly
clue,
thinking
Scott.
about?
Do you know what fucking Antarctica looks like, dude?
No.
Have you been there? Have you seen
No.
it for fucking high altitude?
I've seen pictures of it, yes, from high
You've
altitude.
seen pictures. Have you seen it, Scott?
No.
So then how the
Just told
fuck
you
do you
that.
expect me to fucking tell you what it looks like, dude?
Well, you don't have to. We can trust the people who've been there.
So you don't know, but fucking you expect me to know, right?
No, I didn't say that.
You did. You asked for my fucking model, my map, how it looks.
Well, I just want you said you proposed an alternative, right? You just circumnavigated a flat plane or something like that.
All right, I'm coming back in. Scott,
Yes.
do you think that anybody who has visited Antarctica fucking traversed the entire fucking deal?
What do you mean?
Do you think they traversed the entire fucking like area?
You mean
Do
walked
you think
across
that
it?
traveled, not walked, traveled?
Traveled by what?
I don't fucking care, man. Do you
Well,
think
you're
they
asking me a
traveled all the way?
question. How do I know how to
Okay,
answer?
do
I don't
you
know what
think
you're
they
asking me.
jumped on four-wheelers and fucking traveled across Antarctica on 4-wheeler. Do you think they traveled around it on a fucking
I
boat?
am not. I am
Do
not
you
aware of any.
think they hopped in a goddamn Lamborghini and traveled around Antarctica and mapped
I
that
am.
motherfucking place out?
I am not aware of anybody doing that.
I'm aware of one fella that did that.
Okay, then you're one up on me.
Guess how many
I bet
miles he clocked?
I have no idea.
60,000. What is supposed to be the circumference of the Earth on the equator?
Wait. Who's this person who clocked 60,000?
Hang on. Answer me this question.
What?
What is supposed to be the circumference of the Earth on the equator?
24,000, 25,000 miles, something like that?
24,901
Yeah, okay.
is what the official number is.
Yeah.
Captain Cook clocked 60,000 miles on the, and this is just the shoreline. This is the shoreline of Antarctica.
Okay.
Do you not understand what that implicates?
No, tell me.
So, if the equator is 24,901 miles at the center of the equator, and the globe is supposed to get smaller as it gets to the bottom, the shoreline of Antarctica was actually way bigger than what it was supposed to be, implicating that the Earth's curvature, from what these quote-unquote scientists have been telling us, is wrong. We cannot see curvature, and Antarctica does seem to be the shoreline of the pond that we live in. I'm not saying that anyone has a perfect map or anything of that, but all navigation is based off of the azimuthal equidistant map, which means everything is measured perfectly from the center out. All navigation, the military uses it, NASA even uses it, and you can find NASA documents that say the same fucking thing, man. They say all flight is based off of a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. And I don't know why they state it like that, because stationary and non-rotating means the same fucking thing, but they always seem to put that back to back. So if all of these government documents say this, NASA says this, flights, when you fly an airplane, and these flight, when you go to flight school for pilots, inside their documents say you are to fly this plane as if you're going over a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth.
Are you done?
Where do they take account into the
you're not
ball?
done.
And even fucking snipers, if you want to get into fucking snipers and shit like that
I
too,
don't want to
guess
get into
what?
snipers.
They take in wind speed, they take in
I don't
distance
want to
and
get
the
into
fall of the
snipers.
bullet, and that's it. That is it.
Okay. Okay.
Distance, wind speed, the fall of the bullet. That's it. So, if the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and they don't take that into account, what's gonna fucking happen, man?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No, the exact same thing you think is going to happen. That just again shows. I think you were the one who said earlier that you used to be the ball, and I said you didn't understand it, and you just demonstrated again that you don't understand it.
Obviously, you don't understand it.
I understand my model. You don't understand my model.
I just
You know,
explained to you your model and how ridiculous it is.
but you got everything wrong.
What did I get wrong? Tell me what I got fucking wrong out of that entire fucking thing that I just said. Like, tell me, what did I get wrong? How fast is the Earth spinning, dude?
1 revolution per day.
1090.
1 revolution per day. That's
All right,
how people talk about rotation.
How fast is it chasing the sun?
1 revolution per day.
No, I said how far is it chasing the sun? You fucking
What does that mean?
retard. How
Yeah, I
far?
know.
Like, how fast is the Earth chasing the sun?
Depends where you are.
66,676, I think, is the fucking official number, but it's 66.6.
Oh, you were asking. Yeah, I had no idea what you're talking about.
That's how far. How fast is the sun revolving around the motherfucking center of the Milky Way?
I have no idea. Why does any of this matter?
Well, dude, this is your fucking model. That's why it matters. This is your model, and you don't know a goddamn thing about it.
I know the Earth's a globe in it. And all these other numbers are just irrelevant to anything. No one cares that the Earth is in the whole
Dude, but if
galaxy
you
spinning.
understood what they're fucking telling you about these numbers, you would realize how ridiculous it is.
Okay,
And
that's where we lose
fucking
you.
retarded, man.
That's where you lose me. Why are they ridiculous? What is ridiculous about the numbers?
Dude, do you really want to believe that the Earth is speeding up and slowing down, going around the fucking sun while the sun's moving around the Milky Way at like 3.2 million miles per hour around the fucking center, and there's supposed to be a fucking black hole in there where they say that time and space cannot resist the fucking suction, and then it gets like fucking blown and spewed back out, and then there's these nebulas that are fucking birthing stars. Like,
And how'd they come up with all that stuff? What did they do?
had great imaginations.
No, that's not what they did. They didn't sit in a chair and imagine things. What did they do?
They had imaginations. They didn't go out there because nobody can fucking go out there, dude.
What
Are
did
you
they
serious?
do? Do you know what they did?
Oh, did they do math?
Nope.
Did they do math? Because when
No.
I put their math and try to break it down logically,
You have
it
no
doesn't
idea what
make
they did, do
fucking
you?
sense because they're all a
to
bunch
you.
of fucking. No, they're all a bunch of fucking swindlers. And
Yeah.
I really want to call them what they really are, but I don't want to say the J word.
Oh, there we go. Now it makes sense. But anyways, when you say it doesn't make sense, what you should be saying is it doesn't make sense to you.
Well,
Because
no,
it makes perfect. It makes sense to everybody else.
Look at the
It makes sense to me.
If you look at the math, it makes
I've done the
perfect
math.
sense. But when you fucking
I did
think
the math
about
as
it
well,
and
and that's
actually
wrong.
logically, if you try to logically think about it, it's
Okay.
fucking bullshit.
so?
You say
How
you
so?
did the math and it's wrong?
How so? How is it fucking bullshit? The
It is
logic of
bullshit.
it.
It is actually bullshit. I confirm that.
I want to know how.
It was revealed to me on a dream.
Ooh, nice.
Then again on a walk.
Ooh. No, I can't argue with that. That's some.
What? Dude,
That's solid.
just look up at the fucking sky at night. All the stars are in the same fucking positions. Like, they fucking revolve around the
That's not
same
true.
fucking center point.
Where I live, they move around.
ADJ
Well, you got some wandering stars, but I'm saying, like, well, they
No,
move around, but I'm
all
saying,
wander. Yeah, they all move around. They
yeah,
have free
but
will.
I'm saying, like, if you go out the same date every year, the same stars will be doing
That's
the same
impossible.
things.
It's a new date every day.
No, I'm saying 1 year from today.
No one listen to this man. He's talking nonsense.
Oh, fuck you, dude. If you go out 1 year from today, go outside right now, take a picture of the
He's trying
fucking
to silence
sky.
me.
Go take a picture of the fucking sky, and then go out 1 year later, take a picture of the sky at the same time, and they will be in the same exact position.
Okay, well, no, you don't know what you're talking about, because years are a social construct that don't actually exist. Winter happens as a collective societal decision.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Are you a flat earther, brother? Or are you just a fucking troll? What the fuck is this?
I'm actually a convex earther. I actually think the Earth is like in a convex shape.
Do you think it's floating in space?
No, I don't think space is real. I've never seen space, so I've got no reason to believe it.
So do you all believe in curved water?
I believe. Well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
I believe that the sky's
You
a
do? You
block.
believe in curved water?
Yeah,
You
straight
believe in
lines
curved
don't
water?
exist. Everything is curved.
So do you believe a body of water at rest is level or not? It's
No,
curved as well?
Straight lines don't exist.
Do rivers flow?
No.
Like, does water flow from high to low?
No.
I see.
This guy just don't believe in anything, I guess.
Water moving is an illusion to the eye.
Oh, wow.
What is high? What is low?
Liquids, water is just, it's not actually a liquid, it's a solid. But you just perceive it through your senses as a liquid, but it's truly a solid.
Do you believe we're talking here in Discord right now?
Yeah.
Good for you, my man.
I'm glad he believes in one thing. I do agree with you about the water though being a solid. I actually recently saw some stuff on like everything being actually like crystalline in nature, but it's like how dense or whatever it is. But if you break down like the molecules of water, it's actually like this crystalline substance that is a solid. I don't know if that's what you were getting at. If you'd like to chime in. Guess not. And I guess is Scott gone? Anybody here?
I went back to doing the dishes until the troll left.
Ah.
It appears he's left, but
Oh man, I was getting heated.
you know he's making fun of you, right? You get that?
Yeah, I know.
Right.
But I also wanted to fucking let him know that I fucking know my shit.
Well, he was just saying things that he knew were just made no sense.
Yeah,
Maybe
I know
he believes
was,
it.
I know he was
doesn't
trying to
believe
make.
it.
I know that he was trying to piss me off and shit, but I mean I was really I mean you know you should.
Yeah, he comes in and says
stupid or anything like that, but
Yeah.
I was trying to make him look stupid, like I was like.
Well, but he comes in saying that liquids are solids and we just perceive them as liquids.
Oh,
Because he
you're talking
knows
about
that's
that guy.
Because he knows it's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, well,
And he was seeing who would
actually,
bite.
I did actually want him to respond to me because I did see something. But if he saw the same thing I did,
He's not interested in having a conversation with you
But
guys.
yeah, obviously he didn't. Yeah. I've been watching some shit on some fucking crystals lately. Pretty nuts. Jesus, it's 6 a.m.
Look, what I don't understand when people think like, oh, like the Earth must be a sphere and like space and everything. Well, like, or no, not that part. When people say like, oh, we've gone to space before, 100%, like we've gone to space and we've sent objects into space. That doesn't make sense because, like, remember the story where people were building like a big tower, and once it got to a certain height, God fucking smote everyone and confounded their language. Like, why would he let us just go into space? That doesn't make any sense. Why would he let us go that high up into space? Like, Tower of Babel is a no-go, but like, going to the moon apparently is fine? I don't know, man.
Or them checking out. Good night, guys.
If the Earth is not a globe, remain silent. Well, there you go.
Peter said we'd all be all believers by this time last week.
Phew, thank God. It's flat.
Yeah, I thought the Globies didn't believe in the Bible, but here they are taking their day of rest, it seems.
Yeah.
I unmuted Britnat. Britnat, you still here? Eagerly listening in? I'm sure he is.
So by default, he's muted.
Well, he was muted when I came in. I'm not sure why, but I unmuted him.
Oh, okay.
He needs to get fluffing. Fluff those glowbirds.
Yeah, 2024. Globers came up with scrap metal for using scrap metal to measure
metal
the
doesn't exist.
curvature.
Scrap metal doesn't exist.
Yeah, says the guy who believes the water is solid.
It is a solid.
Yeah, well, matter has 4 states in nature.
It's technically only got 2.
So,
Well, this guy is upside down on a spinning ball, so obviously
yeah.
he's not going to know what's going on.
Again, that's another conspiracy theory. Australia's actually on top of the globe. You guys are on the bottom.
Nah, mate, you're
Listen,
down under. You're down under, remember?
No,
in
we're
this
on top.
channel, listen, in this channel we don't do. In this channel, we don't do conspiracy theories. You're in the wrong channel.
No, that's all right, Get. We'll let him present for the globe.
No, you're the ones who are presenting the conspiracy theory that Australia's on the bottom. Australia's actually on the top.
No, you're down under, mate. Remember?
No, we're on top.
Down under, mate.
No, that's because you guys have
You're
the globes around the wrong
bottom
side.
of the spinning baller.
No, that's you.
You're literally the lowest of the low on that spinning ball.
No, Australia's on top.
No, you're down under.
No, we're on top.
Down under, mate.
No, you're down under.
See, you just said it. Down under.
No, you
Yeah,
are.
he's.
We're on top.
That's your national catchphrase. That's your national catchphrase. Come on, everyone knows it. You got the kangaroos.
I think you're going to have to meet this guy for going into conspiracy theories. Australia's clearly on top.
Do you do drugs? Do you do drugs?
He does a lot of copium.
Yeah.
Cyclone
he's
is talking to you.
doing glue.
So why? So tell us, Andrew, or whatever your name is. Why are you embarrassed to admit that you believe you live on a spinning ball?
Because the world's concaved.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's actually a bowl.
Got measurements?
What is Speculation Sunday?
Yeah. So why? So you don't believe in the spinning ball of water in a vacuum story that they tell everyone?
No, the world looks like a bowl.
So why don't? What about the pictures from space? You not seen those?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying the world
So
is
why
inside.
don't you believe? Why don't you believe those pictures?
I do.
No, you don't, because they show a ball in space. You just said you don't believe that.
Yeah, you see what the bottom of the bowl looks like?
No, they show you a sphere in space, right?
No, they show the bottom of the bowl.
Oh, okay. So why are they telling people it's a sphere in a vacuum?
It's because they're confused.
Because they're confused. NASA's confused?
Yeah. No, it's just
Okay,
a matter of perspective of how you look at it.
Confused? How did they get confused about it?
By natural perception.
By natural perception. Why? What is that? What
Also,
are they naturally
this
perceiving?
is actually the world map. This is the proper world map. See, you guys are on the bottom.
Ah, you're down under, man. Come on.
No, we're on top.
Yeah, and under.
Like, we're also front and center. Like,
Oh,
that's what the world actually looks like.
Man, you Globers. You get more embarrassed of your own religion every day.
What do you want about?
Yeah, because you believe in the spinning baseball story, but you're embarrassed about it. I get it. It's 2024. It is quite embarrassing.
Again, you're making me tired. I'm not sure what you're really talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about your globe belief. Okay. If you don't believe in the globe, answer me this. What's the claimed radius of the globe?
The answer to that would be none of your business.
So you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that means you believe it.
Like, I don't know how big a football field is, but I know it's a rectangle.
Only globe believers don't know the claimed size of the globe.
Yeah, but it's not a globe, it's a bowl.
You've given
I have a
yourself away.
question for him too.
The Earth looks like a bowl, so I don't know what you're talking about. It's concaved.
Cool story, bro.
So can I ask you a question too, please?
Yeah, ask him, get big out.
Is good bad?
Of course not.
What do you mean, of course not?
Well, that would be like saying, is hot cold?
Is the top down?
Australia's on top.
On top of what?
The world.
What shape is that?
I already posted the world map.
Oh, a map. So you're saying it's flat?
Well, all maps are flat.
Goes to the upside
So you're
down
saying
map.
it's flat?
Yeah.
That's what the world actually looks like.
So flat. All right.
Rectangular.
Flat Earth?
Rectangular.
It's even got a barcode on it. You guys are boring. I'm gonna go chat to some people that actually know about science.
As a rectangle.
Yeah, that's a map though. All maps are rectangles.
It's rectangular. No, not all maps are rectangular.
What map isn't a rectangle?
AE map.
What do you want about? Show me this non-rectangle map.
Azimuthal equidistant map.
Don't know what the hell you're on about. You are just lying through your teeth, sir. I thought there was some actual scientists in this room.
Can you tell us
We need to be
what
talking
science?
about actual science.
Tell us what you think science is.
Well, it's the natural study of the concave Earth.
Yeah, so you don't know anything really. How
Is
are you
that
going to discuss
projection
what
I'm hearing
science? How are
from
you
you?
going to discuss?
Yeah, that's
How are you going to
projection.
discuss science if you don't know what science is?
I just told you what science is. Don't be coy.
Yeah, that's not science. So you don't know what science is. So how are you going
Yeah,
to discuss
it
it?
is. I'm a scientist. I would know what science is.
Okay, define science for us again.
I already told you. It's the natural studies. Sorry, it's the studies of a natural bowl universe. Oh, sorry, bowl Earth.
Yeah, so you don't know.
That's exactly
Man,
what it is. I should know. I made up the definition.
It must be being down under that's made all the blood go to your head or something and just be retarded all the time.
Again, sir, you're the one living down under. Australia is clearly on top.
Do any of the globies want to step in and help their fellow drowning globie here? He can't even get to the point where he admits he thinks it's a globe.
I don't even think it's a globe. I told you that.
Yeah, you do. You do. Everyone knows
No.
you think it's a globe.
It looks like a bowl.
You think it's a globe.
No, it looks like a bowl.
Remember, you didn't know the radius of the globe?
I never said anything about the radius, but bowls do have a
Yeah,
radius.
that means you believe it's the globe.
No, it's a bowl. You know what a bowl is?
Conclave bowl.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Looks like a semicircle that someone punched.
Oh wow! There's a sailor from down under.
Yeah, we're
Wow,
not
they've got a whole
talking
team
about
going.
a globe. We're not talking about a ball shape. We're talking about a bowl.
A bowl? Right, really?
A bowl.
Okay. So who measured
Conclave
that
bowl.
curvature? Who measured the curvature of that bowl? Young lady?
We don't use curvature.
Wow. Bowls have
See,
curvature.
that's actually very similar to what the actual Earth looks like. I just posted in the chat. So if you think it's flat, it's mistaken.
Is it a flat bowl?
Yeah, exactly.
Is it a flat bowl?
Exactly. Yeah, so
It's
it
like a
Lady
plate.
Genesis? You know a bowl has curvature in it, right?
By the way she described it.
Well, if it was flat, it would be a plate.
Yeah. So the way you described
you're
it
saying it's
sounded more like a plate.
Why is ADJ muted?
If
Because
bowls don't have curvature.
together, your combined retardation is too much, so you'll need to go one at a time. So since you're new, we'll speak to you. So you're now the proponent of this bowl model that you're talking about. So you don't believe that the Earth is a spinning ball, right?
ADJ was
got triggered.
talking. ADJ was talking. I didn't say that.
So it's your turn, lady. You stepped up. You were cheerleading for the other down underer.
Because it is the shape of the Earth. I'm sorry, but if you just can't sue me just because you're wrong.
Okay, what's the shape of the Earth?
A bowl.
Okay, how'd you know that?
Which has no curvature.
Yeah, how'd you know that?
Bowls. All bowls have curvature. They're a bowl.
Yeah, but you
Well, yeah,
said
what's your evidence for that? Hold on,
this
Get.
bowl.
Hold on. I'm speaking to her.
I'm not a
What's your
scientist,
evidence
but
for that, lady?
I'm not a scientist, but ADJ is.
Okay, so why do you believe that then?
There's no sense talking with you nonsense people.
Lady, let's be real. Why are you embarrassed of admitting that you believe the Earth's a spinning ball? What is it about you and ADJ that makes you so embarrassed?
You're scared of the truth.
What's it that makes you embarrassed about admitting you believe in a spinning ball? Is it the spinning part? The curved water part? The living in a vacuum part? What's the bit that embarrasses you the most?
You're just embarrassed because ADJ proved you wrong.
Oh, did he?
He made claims, but he proved nothing. Of what he said.
So what
That's why he got muted.
What evidence did he present, lady? What evidence did he present?
Plenty. That's why you muted him.
Such as? Name one.
You're scared.
Oh, so you don't know? You don't know of any evidence that was presented? Man, is this really what you guys do? Just come around and embarrass yourself
All
in
of,
any chat.
all of you are just like gaslighting and scared of ADJ's arguments.
Scared of ADJ's arguments. Which arguments would those be?
That the Earth is in the shape of a ball.
Yeah, what evidence does he have for that?
Natural perception.
Of what?
The senses.
Sensing what?
The ballness of the Earth.
Yeah, that's not observed. You only observe a flat, motionless surface.
It's just common sense. Everyone in Australia knows this.
Everyone else in Australia, did you just say?
It's because we're on
You're down
top.
under Earth. You're down under,
We
remember?
have, we just have...
Actually, you are the first Australians that I hear saying
No.
something like this, and this
Yeah,
places
they're
you
both right.
among the 1% of the Australians which are hallucinating.
Wow, ADJ, I'm impressed. You
Yeah.
managed to find someone more retarded than you.
The only reason you guys think you're on top is because of the bowl earth
Oh,
shape,
the only reason
and
you
it gives
boys
you
think
the perception you're on top when you're really on the bottom.
you're really on the top. You're on the bottom, mate. You're the one that's staying under, not me. Not me, you bloody chairs,
Yeah, we're not talking about reasons. You
I don't understand
still
why you're trying to be
have
racist.
to answer the question: what is science?
I already
Yeah.
explained that. I don't need to go into these
No, you
silly.
didn't.
I did.
It's sad that you have to pretend that you don't believe in the globe.
Cyclone
because
is
you
the bottom.
know you can't make an argument for the globe.
I get plenty of arguments. You
sad.
just didn't listen.
That's sad, bro. That's sad. Okay, do you believe the Earth is spinning?
Yes, but not as you probably
Yes.
think.
Right. Okay. How fast do you believe it's spinning?
It spins at approximately 68 miles per hour.
Okay, who measured that?
We did,
How did you do that?
using a speedo.
Okay, let's see it.
Well, I can't show you right now. I'm on Discord.
All right. So what did you do? Describe your method.
Well, what I did is I took a plane and I went to the highest point that I could, and then I took my radar and I pointed it at the Earth and measured the speed of it. It's quite easy to do. Most people, like children, do it here in Australia.
Right. So to measure the speed of the ground moving, you took the plane up.
Yeah, we
into
have
the
to do
sky.
that. Yeah, because we're on the top, right? We have to know which way the water's going to run. That's why Australia's so dry, because all the water goes to the bottom. So we have to find ways on how to capture it, so we have to understand which way the world's spinning.
Wow.
And because it's a bowl,
Globies are real intellectual titans.
What about the water around Australia in your map?
Yeah, he's done. I mean, ADJ, Lady Genesis, when you decide that you aren't afraid of your own belief that Earth's a spinning ball, come back and discuss.
Yeah, it's a flat ball. It didn't have curvature. Yeah.
These kids are so scared of reality. They can't even discuss it.
No, they are not scared of reality. These are the most horrific clowns which are showing up now.
Yeah, because they're scared of reality, so they have to talk about anything else and pretend, I don't care about reality. I'm a troll.
Yeah. These
Okay,
guys
down under your head.
would burn on a stake alive anyone else who says anything opposing their religion.
Okay, Lady Genesis is piping back up. She's feeling brave. Okay, Lady Genesis, what's that evidence you got? Nothing?
Oh, sorry, I don't talk to industry plants.
Wow. It's really high level, funny trolling you're doing here today. Funny stuff. You must be the most popular person in your group.
How much does
Have
NASA
you been
pay you?
trained? Have you been trained by ADJ? He
You've been
trained you
trained
well
by You've been trained by NASA.
because you've got his textbook style of retardation.
You're just an industry shill. You're a shill.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
so
sure.
cool. You don't
I'm
believe
sure
the
you
Earth's
know
a
that.
spinning
Yeah. So
ball.
you're not even denying it.
So you don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball. That's fine. Neither do we. Cool.
But you do, because you're a shill.
Why do you think they're teaching all these kids that the Earth's a spinning ball?
What was that?
You're on
Sorry.
the bottom of it. Why do you think they're teaching all the kids that the Earth's a spinning ball and that you're on the bottom of it?
Australians don't believe that. Australians believe we're at the top.
Nah, you're down under, mate.
Conclave.
It's
No,
on
it's a conclave. We're
Australia.com.
at the top.
Says visit down under, mate.
Look, I don't know what they're teaching you in your school, but
Yeah, they're teaching us that you Australians are down under, where you belong.
we're on top.
Bottom baller.
Every Australian will tell you that. Like,
Oh,
we're on
you're on
top.
top. Okay, you're on top. So you do believe
It's
you're back on the ball again.
it's penguins all the
No,
way
we're at the
down.
top of the conclave. Oh my gosh, man.
Conclave? You don't
You're
even
such
know
a
the words
cunt.
you're using, bro. Conclave? That's a church term, silly girl.
Enclave, sorry, I'm pregnant. I'm like, it's like nearly
Enclave?
11 p.m.
That's also not what you're trying to talk about. Okay, lady. Obviously, the air isn't getting to your brain this morning, so we won't make you embarrass yourself any further. Any Globies who want to make a better showing for the Globe than these two? Because that's embarrassing for everyone.
We're
very
ballers
embarrassed
and
right now.
you're flatheads and we're ballers.
Okay, so do you believe in the ball or enjoy it?
I know in the ball.
Yeah, prove it.
Okay. Wow. At least he can admit he believes he lives on a ball. How brave of you. Alright, what makes you think you live on a ball?
Because if I don't correct for Coriolis effect, I never hit the target past 1,000
Doesn't
yards.
exist. I was in the military. We don't like account for Coriolis effect when we're firing. We just
Are you?
acquire. Yeah, we just acquire for height and windage.
Yeah,
That's
because
it.
you're an ordinary soldier. You're not a special forces sniper.
No, even
Whoa.
then they don't.
A special forces sniper on the call. I believe it. Okay, enjoy it. So your claim is that, okay, so enjoy it. Your claim is that the ground is spinning. Is that right?
At 1,000 miles an hour.
Wow, 1,000 miles an hour. How'd you know that?
Because we calculate for it for
All
firing
right,
stations.
who measured it?
NASA.
Oh, how did they do that?
They just measured it with global positioning sensors and calculated
With
it.
global positioning sensors. What do you mean?
GPS from
Right,
satellite.
go on. Oh wait, so satellites is how they measured it.
Yeah.
Okay, could you show us this measurement?
No, I just trusted my instructors.
So no one's measured it.
NASA measured it.
Okay, could you show us the measurement?
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, link it in the chat.
Okay.
Who were your instructors?
Here it is in the chat. Boom. Take that, flatties. Neener, neener, neener.
That's just the claim. I asked for the measurement.
Oh, where's your claim?
I'm not making a claim. You are. And you just reposted it. You said it. You claim it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You were
Well,
supposed to be getting the measurement for that.
I did. I posted it. Here's
No,
your
that's
claim.
claim. You just posted the claim.
Your claim is Genesis 1:6-7. Where's the firmament?
No, we were talking about your ground spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. I didn't make any claim about Genesis. What are you talking about?
It does. Hey, why don't you prove Mark 11:23 and just cast a mountain into the sea, and then I'll join.
Oh, wow. This is an odd spiral you're doing. Okay, so no one's
Checkmate.
measured the ground moving at 1,000 miles an hour is what you're saying.
NASA did.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
show us.
yeah, that's what you were supposed to be posting. Show us NASA's
did.
measurement of the ground moving at 1,000 miles an hour. No, that's the claim.
I did. It's 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's the claim. Who measured it?
NASA.
Okay, when did they measure that?
I mean, for decades,
Okay, what was the year that they measured it?
every single year since about 1960.
Okay, so you don't know. So you don't know.
Every year since about 1960.
Okay, so post one of those. That's many years. That's many measurements. Post one.
Okay, where would I find that?
Why are you asking me? You said they've done it. Where did you find it?
There are hundreds of matches for rate of Earth spin.
Right, well, which one did you find that was a measurement of the Earth spinning from NASA? Like you were
The
talking
first
about.
one.
First one. Well, post it then. Let's see the measurement. What year
I
was it taken?
posted it. That was the first
No,
one.
you posted a claim.
That
you
was
just
the
said-
first one.
It just said the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's not a measurement. That's not even NASA.
Okay, I found a way better one.
Fucking hell. Are you guys all going to be super retarded today? Because really, I don't have the patience.
I think this is a better. There we go. How exactly the Earth moves through the universe. Look, it
That's
has
not
a
NASA.
little wavy line.
That's not NASA. What are you talking about?
It's Big Think.
Right, you said NASA did the measurement.
Yeah, so did Russia. So did China.
Right, so why aren't you posting that measurement?
I did. They're all going off of NASA's measurement.
Which measurement?
The scientifically accurate measurements that you don't believe in.
Which was taken on in what year? Using what method?
Every year.
Okay, post one.
Okay.
Post
I'm
the
gonna
paper
post
for the measurement.
Okay, I'm posting one. Here you go. I guarantee you'll like this. There, I just posted one. I'll post another one.
So you don't have any.
No wonder they all fucking think it's a globe, dude. If they're all this fucking smart.
Yeah, they are all this retarded. Wow. Okay, so no measurement for the Earth's motion, then that can be dismissed. What else
There's
you guys
another
got?
one. I posted.
Okay, so no motion so far. Any other globies want to pick that up?
They have a observatory in New Ålesund and several other places that is used as like a reference for the like any rotation of the Earth.
Right. What rotation of the Earth?
If there is any rotation of the Earth, that's what it measures.
Oh, if. So they haven't actually.
They have measured it, but you're saying what, and they measure the rotation of the Earth.
So why are you saying if?
Because when you're saying what rotation, and I say they measure it there, and then you say what, am I going to say they measure it there?
Yeah. If you believe, if you think if it's actually been measured, then yeah, you would just say it's been measured.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? Yeah, I mean, if you actually think it's a real thing, then you wouldn't be like, it's rotating. That doesn't make any sense. You just be like, yeah, it's rotating, and it's the guy who measured it.
Well, if there is no measurement, then they wouldn't measure any rotation. It's not like an assumption that it's rotating, it's measured there.
Yeah, okay, so who measured rotation of the ground then?
They measure the rotation.
Of what?
The observatory is attached to the Earth. So
observatories are observing stars, though.
So I guess it's measuring the rotation of the Earth that it's attached to.
No. Observatories are observing stars, not the Earth. So if it's seeing a rotation, that would be a rotation of
But
stars.
if you're attached to the Earth, you can't measure the rotation of the Earth by staring down on the ground.
Well, you don't have any.
You need the
rotation
reference.
of the Earth. You don't have any rotation of the Earth. You haven't measured any.
Well, you can't measure it by pointing an observatory down on the ground.
Well, you can't measure it by pointing a telescope at the stars.
Yes, you can. You need a reference that is not rotating.
You can't.
Yes,
you
you
would
can.
have to be assuming that the ground is rotating.
Well, you would have to be assuming that the stars are rotating. If
So, well, that's
it's
what's
either
directly
either or,
observed.
right?
That's what's directly observed. There's no experience of the ground moving, only the stars.
So you're assuming the Earth's moving.
You're assuming that the stars are moving, then. In that
So you're
case.
assuming
No,
the
we're
Earth is moving.
observing. We're observing that the stars are moving.
You're assuming that the stars are moving. Either the stars are moving or the ground are moving.
Wait. Are you telling me that you don't observe the stars to be moving?
No. I would say we observe that the stars are. Some stars are moving, but there are stars that are a bit far away that is
so
not
some stars
moving.
are moving. So you observe some stars moving, and you observe some stars stay still.
Yeah, but they're not like really stars. I think the one they use as a reference is quasars that are quite far away.
Okay. So you agree? You see the stars. You observe the stars moving. Fine. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what we say too. We observe the stars moving,
Yeah,
but
but
you're
not the
claiming
movement that we are
the ground
talking about.
is actually moving. So you're not. But you're not observing the ground moving. You're not experiencing that.
Well, if you stare the camera down on the ground, you think you will observe if the ground is moving when you're standing on it? How
No,
would you
there's
observe
no.
that?
There's no detection of the. No, there's no detection of the ground moving.
You
That's
didn't
your
answer my
claim.
question. When you stare, if
Yeah,
I point an observatory down on the ground, can I then notice if the ground is moving?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Yeah, no, the ground would not be moving.
Of course, because you're standing on the ground. You can't
You're claiming
notice.
that it is.
Wait,
You're claiming that it is.
Cyclone. If I'm standing on the ground, if I'm sitting inside the car and I'm pointing the camera down on the seat that I'm sitting in, can I
So you're
observe if the
assuming
seat
that
is
it's
moving?
moving again. Okay, so you're just assuming that it's moving then.
No, I'm saying you can't use.
Well, yes, you are. You're not observing
You
it.
can't
You're not
observe.
observing it.
Hello.
Yeah,
You can't
observe
observe.
the ground moving.
Dude,
Yeah,
if you're
so you
sitting
assume it.
inside the car and I'm staring down on the seat
So we're
that I'm
talking. We're
sitting
not
in,
talking
I
about a
can't
car.
observe.
So we're talking about.
Yeah, but this is
the
an
earth. So
analogy
you're talking
because
about
you're
the earth.
sitting on the ground on the earth. You can't-
No need for an analogy. Hey, a guy. Don't start spazzing out. No, you don't need the analogy. You can just go to how you know the ground that you don't detect moving is moving.
Queste persone.
Fucking rambling in.
Stay small.
Yeah, mute
What the
yourself.
fuck's going on, man?
Anyways, just
I don't
continue.
know. They're spazzing out.
Hey, if
So,
you're sitting in that car and you look at the ground outside, is it moving?
No,
Can
we're
you
not
measure the
doing the
movement?
car
That's
thing.
the question.
It's
Can you
not
measure the
analogous.
movement
It's not analogous
inside the
at all.
car? You can measure the movement inside the car, right? Can you measure the movement of the Earth? No, you cannot. If you can, just show us. As simple as that, man.
Right, you can't measure the movement of the Earth.
It's that simple, man.
Yeah, this is what we're interested in. You're assuming the ground is moving when you observe the stars moving, but we need an actual measurement of that ground moving.
I didn't say that.
No, we are
It's like
asking you.
you're not understanding what I'm saying clearly.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Repeat
yeah,
yourself then.
it is. That's what you said.
No, No, I didn't say that, so you don't understand what I'm saying.
Can you repeat?
Yeah,
Right.
you said you
I said
observed
if
in
you're sitting
observatories
on
the
the
stars.
if you're sitting on the ground, you can't stare a camera on the ground and notice if the ground is moving
But you can
because
measure
you're
it, right?
attached to the ground.
But you can measure it, right?
Yeah, so the
No,
ground.
you can't. You
Yes or
can't
no? You
by
can't.
no, you
So you just
can't by
believe.
point. No,
You
you
basically
can't.
believe that the Earth is moving. You don't know. You
No,
just
you
believe.
can't. No, you can't by the method that Cyclone
Yeah.
proposed.
Okay, so
Total
you're saying
Cyclone.
that if we have a camera attached to the ground, looking at the ground, it's not going to detect the ground moving. Yeah.
If it was moving or not, how the fuck is it going to move? Because your
Right.
camera
So, okay,
is
no,
on the
that's
ground.
not the question. Okay, so if you have the camera on the ground, looking at the ground, it's not going to detect any ground moving. Yeah.
Obviously, it's not going to detect any ground movement.
Okay.
How can it?
Now, what if we take a drone? And fly off the ground, so it's not attached to the ground? Are we going to see
Yeah.
the ground moving?
No, depends if the
No.
drone is moving.
Okay, so we're not going to see
Is
it
the
on the
drone
ground.
moving or
We're
not?
not going to see it off the ground. So why do you think the ground is moving?
Because you need a reference. Is the drone a reference of speed?
What are you talking about? You're talking about the ground moving.
No, you're talking
Right,
about
no,
the drone.
The camera.
Hello, it's
Yes,
your
the
example.
camera doesn't detect it. The drone doesn't detect it. So what does detect it?
You need a reference, but you can't use the drone
That's
as a
meaningless.
reference.
Don't just say that's the reference. You need a reference. That's
You
meaningless.
need a reference.
Measure
What
the ground.
what will you use as a
What is
reference
your-
for measuring
what is
speed?
What is your reference for measuring the ground moving?
Quasar's pretty far fucking away. That's my reference. What's your reference?
Is the
What?
drone connected to
Wait,
the Earth?
what is your reference?
A quasar that is very far away.
A quasar.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's what
What?
we. A star
What's a
that is
quasar?
very far away. It's a black hole
Wait.
basically.
Wait. How can what do you mean your reference is a star?
What do you mean your reference is? We have to use one reference, right?
Tell me how to explain this observation and how it's telling you that the ground is moving.
Yeah.
Because the
What are you
quasar is
looking at
far
exactly?
away. Quasar is far away, so it's
So you're
basically
looking at a light in
stationary.
the sky. So you're looking at a light in the sky. Yeah.
It's not just a light in the sky. It's a quasar very far away.
Well, you've given it the name quasar, but you're just observing a light in the sky, a tiny
Well,
light
if
in the
that's
sky.
your knowledge on it, then I understand why you cannot measure the
Well, no,
rotation of
it's
the Earth.
your knowledge too. It's your knowledge too.
No,
You've
it's
only
not.
ever
I know
observed
it's more.
Okay. Oh, okay. How? Well,
Ask
you
him,
know
how did he
far-
measure it? Okay, go ahead. Just tell us,
yeah,
how did
what
you
do you
measure
measure?
the Earth movement? Yeah, how? Show us. Share with us.
Oh, nice.
Enlighten us.
This is what you're gonna do.
Or two people talking at the same time.
No. We're sticking on this. So you're talking
Yeah,
about
then
a light
one
in the
person
sky.
at a time. One person at a
Sticking on a
time.
light in the sky that you know nothing
It's not
about.
a light in the sky. We know a lot about them.
Okay, what is it?
It's a quasar that is like,
Which is what?
maybe for example, like 3 million light years away or something like that.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Yeah, measured distance to them.
You
How did
measured
you
a
measure?
distance.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue. How did you measure?
Okay, so for example, for galaxies, they use their.
You talked about this quasar. This is your evidence.
Yeah, but
for the
quasars
ground
are
moving.
inside the galaxy.
No, well, because you're using this as your apparent measurement that the ground is moving, you'll need to tell us how you measured to this light that you're talking about.
Measure what? Sorry, could you
This
repeat
is
that
your
last thing you
reference.
said?
Well, your reference for your apparent proof that the ground is moving is this light in the sky. So you would have to have all the details about this light in the sky that you're talking about.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
specifically. Yeah, okay, so how did you measure to this light in the sky?
Measure to it? What does that
You
mean?
said a distance.
The measurement to it. Distance.
Yeah, measure distance. Yeah. So what they do is that they observe the, for example, like galaxies will have like a distribution of light, but when they are further away, they will be shifted in a certain way. So when the light is, they will redshift basically. So when the galaxies are quite far away and they redshift, then you can know
far
the
away.
distance to it. Yeah.
Right. So you're talking about the light getting brighter and dimmer?
No, that's not redshift.
So what are you observing?
Redshift.
Which looks like what?
Well, it's not brighter or dimmer. It's basically their frequency. Red isn't a strength of light; it's a frequency.
Okay, so what does the light appear to be doing?
It's redshifting.
It appears to be
Which
different
looks like
colors.
what? Which looks like what?
Yeah.
It's shifted towards the red spectrum.
So it's
Okay,
red
which
light.
looks like what to us?
What?
Which looks like what to us?
It means it's shifted to the red spectrum, comparable to other
Spectrum of
galaxies.
what's light, right?
So it's a red light.
It's not just a red light; it's a spectrum of lights, but they are all of them are shifted to the red.
So the light changes on the spectrum slightly. That's what you're saying,
They are shifting to red, yeah, when they are far
right?
away.
And how would that give you distance to it?
Because if it's shifting towards red spectrum, the further away it is, then it will. Then that spectrum will.
How do you know that because it's shifting on the spectrum, that means it's changing location at all? And how does that? You saying that means it's further away? That's not a distance. That's just you saying it's further or closer. How do you actually know the distance?
Because it's red shifted from the spectrum of. What do you mean?
You said a distance. You said you gave us a number. You gave us a number, but now you're just saying the slight change of the light means it's getting further away or closer. You haven't told us how you measured the distance at all.
No, they
where
use
did you get the number
they
from?
use an observatory if you want to know the actual
Yeah,
measurement.
telescopes don't measure distances.
That's how they measure distance.
observe.
They look at the galaxies that are far away.
No, you can't measure a distance with a telescope. They're not
That's
distance
your
measuring devices.
paradigm for knowledge. Then I don't share that.
Okay,
so I don't care.
okay. So we're looking through a telescope at a light in the sky. Tell me, where does it show me how far away that light is?
I literally told you. I'm not going to repeat
No, you
everything I
didn't.
just said.
You just said it shifts on the color spectrum. That
Yeah,
means it's
the
getting
further away it is.
Right,
Yeah.
further away from what? From what baseline?
From us.
Which is what distance? And how did they measure that?
That's the measurement.
No, further away is not a
What you
measurement.
want a rule stick to the galaxy? I don't understand what you're asking for.
What was the number you said?
I didn't give a specific number. I just gave an example.
You were
He
saying
said
300
millions
million.
of years.
Yeah, for
million.
example. For example, yeah.
Oh, so that's not how far away this light is that you were claiming you use as your
Quasar
reference
isn't
to measure
one
the motion
star.
of the Earth.
Quasar isn't one star. There are many quasars,
But
and
you
they
don't
use
know
them.
how far away. So when you were talking about a reference that you use to measure the motion of the Earth, you don't know how far away that reference is.
Yes, they do know how far away that
No,
reference is.
you. How do you know?
How I know? I'm not. I know this because.
You know.
What?
You just said you know. You said you know. This was the whole start of your argument. I know the
okay, so
ground is because I take this reference
That's
because
why
I know how far away
I don't
this light
require
in the sky
myself
is.
to do this. I don't require to do it
You
myself.
don't know. Okay, so you don't know.
I do know, but I don't require it to do myself.
So you do
You
know
believe,
again.
you don't know,
How
you
do
believe, man.
How do you know
Yeah.
again?
There's a lot
How
of
do
things
you
I know that I've been taught by others that I
No, you
claim to
believe
know.
it.
Oh,
You
so
I have
believe
never.
it. You don't know.
I haven't done it myself. I can't do
You don't
all of
know.
science.
So
I
you
can't
don't
do.
know.
I can't. Cyclone. I can't do all of science myself.
Yeah, I
Like
never
every
said.
single,
Well,
every single.
listen. No, I didn't say you have to know all of science yourself. You made a specific claim saying, I know that the ground is spinning because I take a reference. My reference is this quasar, this light in the sky. And this is my reference. So we asked you about your reference, and you said, it changes on the color spectrum. Therefore, I know it's getting further away or closer, which you don't. You just see that it's changing on the color spectrum. And then we asked
Yeah.
you, well, how far away is this? Because you said it's this many million miles away, but you don't actually know that. But we asked how you do know telescope, which isn't a way of measuring a distance. And now you just admitted you don't actually know any of it. You just believe the stories you've heard about it.
Yeah, it's all assumptions.
Yeah. So this is how. What is other things that I claim to know that is not something I do not know because
I'm not
because I
interested. We're
because
talking
I
specifically about what you just
yeah.
played.
What's the difference from Quasar? No, it's you're dismissing it out of
You're
principle.
no. You just have gone
Yes,
so
you
far
are.
away. You've just gone so far away from your original claim, which is you know that the ground is spinning, and you had to deviate to some claim about a light in the sky, which now you've just admitted you know nothing about, and you just accept the word of strangers, and even that you don't really know very well. So that's not.
I don't know. I'm not an expert in the field now.
Right, so none of this is a measurement of the ground's motion that you claim.
Yes, it is. I just haven't done it myself. You, if let's say I was let's say I was the expert here, Cyclone, and I came in and I actually did this, would you then accept everything I said?
What would I accept that you observe a star?
Okay, so what's the point of your argument that I haven't done it myself personally? Is that your whole argument?
Well, the problem is your argument is. I have a measurement of the ground moving. When it turns out, once analysed, you have a claim about a light in the sky. That's it. And you can't even evidence your claim about the light in the sky. You haven't even got back to the ground moving yet.
You use a spectrum for a lot of different things to notice. For example, we use spectrums here on Earth as well for measuring what is in gases and stuff. There's no like direct measurement.
Sir,
I don't understand why you, for some reason, out of principle, don't accept
because you're claiming that your observation, which you haven't made, you're just listening to stories and assuming.
Who cares? That doesn't matter. It wasn't your argument just then.
You're assuming somehow that this observation is a measurement of the ground moving.
Yeah, it's a reference to the measurement.
So that would be fallacious because you're just looking at stars. Because you're not even looking at or measuring the ground.
Well, we both agreed here. You can't look at the ground to measure the speed of the ground.
You would be assuming that the observation that the thing you're observing, you're assuming that a cause of that is the ground moving. But you've not even measured the ground moving yet. So it could be a cause.
Cyclone, can I point my camera on the ground and measure it's moving?
No, you cannot measure the ground moving. You realize that
if it were moving, can I measure it by pointing a ground?
You understand.
Cyclone, if it were moving, you're not saying.
Hold on. You understand that you being unable to detect ground moving, not a good argument for your claim, which is that the ground is moving. You understand that, guy. This isn't a compelling argument in your favor to say, oh, you expect me to be able to detect the ground moving? No, I don't. But that's your claim. So you acting like it's crazy that you have no detection of the ground moving, that's really just another point refuting yourself, not us. You're trying to prove that it is moving, remember?
If the ground, listen to my voice now. If the ground was moving, would you measure it by pointing a camera down on the ground when you're standing on the ground? Yes or no?
Is that how it was measured?
That's not an answer to my question, Cyclone.
Yes, it is. Because I'm not the one claiming it. I'm not the one claiming it. You are.
Who cares?
So you just tell us.
You did say that earlier.
No, listen. If you're claiming, a guy, that the ground is moving, then it is on you to provide the measurement. You providing a measurement does not involve you asking the source for this measurement, whatever you say, and then explaining to us what happened.
Cyclone, your voice is not clear, man. Cyclone.
Yeah.
Driving, so I might be coming out a bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah.
Better.
Yeah, I mean, this is very simple. You make the claim the ground is moving, that is on you to evidence. And you asking me dumb questions is not evidencing your claim. So, all we're interested in is you evidencing your claim. You don't need to ask us questions to evidence your claim. And if you do, you don't have any evidence for your claim. So, let's get on with it.
So, I asked you a question. For some reason,
One moment, sir. One moment. Cyclone, I want to ask this person a question, please.
Ask me, please. And then I'm gonna ask Cyclone the same question, and he will never answer it, so it's pointless.
No, you'll provide your...
You never answer my question, Cyclone, so I don't care.
Why would I be answering a question when you're
Because
the one
it's your
who's trying
dumb
to prove
claim.
your claim?
You
It's
asked
your
me
claim.
how can you measure the
Your claim.
you said earlier how can you measure the camera how can you measure the movement of the ground by pointing the camera in the sky?
Is it not your claim that the ground is the thing moving?
Yes.
Well then, it is on you to evidence this.
But your standard of evidence is fallacious.
No.
You're like you're saying your example of how we should do it.
You haven't provided anything.
Is fallacious.
You haven't provided anything. You can provide something, and then
I have. I used the reference, and you're saying we don't need a reference. Just point the camera down on the ground.
No. You didn't use a reference, remember? Because you admitted you can't know anything about that reference other than what you were told.
I never admitted that. You just say it. I don't care what you say. Stop lying.
You said, I don't know. I just believe what these guys know.
No, I never said that. I said I do know.
Give us the measurement. Do you have the paper?
I said I do know. Of course they have paper.
Do you have a paper? Show us.
Why does it matter? You want me to look for it?
I want to do it. It does matter. I really want it, man.
Who cares? You don't think pointing a camera... You don't...
No.
Sorry. Pointing a... You guys said pointing a camera in the sky...
Give us the experiment.
Please. Can I please say this one thing?
No,
you
I
guys...
want the experiment first.
Okay, then fuck...
All right, guys. You had your shot.
Yeah. I wanted to ask him, if I put a red... yellow and blue light on a wall, which light is closer to me and which one is further away, according to what he was claiming?
Yeah, he's got no clue about any of that. So, well, that's a good question, but yeah, he doesn't have any clue about it.
I would like to ask him, if I put camera on the ground, how would it look like if Earth is not turning? Because now it's turning.
Yeah.
The same.
All right, go for that then, guys. Answer Sasha's question, and then you can answer Get's question.
Sorry, repeat your question again.
If I put the camera on the ground and Earth is rotating, how would it look like if it's not rotating?
Then the quasar, then it would be complete still.
Oh, still. Okay.
Yeah.
And
it
how?
would
He said he's pointing it at. Wait. No. See, Sasha said, "What will the ground look like if it's not rotating?" And you said the quasar. That would be the sky.
Yeah, but you said he said he points the camera down on the sky, right? He said that.
No, he said the ground. If the ground is not moving.
If the ground okay, so I'll preface that. Compare it with something that is moving or not moving, right? How would it look like if you point the camera down on the ground?
No, you put the camera on the ground. You can point it wherever you want. You are saying that it's rotating. Okay, great.
Right.
Now, can you tell me how it would look like if it's not rotating?
You put the camera down on the ground, and then are you pointing the camera? Where is it pointing? Up or down?
I'm pointing to the sun, okay?
If the Earth is still, then the sun will be in the same place all the time.
What?
Why wouldn't
but
it?
If suns move and Earth doesn't move, how that would look like?
Then the sun would move.
Okay, and how it look like when you're looking in the sky?
Everything is moving.
Does ground moving?
Yeah, the ground is moving. Yeah, I would say so.
Well, how would it look like if it's not moving?
Then, for example, if you point at some reference that you know is completely still compared to you, then the Earth, then that quasar would be like at the same position all the time.
What would be on same position? The sun is moving. Sun cannot be in same position if it's moving.
Yeah, in this case, yeah, if the sun is actually moving, that's the case, yeah. So
yeah, and what you will observe...
You have to point at that something you know is not moving.
Okay, what you will observe if you're stationary ground and sun is moving, what you will observe?
If the ground is moving and you're just looking at the
No, if
sun and
you
the
are
sun
not
is moving,
moving, if the ground not moving and only sun is
yeah,
moving, what you will
yeah, I said
observe?
so.
What
Then
you will
the
observe?
sun would move. Then the sun would move.
And what you observe in reality?
You observe everything to move, like the stars and the sun.
I observe this
and the
when I go to
planets.
outside on the ground. I don't feel movement, and I see sun moving. Do you see the same thing, or you see something different?
Well, your feelings, I think, is irrelevant, but
What
yeah,
is my
everything
feeling?
is appeared to
Can
moving.
you tell me my feeling? What is my feeling? What is your feeling when you're standing on the ground?
Well, my feeling, I feel nothing. I feel no forces. I'm getting pulled to the ground.
You feel no motion. Is it that true?
Yeah. I feel no forces. Yeah.
Yeah, and how would look like if you are stationary?
If you're stationary, you should also feel no movement.
Okay. That means that what you feel, that could be stationary, but you will not choose that what you feel. You will choose something what you don't feel.
I will feel something that I measure. That's something that's testable. I will not use my own perceptions for this conclusion. No?
For this perception, but my perception is this. I wanted to ask you how would look like when it's stationary and it looks like the same, like in reality. And you explained me that. It will look like this. And but it's the same.
You're not.
It's
but
the same like the
I know
movement.
you're the same. But like,
but
if I were to ask you the question,
how you can choose opposite if it's the same?
Because you have to choose something that you know is not moving, right? The sun, you have to know something about the sun.
That's my garden.
But you guys
my
are claiming
garden.
we don't. But you guys claim we can't know anything about this guy. So
about what guy? I'm coming out in my garden and garden doesn't move. And I feel that doesn't move. And I can make a conclusion. My garden doesn't move. Now you are coming.
You move in a straight path, for example.
No, you are coming now. Your garden is moving. Okay. How would look like if my garden is moving? And you are saying it will look like stationary if your garden is moving.
It could, yes. Like if you're like ask me let me ask you this question, like how would it look like if the Earth is moving and the sun is stationary? Would the sun move?
No.
What? Why not?
Because it's stationary. Oh my God!
The sun is stationary, but the Earth is moving.
Yeah, that means that the Earth is moving. And
that's not what we observe.
How can you guys say, like, literally, like, if you're like looking at a tree that is fixed to the ground and you're driving the car, wouldn't this tree move?
No, tree doesn't move. You are moving.
Yes, but like if you're sitting in the car and you're just pointing the camera out of the window of the car, right?
The car
tree
shows
will
you
move.
how fast you are moving.
And tree doesn't move. You can perceive that.
But in this case, obviously, you'll see that the tree is attached to the ground. You have a reference. But
you can see that the tree is still on the ground.
Yes, obviously,
you
right?
can see that the tree is not moving on the ground when you are moving in the car.
Jesus Christ.
You don't see the tree change place.
Yes, it does. In relation to you, it does.
No. You don't see the tree
at the same place?
on the ground changing place on the ground. You see the tree planted exactly in the same spot. Now, because you are moving, and you are changing your angle of view to it, it appears in different locations because you are overcoming.
Yeah. And how would it look like if the tree was moving and you were standing still? Then the tree would move a location as well.
That doesn't mean the tree is moving.
I never said that. I asked you guys to compare the two, right?
When we look at the sun, we see the sun rising in the east, crossing the sky, and sunsetting in the west.
Wait, I asked you guys, when you point the camera up in the sky and you look at the sun, and then the Earth is moving.
We see the sun moving.
Wouldn't the sun move in relation to it?
Moving across the sky.
Sorry, I'm not talking about what we're really observing now.
Listen,
I'm talking about
we also see the shadows moving.
We're not
In
Oh my
relation to the
Okay,
sun
well,
motion.
tell me when you are done.
Hold on. Because we're interested in reality though, not the imagination. So asking, what does it look like in my imagination? That's redundant.
Yeah.
It was your hypothetical. Okay, so then talk to the fucking guy who brought Lucky then. Complain to him. He was the one who brought up the hypothetical,
What is
not me.
hypothetical about garden? Can you tell me?
It was hypothetical. You asked me, what if the Earth is moving and the sun is still, or the sun is moving and the
No,
Earth?
I ask you, when you go out,
It's a
are you
hypothetical.
moving or are you still?
You never asked me what happens if I walk on the ground. You never
I ask
asked
you,
that.
when you put the camera on the ground and observe the sky, does Earth moving? You said yes. And I ask you, how would look like if it's not moving? Is that correct?
Yes, but you didn't talk. You said, how does it look like when you go out and walk?
Did I
Right?
speak about something hypothetical?
Maybe there's like a
or
language
about
barrier. I'm
garden?
sorry.
Is it garden hypothetical?
The movement of the garden is hypothetical. I've never seen a garden move on the ground.
I've also never seen garden movie. I agree with you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so the garden
because it's attached to the ground, like the bushes are attached to the ground, right? So, but
Is it a garden Earth or garden something separate from Earth?
Yeah, but like,
is it what?
It's sorry, but my point didn't get across. When you point the camera, you attach it to something, right? Let's say you attach it to the ground. You put it on the ground. The camera is
not
fixed.
moving. What is fixed?
Stop it.
Stationary.
Stop
Yeah.
speaking. Stop speaking, please. Let me finish this. So you put the camera on the ground. It's fixed to the ground.
Does ground moving or is stationary?
I'm coming to it. If you just let me finish what I'm about to say. So compare the two, right? You're looking up in the sky. The camera is fixed to the ground. So obviously, like when you look at something relative to the ground, it's gonna appear moving. But let's say the whole ground, the whole Earth was moving. That means trees on the ground are obviously attached to the ground, and they would also move, right? With it. But the sun is not attached to the Earth. I guess we both can agree here. It's in the sky. There is no, like, the sun isn't like stuck on the ground. The sun is just in the sky floating for some reason.
The same with a hovering drone.
Right.
It's
Right.
the same with a hovering drone.
For example, hovering drone as well, right?
Yeah.
But if the Earth is, if you put the camera there, and the sun is, and the Earth is stationary, and the sun is moving, we both agree you would see the sun move in the sky, whatever way it does. If the Earth is moving, what would you see then?
I don't know. Earth is not moving.
How would you know?
It's a hypothetical. Jesus Christ! If you guys can't even, consider the thought. Like, if you can't, you can't falsify anything.
We never experienced this hypothetical case which you are posing.
Then you're presupposing that the Earth is stationary and all observations are
well, a hovering a hovering drone camera filming the ground, hovering in one spot, fixed position, not moving sideways. We can see that the Earth is still, but the camera is filming the Earth from independent reference point of view.
What's the reference it uses?
Now you use
independent of the Earth. Is not attached to the Earth.
I know it's not attached, but what reference is it using? Yeah. What reference
is it? What do you mean, what reference? The camera on the drone, listen, the camera on the drone is a reference point independent to the ground.
So if you move the drone faster, then the Earth would move.
When the drone moves faster, it's changing angles of view. Yeah.
But what is your point?
We're not talking about. He's not talking about the drone moving. He's saying when it's still in place above the Earth does not appear to be moving underneath it, right?
Yeah, but that's then you're using the Earth as a reference. Obviously, the Earth will
No, it's not the Earth
will be still
reference. It's
comparable
the
to the
camera
Earth.
hovering in the sky.
That's what you're
It's in the
literally what
sky,
you're
just
saying
like
now.
the sun.
It's separate.
Listen,
It's
is the
separate.
sun
No,
attached
it's
to
not
the
separate.
ground? Listen, when if you attach
you're
the
flying
drone to
above
the
the ground.
ground, then you are attaching
Wait.
the sun also to the ground.
Wait. You said the camera that we attach to the ground, right, is going to show the whatever because it's attached to the Earth. But we're talking about something that isn't attached to the ground now. So how can that be the same as the thing that isn't attached to the ground?
It being attached to the ground is when you have something attached to the ground, it will use the it obviously would be attached to the ground. Let's say you fly up. You can fly at certain speed. You can fly fast. You can fly slow, or you can just hover.
You're dodging the question.
What is that?
You're dodging the question. You're dodging the
repeat
question.
it.
Is the drone hovering above the Earth attached to the ground?
No.
Okay, and the
It's just
ground
hovering above the Earth.
the ground doesn't seem to be moving underneath it, right?
Obviously not. When you hover, it by definition is moving at the same speed of the ground.
So why is the ground not appearing to move if the ground?
Because you're hovering. You're literally placing your drone above the Earth to fly at the same speed of the Earth.
Wait.
It doesn't tell you anything.
Wait. So the ground. So are you saying that the drone is being carried along at the same motion as the ground, and that's why it doesn't detect?
What do you mean carrying along? It doesn't need anything to carry along.
Well,
It's like it was attacked to the Earth.
Is the ball rotating separately from the drone?
The drone and the Earth is obviously not attached at that point. Right? But when it's flying up, why would it change velocity in any direction? I don't understand why you assume that.
Listen.
Why? How? Well, listen. No.
That's the question here.
You're trying so hard to avoid answering the question.
But you're assuming some physical law that I don't understand. I don't. Why would it change?
Either the Earth is going to appear to spin beneath the globe, beneath the drone, if it's spinning separately from it.
Yeah.
Or what?
Wait. Or what? What happens if the Earth is spinning? What do you think happens when the drone flies up?
Not question to me. What is the drone doing? The drone is not detecting motion of the ground.
But you're asking me to explain some physical law that doesn't exist.
Why is that? Why is it not detecting any motion of the ground if the ground
because
is moving?
it has the same momentum as the ground. It doesn't. There is no reason why it change
so what do you mean?
Speed.
So the ground is spinning and the drone is spinning directly in line with it?
Yes, obviously. Why would it change speed?
Oh, so not Coriolis.
Why would it change speed? There is Coriolis, but not when you hover. Not when you hover. There is no Coriolis.
Let me ask him a question, please.
No. We need to bottom this out. So
yeah, we need to do
Coriolis sometimes. It's Coriolis sometimes, but sometimes it's not.
Well, not when you just hover just straight above the ground.
What's the difference? So what's the difference?
When you're completely still, there is no Coriolis force. You're just there. You're just moving at the same direction.
No, but it's still moving though, and I'm still separate from it. So why would it be any different?
Why would it change velocity? If it has a certain direction and a certain speed, why would it change? Why would it accelerate in any direction?
If I'm hovering above it and it's rotating beneath me, why would I not detect it? But then I move forward a bit, and then you're saying I detect it.
Not moving forward. I wouldn't say so.
Moving what direction do I have to move to detect
if you fly extremely high, then you would experience some a little bit of Coriolis force.
Oh, right. So now you have to be very high.
But this is nothing to do with what you guys said earlier.
Right. So how high do we have to be to experience the Coriolis?
There will always be. It's a gradual thing, obviously. So it's not like a
so
barrier.
The drone does experience. Well, you just said you'd have to go very high in the drone to experience.
for you to measure it. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so how high do you have to be to detect any Coriolis?
What is your precision of measurement? and how much wind.
Tell me what altitude.
This is what I need to know. This is what I need to know to explain this.
You just said you have to be a certain height to detect it.
Extremely high, not a certain height. Extremely high.
Okay, how high is that?
Okay, so I can calculate the Coriolis force that you would experience when you fly up, for example, 10 kilometers. Let me give you that as an example. Let's do that.
Okay, so that's how high you have to be.
No. I'm just gonna explain this with 10 kilometers.
No, because we need to know how high we have to be. No, we have to know how high we have to be to experience.
There is no how high. There is no high. How high?
Now,
you have to be extremely
so
high
when you said the drone,
to notice it, and it will gradual effect.
No. You said the drone doesn't experience it because it's not high enough.
If something is gradually changing, I can't give you like a specific point that when you suddenly notice it. It's not like boom, then there is a.
He will shoot himself in the foot.
It's not like boom, then suddenly there is. Sorry, Clown. Sorry.
You're just talking shit, a guy. You're just talking shit. You have no idea.
I'm not.
You have no idea. Yes,
I'm trying to calculate this, and you don't want to go along with it. Let's calculate it. I did it one time earlier. Let's do it again.
Drone. So say the drone's 100 feet high. Is that experiencing Coriolis or not?
I would say like it's negligible, minimal. You will never notice this.
Okay, so then a sniper bullet wouldn't be either then.
That's different. You're moving across the ground. You're not just flying up. That's a different type of Coriolis.
A different type of Coriolis. Okay, type that for me.
How many types?
Type the difference between the Coriolis when it comes to a drone and a sniper bullet. What's that? Explain it.
The Coriolis that you're talking about when you're experienced when you're, for example, shooting a bullet, you're like, let's say you're at the equator and you're shooting northbound, then your ground, the speed, the momentum, basically that the bullet is carrying the speed at the equator, which is 1,000 miles.
Okay. What's the name?
Let me finish. Let me fucking finish. You guys don't even understand what I'm about to say.
Yeah, we know the
whatever. I don't care. I don't care. You guys don't want to even listen.
You are talking something. You are talking something. You are talking something I never accounted. You was in military, maybe?
Whatever. I don't care. You guys don't even want me to speak. Tell me.
I was in military. I never accounted on that. I didn't shoot with the sniper. I shoot with I shoot with the anti-aircraft weapon. Can you tell me why I never account on that and you was not in military? Please explain me.
Well, the Coriolis force that you would expect over this.
More about bullets of anti-aircraft.
My fucking god! You know, there is a difference between talking about what is going to actually happen. Like, do you guys disagree that Coriolis effect is like, let's say on a
only one thing.
Okay, whatever. Tell me when you're done. This is the fucking clown fiesta anyway.
Yeah, but there is a difference talking about stuff and doesn't know, and there is difference things using that stuff in reality, in experience. That means in military and never accounting on that. And then you are now explaining that people are counting on that, and you never was in military.
Didn't say that. I didn't say that they. I didn't. I never said the military. You just blurted it in and started babbling about the military.
Well, a guy
screaming about the military. I didn't mention it.
Hold on. You have to understand, a guy. It could be a little bit offensive to people who have actually used things like rifles and artillery, anti-aircraft when they've been in the military, and you trying to tell them how it actually works when you probably never fired a gun.
I have fired. I literally am. I've shot a lot of guns. Like I do. Yeah,
and
I do
you account for Coriolis?
No, I don't shoot. No, I don't shoot nearly that far. I don't use the scope or anything.
You don't account for Coriolis?
No, I don't.
But you're sure someone does? Right?
Anyway, but he said one moment. He said when you shoot a bullet, then there is a lot more Coriolis.
Not someone, only sniperists in internet to prove that there is a Coriolis because of flat earth. Only they, nobody else.
Yeah. So
right before Sasha jumped in, he said that there is a lot more Coriolis force in regards to to shooting a bullet, to a target.
I want to compare the two. I wasn't even finished
Yeah,
before this guy
You
started screaming.
said there
I
is a
want to
lot
finish
more
my point.
Coriolis force to the bullet fired at a target
I never said that.
than to a hovering drone. Yes, you did. That's how. Listen,
I said
that's
there's
what.
a difference.
This
I
is
said
what
it's different.
triggered Sasha and jumped in.
I said it's different.
We spoke about
I mean, if you guys,
rotation.
I'm
We
not
spoke
gonna let you
about
guys say
rotation
stuff
of the.
that I didn't say.
We spoke
Two
about
different
rotation
types
of
of
the garden.
You
Coriolis.
The only
weasel
one
clown.
problem is.
No, I
the only
literally
one
said that. Look,
Hold
can
on,
I
guys.
please?
Hold on,
Can I
guys.
finish my example
Let's
before Lucky interrupts me like every fucking 10 seconds?
Well,
you can
guys, you need to be quick. You need to be quick because you're like rambling on to 20 different
I spent
things.
20 seconds before he interrupted me. I can't even speak fucking 20 seconds in there.
You can finish the everything if you, but your example need to have this. You have two cameras, not one.
Don't tell
One
me
in
what
the,
my example is supposed to.
yeah,
Oh,
great.
fuck off.
You gave the
I'm not
example.
gonna let you dictate what my example will
it's
be.
all right. I want to understand your example. That's only because
Then
your
you can address
example
it
says.
after I'm finished.
Yeah, great. I want to. If you say this is correct, I will say okay, and then I will stop.
Address
Your
it
example.
after. I'm not looking here for your permission to for every single sentence I will say.
Also, can we do like that?
What? What
I'm
about
not
this?
looking
Can you
also
be
for your
quiet for 2
permission.
minutes and then you let me
No,
finish
I
my example?
cannot. I want to finish only 2 sentences of that example, and then I will give you a word. Can I do like that?
Whatever. Finish then. I've been waiting
Okay,
to
great.
talk for.
Example was about garden and that things I don't want to come back, but let's give that a camera example. We have camera on the ground, okay? And it's pointing the sun, okay? And then we have at the same time drone hovering over that camera and pointing the sun and the ground. And then we prove the rotation. Is that okay?
You want to hover over the ground and then point the camera down on the ground and on the
No, we
sun?
have 3 cameras. One is on the ground and pointing the sun, and 2 cameras it's on the drone, what is covering above that camera, what is on the ground, and pointing also the sun and the ground. And
No,
we
you
will
will
see.
not.
Is that okay?
You will not measure rotation like or movement like this.
And also, plus that we can take 4 other drones, and they are going. One is going north, one is going east, one is going west, and one is going south. And then you will tell me which one from them is taking the angular of conservation of angular momentum. What you want to claim?
Angle of conservation of angular. What the hell was that word? Even what we're saying?
That's what
Like,
you
what
want
the
to
hell
claim.
are you talking about?
That's what you want to claim. That drone is rotating together with the Earth. If you want to know, that means the conservation angular.
Obviously, do you not believe in conservation of momentum?
Okay.
Which momentum?
The momentum of every single thing that has mass on Earth.
Momentum. Yes, I believe in stationary
Thank you.
momentum.
If you believe in the stationary momentum, doesn't exist.
Yeah, I gave you the example of the drones and cameras.
Stationary momentum.
Can you continue now and tell me can you prove me the rotation with that cameras? Only that.
I can't
gave
prove
you the
it with
example.
pseudoscience that you just made up now. Stationary momentum. What the fuck is that?
You take the cameras, you put on the ground, and you point it to the sun. Then you take a drone in the same time above that camera, what is on the ground, and you point wherever you want, and then you measure rotation. Okay.
You can't measure rotation by flying a drone and pointing it at sun or the ground.
I'm telling you, 2 cameras. One is on the ground.
Or
That's what
2
you
or a
measure in the
billion
first
cameras.
place.
It doesn't matter.
You said in the beginning of this conversation that you put the camera on the ground and that you're measuring the rotation of the Earth. Is that correct?
You measure it by measuring something that you know is stationary, comparable to us. Yes. I
Like
didn't
what?
say what you said. I said
Like what?
quasars.
Like what?
Quasars. Or stars. You could use stars as well, but they are not as
Can you
stationary.
use sun?
No,
And
no,
we've
no.
come
You can't
full
use the
circle,
sun.
guys. There it is. The circle of life. The circle of blob. We are now right back to.
Yeah, we are, but I want to finish my example earlier.
That the ground is moving. Well,
Can I finish my example?
It's taken us because it's taken us about an hour.
Whatever.
It's taken us about an hour. We still don't have any evidence that the Earth's moving, and now we're right back to I'm looking at a quasar, which is where
That's
we
not
literally
my
started
fault.
this
That's
whole
fucking Lucky's fault.
It's Well, it's kind of your fault as well because you are the one claiming that the ground is moving without providing any evidence for it. So I don't know. I think we can draw a line under this one.
No, we can definitely not draw a line. Like we are like literally there is like
you want to
zero
carry on
thing.
not proving the ground is moving?
No, I'm gonna talk about Coriolis. I
What
was literally
Coriolis?
trying to
The Coriolis
explain.
you just said
I
we
was
can't
trying to
detect.
explain. So let me try and ask you guys. Ask you a question. You think it's like a different thing to try and explain something about like something out of principle, something that everybody can agree on exists, and then you can apply that in some kind of like experiment. For example, the Earth afterwards. For example, like you do you believe that what you call Coriolis force exists? Not just I'm not saying on Earth, but like let's say you have like just like a lab with something spinning in it, and then you have something moving along the line. You believe
your
that
claim is
you
that it
think
is the
that
ground.
exists?
No, but your claim is that it's the ground. That's what's in contention.
Okay, so that's not answering my question. I'm asking you whether you believe Coriolis exists at all, like out of like as a physical law.
Yeah, if you're on like a roundabout or something, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking about. So like we don't have to argue whether it exists.
We're not arguing about that. The argument is you claim that the ground is doing that. That's the argument.
Yes.
Just quickly.
I wasn't sure because sometimes you guys disagree.
You
Like
are
he
sure. You know what we're
he did
But
disagree
anyway,
with like the
a guy,
conservation.
2 seconds. I don't want to have to mute you, but I just want to quickly give someone else space. Is there anyone new in who's asking a question or wants to know what's going on? Midnight, did you say you were new? Are you on your mic? Midnight, give you some space to jump in if you want to ask a question. Okay, well, Midnight, if you're confused as to what's going on, there's a bunch of people claiming that the Earth is a ball that spins, and we're asking for evidence for it. So far, we're not really being shown any. Just so you're up to speed. All right.
Can I finish my example? I've literally tried to say it for 20 minutes
Yeah,
without
okay,
being
go on.
interrupted by Lucky. Thank you. Oh my God.
Be quick though, Jesus Christ.
Quick. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Okay, so the difference between, for example, I'm just saying for example, I'm not saying that there is Coriolis when you fire a bullet. That's a different question. I'm saying if the Earth was spinning, right? If anything was spinning, you will experience Coriolis. That goes to the Earth as well. If the Earth was spinning, you would experience Coriolis. That's a fact. That's a physical law. We would expect that. I think every people in here agree with us. And I'm saying if the Earth is spinning, but when you fire a bullet, let's say from the equator and northbound, the Coriolis effect you would experience would basically be that the Earth is carrying like the momentum that the bullet has at the moment you're firing it, which is 1,000 miles per hour. And when you leave the barrel and it moves across the ground, it's not attached to the ground anymore. It's moving freely. And moving freely northbound, the rotation of the Earth, the speed on the surface of the Earth will change. They like the angular, not the angular rotation is the same, but like the speed of the surface that is beneath the bullet will change.
All right, does this happen with gas in the atmosphere?
And comparing it to the drone flying up, it's a different thing. Because when you're flying up, the rotation of the Earth is, I'm saying like, for example, the Earth is spinning around the axis.
What the hell, guys?
There is,
you know, have done this more quick. Like, you gave one example. Now you're going into like 3 different things.
Two different
bullet
things.
Example. Your bullet. Okay. If you go to the equator, there's going to be a 1,000-mile-an-hour movement of the Earth beneath you. Fine, that's your example.
No, the example was comparing the two because that's what you guys said you didn't understand. What's the difference? I'm trying to explain something you asked before, and it's like 20 minutes ago, but that's because Lucky interrupted
Well, hurry up. Jesus Christ.
Okay. For fuck's sake. Okay, so when you fly a drone up, like you get the you have like angular momentum, but it's in the different axes. It's along like a vertical axis instead of flying across the Earth, where at the North Pole, like there will be like zero surface rotation of the Earth. The Earth would like move at zero speed because you're just standing there and you're just spinning around your own axis. But at the equator, you're moving at the higher speed. When you're flying up with a drone, you're flying along the axis of like vertically, so it's a different axis.
Right. So your claim
but you would experience Coriolis at both of them.
Wait, so now you'd experience it with the one that's not moving, or the one that isn't a bullet. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So why doesn't the Earth rotate underneath a stationary Foucault pendulum?
I'm not sure what you mean. Why are you asking me something I don't believe? I can't explain to you something
Earth rotation isn't measured.
What do you want me to say? I would say prove it.
Yeah, Earth is stationary.
That's not very poor evidence. Like your evidence.
It doesn't rotate under the gas. It doesn't rotate under the gas in the air, and it doesn't rotate under a Foucault pendulum, and it doesn't rotate under a Cavendish torsion bar setup.
Well, if the instrument is attached to the Earth, then the instrument would move with it.
Okay, what about gas? What about the atmosphere?
Yeah, there would be like slight drag and shit. There would be
drag. Is there greater drag or less drag than a bullet?
The bullet has less drag, I would say.
Than gas?
It's heavy. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Because it's because if you're trying to blow air, I can't blow air from here and blow it 3 kilometers, but the bullet can travel 3 kilometers with no
Basically,
problem.
his claim was that you'd experience it more with something that moves across the surface rather than something that's hovering. That was your claim.
Whose claim?
Yeah, so a bullet has to move to prove that Earth is rotating under it?
Your claim, a guy. You said the bullet is moving across the surface in a direction, whereas the drone is hovering. So you experience the Coriolis in the bullet because it's moving across the surface.
Yeah, you need to move across across a changing reference.
Right,
The surface speed would change.
So something like airplane, then.
Yeah, it would actually experience Coriolis as well, but I think it's like
they don't seem to, but they don't seem to.
Yeah, like with air.
That means the things not in military I didn't account. The
pilots aren't accounting for any Coriolis.
Yeah, I agree. That the reason why they wouldn't, right, is because the airplane is literally built to like be attached to the air, like it's.
So even a fast fighter jet that's faster than a speeding bullet.
But like a bullet is moving like inertially, right?
You just said they would be experiencing it because they're moving across the surface.
Everything experience Coriolis, but you didn't ask how much. That would be the proper experience.
Right, but the pilots don't adjust for it at all.
Yes, because it's like negligible.
Why would you have to with the bullet then?
Because the bullet doesn't have wings. It doesn't like attach to the air. It's like trying to not be a bullet tries to as much as possible to not be affected by the air.
So wait, you're describing the Magnus effect, which is a ballistics problem that has to do with air pressure against a moving and rotating body. That's not Earth rotation.
Okay, that's your claim. That's fine.
Yeah, because it seems a bit contradictory, because you were saying, well, the drone doesn't feel it because it's not moving across the surface, but the bullet will experience it a lot more because it's moving across the surface. And then we say, okay, well, planes are moving across the surface way more than a bullet. And you then say, no, well, it's negligible. They don't have to deal with it either.
I said that because it's ballistics, right?
The drone stationary doesn't have to deal with it. The plane moving doesn't have to deal with it. But the bullet That does.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
Because the bullet doesn't. It's built to basically try to avoid being affected by air as much as possible, and then moving in like as if you want
so what
something
about
to
a
move
musket
through.
ball that's not a bullet but just a round ball?
Whatever.
Yeah, and they weren't built with the
So fun
Coriolis
to be
effect
cut
in
off all the
mind, were
time.
they? They weren't built with the bullets are not engineered with the Coriolis effect in mind, are they?
I don't know how you would build a bullet to avoid the Coriolis. I don't think that's possible. You just have to
It
aim
sounds
it.
like you were just describing, though. You're saying that it was built with this in mind, I thought.
No. I said it's trying to move like through the inertial like space, like moving like basically following like a ballistic projectile as much as possible without being affected by wind.
Okay, but what about Earth rotation?
That'll be affected by
Sorry,
Coriolis, but then when the plane does the same thing, the plane
You can't
won't be
remove
affected
Coriolis
by
with a
it.
bullet.
A plane can go in the same direction
Yeah.
as a bullet. Why would the plane not experience it, but the bullet does?
Because the airplane has wings that like adjust its trajectory like all the time. Yes, it does.
The plane having wings isn't going to stop the Earth from rotating if that's what it's doing.
I know, but like the airplane is like built to
the wings
literally like
aren't gonna
fly
magically
in the air,
carry it
fly on the
along.
air. It's like laying on a
Wings are not Coriolis cancelling devices.
They're not
What you-
Coriolis cancelling
I thought I
devices.
heard everything, Cyclone.
None of them are.
This takes the cake. Oh my gosh.
None of them are. But which one is
has no wings.
Okay,
But
tell me when
balloon-
you're done.
Balloon has no wings.
But like one of them is moving in a ballistic trajectory, and other one
But
is not.
balloon has no wings.
Is it
Well,
moving?
the balloon can go
Is a
up.
balloon moving in a ballistic trajectory?
A plane will go up. A plane will go up and then travel along and then come down. That's not too dissimilar from an up, along, and down trajectory of a ballistic.
Yeah, but like ballistics
So what's the
doesn't.
difference?
When you fire
Why
a bullet,
would the plane not account for it? The plane is in the air for way longer, traveling at a much greater distance. Why would that not have to account for any of it? But the bullet, which is traveling a much shorter distance for a much lesser time, would have to. That doesn't make any sense.
because the bullet is flying like it's flying in a ballistic trajectory. You can't adjust its path afterwards, so you're just
Traveling in a
firing.
line above the surface. The airplane is doing
Yeah,
the
but
same
that's like literally the only thing it has in common with the airplane, that it's flying across the surface. Other than that,
They're
there's like
both- they're
there's
both
nothing in
metal
common.
objects traveling in a line above the surface.
Yeah, but one is ballistics and one is not. That's the big difference.
So what does that? So what's the difference when it comes to Coriolis? How does one? negate
Because the one that
other?
is moving through ballistics is literally you're trying to aim it, but with the intent of not adjusting its path at all
Your
after you
intent-
fired it, right?
Your intent or your aim would not change the apparent motion of the ground if that's what's
I
happening.
agree, but that's not an answer to what I said.
Yeah, that's what
like-
you just said. It has nothing to do with your plane.
Yeah, but there is a difference. But
Why
you know
does
the
the
difference
plane not
between
have to
you know the difference between like a ballistic trajectory and an airplane, for example. What's the difference?
Well, you could do a similar thing. You could go in a straight line in an airplane.
I mean, yes, you could, but wouldn't you adjust the path like all the time with an airplane?
What, for Coriolis?
For anything, like for any wind
No, not
gust,
for
if there's
Coriolis. You don't
turbulence.
adjust for that. No, they
No,
don't adjust
you're
for Coriolis.
adjusting it. You're adjusting it for airspeed. That's what you're doing, and
Yeah,
then you
well,
just
a
like
bunch of
landmarks.
things, yeah,
and
a bunch of
landmarks.
things, yeah, but not Coriolis.
No, because like, why would you care about that? The force is minuscule
because
compared
you
to any
said-
wind.
You said that if an object is traveling across the surface, then it
Yeah.
will have to account for it.
Ballistics, yes, because they can't adjust their path after they've been fired.
No, it doesn't matter. They're not. Neither one is adjusting their path for Coriolis.
Yeah, so you're telling me that if I
mean-
travel a straight line in the air, then it negates Coriolis, but if I go up and down a little bit instead, that suddenly I can see Coriolis?
Not if you go just up and down a little bit now.
Okay, well, you're talking about the difference between a flat trajectory and a ballistic, like parabolic trajectory, and only in one instance do you see Coriolis?
In ballistics, yes, you would notice Coriolis.
So if I'm traveling flat over a rotating body, Coriolis effect is not witnessed. Jeez,
No,
dude.
not if you're like flying with huge wings and like have like a jet engine attached,
The wings.
and you attach. Yeah, wouldn't you? Are you Superman? Like I don't
No,
understand.
I'm
what
just
you mean.
saying, like, can I travel horizontally over a rotating body beneath it?
Well, it depends. Are you
And does that
Superman
produce
or are you
Coriolis
flying
or
with
not?
an
I'm just saying no.
airplane? Are you flying with an airplane or are you Superman?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change
matter.
Coriolis.
It does if it
so
doesn't
wings,
change.
gotcha.
It doesn't change Coriolis.
Take
But like
Coriolis
when you have, for example, something that is like, let's say I throw like a metal ball through the air, it follows a ballistic trajectory, so I can calculate where the. Do you agree that if I throw a metal ball, I would be able to like calculate where the ball is? Sorry. Let me finish, please, for the love of God. Let me finish. If I throw a metal ball, and you think using ballistics trajectory, I could calculate where that ball is going to hit.
Will you factor in Coriolis?
Yeah, and no,
Yeah. Okay.
no, not in
So
this
the metal
case.
ball.
Not in this
right.
case.
Okay.
I'm just
so the
saying
metal
ballistic
ball
trajectory,
and the
right?
So it's really literally just a bullet. Bullet is the only thing ever that really needs to account for Coriolis. Because the planes don't, the helicopters don't, the metal balls being thrown in the ballistics trajectory don't. It's literally just a bullet that you have never accounted for.
And let's say
Cyclone, watch this.
And let's say I
Hey,
throw.
dude, what if I go straight up and down? What if I go straight up and down, and I have wings? Should I expect Earth to rotate under me?
No, it would be minuscule comparable to the other forces acting on you if you have wings.
And if I take the wings away and I go up and down, does it change?
If you have wings and you remove your wings and you go up and down?
Yeah, does that mean suddenly I experience Earth rotating under me?
The Coriolis force would be more a factor comparable to the any like wind effect, wind drag. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why wait. That's why. Hello. Can I please finish what my point was earlier?
Say your last thing, and then we're drawing a line under it because this is just getting ridiculous.
So with my example,
only one thing, only one small thing. Can you do this thing in your private life? Can you ask without mentioning flat or globe Earth? Ask people who was in military, did they ever account the rotation of the Earth? If you can do that, please.
I can ask them.
Yeah, good. But don't mention flat Earth or globe Earth. Only that things because you know maybe
I know
somebody
people who work in the like on military building like.
Great.
You're a liar, Greg. You're a fucking liar.
No, I'm not gonna dox myself.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever, I don't care.
Ask them honestly, and you will see what they will answer to you.
I don't work in the military, but I know people.
Okay. Well, that's fine, guys.
But with my example earlier, I compared it with a metal ball, and you throw it, you're gonna have a ballistic trajectory. If I take like a paper ball and I just crumble it and throw it, you think the ballistics trajectory will be very much precise? Like you think it's gonna be predictable?
We're not arguing about ballistics trajectories. The argument was about your Coriolis force, but
no, it is.
No. You ballistics was brought up
you guys are lying again. I don't care.
You made the silly claim. You made the silly claim that it can only be detected when it's like a ballistic trajectory, and it's a bullet because the other ballistic.
I thought you weren't talking about ballistics. That wasn't a claim anymore. Why are you mentioning ballistics?
Okay, guys, that's enough for today. But there you have it, folks. Bullets don't have wings, so that's why.
I can't believe I heard that. I mean, this is a case of where flat earthers are wrong at all costs, and we have to make sure to point that out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like what Idio says, they fall on the gears.
Yeah, I mean, he even said before, I'm not saying there is any Coriolis effect of the Earth. I'm not claiming that. And he proceeds to ramble about how the planes don't experience it. But, I mean, it's like, well, the bullets experience it because they're traveling in a course across the surface, whereas the drone is hovering. So we say, okay, well, what about this? The plane that's traveling across the line. Oh, no, that won't experience it either because it's not actually the line traveling across the surface now. It's a ballistic trajectory now. It has to be a ballistic trajectory. So a metal ball that's going in a ballistic trajectory. No, okay, well that won't experience it either. But that's because if you have a paper ball, like what the fuck? And the bullet doesn't have weight. That's it.
You have ballistic trajectory with these how to say fighter airplanes. They're going 1 and 2 Mach, man. That's 2,000 kilometers per hour.
I said that to him. I was like, you can have very similar trajectories on a plane. It goes up, it travels along, it comes back down. But no, it's got wings. So there's no Coriolis, guys, because the wings.
That's insane. You know what? We don't deny the Coriolis effect at all. It's whether or not there's Earth-based Coriolis.
Yeah, which he said he's not claiming there is, and then he'll proceed to talk for 40 minutes about how there kind of is, because the very specific bullets that he's never fired, taken account for, do account for it. I don't know. All very silly. Have we got anyone else on the globe side who wants to say something tangible?
And you will give him example of the merry-go-round, you know, and he said, okay, we know that Coriolis effects exist. Yeah, we know, but there is 2 reference frames, and when you speak, it's 1 reference frame.
Right, Guy, I'm going to unmute you just so you're not sitting on mute, but that conversation's finished, so just tell you.
And then, comment what I said earlier without me being able to.
Can't hear you, but that's okay. Green Bean, I think Green Bean is in the VC. What's up, Green Bean? Is the Earth a green bean? Question of the day. Green Bean, you going to save us? You going to bring us back to the spinning space ball? I mean, we got out of the whole space fiction just in time when Star Wars really started to tank. Now it's really no loss at all. That was about all that space had going for it. Because no one likes NASA's sci-fi. Like, no one really watches them twiddling their banners around on what they claim is the ISS. Like, no one, even the Globers aren't watching that. The only reason any Globers are ever watching any NASA space stuff is if they're trying to actively argue against the flat Earth. Other than that, no one's really interested. It's a pretty good watch. But now that they've also turned that into shit, you're really not missing out on anything. You know?
I've never met anybody that's totally into NASA and all in on the moon landings who also isn't a total sci-fi fanboy.
Yeah, of course. The escapism.
I had some friends at uni. They weren't into sci-fi; they were tech bros, and they used to sit and gather to watch like clips of NASA stuff and like the SpaceX things and things like that.
Oh, I bet they were the coolest of the cool.
I mean, it was computer science, so it's dregs already.
I have a note on you that I'm supposed to tell you what globe proved for you.
Oh wow!
Because you said no.
I have a note on you that says it's going to justify the globe. So, like, snap right now. Do you want to go ahead?
Now you want to close the server, man. Come on.
All right. We'll let this play out. Let's see how this goes. I'll give it a few minutes.
Okay. So the evidence that I would use is let me point out. Let me just first post a picture of principle. Basically, it's just basically like a consequence of geometry. Let me show you a picture first.
As a note, I'm like science and maths retarded, so you're gonna have to get very basic with me.
Sorry, I'll try. So, oh fuck, there I found the image. So I'll post the image here. So this is the argument, right? If I'm going to make a a hypothesis or a question to be asked, something I want to solve, then there needs to be some way to prove when it's that or when it's not that. Otherwise, you can't prove something if it's like always true. You would agree with that?
Yeah.
It has to be like some way to falsify it.
Are you telling us this is not going to be a globe proof and it's going to be you saying, look, the Earth can't be flat? Is that what you're going to do?
Well, I'm going to do both, actually. So in this example, I would say, okay, so I wish I could like draw live in Paint, but I don't know how to do that. Like I know some.
Screen.
Okay, let me see if I can share Paint. Share. Wait.
Well, describe it, because I can't look at the screen.
I'll describe it as well. Paint. Do you see Paint?
Yeah, I see.
Here we
Paint.
go, boys. Some
Yeah.
live MS Paint proof.
Yeah. So if you have a flat surface and then you have some object here, let's say it's there.
Uh-huh.
And if you are right beneath it, that means if you're going to look at that object, it will be straight above your head. Let's say I move a certain distance. I'm just going to give it a number for fun. Let's say I move there, and then I traveled 10 kilometers. And that object is now at 45 degrees.
Okay.
Above the ground. So like this, 45 degree. I'm just going to D. If I move twice the distance, there. -45 degrees. Now, what the question is, what's the degree, right? So now I'm 20 kilometers away. I'm twice the distance. I guess we both can agree, using trigonometry, that that angle will not be half. Somebody is snoring. That degree would not be half of the 45 degrees. It would not be 22.5. It would be something else.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know any trigonometry.
Well, okay. Oh shit. I think I'm going to check that. This Paint is so bad.
Oh, this is
Right.
perfect, the guy. He doesn't understand trigonometry, so you might get away with it.
No, I'm going to bring up my trigonometry book for this.
Still at a maybe right now, so you're gonna have to like explain trigonometry to me first.
Okay, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to bring up my trigonometry book. Here we go.
Okay, maybe start with a definition of trigonometry and go from there.
Yeah. So trigonometry is basically saying you have a right triangle, and then you have, based on, if you have a right triangle with two known, you got like the length, A, B, and C, and then you got the angles. I'm going to call it like A, and that B will be 90 degrees always, and then you got the angle C up here. Larger case C. Fuck. C. Then I move it like this. And with two known variables, you'll be able to know everything about this triangle. Like you just need to know hypotenuse and then one angle, or you need to know maybe just sorry, you need to know one length though to know the length of something. But like if you know one length and then one angle, that's enough for you to determine like the whole shape of the triangle. So let me look it up. So in this case, this is a right triangle right here. Now you know you're like 10 kilometers away from its zenith points. In this case, I say I know that I am, right? And then if this is 45, then you're 10 kilometers away, and this is 45 degrees. I could actually calculate the length of this distance to the star, presuming that this is like obviously. This is presuming this is actually a right triangle. And that presumes a flat Earth. I guess you would agree with that in this case.
No, because I think like the flat earthers don't defend the claim that the Earth is like perfectly flat, right? They got that sort of like the FTSPHE or something, right? So it's a flat, straight topographical. So like there's not going to be perfect triangles on Earth because it's topographical.
I don't know. Okay, it could be bumpy, right? But in this example, I'm assuming a flat, like a perfectly flat Earth, like a topographical.
But that's not what they're assuming. So this wouldn't. This isn't a flat Earth. This is
that's fine. But this is just an example. I can't like presume some bumpiness that we haven't defined. I can define the bumpiness, but I don't see. Like let's say there was like a bump, and that this angle wasn't 45 degrees, then that angle would be different to the ground.
It wouldn't be triangles anymore, it'd be like squares.
Yeah, but there is like a simple way of using trigonometry anyway, the way you would do it. I'm just going to do this with wait, I'm going to open a new paint. Can I do that? No. Oh, okay, I'm going to just draw it beneath. So let's say you do it like that. Oh shit. Like this. Oh.
Let's speed this up, shall we? Taking a long time to get to the globe. You've just talked about a flat Earth.
And then now it's not a perfect triangle. What you could do is that you could just add the angle, then just presume like just a straight line like this, and then just add the angle because you're measuring it at a bigger, greater angle. So you will have like basically your angle will be this plus this. Oh, sorry, plus this.
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So you could just add the two angles, and then you'll be able to use it on a curved surface anyway.
Did you say angle between the flat plane that you drew and the curved plane? That angle there?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, you drew a triangle on a curve, and your baseline is a flat plane, and then you said, well, it's sticking out a little over the curve, so we also add that angle in. There's not an angle between a line and a curve.
I mean, there would be an angle here.
I mean, there wouldn't be an angle. Say that.
All right, let's let him get through it, and then we'll see how convincing it is to Mai, and then we can
oh shit,
point out the inevitably large number of flaws in his thinking.
Yeah, thank you. So when you have this angle of 45 degrees here, if you're twice the distance, you'd basically... I need something to write on. Sorry, 2 seconds. I have to find the pen.
You know, for all the prep time you've been given to prepare this, you know, it's been days.
Oh yeah, it's been here for it's been probably like 6 to 9 months or something now. So you would think they'd be a little bit more proficient in presenting their proof, but we'll bear on for give me another few minutes, the guy. I really want you to wrap this up with some succinctness in the next few minutes if you can.
Yeah, you should do what the troll team people do, right, and make the YouTube videos.
Yeah. Give it some of that art house homoerotica vibe that they've got going.
Yeah.
Because yeah, a bunch of our arguments are like 4 words and stuff. It's very, very succinct. You guys do something like that?
They cannot. They need to make long, involved videos. Because if you were to sail with these guys, the boat would have sunk a long time ago. Because they require 15 lines, a couple circles, centers to the earth, all kinds of weird shit if you look at what they present.
I think they just
to be succinct with mental gymnastics too.
Yeah, I think they just use tables, predetermined calculations.
I like her question when she asked, like, but they are not using that. Why are you assuming that? Oh, doesn't matter. I will continue with this, but doesn't matter what they are saying. It's not perfectly flat, but doesn't matter. I will continue with my example.
Yeah, I'm going to debunk my flat Earth. Okay, carry on, guys. Let's get cooking.
If that wait, so the problem I have, like, if you're saying, well, this isn't flat Earth, then I would ask you guys, okay, what is flat Earth? And I have not gotten a good explanation, but that's like a different
Let's
question.
not get segued. Come on, the globe proof.
Yeah, it's a segue, but I guess it's a way of like plausible deniability for everything. So yeah.
The flat Earth is a globe for the.
Hold on. Let's come on. Let's wrap this up, guys. Let's get going. Let's get proving this globe. You've got the MSA, you've got your pen, you've got your pencil ready, you've got your notebook out. Let's go.
Yep. Don't forget later only to match that with reality. That's what you are describing on computer.
Yeah, let's let him get through this bit first. Pi really wants to know how the Earth's a globe. You still with us, guy?
Yeah, I'm just writing some notes. If I had like 2 minutes more, then I could ask Mai to move into a different room if she wants to talk. If you have like very.
You want to hear the brainwashing? All of us want to hear it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice way.
You're gonna be, after all this time, guy. You're gonna say, "Hey, I've got this globe proof, but I'm not gonna say it here. Come into another chat."
No, I can't. Okay, then you have to. Fine. If you don't, then you have to stick with me. That's fine. I'll agree with that.
Come on, let's move it along.
And they don't have to make a bumpy, flat line on the bottom. You do it over water, and that's the end of it. You got flat baseline. The end.
Yeah.
Do it like this instead.
Carry the one. Drop the I.
B.
Square root.
Sorry. C.
Put your eyeliner on.
A. I mean, if speed is your like preferred standard of evidence, then yeah.
These are a C cup, but I'm a B, but it'll be okay. We'll make it work.
While you get your stuff together, I'm going to start playing a game. So tell me to look when you're ready to.
Obviously.
Maybe we can talk to other people who might be waiting.
Yeah. We'll put that on pause for now, guy. You just let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, I also put a preemptive in there for you. Remember, no 90 degrees on the surface of a ball. I put the notes in there for you to follow.
Dear me.
It does suck, doesn't it?
Bullets don't have wings. I love that. Go and get that on a t-shirt.
Bullets don't have wings, and that's why they curve?
You were saying earlier, because we were talking about Coriolis, he was saying the drone hovering doesn't experience any Coriolis, but the bullet being shot does experience it because it's traveling across the surface. So I said, okay, so what about the plane that's traveling across the surface even further and longer? Why is that not experiencing Coriolis? And he said, well, the bullet doesn't have wings.
I said it said it's negligible. I don't know why you have to say it doesn't experience.
Because it doesn't. Because it doesn't.
Well, if something is negligible, does it experience it or not?
That means that you can't measure it.
Well, not with an airplane, no. Obviously. So you measure it with something that would experience.
All those deer hunters, all those people that take their shot, I wonder how they calculate that shit in when they just look through a scope, through crosshairs, and pull the trigger.
Well, I don't think it's fire like 2 kilometers.
Wait a minute. So the deer hunters have to take out their GPS and figure out their exact location on Earth so that they can figure out exactly how fast this part of the Earth is spinning and the bit that they're shooting into, and they'll take out their compass to see exactly what direction they're facing so that they can do the calculation of the exact direction that they're shooting into this motion of either 1,000 miles an hour or somewhere less, depending on exactly where they're, and then the deer's gone.
How far are they firing away? How far away are hunters usually shooting theirs?
And the family said, "Why have you not brought any? Why haven't you brought any meat home?" And he said, "Well, I was looking at by the time I'm doing the calculations, the speed of the ground with the direction I'm firing it. It's too much, Martha. I can't figure it out."
Yeah, you need to know the distance to the deer so you can be accurate.
Yeah. And then the wind against that motion and the direction that you're facing. I mean, it's a lot to factor in.
Yeah, the deer already ran off and had baby deers by the time that calculation is done.
Yeah. The hunter's family is starving because he's a Glover.
They already moved back to New York City.
But if something is negligible, you think we should say it doesn't exist? Or you think we should just use the method that...
You said they had to account for it.
For what?
For Coriolis.
For who? Who and what?
For shooting a bullet.
Not all bullets. Not like if you're shooting 50 meters.
Oh dear.
So you have to like strawman a little bit. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay. So what bullet does need to account for it?
Well, I don't know this for myself, but like what I read is that like if they're firing like 2 kilometers or something, they have to account for it.
So 2 kilometers is the cutoff for the Earth spin.
There's no cutoff.
Oh.
What about rugby balls?
Rugby balls? Yeah.
Yeah, when you kick a rugby ball across a rugby field, do you have to take,
not very far, is it?
Hey?
No, those are
not very far, is it?
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, that what caused the ball to go into the net, and that wasn't that far.
Yeah, American football, those kickers, they know ahead of time because they do GPS calculations and how much it's spinning, so they know that they can use Coriolis. So it's a secret that they're using now.
This is why certain stadiums are preferable to the players, because they know they're directed in the field is in a certain alignment, which means the Coriolis effect is mitigated substantially.
Yeah. I think it's the Coriolis boots. The Coriolis boots help as well.
Yeah.
Well, if the stadium is lined up east to west and you kick in one direction, you only have to kick the ball a little bit and it'll go the whole length. If you're going the other direction, you have to kick it so hard and it only goes halfway down the field. So that's part of the rotation too.
Yeah, that's why these sports players, these football players, they have some kind of background in astrophysics. That's what they're looking for in the draft.
You either have to have a background in astrophysics or you have to be a military sniper to kick footballs.
Yeah. How's that glow proof coming along, Guy?
I'm working on it.
He's working on it.
No, I just want to do all the
Like I
calculations
said,
and just write it down.
yeah, like Wolfgang said, the deer already ran away. You may as well just pack up and move to a new location.
We will let the Nobel organization know that it's in the works.
If
It should be with them shortly.
Hey guy, if you were confident
Yeah.
the other day you could prove the globe, right? If you
Yeah.
didn't leave, why are you having to do the calculations now?
Because they want precise calculations. They don't want to talk about trigonometry from principle. Or you don't want to. You want me to do the actual calculations, then I'm going to do this.
I don't think I asked for actual calculations. I
You
don't
could-
remember asking for complete calculations.
You could have used GeoGebra by now, drawn a flat line, a dot, and drawn 3 lines to it, and you would have been done already.
Yeah, but also, guys, he's kind of asking why you hadn't done all this prep work beforehand, because you had this note for days.
Because I
and
don't
then you-
remember when I would meet her again. It's like several weeks ago.
Yeah, but
You've been in this channel for 2 weeks, okay? It was like 3 days ago.
I haven't seen you.
So several weeks you've had to prepare for this. Got it.
No, I don't
so
think.
the deer is not only pregnant now, but it's now hiding in the woods, waiting to have a baby.
it's
So
starting
you're
to evolve in some
okay.
kind of
So
human
the
fear.
evidence is the strength of the evidence is based on how fast I can prove it.
Well, we don't know what the evidence is because you were supposed to have worked on this previously, and now you're
I
just working on
never
it right
said
now.
that. I never said I was supposed to work on this
Well,
previously.
didn't you say, hey, I had a note to give you the globe evidence, and here it is?
Yeah, prove it to her. I didn't say I would to prepare like a fucking PowerPoint to her.
I mean, you don't need to
But
do
you
anything,
haven't
mate. It's
prepared-
already been
You
done
haven't
for you.
prepared anything.
I haven't prepared
like you haven't
any
prepared them.
notes. I can say it, but I can, if you want calculations, I have to calculate it before.
Well, he was
You
asking
don't have to
for
worry
proof
about
that
a
the
thing,
Earth's
mate.
a ball, not a calculation. He was asking for proof that the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, and the calculations are part of the proof, unless you want to deny that math is real, not real, or something. Yeah, that's fine.
How do you measure it, though?
Physics isn't real, or geometry doesn't exist, or something.
Hurry up, then. We're waiting. We're patiently
So
waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Let's
guess
move
you guys
along.
have to just
Where
warm
did
up
you
the
hear?
crowd
Where
by
did
say
you?
like
Where did you
plausible
hear that?
finality
Where
and say
did
that
you?
geometry doesn't exist.
I'm offended, man. Where did you hear that somebody said that geometry doesn't exist?
Well, the person
Oh,
just
yeah, he's
said.
just being
The person
silly.
just
He's
said.
just being silly.
I don't.
You're being silly, guy.
He said I don't see how math is part of the evidence.
Yeah,
No,
can
that's
you
not what
provide?
How can I do geometry without doing math, Cyclone? Is that possible?
Well, no, but that's what. No, what I said was her request to you was proof that the Earth is a ball, and you said I'm doing the calculation.
Yeah.
Not the measurement.
Geometry.
So a calculation in and of itself is not proof that the Earth is a ball, though.
Her, from what I remember from the last time I talked to her, she doesn't believe in others' observations, so she has to do this herself.
Yeah, but geometry is a
It
measurement.
doesn't
mate.
matter. So it doesn't matter if I. So it doesn't matter if I do tell her that I measured something. She's not going to believe that anyway.
No, but you're calculating things, not measuring anything, are you, mate? You're not measuring anything. You're just
Yeah,
calculating.
but this is a formula that you can just plug in any
Yeah, but
observation.
geometry, mate. Geometry,
Yeah.
measurement, not calculation.
Yeah, but
You're getting your
geometry
wires crossed.
to know
You're getting your
to
wires
know
crossed.
to know what you're looking at, or for example, where something is supposed
It's
to be.
measurements of Earth,
You
mate.
can
It's
use.
measurement. No, it's the Earth measurement. Nothing to do with calculation. What you're talking
So
about?
I can't do so you're just gonna deny geometry that I can't use geometry.
Geometry. No. Geometry
okay.
exists. Geometry exists. It's measurement
Okay,
of Earth.
so geometry. I have like a full formula book here for different geometries. For example,
goody for you.
triangles or
A guy, you are
prisms
getting
or
distracted.
pyramids.
Hold on,
There are a lot of things I'm gonna just throw in the trash. Like we can't use those.
Hold on. We're not distracting a guy here. A guy is working on his globe proof, and he's going to tell us when he's
So you're
done.
going back on what you just said. I can use math now or
Pop
not?
yourself on mute. Just pop yourself on mute until you've got it ready, a guy, and then let us know. Yeah,
Jesus
we'll go through
Christ,
it.
you guys are fucking.
Wow. We're literally telling you to make your argument. Come on, bro. Don't get stressed about it. Just go and work on it. Let us know when you got it. That's fine. Who else have we got? while a guy works away on the globe proof.
It could be some
Where's
time.
Britnat at? Why is Britnat pretending that he's not paying attention? Go and throw a brick through Britnat's window. Tell him to wake up.
He wouldn't wake up anyway.
Oh, he's one of those. That shouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, well, he's halfway through explaining the globe to me at the moment.
Oh, he's only halfway. I bet that'll be thicker than Lord of the Rings.
He tells me a proof. Well, it's kind of a back and forth, right? So I speak to Effie Jedi, he gives me like proof, and then I'd speak to Britnat and he gives me a proof that proves that one's wrong, and then it just goes back and forth. So at the moment I'm needing to read the stuff that Effie Jedi sent me so I can take it back to Britnat.
Okay, what do you think Britnat's best globe proof has been so far?
Well, he's only really given me one.
That's all
I
you
think
need.
it's been pretty convincing so far. And so that's why I said I need to read Effie Jedi's thing. So it's about the Horizon thing.
All right, the Horizon is the evidence that it's a ball, you mean?
So I guess he's not really proving the globe, right? He's just proving that it's not flat.
That's how they try and get you, mate. So you'll be like, oh, can I have some proof that the Earth's a spinning ball, please? They'll be like, yes, of course. This is why it cannot be flat. And expect you to not realize that they've just done a little bait and switch. And you go, wait a minute, but you're supposed to be proving that it's a ball, right? No,
Yeah.
I'm just proving it's not flat, like we experience every single day.
And how Horizon proved that it's not flat?
Yeah. They can't even prove that. How is he proving that it's not what's always observed and measured?
So I think the original idea was that Effie Jedi was going to have me go to Grimsby to look at the horizon, and then I would like with an object in the distance that I could see beyond the I think it's like the Glober's proposed max distance that you could see, right? But then Britnat heard that, and then he told me that that's not true, and that he explained something to do with
refraction.
Yeah, refraction, which I thought was actually quite convincing, and he even showed me an experiment, right? I mean, it's not 100% because he didn't do it in real life, and he won't do it in real life, even though I offered to bring him the material. But I'll grant him that it might be difficult for him to show in real life, right? Now, and so now Effie Jedi is explaining to me something about infrared, but I just haven't had the time to read it this weekend.
So you're just relying on Effie Jedi and Britnat, then, and then you're just gonna whichever one convinces you that's what it'll be.
I did say like after the Horizon thing would just prove.
Believe anything.
Okay, so yeah, so the Horizon thing would just prove that the.
What's your heart telling you? What's your gut telling you about the shape of the Earth? Yourself, without thinking about anybody else's opinion.
Well, I have several theories. I've drawn some of them and pasted them in chat before.
Right.
No, but he's asking what you actually think deep down without necessarily knowing.
So, like, what I feel is the correct answer.
Well,
what your God-given senses are telling you.
Oh, I think we live on a dome, like a concave dome.
Oh, don't get silly, mate. Don't get silly.
No, but that's if you ask me to intuit, like based on all the stuff I've heard you guys talking about, I feel like we live on a concave dome.
Hello?
Yeah, but all the things you've heard us talk about, what you've heard us talk about is that there's no curvature. So how can there ever
Shut up,
be
Luna.
concave situation? There's no curvature.
Yeah, I'm not just talking about you guys, like the Globers as well.
Okay,
well, there's
so
nothing. There's
one
nothing.
of them demonstrated curvature.
Yeah, but you asked me what I feel. I'm not going to be able to say like this is the evidence. I don't think actually like either side has managed to give me some like compelling.
Well, but you're
like,
jumping
evidence.
to a belief of curvature, though. But you're ignoring what is experienced and jumping to something that isn't evidence, and then saying neither side has evidence, but you still have observable reality, which is not curvature, and you're jumping to curvature and inverting curvature.
You asked me what I feel though, and I feel like it's a concave dome.
Okay.
What draws you to that conclusion, though? What draws you to that conclusion?
It's just a feeling. Like I don't really, like I said, I don't think I have any compelling evidence for either thing. It's just things that people have told me at the moment.
Right. All right.
So we've been going 30 minutes now, waiting for this calculation. You know, I could have done this already, and I'm not even a glober.
The calculation that's not a measurement, you mean?
Yes, we're going to drop a line onto a ball. We're going to call that 90 degrees, and then the math, it's over then. As soon as we do that, we just say, nope.
I mean, these people make me laugh. They come on like they're coming up with some globe evidence. I mean, it's all been worked out for them in the heliocentric model. All they've got to do is rinse and repeat some nonsense in that model. You know, about sticks and shadows and things like that. Because that's all they've got, a 2,000-year-old presupposition.
That's why he will bring the math, not the John Smith 1978 Nobel Prize because of rotation of the Earth and everything and the curvature. No, this guy will show this.
Yeah, but he's not done anything himself. It's all been done for him. I don't know what he's worrying about. All he's got to do is read what's been written in the heliocentric model and repeat it. That's all they all have to do.
Yeah.
Just rinse and repeat. They don't have to think about anything. They're not going out doing anything, any experiments or measurements or anything else. They just rinse and repeat the heliocentric model, which we debunk daily.
I was watching movies from the 50s yesterday, just because whatever reason. And one was called The Magnetic Monster. And they were talking about just the enemy knowing we have this will make them. They had the atomic energy and they can make atom bombs. And they were talking how just knowing the enemy knowing we have this technology. This is not verbatim. This is whatever. He says, because they think we have this technology, just because, however, they know we have this technology, so they're not going to, cause any trouble, basically. They won't start wars. They even knew back then it was all shit show. And that was in the movies. Just pretend. If you make somebody think you have something, then they'll act a certain way, basically, is what they were saying.
I have something prepared. Let me see if I can.
Okay, let me pause my game.
So I'm going to draw this ground here. And then you measure, then you have some star, for example, that you're looking at. And Then I'm going to draw a right triangle here. And I'm going to call that this. And I'm going to draw a second observant here.
Uh-huh.
And then I call this length B. I call this length A1. And then I'm going to call this length A2. And then we have an angle here, which I'll call alpha, something like that. And then we have some angle here, which we call theta. And then we have a distant, C1 and C2. Obviously, those two will be different. In both these cases, B would be the same, obviously. So if you take the tangents, let me write down the formula here. Tangents, not tangent, tangents. Tangents is a way of calculating an angle from both cathets. What is that called in English? Sorry. Let me see what it's called. Wait. Cover? No. What do you call this is hypotenuse, right? What do you call this shorter, these two lines on the A1 and B?
In trigonometry, we call those the adjacents.
The adjacents, thank you. So you have the adjacents. So tangents is a way of calculating the angle of something by knowing the adjacents. So what you do is you take
I remember doing this at school with the calculator. Go on.
So if you want to calculate the angle alpha, then the angle of alpha would basically be B divided by A1. Then I would know the alpha. If you know the alpha, sorry, yeah?
I'm saying, you're telling me how to do triangle math. Go on.
Yeah. So if you're going to know if you know the angle, but you want to know what B is, for example, in this case, in this example, I said you have this measurement here, which is 10 kilometers, A1 equal 10 kilometers. And then you have, in this example, you measure this star to be 45 degrees above the horizon. And then you take if you know the angle, then B would basically be tangents to AL multiplied by A1, multiplied by 10 basically. And if you do that, if you take tangents of 45 degrees, it's basically 1. And if A1 is 1, it's basically 10 times 1. So B equals 10 times 1. 10 multiplied by 1 is equal to 10. So in this case, B is equal to 10 kilometers.
Tangent of what?
It's tangents of this degree here of alpha multiplied by tangents of this degree here, alpha. And now the question is, if you move to a different observation, like I have done with my own telescope, you get this observation here. And in this hypothetical, it's we observed, like, let's say 20 kilometers. This is just formula, so you could just plug this into any observation you're doing. And we know B, and we know A2. Sorry, it's not 20 kilometers. It's 20 kilometers is like the whole length, so it's twice the distance from this one. So that means basically, since we know B, we can use tangents of solve for, I think it's written like this, solve for tangents of B divided by A, which is, in this case, it's tangents of -1, 10 divided by, 20. And if you solve for this, solve for the tangents to get the angle, you will get, I wrote it down here, 26.5 degrees, 26.56 degrees to be more precise. 26, sorry, I'll write it here. So that means BE in this case, there, would be 26. What did I say again? 26.56 degrees. So that means basically, this is presuming a flat Earth. In this case, a perfectly flat Earth. If there is any curvature to this measurement, if there is any, like, if your reference to the ground is not the same, then this is not going to work. For example, like I use in my, like obviously for globe Earth, your measurement to the ground will change. So this will not be, like, this is not possible, this angle. But if you, for flat Earth at least, you would say, let's say you observe the polar star from, let me open up a map.
God, we're really going to need to speed this up.
I don't understand why he needs all these tangents and shit. I don't get it.
Okay, so this is basic math, right? It's basically calculating what angle the observation would have to be if the star has a certain position in the sky.
Also, it's not a tangent; it's tangent, as in sine, cosine, tangent.
Tangents.
Yeah. Hold on. Bye. Are you following along with us?
Yeah. So I think the point he's trying to make is that with a flat Earth, right, these angles or whatever, right, should stay the same. Like you should be able to go out and measure this, and they should stay the same. And but that isn't the case when you do it with a globe Earth, right?
Yeah, for globe Earth,
supposedly the Earth that you live on, the angles change because the Earth is circular. So I understand the concept of your proof. But this is all hypotheticals, and I'd have to go out and do this myself.
Yeah,
and I
have done it myself. I have taken my telescope around and measured it. Like, for example, I used a polar star to calibrate my telescope. So I have taken it several places in Norway. And this relationship is not true. This relationship I see here.
How would you know?
Because I have measured the angle to the polar star.
A guy. Can you present measurement?
You're lagging, so I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm saying, right, so you've claimed a hypothetical, you've claimed you've done something in reality. Could you present what it is you've done in reality in terms of where you were, location, what equipment was used?
I'm not going to say exactly wherever, but I'm not going to dox myself, but I can say approximately wherever. So I've been using this telescope in around Oslo somewhere, my capital.
Have you got video of what your setup, like what you were measuring, what you were using to measure your angles?
It's an equatorial mount. It's not something unique or something.
Okay.
So it's like it's a telescope mount.
Okay, so did you record this in some way?
No.
How do you level your equatorial mount?
Well, you could you use a bubble level, for example.
What do you
Mine
use?
has a bubble level. Like it has like an electronic bubble level, so it's reading off that.
Okay, so I still have an issue, right, with like you going out and doing all these measurements yourself, with the fact that I don't think the flat earthers describe like a completely flat earth. They were described. So like, how would you manage to calculate these like these, I guess, like angles below you? Like the best I can describe, right, is if I imagine like Earth, right, as it is.
Yeah.
Let me just get paste it in the chat, right? So
but the thing is,
Wait.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, just wait for me to give the example, because then you can respond to it, right? Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're just going to be responding to the principle.
Sure.
Right, so let's say you with your telescope here. Yeah, okay. Right. Oh, fuck. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, so you see, you've got like you with your telescope sitting on a hill, right? And then Earth's all janky. I feel like it's really difficult to create like some sort of perfect triangle, and for then you to, if you did the skewer stuff that you did with the curve, right, with the gentle curve that you showed earlier, I don't think Earth is like a gentle curve. So how did you conquer this?
Well, in this presumption here, like let's say I use a bubble level, something similar to bubble level. As far as I know, it's basically just something that an instrument that's telling you that it's something is level. So, for example, something if you're gonna get your picture on the wall to be level, you use a
spirit stick.
Spirit stick. In the middle of that, there's a bubble level.
Well, you can't use bubble levels like to measure whether like the Earth that you're standing on is flat, as far as I know.
Well, what you're extracting from that is like your level, basically where your level is. That's all it does. But I mean, in this case, I presumed when I calibrate my bubble level at the end of A2 and like at the different observations, when I calculate this, I get how should I say? I use the same level. So presuming that all these levels are the same plane, then this drawing would be reality for flat. This is reality if the Earth is flat, and all the bubbles
you did this on a 20-kilometer frozen lake, then, so you knew you had a flat surface.
No, I did it for different angles.
Yeah, it's not going to count. And I don't believe you did it anyway, because you would have taken at least one picture.
Yeah,
I'm not going to show you a picture of like myself. Like there are some pictures of me with my telescope, but I'm on them, so I'm not going to show you that.
Right. So after an hour of you doing this, it boils down to you claiming you've done something that you can't actually evidence you've done.
No, it's for MI to test this herself, because regardless of what I showed her or tell her, she believes in her own evidence.
It's based on something you've done. But you're saying it's based on something you've done, but you can't show us any evidence that you've done anything. But you can't show us any evidence
I don't know
that you've done anything.
I don't know how I would show that to you. Do you want a video or something, or?
Yo, that would be a start.
You can do that yourself. If you don't think it's true, then you can try it yourself.
It's your claim. No, it's your claim. It's not for us to do.
But I mean, that's the best evidence for you if you did it yourself. So yeah.
Right. So the best evidence after all this time is for you to say, do this thing which I've done, but I can't show you that I've done it.
I think the best question here to ask is, if you did this yourself and you measured the things that I measured, would you believe that the Earth is curved?
Well, that's not a better question. The better question is, if this is what's required, if this whole thing for an hour was what's required to prove that the Earth was a ball to yourself, I would say, even if that's what you think or claim to be doing,
what is
barely
wrong about
anyone
the
is
evidence?
doing this. Barely anyone is doing this. So you're saying that all the teachers, I mean, most of the teachers in school, they're teaching all the kids that the Earth's a spinning ball.
You can just join like an local amateur astronomer club,
They've never
and you
done
can do
this.
this.
They've never done
ball. Yeah, the
They've
Earth is
never
a
done
flat.
that. Hold on.
It
They've never
wasn't me.
done this. So you would be agreeing that the vast majority of the people in the world who aren't doing this thing you've just claimed to be doing, they
Yeah.
wouldn't know the Earth. They wouldn't know the Earth is a ball. They're just believing it.
I think like you don't need to do everything yourself to know everything. Like I believe that the brakes on my car will work, even though I haven't built the brakes.
That's analogous.
This is gonna be a whole
It is
conversation about
analogous,
whether
actually,
you know
right?
something. You're just assuming, right? Anyway, can you just send me so that I can just like dip out of this, right? Can you send me all of the materials that I would need in order to do this experiment? I already have a telescope, so we're clear on that front.
Yeah.
But yeah, just give me all the other stuff I need and what measurements I need to take, and I'll go off and do this, and then I'll get back to you.
Sure, I'll show it to you. But
do your guys' telescopes have crosshairs in them? I know mine doesn't.
the one that I use to aim at to calibrate it does have a crosshair. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good enough. You need the one you're looking through.
But I'm looking through it and it has a crosshair. What are you talking about?
Let's just cap it off. So let's cap it off. Hold on, a guy. So is that presentation, was that convincing proof of the globe Earth to you?
No, it wasn't convincing for the globe Earth. It was just a hypothetical experiment.
Yeah, but like obviously, like if I show you a hypothetical experiment, you have to test it yourself. The question here is: this convincing? Is this? It's not back to the drawing board. Is this convincing test for you guys? If it's not, why not?
Hold on, because what you were asked for all those days or weeks ago, however long it was, was could you bring me some globe evidence? And you said, yeah, I'll take a note. I'll come back with the globe evidence. And you just had like an hour and a half or something of talking. And she said that's not convincing. So that would be back to the drawing board, because what you were asked for has not been provided. She's not believing that that's proof of a globe Earth, whatever that was. So I would say maybe go away and actually record some of these things you say that you're doing and present them. That might have a little bit more weight to it. Me's pretty charitably asking you to send her what she needs to go and do this story that you've just told, rather than saying, well, if you don't have any proof to provide for it yourself, why would I even listen to it? So you at least need to send her everything she needs to go and do it, and then maybe she'll do what you claim to have actually done. Maybe she'll actually do it. But yeah, that's back to the drawing board, my friend.
Just to clarify real quick, do we agree that that latitude is based on elevation angles to Polaris? Like that's how we came up with latitudes, right?
You tell me.
No, I was asking Cyclone because he seems to think like it sounds to me like maybe he thinks a guy pulled all this out of his ass or something.
This is just basic math, geometry. I mean,
yeah, but this is based on like that's how we came up with latitudes is elevation angles to Polaris. That's my understanding, at least.
Right, but a guy is trying to present a globe proof here, Manufactorum.
Yeah,
but
I understand that.
But you haven't told why it's not convincing yet. You just said get back to the.
Well, your drawings on MS Paint are not convincing because they're drawings on MS Paint. When we asked
and I asked you earlier. I asked you a very simple question. If you did this experiment,
you said you don't have anything to present. So
I did.
That's it,
but if I asked you a question,
No, a guy. That's enough for today, and I need to dip off. So someone else pick this up, move it along. Let's keep moving.
I do think, to be fair to a guy, right? I did say like it wouldn't matter if he gave me data anyway. I wouldn't believe it.
Well, he obviously didn't get that memo because he tried very hard. An hour and a half, that was.
Yeah, how come the dudes were in Alaska with that video that was posted yesterday, and they basically just ran time-lapse over everything they did so we could watch everything. You came in here to say, I took a telescope that has crosshairs in my lenses, so it's not actually a telescope, and I did all this.
Why is nobody speaking? What happened here? Yes, a guy. The only valid assumption that is made here is that the Earth is flat. This is only the only proper assumption that is accepted here. some guy is bragging about being ignorant and not wanting to test what he's pre-assuming in the text chat. He says that he doesn't need any telescope to check if the sea is actually flat because he already has a sea and he knows it's flat. Congratulations, if you assume something that it has to be true. Don't these salt flats literally have a sign saying that you can see to the opposite side because of the curvature of the Earth? I swear I saw a photo showing a sign. Thanks, Manufactotum. This is the thing I was talking about. It's pretty funny how the every single supposed flat Earth proof becomes globalist proof under deeper analysis.
Show me curving water.
You just saw it in the picture above. You can see there are mountains in the background, and you can only see like the upper part of the mountains. You can see the land that is like connecting them in between them.
Oh, I
And
see
there
MS
is the
Paint.
water on the surface.
Let's see, we have MS Paint, so we got some genius in here.
He's proving he lives on a globe. That's how you do it. You use MS Paint.
Yep. MS Paint. Yeah, I wouldn't use MS Paint to like get my point across personally. And not that I'm, obviously I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a schizo.
MS Paint is very. It's not the best.
As soon as I said it was a glober, he changed his attitude a little bit. Then he.
No, I didn't. I said I wouldn't use MS Paint.
Sympathetic a bit.
No, I still think it's dumb. I wouldn't. Yeah, I would not use MS Paint. I don't care if he's a glober.
PowerPoint.
Yeah. What's that?
What would you use then as a tool to present?
I mean, not
some kind of.
I don't know. I guess PowerPoint, like something.
Yeah, but I know PowerPoint would be better, but I don't have.
If you're
PowerPoint.
doing trigonometry, use a trigonometry tool. If you're doing presentations, use PowerPoint. If you're doing spreadsheets, use Excel or Google, whatever that one's called.
Sheets. But no, I feel you. Yeah, I agree. I think MS Paint is, for paint on.
What?
MS Paint is for like children to make pictures.
Yeah, it's not
Am
the
I
best
wrong?
tool. Yeah. I mean, this is not like a very. It's not like I'm going to present this drawing to anybody else. This is something I drew now in like 5 minutes, and then I deleted it.
Okay, so what are you trying to prove?
Well, I used geometry and the observations of star to show that like if you do many measurements of the star, it's inconsistent with its position in the sky with the flat Earth.
Yeah, because flat Earth isn't real. Like,
yes.
Why are you even arguing? Yeah.
Because there is a person here who wanted evidence, and then I presented
yeah,
how
yeah,
you
but they
can prove
wanted
it
stuff
for
that-
yourself.
Yeah,
I know
so what
that there have
happens
been
is-
some.
Yeah, you
sorry.
you give them the evidence and they just say yeah, but I don't believe it, and that's
It
the
was
end of
the
that.
Glober, by the way, that wanted the evidence.
Okay.
Guys, do you want to know the secret methodology to prove that the flat Earth is real? You have to look at the photo of a large body of water. You see that it appears flat, and you use that observation to assume that the Earth has to be flat because of that, and that you don't need to make any specific measurements.
Yeah, you
because you already know that based on that
landmarks.
assumption.
Use landmarks with known distances, and that'll give you an idea how far things are. So you have that going for you. You have a flat surface and you have known distances. What do you do next?
I heard that
You
this
check
flat
out if they get obstructed from the bottom. That would be a great idea.
Well, they're in the water, so the bottom is in the water already on stilts.
No, I wouldn't say so. Maybe that is true about objects that are physically in water, like some oil rigs or things like that. They have like the bottom submerged and connected to the bottom of the sea. But the objects you're looking that are physically on land, but you are looking at them through the surface of water, like for example to Chicago skyline over the Lake Michigan, then they are all physically on the land. You're simply looking at them through water that is between that object and you.
Rob Skiba recorded from both sides, you know. He took the yacht and he recorded all. Did you see that video?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I will post it now. I will post it.
You didn't see that? Yeah,
I will post it now for
go
you
ahead
if
and
you want.
post it. Yeah, post it, Sasha. Yeah, so he just took a video in a boat going from one side to the other with the skyline in view. So there you go.
Just a second.
And what was the effect of the observation? What did he
Effect
observe
was there
about
is
the
no
skyline?
Earth isn't a curved ball anywhere.
Yeah,
No,
that
I
was
mean,
effect.
what
There
is
is
the
no
direct
curvature.
observation, not the conclusion? What did he observe directly? Did he observe like the
Lake
skyline?
Michigan. He observed Lake Michigan.
But what did he observe about the skyline? What was the?
That Lake Michigan, what you were claiming that it's curving, he was observing that.
Wasn't there a guy who like did a laser experiment and like a flat earther, and he realized that like the Earth is moving 15 degrees?
Yeah, we all
And,
watched
like,
fucking
No,
Netflix,
that's not
dude.
him.
Yeah.
No, that was
not him.
that was on Netflix. That was a TV show.
Okay, and then they just proved like the Earth is a globe. And
Well, they
that's-
also go to Mars on Netflix. So does that mean it's
Also, wasn't it a
real?
laser? I didn't know it was a.
Does that mean it's real if they go to Mars on Netflix?
No, I simply mean that you're committing genetic fallacy. That's what I
Genetic
mean.
fallacy.
Yes, it's a fallacy where you dismiss the argument based on the source it's coming from, not the argument itself.
Yeah, I do. I base it on where the source it's coming from, an editing room.
Yeah,
Bro,
so
what
you're
is-
committing
but,
genetic
like-
fallacy and you're proud about that.
Yo,
So
but
you're basically
just-
proud of
just-
being
just for real, though.
logically ignorant.
Could it be that you flat earthers are just wrong and like the Earth is a globe? Like, could it just be possible that on this one thing you just might not be correct and you're
Nope, you can't argue with water. You have to be wrong with water then.
Blue, is it possible that is it possible that Earth is a sphere but doesn't curve?
It's a sphere but doesn't curve. No. Anyways, so
No,
what I want
and that's
to say
the point of flat Earth. That's the point of flat
we have
Earth.
to be able to see the curve now. Thank you.
Okay, great.
And
could it be
Blue,
that
where
you're
should
just
to
wrong?
be
Like,
that
I think what it
regarding
is
to heliocentric regarding to heliocentric model, where should to be that curve?
Sure, yeah, with flat earthers, I think what it is you guys don't understand like that water
Yeah,
can
but
be on
I
a
want to
ball. Like I
understand.
know
Can
for
you tell me?
that's
Can you tell me the heliocentric
yeah,
model?
but you guys don't get the
Yeah, I want to
know, but bro,
understand, man. I want to
you don't
understand the
understand.
sphericity of the. But you said if it's a globe, I want to understand that.
But Lucky,
Can you
you
tell
don't
me?
like. I know, but the hard part for you guys to get is that water can actually be on a sphere. Like you guys can't wrap your heads around that.
Okay,
That's the funny
okay,
part.
I will agree with you. But now you can can you tell me where is that? Where is that mathematically? Where is that distance? How
Like
far is
mass.
that?
You want to talk about like gravity and mass and mathematics?
No, I want to ask you where
Do you
is
even
that
know mathematics?
chemistry? Where is that?
Yeah, but
I'm
do
asking
you?
you.
Okay, hang on. Lucky, what do you do for work? Do you even know like basic mathematics? Just curious.
Okay, I'm not working anymore. I was a baker. If you want to know something about
Alright,
math,
so that's what I'm saying. So
if
why
you want,
am I
okay,
going back and forth?
right. If you want to know something about math, I had all A's in school. Okay, that doesn't matter. But I'm telling you honestly, I
Why
have
are you a
all
baker?
A's in math.
Okay, but you're a
That's
baker. Who
my
cares?
education. Okay, now if you want to speak about geometry, I know properly very good geometry. Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that means
doubt it.
if I get a rate of the radius, I can calculate everything, man.
Okay, do you believe in gravity?
No, man, it's not point about gravity. It's a point
Oh my
about
god.
geometry.
Oh,
You asked me if I know the math. I told you I know the math.
Blue, do
Do you
you
know?
believe Blue, do you believe in gravity?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, how does it
Yeah.
work?
It's a force with
It's a
mass.
force?
So if you if you have like a big object of mass,
force?
then,
Is it
then
a
you have
force?
gravity. Yeah,
Is
it
it a
is a force.
force?
So
Yeah, it's a
cars
force.
cars are attracted to houses and buildings?
No, because you need more mass than that, dummy.
Well,
Like, that's not how that works.
what size do you need till
About
gravity starts
the
working?
Earth size, so you can walk on it, bro. Are you retarded?
What about things smaller than the Earth size? Do they have gravity? Like
It can be
asteroids?
it can be a moon. Yes, like something like a moon, but it has to be
What
a
about
mass
little
object.
asteroids 14 giraffes long?
No.
What?
Bro, why is this so hard for you? Like, I'm just. Why is this so hard for you to like wrap your head
If
around?
I tell you I believe in gravity, can we move to the surface?
If a mass, okay, hang on. If there's an
Okay, I
object that's
believe in
big,
gravity.
you
I
can walk
believe
on
in
it. Like, do
gravity. Okay,
you get it?
Blue,
Or
I believe in gravity. Is that okay?
hang on. If you don't get that, bro, then like you're
So
stuck.
you
Like,
just said
your
since I
brain
can
doesn't
walk
work
on a
hard.
mountain, the mountain should have more gravity. I should be able to stand next to the mountain and feel the
That's not
gravity
exactly
pulling
a
me
mass.
towards
Oh
the
my god,
mountain.
bro, this guy's dumb, so dumb. Okay, that's something already on the mass object, right? The mountain. If you have something like the size of the moon, then
So
you
we
have
have
gravity.
curved water on this massive object?
Yes.
Does curved water flow or just stand still?
Water flows.
Water flows. So what happens when water's at rest? Like a big, large body of water at rest.
There are still waves, right? Because of gravity. Oh wow!
Gravity
Look at that.
There's still waves. Let's say it's a calm day and there's no
You didn't
waves.
know that. Oh, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that the moon.
Let's say it's a calm day and there's no waves.
Gravity creates waves.
Pardon me?
Yes, the moon's gravitational pull creates waves. Did you not know
Now-
that?
Oh, how
What if
come
we were on a
that?
calm lake
You
with no
complete and
waves?
dumb fucking ape.
Have you ever
Did you
been on
not
a
know
lake
that?
with no waves?
You knuckle drag.
Have you ever
ape.
seen
Did you
like a
not- Did you not
reflective
know that the ocean
surface with
that
no
the
waves?
ocean's wave?
I'm not talking about an ocean. I'm talking about a lake.
Did you,
Let's say it's
you
a
muted
20-mile lake, dude, with no waves. It's a calm day.
Sure.
And the water's not flowing. What's happening there? You got
That's
curved,
water
right?
on the lake. Yes, yeah, it curves. It still curves.
You said the curving
Yes,
water
over
flows, though,
distance,
right?
everything curves because the Earth is round. You
So
complete
curved
utter
water's
fucking
flowing, except for when it's in a 20-mile lake that's flat and not moving.
Bro, is it hard? Like, what's the hard part?
I don't
get it.
know. I'm trying to
do you guys
have a
lose it?
conversation with you.
Where
You
do you
just won't
guys
come to
where
my
you guys
turn,
don't
right?
get it? Sure. Where do you guys don't get it? Like, what's the problem?
So what
What's the
happens when
difficult part?
water's still and not moving, dude?
That's just water. You got water in a glass. You got water in a
But
glass.
it's curved,
What do
right?
you want me to say? Yes.
So it should be flowing, right? Like that's what you just said.
Are you fucking retarded?
No, you are.
Okay, bro. Okay, dummy.
Time to
If it
check out,
curves,
right?
that doesn't mean.
See you later.
Yeah, we have gravity, bro. Oh, this guy doesn't get it. There's a pull.
Do rivers flow?
Yes.
Does gravity stop the water from flowing in rivers?
No, it doesn't stop it from flowing. But you don't
So
even
what
understand.
stops it from flowing on a flat lake that's not moving?
It doesn't just flow off the earth and just fall into space, bro. Are you retarded?
I didn't say it did, dude.
That's
I'm
what I
just
mean.
asking you how come we have calm water that's not flowing, man.
These monkeys, the hard part is they don't understand how water sticks to a sphere, like an object with gravity. Like that's where they lose it. Like
So
their
you're
IQ
telling me
doesn't allow-
water is being pulled down to Earth by gravity?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank
So when I put water in my vacuum chamber and I remove the air, and the water flies into the air and flies out of my vacuum chamber,
Do you know?
why didn't the gravity hold the water down into the
Your
glass?
vacuum chamber in your basement where you live, by the way, is not the same as the vacuum chamber of fucking space.
Oh, what's the
You don't
difference?
get it.
What's the
There's, I'll tell you what the difference is. There's mass objects in space, that cause gravity.
What does that have to do with the vacuum, dude?
Like
Yeah,
balls
do you
of
have that in your
gas?
vacuum
Balls
Are
of
you
gas
dumb?
in a vacuum
We asked about a
chamber?
Do you have
vacuum,
that in
dude.
your vacuum
I wasn't
chamber? You
asking
complete
about
utter-
planets
you-
in a vacuum.
You complete an utter fucking ape. Do you have
You're
that
a
in your
fucking
vacuum
idiot.
chamber?
That's
Do you
your
have an
problem.
earth in there? Do you have an earth in there with gravity, with a gravitational pull? No, you don't. Right? Okay.
The main issue is he's never actually done that. He
underneath
keeps
me.
saying he's done it and you haven't. Are you going to show that finally? Because you never have.
Am I going to show you a mass object with gravity, or is he going to show us the vacuum?
So the Earth is underneath the vacuum chamber, so it should still pull down the water, like you said.
You do realize there's like an atmosphere, right? Like a layer, a layer of particles.
What is that?
doesn't allow-
A magic layer?
Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. You guys just don't believe in it because it's so hard for you to understand.
So
gravity.
Atmos equals air and sphere equals a ball. So you're saying there's an air ball around us.
Oh, okay, sure. What do you think is better? What do you think makes more sense? We're on a disc flying through space, or we're just on a sphere flying through space? Like, what makes
We're
more
on a
sense?
fucking disc flying through space, dude.
He
I know you got your fucking conceptions here, man.
Hang
But
on. What makes more space? What makes more space to you in your brain? Is it the fact that space doesn't exist completely, or that you could just be wrong? Like, which makes more sense?
You
to
just
think?
said
Like,
Earth was a disc in space, and nobody ever said that. You did.
Okay. Logically, what do you
I
think
know
is
you got to
true?
show this guy cartoons. It's the only fucking thing they understand, man.
Okay, what do you think is logically true? The fact that like there's a whole space exploration program where people like go into space and there's space, astrology, all that, or a bunch of flat earthers on Discord are correct and they think that the Earth is
What is
flat. Like,
what is
which
their
makes more
position
sense?
then? What is their position? Blue.
See how he just deflected all the way up into fucking. There's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
pictures from space.
Blue, what is the position of these flat earthers? Can you tell me? Why they don't believe that Earth is? Why they don't believe that Earth is a globe? Can you tell me?
Schizophrenia, methamphetamines?
No, that's the wrong answer. Can you try again? Can you try
Okay,
again?
Okay, sure. Lucky, do you smoke meth?
What that
You
has
just
to do
died,
with
man.
my
It's getting ridiculous.
what that has to do with my question? My question was
He's done.
why
Sasha.
these
He's
people-
done. He's all done now. We're not even entertaining him anymore.
Okay. Yeah, because it's a stupid question. Are you on your math? No, I'm that guy who was speaking about geometry. You asked me about geometry, school. You know that guy. You asked me what I do in my life. It's easy, man. Math, geometry, sphere, radius, drop over distance. Easy, simple. Like for kids, do you know what is sphere? Every sphere has drop over distance. Small, big, enormous. Even the globe 100 times bigger than this, what they are claiming, has drop over distance. Did you know that?
So did you actually ever bother to measure if that drop exists or not?
Yeah, I bothered. I go to Adriatic Sea, and there is a video telling me, globe video, that if I put my eyes 8 each about the sea level, that I will see only 1 mile, and that's not correct.
Where did you get that prediction from?
Here, I
All
put
from
the newest
model and people who are making videos and telling us how horizon works. Do you want to see that video?
Anyway, I put a new video.
Yes, I want.
from
I
Alaska.
very
You guys can
much
watch
want
that.
to see that video.
Yeah, you can watch the new video I posted from Alaska. Go ahead.
First, you can maybe learn what your heliocentric model is saying, about horizon and everything. Read about that. When you read about that, then you come back here, and we will speak about that horizon. But first, you learn your heliocentric model if you can.
Okay, I can do that even right now if you want.
Type how much I can see on heliocentric model with 6 feet height. That's easy, it's with that given radius. Not bigger radius, that one, not 40,000 miles, 4,000 miles, a little bit less. Then go to the reality and then use that math to match the reality. And if it's matching, everybody's going home, man.
Okay, so this is a fragment from Wikipedia, so I would say it's a pretty good official representation of the official model, and not some random article.
Yeah, it's just Wikipedia. Anybody can make that.
You can write also from Wikipedia, I'm okay. Can you write what is the radius, what is the distance to geometrical horizon? And I think it will give you the same numbers like Wikipedia, British, Croatian, Nigerian, or Azerbaijan education system.
Yes, so the true horizon surrounds the observer and it is typically assumed to be a circle drawn on the surface of a perfectly spherical model of a relevant celestial body, a small circle of the local oscillating sphere. With respect to the Earth, the center of the true horizon is below the observer and below sea level. Its radius or horizontal distance from the observer varies slightly from day to day due to atmospheric refraction, which is greatly affected by weather conditions. Also, the higher the observer's eyes are from the sea level, the farther away the horizon is from the observer. For instance, in the standard atmospheric conditions, for an observer with eye level above sea level by 1.70 meters, the horizon is at a distance of about 5 kilometers.
Good. But we have observations with 6 times less height and 5 kilometers and 3 times of almost 4 times a longer distance. 5 times less height observation and 4 times longer distance.
It would be great if we could only see 3 miles, man. Then the argument would be over.
Yeah.
Can you show the observation?
Pardon me?
Oh, you said there was an observation. No, the one you did.
Have you ever looked out across a body of water, dude?
No, he said he made an observation.
I said if we could
know if
see,
he can present it.
If we could only see 3 miles, then we could say, yeah, there's a curve.
Oh, wait, he wants that one from... I will post it to you. It's from Croatian, from holiday 2011. Even I didn't know that Earth is flat. I didn't,
But we see 20 miles. Like, what the fuck, man? It's refraction, right?
Well, we see even 30 miles sometimes.
Are you posting it?
Oh my God. You really want?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't ask for something if I didn't want it.
Have you ever been to Michigan or looked across Lake Michigan?
I posted a video for you guys.
No, the one he mentioned.
The mine is secret one. I don't want to post. You need to ask for other people. I don't want to give my source because my source is very, very precious and very, 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 very secret. But now I told you what it is. You can find out for yourself if you want. I know for myself, and I don't want to convince you. I give you the information. You can do it whatever you want.
You don't want to convince me?
No, I don't want to convince you. I gave you the information. There is no measurable curvature in reality. If you want to find out, you can find out. You don't need to find out.
Go and look for yourself, dude.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet that's a problem for the standard
But
globe models.
You can live your life even easier. You don't need to come here. Everything is cool, man. Everything will be all right. You don't need that. Nobody wants to convince you. You believe in gravity. You believe in everything. It's cool.
Sure. Is there some kind of a problem that you guys have found that you can present?
No, you need to just stay. There's Globe Room. Well, they tried doing a Globe server or Globe channel in here, and it failed 3 times. But there's a lot of Globe rooms you can go to, and you guys can talk about gravity and cool shit.
So you guys seem to think there is a problem. Can you present one problem?
Well,
yeah,
but I told you anyway-
water's flat and level. You can't argue with it.
Yeah, and you said you don't
Okay,
see
can you
anything
present
here. And you
the
don't have anything to-
observation that it's level?
I did. Go ahead and scroll up, and you'll see the Alaska video at 34 after the hour. Go ahead and watch that, and then come back.
34 after the hour. Okay, hold on. What's your name? What's your nickname?
I'm the Mute Ninja.
Mute Ninja, okay. Is it like a blue?
You have to
10
watch
mile
it.
Earth
I
measurement.
had to watch it because I didn't ask people questions before I watched it. You'll just have to watch it.
No, just want to make sure I have the correct video.
Alaska is in the title.
Yeah, gotcha.
That laser was hitting the ground, by the way, at the other end. It wasn't even way up in the air. 10.3 miles hitting the ground.
So, what was the expectation?
It's all in the video. They lay it all out for you.
Who's ever measured the curve in history? You got it?
Not these guys in Alaska.
Who's ever measured the motion of the Earth?
Scientist?
Like, it should be simple. You guys got this globe fucking story. Fucking, you should be able to pop answers out your ass like it's nothing.
A guy officially says the Selenilian eclipse is not refraction. So now he just debunked all the other globers.
So the expectation was generated using 2 calculators, and neither of them seem to have refraction in it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't say that. You clearly don't understand what I was saying.
Oh, then what?
Oh, no, I wasn't responding to you, guy. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I said that for something high in the sky, there is not a lot of refraction. If you're, for example, observing Polaris, and you're observing it to be like 50 degrees, and there is like 10, maybe 5-10 degrees of error, there needs to be an explanation to that. That's what it had to be to fit the globe model, not the flat Earth model.
How far away is Polaris?
Depends on your observation in degrees, you mean? I said 50 degrees, for example.
I asked how far the star was away from you.
It's like 500 light years or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not
Light
that
years.
It's not that far.
What the fuck? These guys just go right into outer space.
They love this shit, dude. Fuck.
But for flat earther, it's very simple to triangulate because when you measure at
On
several...
Globe Earth, light travels forever.
Sorry.
Let's triangulate the Bolivian Salt Lakes.
You believe that you can triangulate something? Like
Let's
where it is?
triangulate Salt Lake in Bolivia. Let's do that.
And I mean, you guys are just trolling anyway, so...
Trolling with what? With the real surface in reality.
No, you're not responding to what I'm saying. It's like I'm talking to fucking nothing. Like you're just
Yeah, but
saying words.
I'm telling you about triangulation. Let's triangulate the flat surface.
How do you triangulate a flat surface? Like what the
You
fuck?
don't triangulate.
Can you triangulate red?
This is the best answer you get. You don't triangulate. It's a flat surface.
You can triangulate an object. You can triangulate a flat surface. What the hell are you
Okay,
talking about?
anyway, that's trying to go off into the
Right, you
weeds.
don't know even what you're
Just
speaking.
because Lucky is
Trying to
saying
go off into
bullshit.
the weeds with the fact that he can do that. So anyway,
Why
he's trying to tell me that looking at things in the sky are only certain things have refraction in them and some don't. So which ones do and which ones don't?
There is more refractive, and you look through at an object like far away. When you look close to the ground or something, over the ocean or something, and there is less refraction when you're like standing high above the ground and not looking down on the ground. You're looking through like open air.
Got it. So which ones do you calculate with?
What calculate for what? You mean the flat Earth?
No, you said refract. You don't calculate refraction for the globe, right? You don't use refraction on the globe, right?
I don't use refraction for the when I did the measurements of Polaris, for example.
I got it.
Yeah, I don't see the point.
Crazy. All right, that's fine. It's use it when you need it. Don't use it when you don't need it.
I gave you a good explanation as to why. Why would you care about refraction when you're looking
Because you guys claim the sun and the moon are refracted up into the sky during a selenilian eclipse.
Where do you see the moon? Straight above your head or right next to the
You
horizon?
tell me where it's at.
It's right next to the horizon, right?
No.
Oh,
it's
no.
a time lapse. It's in the sky, still going down, down, down. Or you're telling me at some point in the sky while the moon's moving, it becomes refracted and then other things happen? Is that what you're saying? Because it's moved across the sky all night and then at some point it becomes refracted.
Why do you assume there is a binary? There's not a switch that you turn on and say, no, it's refracted.
Oh, it's refracted the whole time while it's going across the sky.
No, there is more refraction close to the ground and there is less refraction when you look.
So at some point it stands still, weird shit happens to a shadow, it flips upside down onto the moon, and then it continues down after that.
Why do you think it's a
what
point?
shadow is flipping upside down?
Whatever. It doesn't understand math anyway, so I don't
So
care.
how did that laser test go for you?
Oh, I looked at it. So the expectation was generated using a calculator that doesn't have refraction. So the expectation was incorrect. That's why what they measured didn't match. That's why the observation didn't match the expectation.
Calculator was the Walter Bislin calculator.
Yeah, I looked at it, and let me tell you where it is in the video.
It was the Walter Bislin calculator. It says on it.
So it's it's at 11:19. 11 minutes and 19 seconds.
So
neither of those have refraction in it.
How much refraction do you need to bend light around a ball?
Anything above 0.
Oh my!
Right. But in any case, that's why their measurement did not match their expectation, because the expectation was generated using a calculator that does not have refraction.
How many feet was the light bending around the ball?
In the video?
Yeah, in the video. Because you shouldn't be able to see that light, right? It's bending around the ball when the guy's standing there sitting on his snowmobile, putting his hand on the ground.
Well, we don't know because we don't know what the correct expectation is.
They showed you everything. What's hard to understand?
Nothing. It's quite simple.
Oh,
so why don't you understand?
Tell me how light bends around the ball, because I'm going to invent things to see around the corners of buildings using just air.
How would you do that?
Well, you tell me how that works.
You'll have to create like a huge. So air won't have a refractive index large enough. You'll have to use
that's
glass or
silicon
or something like that.
Yeah, so
you could see around a corner using a lens.
Refraction is over with. You said you can't do that in air, so you're done.
I did not say that. You're done. Don't lie.
If you can
In any
bend
case,
light
that's
around
the
the ball,
explanation.
you
The
can
explanation
bend
for
light
the
around
Alaska
the
video
ball. If you can bend
is
light
that
around
their
the ball using
expectation
air.
will not match reality if their expectation is incorrect.
Yeah, if you can bend light around the ball using air, you can bend it around the building using air.
Well, you could, but you'll have to compress the air until it's like close to liquid. Do you understand this?
So the guy on the snowmobile is driving through liquid air.
Well, in air is treated as a liquid in most
So now it's
models.
not air anymore; it's a liquid.
No, it's treated as a liquid in most models.
Treated as a fluid.
Sure.
Not a liquid.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that's the truth.
Sure, but in any case, the point. All I'm saying.
In any case, here comes
is the Alaska video is explained very simply. Because no, I'm talking about the video. You said I should look at the video.
Yep.
I looked at the video. Now I'm criticizing the video. Is that fine?
Oh, there's nothing to criticize. You could see the laser on the other side before they even tried to do anything.
Yes, but what were they expecting to happen?
The laser to shoot up in the air because it's going behind the curve. Up
Laser
in the
to
air,
shoot
over
up
them.
into the
Up
air.
into the air over them. Yeah, there should be no laser hitting the ground at all. It should be blocked by a hump of earth.
I don't think that makes sense. Maybe you should explain more.
Oh my goodness! I thought
why would it go up into the air? Shouldn't it be blocked by the?
I thought boats disappeared bottom up.
Yes. So the
light
that's emitted by the bottom of the boat.
If we put a boat 10 miles out, you're going to say that it would be disappeared from the bottom up. But the laser seems to be able to find the shore.
So if you have a boat, right, the light that's coming from the bottom of the boat won't go up into the air. It will hit the ground, right? It will hit the curve. It won't go up into the air. I don't know why you think that. Because if light hits something, it's blocked by that thing. You didn't know this?
At what point does
if you take a flashlight, right, it won't go through a wall, it won't go through earth, it won't go through, right, it's blocked.
Oh, so I should go out, I'm going to dig a hole and put a flashlight halfway out of the hole, and you're going to tell me that the earth is blocking part of the light, right? Or will that light,
Can you describe this experiment? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Then curve down and shine on the rest of it? If I dig a hole with a hump and I put the light so it's only sticking out, that light should go and then bend down and light up the other side of it, just like in that video.
Can you describe a hole with a hump? Can you describe this better? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Is there a hump of earth when the boats go over the curve?
By a hump, do you mean like a curved?
Yeah, an obstruction.
Like if you take a sphere and you slice the top off, you'll have a curved.
Is that an obstruction when the boat disappears? Is that an obstruction?
Yes,
is that earth
that's
curve?
right. The light from the bottom of the boat is obstructed by the earth.
So it does. The light doesn't make it around the curve.
No.
Oh well, you just contradicted yourself so many times.
What was the contradiction?
If the guy's shining a light from the one side, you're saying the light curves around the ball. That's why it's on the ground by his hand on the snowmobile. That it's curving around the ball. But boats, when they go out, the light does not curve from the boat. That's why it's hidden behind the curve. So which one is it? Light bends or light doesn't bend?
No, it's both. Look, the light that reaches you, and that.
It's both. It's only both. When you need it to be both.
No, I can draw you. I can draw a picture, I guess. So light that reaches you,
both.
And light that does not reach you, does not reach you.
Right? It's only both when you need it to be.
No, look, it curves because of refraction. Some of it hits the earth, and some of it does not.
How come boats sometimes we don't see part of the whole boat on the bottom for a split second, then it goes away?
Can you say that again? How come
the light doesn't do that when boats are in the water? You just only see it cut off. It never just flashes and appears. The whole boat flashes there for a few seconds and it goes away. It's not being refracted, I guess, right?
Hold on. Why do you expect it to flash?
because you expect light to do all this crazy shit, allow you to see around the ball,
What
then not
crazy
see around
shit?
the ball, then allow
Be
you to see
specific.
around the ball,
What
then
are
not
you
see around the
expecting to
ball.
see? You're expecting it to flash? Why? Where does this expectation come from?
From your light being doing all kinds of crazy shit.
What crazy shit? Be specific.
So boats go over the horizon, right? They're going around
That's
the Earth
right.
curve. Yeah. And that laser, same distance that boats go when you don't see them, and when you see them go over the horizon, the laser doesn't do that. It doesn't get stopped by the Earth.
Of course it does. If it gets obstructed, it gets obstructed. And if it doesn't get obstructed, it doesn't get obstructed. It's
I'm
just
moving
simple
on.
logic.
It's like talking to somebody who says out both sides of their mouth, yes, it happened. No, it didn't happen.
There's no contradiction. I can explain it to you if you want. So let's say you have a boat and you put lasers on the boat every, say, I don't know, let's say 20 centimeters. You put a laser on the side of the boat. And the laser is pointing to the side. Okay? Now as the boat sails away, the lasers will start to be obstructed one by one. This is not complicated.
All right, let me see you do it.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a laser, right? You can point a dot on
No,
the side of the
I
boat or a
want you to
line.
do it with lasers. Just go do it.
Why? What's the difference? I mean, it's just light being emitted from the side of the boat or being reflected.
Up, so you go do it. When I make shit up, I go do it.
In any case, do you understand my criticism of the video, the Alaska video?
Yes. Light
Okay, what
does
is
both things. Light curves around the ball, and light doesn't curve around the ball.
No, that wasn't the criticism. The criticism was that their expectation, the expectation about what you should be seeing on the globe model was incorrect because they didn't take refraction into account. So then they compared their measurements to this expectation, and it didn't match.
How much refraction is there on a 32-degree day with snow?
Which refraction is showing? Which refraction is showing curved Earth?
So snow is.
It doesn't really matter, right? Because they didn't take it into account. So the expectation was incorrect.
Over both of you fuckers if I can't get my word out. Snow is 32 degrees roughly. The air is 32 degrees. How much refraction do you have then?
I don't know.
Zero. Like you asked for.
I don't need it to.
You need
I don't need it to criticize the video, right? My criticism stands because they didn't take it into account.
You need the military again, because if you have a ship on 20 miles, and if you say, oh, look, today it's refraction, don't shoot, that's not a real ship. It's on 3 miles, but it's refracting on 20 miles. Don't shoot. Is that correct?
I don't know, because I don't know what you said. It didn't make much sense.
There is a battle during the Second World War. There is a German ship wants to attack UK, but the UK guy saying, shoot that ship, it's 20 miles from us. And the guy saying, no, it's not 20 miles, that it's refracted. It's on 10 miles, shoot on 10 miles.
What's your question?
My question is how the refraction is changing the surface.
The refraction isn't changing the surface.
That means that geometrically, water can be there on 10 miles and refraction didn't do anything. And
no, look, if you want to know where a ship is, then you will need to use certain measurements, and one of these measurements will be photons, right? And if you use photons, you might need to take refraction into account. Otherwise, you'll get the wrong position for the ship.
For example, oil rigs example, I'm taking into account refraction, and I'm seeing with my eyes there is no refraction because I'm seeing the real physical water behind the oil rigs. That means doesn't matter which phenomena is happening, it's not influencing the physicality what I'm seeing.
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying the oil rig, for example, there is an oil rig 9 miles and something in the water. The water 10 meters behind the oil rig, it's a real water. Whatever light or refraction it's doing doesn't change the physicality of that present water behind the oil rig. That means there is a surface of 10 miles with the water flat, real water. The light didn't change anything with that surface.
Surface doesn't change, but what you see will change.
No,
Your observation
surface
will
doesn't
change.
change. What I'm seeing the real surface, the real water. Is that correct? Or I'm seeing something what is not real?
So what you're seeing is photons entering your eyeballs, okay? And those
That I'm
photons
seeing
might have
You're
real
done
been.
water.
talking to you're fucking retarded, dude.
Hold on. Are you saying you're not
I'm not
seeing
seeing
photons
photons,
entering your
man.
No, I
eyeballs?
don't see
What do you think
photons,
you see?
dumbass.
You
I don't
don't see
see
I don't see
photons.
photons,
Okay.
photons, man.
dumbass. I
Say that
don't
again.
see
It's fine.
photons,
You don't see
dumbass. I
photons.
don't
What do you
see
see?
photons.
What do
I
you think
don't
light
see
is?
photons.
What do you think
I
light
don't
is?
see photons.
Whatever
What
light
do you
is,
think
I
light
see
is?
the water.
I
Man,
don't
Photons
are
are
you
light,
see
listening?
right?
a
You know
Yeah,
light is
yeah, light.
photons,
Light
right?
is helping you to see. That's correct. When you
Because you
have
see
the light, you can see. When you have the dark, you cannot see. Is that correct?
No, he's done. He's talking about we see photons flying around now.
Yeah, but we can make observation during the night. There is no light.
Well, then there's no photons.
Yeah, and there is a light there behind on the oil rigs, and you can see them reflecting on the water. Real one, not refraction, because there is no light, sunlight. There is a night. What then?
I'm gonna use my photons and grow plants today.
Where did you find it?
I created photons in a lab.
How?
I compressed gas in a vacuum chamber till it lit up, and then I created light.
Can you show that in PowerPoint now that everybody can understand?
I can do it in Paint.
Okay.
And
that doesn't work on flat Earth. That photons.
Let me do it in Paint real quick so that we got a copy of how suns are created in vacuum chambers.
Well, can photons work on a flat Earth?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh God.
We'll do a.
Are you saying that you can have the flat surface and the light?
Yeah. And
My
vacuum
God.
chambers. I like saying vacuum chamber a lot. It pisses Globers off because they don't own one. They wouldn't own one now.
What do you think the property of light is? Different properties light have that you can measure.
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah, okay, right. That's fine.
Doesn't affect the surface, unfortunately.
It doesn't affect.
It doesn't affect. It doesn't affect. You are an idiot if you think like that.
So isn't the experiment you're talking about light used to use that experiment, right? No? Okay.
I think your question didn't come through.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hello.
Oh, okay. I think there's just a huge lag. I am so sorry. But like my question was, is there so like I just came into the conversation, but you were talking about an experiment that include light, right? That like light is used to measure a distance specifically.
Nope.
Oh, then my bad.
Being able to see light is the problem. Globers think you see light behind the curve of a ball, except for on eclipses, and because that cuts straight off, that shadow is perfectly straight onto the moon. Perfect. But that's cut off by the ball. But other light bends around the ball and lifts things up into the air. They sound insane.
Well, the terminator line on the moon isn't very sharp, though. It's very blurry. So it's not like it's cuts off like you the word use. I don't know why you would use that word. I mean, the light can change direction. We can use mirrors. Or we know that refraction exists. I don't see the controversy here.
Who was holding the mirror to make upside down shadows on that eclipse?
I don't think you need to have a mirror, but there needs to be some reflection. Could be some. There is if you have like a certain type of refraction.
Direct light or reflected light?
If you get the opposite upside down view, then there is not a refraction. Then there is reflection.
So which is it? What's it reflecting off of?
Get the refraction.
Holy crap!
A certain amount of refraction, you will get something. I think it's called like something internal refraction or some total internal refraction. You will basically get a reflection. If that's pretty strong refraction though.
Go ahead and reproduce that for me. Go ahead and reproduce that for me in the lab, that eclipse, and I'll believe you.
I can't reproduce the atmosphere in because you require huge distances for this to happen. But you can see that in, for example, in an aquarium, you will have a reflection of the surface. And that is not reflection as in a mirror. It's reflection due to actually refraction, which is different.
Sounds like a cool story.
I mean, you can just, I don't know.
It's impossible to... What? I can just go reproduce it in my lab at work, right?
Obviously, you can't reproduce, put a whole atmosphere and like a several miles long several miles long to get like the exact.
You have all kinds of reasons why this can't be done in reality, and it only can happen on math and in your imagination. That's all you have.
Well, if your whole standard of evidence is that you have to be able to scale it down into a lab, then you have an issue for a lot of things in science.
Really? Like what?
Yes. Like the thing we are talking about right now, for example.
Go ahead. Tell me why there's a problem.
Because some mechanism, for example, will need, for example,
how are you using a refractive index when it was created in a lab? That's the only way they could do it. They only did the refractive index by doing it in a lab to get those numbers.
But you can.
I thought he asked me a question, but I guess he was just going to talk over me anyway. So this is there is a guy who posted total internal reflection in the chat.
Yeah, show me that it's happening with an eclipse in a lab.
if you want to scale it down, then you need to have a more refraction, a stronger refraction gradient. Do you understand what that means? Because you can't put like just an atmosphere in a lab. You can just these are happening over longer scales, longer distances.
So it can't be done then.
No, obviously it can't be done. You can't defy the laws of physics. You can't just scale it down.
So how do you know what's happening if you can't prove it?
Because we know, like, for example, index. We have indexized the indices for the different material and the substances in our atmosphere. And they change due to like its temperature, what material it is. Is it water? Is it nitrogen? What is it?
Yeah, but that only works for the distance of the lab it was tested in. So you lost there again. You said you can't do it over long distances. So sorry.
They can't be done over long distances because you can't make a lab that is 2 miles long or 5 miles long.
So you're right. It can't be done. You can't use that for long distances. Sorry.
Well, as I said, like if that's your standard of evidence, then I think you're like just living in ignorance, basically.
That's all they got, folks. That's globe evidence. Things you can't do, things you cannot reproduce, things you can't only can do with math and imagination, YouTubers that are listening.
I mean, for example, like the Earth has a certain magnetic field around it. But if you want to do tests with strong magnetic fields, you have to create an artificial strong magnetic field.
So you need a container?
That has nothing to do with container. What the hell are you talking about?
Let me see you do all this in a magnetic field then.
What do you think we are talking about right now? Are you just saying words?
You need to show something happening.
Yeah, but you don't believe that proving something in a smaller scale can be used to extrapolate it to some larger effect. Like if I show how a refraction happens in a lab, then we can scale it up and basically like knowing how it works on like individual molecules. You don't think that can work? You think like if you have an upscale version, it's going to be different somehow.
Now we can scale up things from a lab. When you said you can't, now we can.
You can't scale it up in a lab. You can scale up the effect. You can scale up that that, for example, you understand this based on like principle, like first principle laws of physics. Like you understand how different atoms affect how light.
Oh my God!
Right. I mean, it probably went straight over your head.
Atoms and photons. Here we go. Can you show me what a photon looks like? Give me a drawing. Draw it in paint, at least.
A photon doesn't is not something you can show. It's what's basically causing you to see at all. It's like asking me, show me an electron. Can you show me an electron?
We could call it laser unicorns, right?
Can you see an electron, for example? You can't. Electron doesn't emit light. It emits light, but the electron isn't light itself, right?
So we were talking about photons and you went to something else. That's
no,
fine.
You're asking me to show you something that doesn't have the property of something I can show.
You know how light works?
I know it better than you, apparently. You don't believe in light.
How light works.
Light has certain properties. It has a frequency. The frequency is oscillating in the electromagnetic spectrum, and it's carrying a slight momentum. So it's carrying a little bit of energy. It's also like the force carrier from electrons.
Got it.
Yeah.
How is light produced by
you
hydrogen?
Disagree with that, or?
Yeah, how is light produced by squeezing hydrogen together?
Well, I would guess that you excite the electron so that it emits photons. Perhaps. Or it could be, I don't know what you mean by squeezing them together. Is there some kind of reaction happening?
Yeah, so in the vacuum of space, the sun is a gas ball that's being squeezed together, and that's why it lights up.
Oh, you're talking about nuclear reaction.
No, I'm talking about the vacuum of space presses the gases
okay.
into a ball, remember?
But you're talking about the nuclear reaction. I can squeeze something together here. It's not going to cause a nuclear reaction.
Something you made up.
Oh, I think you made something up. You think it's just
nuclear reaction. That's dumb shit.
Is it made up? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so
you made it up.
I think you should turn off the electricity and stop using electricity since you don't believe in nuclear reactors anymore, I guess. Like, you're so fucking
I don't use a
naive.
nuclear reactor. We use coal energy in Ohio, or at least where I'm at. We like to make clouds in the sky. Burn that shit. Get as much coal as possible. We have mile-long trains that go down the street. More than that deliver the coal to the power plant that's on Lake Erie. We love it. I say put coal plants all around the world. That way our trees will get bigger and grow faster.
Ninja, or maybe there is simply some another variable that causes these different forms to form at the same time. Note that the world doesn't work in false dichotomies, where a phenomenon is only caused by one factor always.
You guys are talking about violence and shit. It's crazy. You guys get emotional over this.
No, I just think you're projecting. You couldn't find a less emotional person here than me.
Oh, I'm reading back chat from something else in another room about this, about what people are doing. It's just crazy. You guys just can't control yourselves.
Maybe it is like that with some other people from my side, but if it is like that, really, then just talk for these people and not for the entire group of Globers generalized. Because I'm not speaking for everyone based on the characteristics or of some random people. I would even say that generalizing the Globers in any way is probably the most pointless group to generalize, because the Globers are probably the biggest social group in the world. So therefore the most diverse.
They seem antisocial.
If you can find some bigger social group, then I would appreciate that. If I think about this, I can't think about someone who is some group that would be bigger, categorized by their beliefs. If you want to consider people in groups by belief in obvious facts, then you could, for example, say that people who believe the grass is green is a bigger group. But you don't believe the globe is something obvious. You think it's just another belief. So if you want to get that categorization, that standard, then the Globers are the biggest belief group in the world.
A bigger belief is in Santa Claus, bigger than heliocentric model.
Not according to that poll that was done last year. 63% flat, 37% round earthers.
Or maybe simply the poll was made among not representative sample of people who are by a profile on Twitter that is followed much by conspiracy-minded people. So it wouldn't be a great representation of the entire society because it has heavy bias. Didn't you haven't really considered that option?
No,
for an explanation.
I consider that sea, oceans, and lakes, they are very conspirative.
No, I don't think so. I
So
think
if
that
I go ahead and I have somebody do a poll for me on Twitter, and I ask them, is a lake flat when it's at rest or is it curved? What do you think people are going to say?
I have no idea. Probably the lakes are are often much smaller areas than, for example, oceans or seas. So approximately people would say it's flat because even though they are curved, that curve is so negligible.
So I'm going to use that as my poll, and that's what. Yeah, when I do that, we're going to see how many people think it's flat and how many people actually think water is curved. And you're going to find out that you're in the minority.
I mean, water is curved very obviously because it's a fluid. If it wasn't curved, then it wouldn't be a fluid, it would be a solid.
If it's water curving, obviously we will not be here. Because I will say like you, it's obviously curving. I realized, look at it's there, and everybody will confirm that without any problem. And we will say obviously, but obviously there is not curving. That's the problem. Because obviously you cannot say obviously it's curving because you never experienced that. You see only something on TV, and you are saying now obviously. How is that possible?
You think the ocean is flat? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that ocean doesn't curve.
Yeah.
Is it curving?
When a ship goes over the horizon, what would you describe as happening there?
What I will describe. Do you know what is angular resolution?
Angular resolution.
Yeah, how much you can think you can see the brick if you go far away from the brick, 1 meter, and then you go away. You will see that brick forever?
No.
No.
Eventually,
why?
your eyes would give out.
Okay, the same thing.
The same thing when a ship goes. Well, even if we take something stronger than an eye, like some sort of camera or optical lens
The
that's
problem with
stronger.
the heliocentric model will be this: it's all right if ship is going because of curvature behind, the horizon, but curvature must be there on precise, exact distance. Not ship is going somewhere. They're 100 miles behind, and you say, "Oh, really? Look." It's how to say, it's going bottom up, you cannot see anymore. No, or everything, it's okay if it's on correct distance. Is that distance correct? Is it on 1.22 miles? Or is it on 10 miles? Or is it on 20 miles? Where is that ship is going over?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm just saying, like, when we see a ship going down, it doesn't just disappear. It seems to go down.
I'll rephrase it. So, at what distance should that ship start to disappear? Let's say for a 6-foot observer.
If you don't want what they mean, I can translate it to you from flare speak to normal English, so they can't answer a simple question about a simple phenomenon, and then they have to diverge to a completely separate issue. That's what is happening, basically.
So if you're going to narrate for us, we'll just mute you. So who's going to answer him or what? I don't even know what's going on, but I know Embo is not control everything here because he just gaslights everybody.
Well, he's part of a troll team.
Yeah, the straw man team.
Actually, I did want to just jump into what you guys were just talking about with him, though, about marginal or whatever, comparing stereotypes with globers and stuff like that. He thinks that all people who think that the Earth is a globe are the globers. No. The globers are the people who come in here and argue with flat earthers. Like, those are just normies. The rest of the people, they're just normies. They don't have any care about it. They've never put any thought into it. Like, we're talking about
they don't know the difference. They don't know the difference. They've only seen what's on TV and they like movies, and that's it. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, you're not going to take comfort in thinking that, that you're that they're the same as you. That's not the case. They are not the same as you.
Yeah, because generally, too, what's the big showcase for this is a lot of the anti-flat earthers are atheists, and most of the globalists are atheists. They believe in Christianity or some other major world religion. So the anti-flat earther is already the minority. One of the most minority groups there are atheists. And what's odd about that is you can use atheist logic to explain flat Earth. Just a lack of belief in model or models presented by state-sponsored religions. So they're in this very cringe worldview where they're trying to lash out, trying to get a win against a group of people who really don't care what they have to say to begin with.
Anyway, so bottom-up ship disappearance. At what distance should a ship disappear if it's due to the curvature of the Earth?
Is that a hump or a drop?
Nobody will answer that question. Ever.
See, they learned this lesson. That was Christopher Columbus. They've seen this episode. They know that if you do that, you end up with the wrong answer. It becomes a very small place. So small that he thought he could sail west and end up in the east.
I like how they say I always lie.
That's good because then that gives them proof. They got proof right there to not ask you anything. But guess what will they do? They'll ask you again. They'll keep so their worldview is not even functionally normal. It's a very contradictory worldview. They'll tell you inside their worldview they know Radwin or no flat. You gotta lie to Flurf. It's like the mantra, the cope that they say. And their proof that they know that statement is correct is to ask question after question after question after question. So either A, they like that they're looking for lies, they want a world built on lies, or B, their worldview is just contradictory and they're just flopping like a fish out of the water, just randomly making sounds, trying to get back, trying to breathe again. Problem is, the first time they heard flat Earth, they cracked. It just something in their mind just cracked, and they haven't been able to put the pieces back together. They're still on the same spiral. They're freaking out over a topic they can't even tell you what it is. Like, you ask them what the word flat is, they think it's a noun. When they hear flat, they say you heard the word disc or cylinder.
Yeah, flat is a thing suddenly, not a description of a thing.
That is a thing in British English, though. It's the same thing as apartment in American.
No, okay. Right. In that case, I guess it is a thing. If you're renting a flat to live in.
Yep, they're definitely not renting curves to live in, because that would be the standard term.
Hello? Oh, am I muted?
They must struggle when they go to the Home Depot or the hardware store and they ask for a level. Do you guys have one of those devices that you can hang pictures with and it tells you if it's even? That's how they would describe it.
Do you have one of those things that tells me if my pictures that I want to hang on the wall are perpendicular to
the force of gravity? Yeah, or the force of gravity.
Are they? Yeah, sure. What is that called? A gravimeter, or what is it? What is it?
Gravimeter.
Yeah, gravimeter. Where's the gravimeters? I want to hang some pictures.
So, just to clarify, I have no claims to make about all flat earthers. I wouldn't do that. Some specific flat earthers, one in particular, in this particular case, I think is untrustworthy and dishonest. That's all I said.
He's just really sarcastic and has dry humor, and you don't like that.
No. He is a liar, is what he is. He lied, and I'm going to call him out on that every time I hear him perpetuate that lie.
I mean, sarcasm, you could consider any sarcastic remark to be a lie if you want to.
You could, and I don't do that. And that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what he did.
Okay, let's try to fix it. Okay, what do you think is the solution? How can you get past that?
He either stops saying it or he does what he said he would do.
Okay, so what was he supposed to do? Are you talking about Radwin, right?
Yes.
He's supposed to do what for you?
So he made the claim that it's air pressure that keeps water down. And to that claim, he said if you put water in a vacuum chamber, it'll boil away or it'll float up. I think he said at some point, he doesn't say that anymore.
It floats up in the air because it turns into gas and flies out the vacuum chamber. I like to use colorful images to really destroy you guys.
Yeah, so far so good. As the water evaporates, it fills the limits of its container equally.
Mm-hmm.
They show a really good demonstration of this. One of the very first spacesuits they tried to test, where the guy almost died, mind you. They had a bowl of water, like a bottle of water, with a rubber surgical glove on top of it. As the pressure gets decreased in there, and they have the guy walking on a treadmill in a spacesuit.
Mm-hmm.
As the pressure decreases, the glove attached to the bottle of water fills up. The glove expands,
Yeah.
and then it pops.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what happened after it popped? Do you think it just stopped then, or did it keep expanding and filling the vacuum chamber?
In that particular case, it stopped because they opened the chamber and let the guy out.
Oh, that didn't happen first. The glove popped, and then they kept the chamber going for a little bit longer. Then he fell over shortly after that.
Okay, and
But
the
what do
water
you think
all
happened
bubbled
with the
away.
water? Well, what happened to the water after the glove popped?
How much water was in there? I remember the video. I didn't
yeah.
pay much attention to that detail.
Okay. Yeah, I have to look at it again. I just remember that part that it was, you could see it visibly boiling.
Yeah, I feel like I remember that
Okay.
as well. So my understanding and what I've actually seen demonstrated is that water gets to a certain point in a vacuum where it will freeze. It stops boiling and it just freezes, turns to ice. I've seen this happen a couple of times.
Does it stay as ice?
What?
Yes.
It sublimates.
Does it?
Yes.
Is there a video
They
on that?
how they got ice comments in the vacuum of space, that it freezes instead of just boils away.
Yes, exactly. We have ice in space. If ice always sublimated in a
That's
vacuum,
your proof that's begging the question.
No. That's just part of why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking. I'm telling you my reasoning process. So in my worldview, right, ice does not sublimate in a vacuum. Maybe dry ice, if it's CO2, that's possible. I've never seen that either.
Okay, so water boils, but ice doesn't.
Yes, water will boil until it reaches a thermal threshold where it freezes. Water boiling, not because of heat, is an exothermic reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a question mark for me. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that,
Endothermic.
but I guess it. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's beyond possibility. I mean, I'm sure there's some.
I'm still waiting for the part where Radwin lied.
Yes, exactly. So
correction. He said that ice does not remains ice in a vacuum, which is false. When you keep vacuum the gas out from the vacuum chamber, the ice will turn back into liquid to boil, evaporating, and then turn back into ice.
No, I think you're.
And this-
Well, you
I'd
missed
like
it.
to
I
see
think,
that too, maybe.
yeah, you're saying that you're also talking about how it looks. It starts off as ice, and it's already in the environment is cold. It's frozen, so it's not going. You can't put it in an environment that's warm for the ice to melt. It's got to be a cold environment below zero, freezing.
Yeah.
So the ambient temperature is freezing. Then you introduce a vacuum. What happens next?
The ice will turn to liquid, boil, evaporate, fill the vacuum, and then it will freeze again once pressure is established.
So to Lunatic's question, Radwin says he's done this. He says that he's put water in a vacuum and he's left it on long enough for that to actually happen.
Yeah, I've heard him say it. I don't know if he's got a vacuum chamber in his garage or not, but
He does. So he actually cammed up and he showed him turning on the vacuum with water in it. And after about a minute and a half or so, he turned it off. And he says, if I let it keep going, this will happen. And I said, show it. You said you would show it. And then he says, well, I don't want to ruin my vacuum. And he keeps saying that he's certain that will happen. And I say, until he shows me that he's actually done that, I don't believe him.
it doesn't even like, it shouldn't even be in contention. Like, that's just like the laws of physics, like, would tell you this. Like, that's what should happen anyway. You could ask a professor about it. They'll tell you that should happen.
Sure. And that's what I thought would happen. And then I came across videos that show that as water boils in a vacuum, it actually loses energy and freezes. So that showed me to be wrong. And now what I believe is that water freezes if you leave it in a vacuum long enough.
Yes, but it will freeze when there is no vacuum. If you keep vacuum out that gas of what evaporated water, you reduce the pressure inside the medium, and water, ice, still is a energy state, and will cause a sudden jump from ice to liquid.
Sure. Look, you could be right about
Yeah.
that. I've not seen that demonstrated
Okay, well, where's the point where he's a liar?
known
because he said
phenomena.
he
You
did
can
it.
find it on your.
He said he showed himself doing it, and he hasn't. He showed himself just long enough turning the machine on, and then he turned the camera off.
The water boiled away.
No. As far as I
All of
remember,
it started to boil away.
I don't remember if it even started to boil. I think it might have. I honestly don't remember. But his contention was that it would all boil away, that it would all turn to gas, and that is not what he showed. And then he continued to say that he did show that.
I didn't see the video, but if he showed it starting to boil and evaporate away, then what he said there is, if I let this continue, it will all boil away. Like, there's no lie there.
No, the lie is when he said, I showed it boiling away. But he didn't. He only showed it starting to boil, if I'm being charitable.
No, just seeing that it's already boiling is already proving his point.
No.
Okay, I think you're talking about.
No, because this was already after I had linked him videos showing that water freezes.
And you're
correct.
Yeah, so what Radwin said is the atmosphere above is pressing down on the water, keeping it from boiling. That's the same thing Michio Kaku said. So I would invite you to talk to Michio Kaku at this point and say, why did Michio Kaku lie to you? There's a whole video talking about, we lied to you. It's the universe pushing down, keeping everything in place.
I don't remember him talking about water in that case. He said that atmosphere was keeping the water down? That air pressure was keeping the water down?
No, he said the whole universe is pushing down.
Okay, then that's not the same claim.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. Pressure. Yeah.
No, he's talking about gravity.
Downward
he's talking
pressure.
about gravity as a pushing force, not a pulling force.
Okay.
I disagree with that as well, but
Boil
that's not what Radwin said.
No.
So you disagree with it, but you don't call it a lie.
Yeah, I think it's a miscommunication. No. I think it's a stupid way to communicate the idea. I understand what he's trying to say. I think he's wrong. I think if he's going to say it's not a pulling force, there's no justification in calling it a pushing force.
Well, he works with Chris Hadfield doing the master class. So you could get 2 for 1 sale. So you could take his class and ask him directly, hey, professor, I understood your lesson here, but this doesn't match with what you said in episode X of Big Think.
So, yeah, I'm not going to take the time to do that, but it's actually not a bad idea. I know he does answer emails. I might reach out to him, actually. I should mention it.
Yeah, that's the best part. A lot of these social communicators have large social media footprints. They are reachable, which is why I think it's funny. Tyson blocks people. There's people who have tried to reach out to Tyson, say like, "Hey, can you show me the math of this football kick that you talked about at the Bengals game?" He just blocks you.
He blocks anybody. He openly says he'll block anybody that he suspects of being a flat earther.
I'm not sure. I haven't heard anyone trying to contact Michio Kaku. That would be interesting. That'd be a good, colloquial experiment. Respond to people who are disagreeing with him, or does he just do the Tyson method and block you?
Funny enough about that, years ago, I was in a clan on Clash of Clans. The leader was this woman who, her husband was like the vice president of or something like that of what is that, Cambridge or whatever that he went to. And so she had to go to all these like freaking like meetings, or not meetings, but like speeches and stuff like that. And she's sat in the audience there next to Michio Kaku like at least a couple of times. It's also where Jimmy Carter went. Like, so she's met and spoken with Michio Kaku and with Jimmy Carter, which he's gone now, but.
Jimmy Carter's still around, isn't he?
Reality.
No,
so
didn't
I don't do
didn't he recently pass?
The same thing.
Say what?
No, he's 99 years old. He's still up. He's still around. Yeah, I think his wife passed, right?
Oh, that might be it. Yeah, I thought. Yeah, I remember it being in the news not too long ago.
Yeah, but he's not really moving around. I think the last photo I saw was he was just basically in a wheelchair.
Did Bradwin, did you say something? I couldn't hear you.
He did, but I didn't hear him either because you quit talking.
Holds down water in a vacuum chamber.
What holds down water? I missed the first part.
Air pressure.
Okay. Can you show that?
But you believe it's a lie, so why would you ask that?
I believe it's a lie that he did it, that he let that run until all the water evaporated away. That is specifically what I think he lied about.
I've done it many times. That's how you clear the moisture out of HVAC line sets.
Yeah, you said that also.
Why do you think they pull the vacuum on it?
Is it moisture or is it water? I understand that moisture is composed of
ice, right?
Water, right? But did you put like because what the claim originated as is the air pressure is keeping the oceans to the ground.
I'm going to put a drop of water in the vacuum chamber, and you're going to.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Correct?
No, I want you to do it with like a jar of water, a bowl of water.
Jar.
Doesn't even have to be like full. Just some amount of water.
How about a thimble?
No, not a thimble.
I mean, a bowl is in the word, like thimble. Why not? It's just a small version of it.
It's not how you spell thimble.
I know it's not the same spelling.
Okay.
I know. I mean, why does the amount of water matter so much to you? Like, it would still prove, it would still demonstrate like the exact same thing. The only difference would be like that I can see is if it's a lot of water, yeah, it's going to be a long process, and yeah, with a lot of it evaporating off, you're going to have that thing pressurized again.
Well, no, because the vacuum keeps drawing the air out. So as it evaporates, you're getting rid of any of the pressure it's creating. So the reason for the amount of water is we all agree that water boils some, right? So I don't know how much or how long it takes before the water freezes. The videos that I've seen were like just, a jar of water, like a normal human-sized cup of water. So a thimble, I could imagine, could boil entirely before it reaches that critical point. But if this whole claim originated with like air pressure holding the oceans to the ground, I don't think a normal amount of water would
What's normal?
Evaporate. If we're talking about a vacuum chamber, then like a normal, if I were thirsty and I got myself a glass of water, like that amount of water. I think that's going to be enough water that it will freeze.
How about a Dixie cup?
Sorry?
How about a Dixie cup? One of the little paper ones.
I honestly don't know what that. Oh, is that like the ones in the little water cooler things?
No,
Yeah,
like
something
a
like that.
dentist office. You know how they give you a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
cup
yeah.
of.
I guess I could go with that.
I mean, I understand why you want more than just a drop, but
Yeah, because if any amount of water,
once you have, you know, like any amount, like literally even the thimbleful should still demonstrate like exactly what is being talked about.
well, no, because I know that some amount of water will boil off, but I know that it's also an exothermic reaction, endothermic. Fuck. So I know that it's going to freeze before all of it boils away. If you do that before, then that's just a very small amount of water. That would be like the moisture he's talking about in the systems that he evacuates. That's no
I'll
one's
tell you-
going to contest that.
The amount, all of the water on Earth compared to the vastness of what you call outer space is less than a drop of water. Okay.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know if it scales quite in the same way though.
There's a solid point though. By that scale.
Yeah, but it's
on
like
Earth compared to how much water in the Dixie cup.
yeah, but some of these things. Hold on a second, 2 seconds. Sorry, someone walked in. What was I? Oh yeah, there's a MythBusters episode where they were trying to do. I think it was the 007 emergency raft parachute thing. Did you guys ever see that?
No, the Mythbusters have been busted themselves. It's basically a reality TV show at this point.
Sure, but the point is what they were trying to calculate. They did one of those little army men toy things and a parachute, and in his calculations, he realized at some point that to scale this with air resistance and the size of the parachute and a normal human, if he wanted to do this like as a scale experiment, he would have had to make the human, the little toy, like out of plutonium. Like that's how heavy he should have made that. So some things, as you scale them, they don't scale 1-to-1. So while it is enormously vast in comparison to the Earth, spaces, I mean, the process by which water evaporates in a vacuum doesn't quite scale the same way. So I don't know if just the size comparison is enough to say that would be like a thimble of water. I don't think it scales quite the same way.
I have a question. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think they're listening.
How does how in your opinion, do you have a diagram or just some sort of example of how the what the moon looks like on a flat Earth for you?
Yeah, same moon you see.
You can go outside.
Just put in the side chat.
Overhead, you can look up at the sky, and that's what the moon looks like.
Yeah, the same moon you see is the same moon. It's no different. This is like somehow there's a pawn shop where you take like some weird idea of what you think the moon would look like on a flat Earth and then pawn it off here. The exact same moon that's been observed for all of human history, even when people thought the Earth was flat and stationary before the Catholic Church introduced a heliocentric model. That's the same moon. Okay, nothing, no change. Okay.
Have you got like a table of like an example, a photo maybe of what way you think it's positioned? Because I'm not good
Yeah,
at.
exactly the same. The same way flat earthers see it. No different.
No, but like on a map example, like on like I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so when you
No. That's not what I mean. I'm asking like, can I see it on like obviously I can see it in the sky, but I'm asking, do you have like a diagram example?
What do you need a diagram for? It's literally.
Well, okay, where is it? Where is it? Does it go around the disc hypothetically?
We don't necessarily we don't think of flat Earth as being a disk floating in space. Just so you know,
whatever shape you want to call it.
it's the floor to everything that exists.
Okay, yeah, so is it rotating around it?
Yeah, you
Or
see
how does...
you see the sun move, or the moon move, right, to the sky.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
Yeah.
exactly the same thing.
Okay. Do you guys not have I don't know, obviously they create examples, but I don't know if you use the same ones. You know how people show photos of the sun over a flat Earth? Is that the same for the
same sun? Yeah.
CGI cartoon images that get spread around online?
Is that not the same
Internet
thing?
is really trying to just send any disinformation about flat Earth at all cost to these guys.
Same sun, same moon, same sky.
Our claim has nothing to do with the sky or the sun or the moon or planets or stars. Our claim is just that the surface is flat. You cannot find the curvature anywhere.
Yeah, okay, yes, I know that. I'm just curious. Do you guys have a map example of what you think it looks like? I don't want to shame or anything. I just want to ask.
Map of the sky?
No, but I'm not good at my English right now.
Your English is fine.
I'm not good at wording.
You're just not using your words to give us any meaning.
Okay. So you know how supposed CGI photos are lifted from space. Do you have an example of what it would look like from space, hypothetically?
There is no space.
Yeah, I think we got to the crux of the problem here.
Is there any example of that? Obviously I see photos, but do you guys have similar photos like that?
From Earth, not from space. Yeah. Yeah. Here, I think I got a good example for you now.
So with other flat earthers, obviously they make their own builds of what it would hypothetically look like. Do any of you do the same thing, or
people have tried to model?
Nobody makes films on what
models and stuff. Yeah.
Okay, here there's a I forget the name of it now, but there used to be Under the Dome Photography was a website. I got this from them. Here's them people in under the group members who would all take a photograph of the Earth at the same time, and the moon at the same time. They planned it out and then map it over the AE projection. Here's one that was real. These are the best two. I mean, they had hundreds of these photos, hundreds. Okay, they did this all the time. So here, look what you see here.
Okay. By the way, this is a hypothetical.
This shows someone in Croatia and someone in Australia, as noted by the 2 points, in which direction they were facing towards the moon, and then it highlighted what they saw. And then
I'm just gonna put something. Okay, I don't mean this as literal, but is this a vague idea? I just want to get the kind of snapshot of where, what's the idea? Obviously, this is it might not be.
You want to see Earth in its entirety?
This is looking up in the sky, seeing the moon, then taking a photo of what you see, then somebody else doing exactly the same thing, taking a photo of the moon, then plotting it on the AE projection, then showing what does that look like.
I'm just asking: is that an accurate example of what you at least hypothesize that it looks like?
This is a same time photo taken from 2 and 3 places, showing the moon in the sky and what it looks like from 3 different locations, then plotting it on an AE projection.
I just want to know at least the graph on what the
We
model
don't
looks
know.
like.
We flat earthers don't agree.
I don't know how many
Literally,
times I keep saying this. Okay.
So what do they agree with? Like, what does it accurately look like to
we agree
them?
that the Earth we nobody's seen it. Nobody has ever seen the entirety of the Earth. Not on your side, not on ours. Okay, like
Well,
there, we don't have a model. We don't give a model because nobody can actually verify that it would be anywhere near accurate or representative. We just know that the surface measures flat. That we use the Earth's surface as flat for many things, for navigation. You have to depend on a flat Earth to for airplanes to fly, ballistic missiles to fly, for
Mhm.
I already said, for navigation using the stars. Like it's the Earth is utilized and measures flat.
Mhm. Yeah, but wouldn't those sort of maps then make sense to your theory? I'm just yeah.
Conceptually, like you're talking about what, like these AE maps that like he just showed, like with the
Yeah, like just like even like a flat map from the top, like even that.
it's one concept. It doesn't necessarily, it doesn't represent anything that we have knowledge of.
I mean, do you think it's like a round though? Like I mean, like round in the way that it's like cylinder at the top.
No, I think it's most likely oddly shaped. Like it's most
Yeah,
likely
probably.
if there's any limits at all, that
Mhm.
we could ever reach, like
Mhm. Okay, but
not many things in nature are a perfect circle or a perfect sphere. In fact, I can't think of any.
Okay, but I just want to get a very, very straight idea of what you believe. It like somehow. I don't care about how it looks, but do you see the
That's the
photo I
problem.
showed you with?
Not a belief.
Okay,
Okay, the Earth,
okay. With
the Earth being flat is not a belief. It's true even if you don't believe it.
if it's true. So is that inaccurate to your depiction? The sun and the moon being hypothetically there or being there.
Which one?
I mean, the sun and the moon are even in contention. Like we can't prove that they're anything physical and that they have an actual solid location. Like they could just.
No, but they're moving around at the top, right? Like, is that what you believe, or what you think is fact?
You're all caught up in belief. You just need to know what we believe. We're trying our best to not believe in things, but to actually find out truth.
Okay. Okay, I don't know how to put around my words with that, but
See, I'm not going to add any more content because if you don't understand the first thing I posted, adding more content will just increase your confusion. Do you understand what the people at Under the Dome Photography are demonstrating with these two images?
Okay, I'll look at it one more time. Let's see.
Because if you stop right there, there's a brick wall, you don't understand what's being presented here. There isn't a point in going any further.
I have
You're
another
not going to
question.
get it. Okay. Do you understand what's being presented?
Yeah.
What's being shown there?
What? I was just looking at it. I'm just wondering
Actually,
as another.
I have a question for you. Maybe this will. When you're caught up looking for an overall like Earth in its entirety, another question I'm sure is on your docket has something to do with an edge.
What happens there?
Yeah. Have you ever put any thought? Have you ever put any thought of that into your own like generally accepted beliefs of the universe? They say that it's like in.
Wait, what'd you say before?
Okay, so in the heliocentric universe, there's an edge, a limit to space itself, to the universe. What does it look like? What happens when you get there? Is it expanding? What is it expanding into?
And then using your own epistemology, can you show a picture or an image or a graph of that?
Yeah, that's why I said, what does it look like?
Yeah, like I just thought, you know, for the longest time that flat earthers have existed, you know, I mean this as nice as possible, but you know, why hasn't somebody made at least a somewhat accurate like depiction of what it actually looks
Don't
like?
need to.
You don't need why? Might that like
Yeah, it would have no usefulness even if you tried. Like the reason you model things is essentially as a tool. Like, and each tool has a specific use, a purpose. But like, there's absolutely no purpose in doing something like that.
I mean it would be well renounding. Like if somebody actually, at least in this group, it would be pretty cool. At least I would think.
Just to satisfy your curiosity and give you something more
Yes.
to believe in.
Earth is not flat. It is pure interdimensional.
An interdimensional.
I mean, a lot of
shit.
people find that sort of satisfaction, at least in science. So yeah, I wouldn't be. Yeah.
What do you think science is? Maybe that's the main problem.
Well, that depends on the person, honestly. At this
Yeah,
point.
how would you define this? Someone says, "What is science?" What is that?
I would say, well,
A verb or a
multiple
noun? How about
studies.
this? We start out. Is it a verb or a noun?
Science?
Yeah, something you do, or is it a person, place, or thing? An action or a thing?
Hmm. Well, that does complicate because it depends on context.
So maybe figure that out. Figure
No,
out
but
what
that definitely
context
compares on context.
Yeah, what context are you trying to articulate when you say just now, just a second ago, that's what people find comfort in science.
Let's think. Yeah, it really just depends on context. It isn't any one particular thing.
Your
Because you can use
context, right now, you just said you think people should adopt the heliocentric model because they find comfort in science. What was your context?
I wouldn't say comfort. I mean, I would say it's more of a like it's a joy to, I would say, learn new things and find new things about our universe. I do think that people, at least I hope people do find a joy in that. Finding out new things, experimenting. I think it's a very joyous experience.
So a verb.
Hmm?
So a verb.
Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, I got you, Robert.
I would, yeah, I guess I would say verb in that context, yes.
This group is full of stupid people, to be honest. Yeah, wasting their time.
Okay, hold on.
Can I say that
Okay.
there's no ice forming on the inside of the vacuum chamber also?
I have a question as well. Another one. Where, like, from someone's point of view, where is Antarctica? Like, is it on the edge? Is it on top? Like,
It is in your mind.
I wanna know. Like,
Wait, it's in the side. The edge, I mean.
The Antarctica is also in your mind, which is also real. Yeah.
No, it's like on the edge of the map. And then the ice just extends forever. We don't know how far it extends, but it's big.
but like, where is it? Like, where is it near? At least.
Oh, so it surrounds the whole continent. You think of it as a plate that has like the edge is like the ice, it surrounds us.
Yeah, there
Like,
are more
haven't you
land
like
than
did you never looked at a flat Earth map?
Yeah,
Equidistant
I've
isn't.
seen it. I want to know because apparently the people in here have a different opinion of like, what flat Earth is. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. What about
What is
you,
flat
Gary?
Earth?
Yeah, but I'm asking. I obviously yes.
Okay, there's 2 words there. This should be a good English test for you. Flat and Earth. Which word are you confused by? Flat or Earth?
Flat.
Okay, so look up the word flat. Is that an adjective or a noun?
It's a noun.
Jeez it.
Is it?
What is a okay? English is not my first language, but
Go Google that. This is a part where you could Google something and
How
maybe
is that a
help you out.
verb?
Google it. It's
flat.
not.
Flat means it's just horizontal, just level. Like
I didn't say verb, did I? As an adjective or a noun.
Oh yeah, I know you. I thought you said verb or a noun, and I.
Oh, maybe I misspoke. I
Oh
might have
yeah, I was like, huh?
oh no, he said the noun or adjective.
Yeah, yeah. No. Sorry, I must have heard noun of like.
Yeah, I mean it's
verb.
possible. Because when I was going over science, science is a verb or a noun.
It's an adjective.
Okay. So
Adjective,
what is verb? What is verb? What is flat? Is flat an adjective or a noun?
Be an adjective.
It's an adjective.
Okay, so what is Earth? Is Earth what is Earth? A noun? Okay. So if I say flat Earth, what am I describing the Earth as?
Flat.
As flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So are you confused by that now? Like, what do you describe the Earth as?
No. I like asking questions.
Well, yeah, we're using science here. So make an observation. The first step.
Yeah,
You observe.
obviously.
What do you observe the Earth as? Do you observe it as flat or curved?
Depends.
Okay, when do you?
If I'm looking outside my window, of course I see it as flat. But if I'm on an airplane, I see it as round.
Okay, that's quite interesting. So run the numbers there. Okay, the roundness that you saw, quantify that and see if it matches what they said the heliocentric model is.
I mean, yeah.
How much curve did you see?
I mean, I've been on a few fucking planes. I've seen a bit of fucking curve.
Okay, then qualify that or quantify that, and then fill in the rest of the equation. How big of an Earth did you see?
Also, I forgot to mention, I did do an experiment for one of my finals in school, and it was sending like an object near space, like right on the level. We didn't use any obviously I didn't video it because it was for my school exams, but it was you could very much see it was very, very round. I couldn't.
Go ahead and show your project.
That's why I said it was for my projects for my ATAR. So.
Okay.
What did you do exactly anyway?
That's for my end year exams.
What did you do exactly anyway?
So usually in these rockets, most people just install fisheye lens cameras. So I think it's like the right camera for high altitude.
Why haven't people removed and then put it up there then?
You tell us why you keep sending balloons up with GoPros. Why? Mine are fisheye lens GoPros.
No, but I wonder, why hasn't somebody without a fisheye lens GoPro sent it up there? I would expect somebody had enough, $200 to send it up there. Yeah, show me.
I can send
a chat.
I can send the video right now. Let me just search it up.
So I see Manufactotum left during the observation I'm doing right now.
No, he's still here, but I don't think he's watching if you're live streaming anything.
Yeah, well, I'm not on a live camera. I'm posting it as I'm doing it. So that's just it. I'm not going to keep doing this over and over because he decided to leave when I started posting pictures.
So what am I looking at? So I see the pictures.
I've sent it, boys. I've sent the video.
Thank you. Okay.
Almost completely dry now, and still no ice has formed inside that vacuum chamber.
What
Also,
was in there?
no stars have formed inside of it either.
Yeah, that was never anything. What was in there? Like, did you just fill the bottom with water?
Yes.
How much
Around
water was in there?
a quarter of an inch. It's an
A
8-inch
quarter of an
diameter.
inch.
It's still running. You can probably hear it on my mic, but I'm in my studio, so it probably has noise canceling on.
So the first
Sent the
first
boat pump
image
video.
at 59 after the hour.
Yeah, I'm looking. Hold on.
Like I don't know, I'm having trouble seeing. Like, clearly there's water in there. I can't really see the level of the water
So
though.
you saw the last time, it just blows up onto the surface of the lid all over the place. And I'm just taking a picture every few minutes to showing you that it's drying up. I can't pull a vacuum that quick to get it at the level. That's why I keep showing the gauge. It takes this long to pull that much vacuum, and it's still pulling vacuum.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Hold on.
You want him to just burn up his pump or what?
Usually when you get, and if you look at that gauge, the rule of thumb is when it's between the -1 and that screw, or whatever that is, that stop, you're probably already dry, in the field anyway. But you still let it run for about 45 minutes after that point. I'm just going to send Manufactotum the bill for the pump, like I would do the customers.
How much does that pump cost approximately?
You can't get
This
blood
is a
from a
tiny
turnout.
one, so it's like $120. The
Oh,
good
it's
ones
not
are like
bad.
250. I would have been done already. I use it to pull air bubbles out of, what's that shit called? That liquid, the clear stuff. I have gallons of it in my garage. The
Glycol?
you seal I sealed hot dogs in it for my son-in-law. He got him signed by the world hot dog champion, and he was like, now what do I do? They're gonna rot in this package. I said, I'll seal them up. I put them in that epoxy shit. I said, they're still gonna turn gray and yucky, so keep them out of the light and they'll live longer.
Like the UV resin or whatever?
Yeah. The UV resin is more for 3D printers, but it's the same concept. UV resin is already mixed and then you use light to activate it. The other stuff is in two parts. Once they're mixed, then it's activated, but it's same concept.
I've got the dome glass screen protector for my phone that uses that stuff. It's the best screen protectors, by the way.
Sorry, people came in, were talking at me. So what's the power on that pump?
Pump?
Yeah, the vacuum pump. The motor.
Oh. I just came in. Sorry about that.
I think the guy I was talking to is not listening. Well, you go ahead again.
It's posted.
Oh, okay. All right, because I got like a shitty one of these, and mine barely gets to like 25. Because I would be interested in doing this myself.
You can't pull to minus 30. That's not the pump. It's your seals in your whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah,
I
it
have
could be.
one sealing surface. That's the lid with a big, thick rubber ring which gets sucked down around it. And that's generally how they work. The vacuum makes the seal. It makes the seal itself as it pulls the vacuum. So you probably have a leak if you can't pull any more than that. I'm just letting you know.
Hello, Jekyll. Is he not here? The silence is deafening.
Sorry, I was just watching the whole video, but maybe I'm blind, but it is so blurry. It was posted 12 years ago. What? Like, do any of you have a video of like at least 90 kilometers up with like one of those balloon things?
So the Viking at 18 minutes after posted how satellites are launched. You might get a kick out of that.
The
Those
Viking?
are NASA satellites, by the way.
Okay.
And the funny thing is, it's even named NASA satellites. I just know it's NASA because that's how they launch them. So now we know ice doesn't form in a vacuum chamber. And we know suns don't form in a vacuum chamber when you remove the air. So gravity's not holding water down, and stars aren't being formed.
So suns forming in a vacuum was never the claim. Nobody ever said that. And
Is
for
the
the
sun a
umpteenth
ball in
time,
the vacuum of space?
sorry?
Is the sun a gas ball in the vacuum of space?
Plasma, but essentially, yes.
Gas balls in a vacuum chamber. Okay, so it didn't form there. It was placed there?
That's not what I said. Are you talking about the question you asked me like a couple hours ago? Because that was whether the vacuum causes stars to form.
Yeah, that was sarcasm.
Okay, that's fair. So what are you
And
asking about
so you're
stars in
trying
the
to
vacuum?
put something opposite of what I'm doing?
Yes, this is what I'm basing my knowledge of ice does form in a vacuum.
Do I have a
And
special kind of vacuum
disappear.
chamber?
You have a what?
Do I have a special vacuum chamber?
What is a special vacuum chamber?
One that doesn't allow ice to form.
I don't think so.
I can't find the kids' balloons anywhere, or I would be playing with those too. We had packages of them, but I think they turned into water balloons over the summer.
So are you saying this is a special vacuum chamber that
No,
allows ice to
I
form?
have a picture of it. You can scroll through. It's a pot with a lid on it and a hose connected to it. That's it.
Right. Sure, but the one that I posted, you're saying that is a special.
No, nothing. I don't know what you're posting. I've seen it before. What does it mean? It means ice is forming in a vacuum chamber?
Yes.
Wow. So just not when I do it.
I don't know. It's an interesting question to ask.
Mine is put water in a vacuum chamber, turn the vacuum pump on, and let it run. What's
Right.
that guy do?
Let me watch it with the sound on.
Is anybody having a problem understanding what's going on with this vacuum chamber that's running behind me?
No, I got something for you guys though. Wyatt, matter of fact, told most of that video. Do you guys remember a character called Bob the Science Guy?
You mean, what's his name?
Research Blood Moon.
Yeah, yep, same dude. So his new thing, okay, you're gonna love this, okay? The rotation of the Earth with his microwave and a stick of butter. So apparently, if the Earth is rotating, you'll get, as you microwave a stick of butter, you'll get waves over the surface of the stick of butter.
What?
Yeah, because
What are you
like,
talking about?
okay, yeah, research Flat Moon. Okay, Bob the Science Guy. He says
what?
if you put a stick of butter in the microwave and fire that bitch up, the microwaves are going one direction, but everything else is spinning with the Earth. So you get a wavy pattern across the top of the butter as it microwaves.
I don't think that's how it works, bro.
Yeah, if globe, that's how it works. If the globe is rotating.
Well, I mean, the Earth isn't flat, so like, and that doesn't happen. So.
Hey, dude, your keyboard is loud.
Hello, people. Can anyone hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead, man.
How are you guys doing?
Awful.
No, I'm.
Just terrible. Just awful, bro. The worst.
Yeah.
What about you?
That's that
What about
skit
you?
from Office Space where he says, "Every day is a downward spiral for me. So each time you see me, I'm literally worse off than I were
I
prior.
I have
Okay, bro.
I have found a. I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I was in the middle of saying something. So as I was saying, I have found a wonderful thing in the internet. I like to share it with you guys. Look at it in the site chat and tell me what you think about it. I think it is very interesting.
So real. So real, bro.
Well, if it was found on the
Here
internet,
you go.
probably good shit. Then post it.
Yeah, anything from YouTube is just like amazing, you know?
Uh,
I would love
no,
to see
not
it.
from YouTube. Yeah, you can see it in the site chat.
I'm not sure about that one. I don't know about that, bro. 15-time Matrix dimension. I'm honestly like, you know, with my extensive knowledge, of physics. I don't know, I don't know, bro.
Your extensive knowledge of physics.
What do you guys think about this?
Dude, what
My
you know about
profound
physics wouldn't. What you know about physics wouldn't fit in a bar napkin.
Yeah, okay, bro.
I randomly found it on the internet. I thought I should share it with you guys.
I
Especially
think
the
you should
flat earth
listen. I think you should maybe unshare it.
How do I do that?
No, you can share whatever you want. Don't worry about it. That dude is just panic mode, shields up, red alert. He's got all this physics, but doesn't understand flat and stationary.
Yeah.
He's about as
Like
bricked
I
as you
said.
can get.
Like I said, I'm a mystic. I'm not a scientist. What is I don't. I think I don't have fault in that.
Did you say you're a magician?
Yeah. No, not a no. I'm not a. I didn't say magician. I said mystic.
Isn't that the same thing? You can do magic tricks, make snakes dance out of hats and stuff.
No, bro. In current, what should I say? Age, mystic means you have to be. It is considered religious. Magician can be anything like unreligious, Satanist, pagan. But in this, I'm a religious. So in the religion term, we call mystic. That's it, not magician. Especially Abrahamic, strictly. Uh, yeah, I can share some spells, rituals with you guys if you want. My English is pretty bad. Yeah.
It's okay. We're not brains in the jar. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Sounds upsetting.
but I found that picture very interesting. Like really, like this alien races they are talking about, like doppelganger and parallel self and many things.
What the fuck, dude? Are you throwing shit at the microphone?
What?
Are you that mad that you're throwing stuff around now? Because the Earth is flat and not a ball in space.
Are you talking to me?
So did you lose the debate, Redwin?
Apparently not, because I posted every picture from the time I started till I stopped, and I posted the video last, which shows the dry vacuum chamber, no ice forming in it. So he owes an apology, or you're getting banned with him.
I am banned. I'm currently sitting on a ban right now.
I'm going to make sure you can't come into the channels.
I'd appreciate it unbanned, though, if anyone can
Does
help a
anyone
bro out.
want any binding rituals, contract? I can share, like, I don't know what to say in this room. Anyway, binding yourself with entity or contract, like, no?
What do you mean, like some metaphysical entity trying to bind your will?
You want to bind. You are the one who will bind. Like binding gin.
Oh, God. He said he's drinking gin. I heard it.
Binding spiritual entity or celestial entity, like aliens, have contract, having a contract with them by ritual. I can. No? Yes.
Manu, what was your issue with Redwin's thing then? Update me.
He said when you
Yeah.
pull a vacuum, the water turns to ice, and apparently it just dries the vacuum chamber.
So I watched the video that I posted. Apparently, he also has just a regular vacuum chamber, maybe more powerful, but that's fine. So my issue with Radwin to date has been that he keeps saying that he's done this on stream, and this is the first that I've seen. So going forward, I will no longer say you're a liar. Now that you've done it, you can say now that you've done this on stream.
And
I will accept the pictures.
Water down, right?
Sorry?
I can say air pressure keeps water flat, right?
You can say it, and you've done an experiment that seems to suggest that. I'm not entirely sure with the methodology, but yeah, I'm not going to rag on you now that you've actually gone through the steps to show what you've done.
And
that's what I was missing from you to date.
Radwin's been around a long time. He's done streams in the past years ago.
Yeah, I have all kinds of fun toys in my garage.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. But the claim was that he had done it on camera, and what I saw, and when he said later that he had done it the whole time, that couldn't be substantiated.
Because I have to pull the moisture completely out of things when I use my vacuum chamber, so it's just been done over and over. I just never sat a glass of water in there or poured it in the bottom to let it dry it out. Because I normally don't get it that wet. I wanted to do it quickly, not take a long time.
That's fine, but then that can't be your claim.
It is my claim when I've done it before. I'm just not going to do it every time.
Yeah, but the claim is that you did that on camera. That's what I had issues with.
Fine. Can I smoke a joint now?
Absolutely. Actually, I'm going to make a coffee.
No, don't drink coffee.
You get all wee-weed up.
Yeah, nothing new under the sun though for Manufactotum.
It's part of getting older.
He came in here swinging the big dick, talking about, hey, flat earthers are all liars. we're like, wow, dude. Well, if you follow that worldview, you shouldn't ask flat earthers anything anymore. It's like, well, I didn't mean all flat earthers. I meant just Radwin. Radwin's a liar.
Take whatever lie you need for whatever lie you want, and follow that to its logical conclusion.
Yeah, and then what happens?
Exactly. What happens?
What's the conclusion? It changed or no change?
Oh, no change.
Yeah, because you couldn't even convince yourself of your own bullshit. You got to invoke anything you wanted to. All flat earthers are liars. All flat earthers do this. You just made up a complete fabrication and drove to the logical conclusion, and you couldn't even convince yourself.
A funny thing, bro? Do you guys want to hear a funny? Recently, one of a guy that I know very closely was doing a ritual, like making writing a talisman or something, and somehow for some reason his ritual has gone wrong, and now he is completely mental.
Did we have to listen to that entire spiel?
So basically, the moral of the story is don't mess with witchcraft, folks. You'll go crazy.
No.
Although
He's gone crazy because his ritual was gone wrong. That's why.
Radwin, in your photo, like the gauge, is it like it's like liquid filled and there's like a bubble on the top?
It's glycerin to keep the workings moist and dry, not go dry.
Oh, okay.
It's just that's how gauges work.
Oh yeah, I gotcha.
When you see them without that, they're usually just for like air compressors. But I use some more. That one came with it, but generally, like out in my garage, I have all liquid filled gauges, so they're more accurate. They don't have friction; they're floating.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, because it's not binding up; it's like lubricated. So the mechanical, whatever variables controlled.
You can see I had to pull past -1 to between -1 and that stop. That's generally how I was taught when I got into the HVAC business, because it wasn't going to school back then. It was pull the vacuum to about here and let it run for 45 minutes. And that's when you're cleaning up everything because you're about to crack it open and leave.
Oh.
Somebody's eating a pillow.
Is he being a pillow princess for us?
It's a cry pillow. Like a cry pillow. The globalists need a cry pillow.
Yeah, for real.
You could sell those on like a flat earth site and just get Glober's cry pillows and like have little catch basins on the side where the tears go.
Yeah, I'll have Crits PFP as my cry pillow, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to make a pillow and it's going to have a picture of my vacuum chamber on it.
Yeah.
So what flat earth proof do we have today? What we got on the table?
Nothing new under the sun.
We debunked gravity holds water down by just removing the air from the top. There's one good thing.
That's a great point.
So now when I ask this question, I don't expect anybody to say, nuh-uh.
What's on the side of the pump? It shows maximum and minimum. And there's like a green, looks like green fluid there. Is that like your lubricant for the pump?
Hydraulic oil.
Okay.
Yeah,
hydraulics.
Yeah, definitely where it says minimum. You start going below that and not paying attention, you're just going to ruin the pump. And that oil is from like 50 years ago. That's why it looks like that. Otherwise, I would have put the good stuff in, but it works. It's not a big deal. Compressor oil is all you need.
Blah 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 blah.
How does it correlate with the pyramids?
Pyramids are decorations out in the sand.
Yeah, and I was just wondering how it correlates with the whole flat Earth thing.
They're held down by air pressure.
Right.
Above, that's it. Yeah, above.
You got a guitar hanging on the wall.
That's a throwaway. It's for kids. My other ones are behind me.
This sort of like in evil genius and stuff.
Yeah, he really does. Welcome to the jungle.
Yeah, by the last photo here, the 1646, it's almost completely dry inside it. There's a few specks on the lid. This is irrefutable. What's Britnack gonna say about this?
Very cute.
You can see there's nothing in it. There's no dots on it in the last video.
So, Marlon, what do you think about the whole thing with the aerodynamics?
The whole thing with the
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Marlon. Marlon?
Just don't think it's very intelligent, that's all.
Any time any sort of ice form.
No, not at all. No, I moved it around to make sure there was still like liquid stuck to the bottom in the corner, and I would roll it around to make sure there was no ice. It was just never forming into ice.
This is it.
70 degrees in this room where that was done, so I'm simulating Earth, not the freezer or some weird place.
If ice forms, that's still a problem for the globe.
It doesn't, don't worry. Or we would have an issue with AC units.
I think if the vacuum were extreme and violent, that it would cause some of the water to turn into ice and the rest would off gas.
That would be impossible to try to do, though. I would have to
Right.
pull double the size and then have that pull a vacuum instantaneously on another container because it would equalize out, and you're not going to really have a vacuum.
So to demonstrate this, you'd need the vacuum of outer space, which they claim exists as 10 to the negative 17 torr, and that doesn't make Earth an ice ball.
That would be a reification fallacy.
Also, it's not a flash from vacuum into ice because obviously it's not a flash from vacuum into ice.
Where do we find vacuums in nature?
In my basement, in my studio.
Not in nature, though. So we don't have a natural phenomena to be studying then.
Some polymer created in nature.
I mean,
came from
whatever claim is going to come from a lab. It's not a phenomena that we observe in nature. I see.
Yeah, so there's no outer space because you don't observe that in nature. You're correct.
But even for the claim of a vacuum of space, you're going to require a flat plane for that. Someone was talking about physics before. Is he still around?
That would be Globers. They love physics until we get involved. Then they don't like it anymore.
I wonder if a measurement is physical. They're just dancing around the bush. Come on, guys. Is a measurement physical?
I can't measure concepts that exist in my mind. Like, how do I measure happiness?
I don't know. Maybe with a thermometer.
How do you measure mass?
What's that?
Depends which lexicon you use.
Yeah, the word mass itself is convoluted, isn't it? It's not defined.
Right, just like gravity. And they just both happen to be
No.
related.
Disagree. Gravity is defined. The bending of a concept, space-time. That's what gravity is. You Google right
Yeah.
now, go to Wikipedia, ask what is gravity, it'll tell you. Gravity is not a force, it's the bending of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. So it is defined.
So, yeah, gravity's so powerful, it can bend nothing.
No. It's a concept. It's not a force,
Right.
it's a concept.
Well,
It says,
space-time is empty. It's a vacuum right there, then it's bending nothing.
well, how much time is in a cubic meter of space?
Three time.
Is that you measure that in teaspoons?
Time spoons.
Yeah, but let's come down to the ground, Earth, measurements, geometry. Yeah, that's how we find out if it's a globe or not.
That's a
And
source
guess
up
what?
morning in
The
here.
globe,
But
the globe measures to be flat, man.
yeah, it's a sore subject in here. In fact, I think they're still in here. Oh, they left. They're still chatting though. But yeah, this sore subject, they tried to do trig on a flat surface and they were able to do it, and then they stopped.
Trig, you said. Well, that requires a horizontal baseline, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's when they looked and at their drawing. They looked at their drawing and said, "Fuck it."
Well, they're gonna have to measure the Earth to be flat first, yeah, with their trigonometry, yeah, and then claim a sphere. It's nonsensical, isn't it? Why would you claim something else rather than your measurements? Once that you are measuring these things, you're measuring a plane, and then questioning the plane that you just measured, like Alberoni did. No one. There was a few ballers around. Oh, I thought this was a debate. I was wrong.
Vacuum chamber blew their minds. The claim was made ice forms in a vacuum chamber when you remove the air from water. And I said when you remove the air from water, the water leaves with the air too. And over time, it dried the vacuum chamber right up, so it didn't turn to ice.
I don't know why would someone make claims about vacuum chambers. This would be compared to what?
But the manufacturer.
I think they're trying to reify a vacuum of space in a lab and compare it to outer space. It's called reification fallacy.
They used to be able to go there and play around in it, so they knew what they were doing. So my claim was air holds water to the ground, and then when I removed the air, the water flew away, and I was right.
Isn't a container necessary for containing liquids?
Yep, and air pressure. I have a compressor out in my garage. It compresses air into two tanks. I got them connected together, so I have more power behind it when I'm using it, more time before it starts that motor up. But I build everything from scrap parts, so I just make it as I need it.
Oh, look, we got someone in text. Left lane saying that 3,000 feet of a mountain are missing because it's too far for perspective.
How would you know that? How would you go about to measure and come to a conclusion like that?
Good question. Their claim.
Yeah, but the first claim is the mountain X have the X amount in feet. How do you come to that conclusion?
Oh, yeah, in the first instance. Very good question. I hope they can answer that.
I'm trying to visualize it. So I have two mountains, yeah? One mountain on the right, mountain on the left. How do I know the difference between these two mountains in terms of height? Do I need a baseline for that? The same baseline on both mountains in order to come to the conclusion. Oh dear.
Yeah, it has to be the same baseline, or else you can't really do that.
Right, because you can't take an elevation angle off a curved adjacent.
That's correct.
Gotta go. Be back later.
Well, it's Speculation Sunday, folks. Any other globe proof out there? Because it's basically speculation.
Yes, indeed, I have a globe proof. The globe measures to be flat. Yeah, it doesn't deviate from straight.
Can you prove it?
Yes, elevation angles to Polaris. It's measured to be flat. That's how you find your latitude.
You're calling in the troops right now. You know that, right? By saying that.
By saying what? That is measured to be flat. Yeah.
Yeah, you said celestial navigation, didn't you? Or no?
Why? What's wrong with celestial navigation?
It can only be done on a globe.
Really? Who claims that?
Jekyll, Manufactotum, the GF6 guys, Left Lane, Morvis, and Lunatic. I'm just kidding about those two.
I can't do it right now. I'm in the middle of something, but I think you heard, I've got sort of a little demonstration going on about that I'm working on.
So, yeah, they came in here and they dropped a plumb bob and said, now I'm 90 degrees to a ball. Let's roll like that.
90 degrees to a curved surface.
Yeah.
They show that mathematics.
Yep. They drop it and it's 90 degrees to a ball because they dropped
Yeah.
the plumb bob.
Essentially, it goes like this. Like, it's the same method. You just need to form that 90. But now what they're creating is a tangent line over a ball. So it's not, their 90 degrees is on a tangent line. That tangent line shoots off into space somewhere, which means the GP lands on that tangent line off in space somewhere. And if you continue that down to the surface of the ball due to the drop, the GP doesn't align with underneath the star like it needs to. And I've got a
The
diagram.
GP is not on the ground anymore. It's in outer space. Yeah.
Right.
Well, they started
that's why the mathematics doesn't work. This geometry doesn't work on the ball.
Yeah, when you start in outer space, you're going to end up in outer space, meaning somewhere else in XYZ than you planned on. You need a baseline for a reference.
Not just that. You're going to pinpoint a ground position of a celestial that you are observing. You go to your almanac, it's going to tell you longitude and latitude where X marks the spot. That is a 2D geometry, longitude, latitude, on a plane. On celestial navigation, there is no elevation apart from the celestials because the observer is at 0 elevation. So longitude and latitude, 2D, not in a sphere. Cartesian system.
What do you think about 3 theodolites shooting at 3 mountains and coming up with a triangle bigger than 180 degrees?
Well, you're going to have to define the word triangle. Because you're saying you have a triangle with more than 180 degrees? How can it be? Triangles require 180 degrees. So it's an oxymoron.
Yeah, they renamed them to spherical triangles.
Yeah, I know. Again, imaginary geometry.
I'm going to say that their setup was wrong. If you're not getting 180 degrees at 3 points, you need to reshoot that thing.
Yeah, something is wrong with your geometry. You're using Euclidean geometry. It doesn't fit or doesn't conform with the sphere. Not from the surface of a sphere. A sphere has deviations from straight in every single direction. It doesn't have straight horizontal lines.
You try telling them that. They said every millimeter is a new horizontal plane, different direction.
Oh, really? So a horizontal stops being horizontal, yeah, depending on the size. So a 5 centimeter horizontal or a 5 foot horizontal or a 5 mile horizontal, yeah, it stops being horizontal, according to them, no? Or can I increase the scale of a horizontal line?
Essentially, every flea that's on the Earth has his own horizontal. Every single flea, you know.
Yeah, we heard that so many times. Locally flat. It doesn't
No, but
work
it is
locally
though,
flat
right?
with celestial.
Like,
With celestial navigation, doesn't work locally flat.
You're measuring a spherical sky, man. Of course, you can measure from a flat surface. I just think it's like a coordinate system from the sky to the Earth, and that's it. It doesn't matter what the Earth is. Translating from the sky down with angles, so you can imagine it being flat then, but it kind of works all ways.
Well, exactly the other way around. It's not from the sky down. It's from down up. But you see, for this description of up and down, you also require a horizontal plane.
How about if I did this? How about if I stood directly underneath the star and then I hung a string with a weight on it, and I'm going to call that the ground position. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That is, yeah.
That's how it's done.
So it's not a ground position. It's in the air and then it's hanging somewhere. And
No, you are on the ground, laying on the floor, facing up. Yeah, looking straight up, and you'll see the celestial right above your head. That's 90 degrees.
See, everyone thinks that artificial lines can't go wherever the fuck you want them to. You know, it's a reference, imaginary reference point to take measurements from. It's like a real line.
Be one of the creators of this new method of measuring. You're speaking to him, George.
Oh, really? Sorry.
Yeah, one of them, what do you call them? Cult members that believe that we should be able to measure from a zenith and don't always require the horizontal. Sorry.
I don't know if I disagree with that statement.
Exactly, man. It's everyone seems to hate it because they prefer the horizontal method.
Oh.
Well, the astrolabe used to be hanging on the hand of the observer.
Right, it did. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Good
you're
point,
trying to find your zenith. Yeah. What you're doing celestial navigation, you try to find your position, your zenith, your fix. Yeah. So where those three circles are going to intersect, that is your zenith. So you're measuring right from the angle in your hand or eye to the celestial and to the GP.
Yeah, as another variant of that angle, it'd be called a co-altitude angle or a zenith angle, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Essentially, it's the inverse for it's the opposite plane of reference from a elevation angle.
That's correct. So the horizontal line goes from the observer to the GP, and at the GP, yeah, you have a right angle, 90-degree angle going upwards to the star.
I mean, I can imagine what you're saying, but yeah, I'll follow along. You're kind of explaining it. You're kind of explaining it on a flat surface, are you? So it kind of works, right?
Well, you have to explain it because that's like that because it is measured like that. You look into the scope, you have a horizontal line, yeah, and you have a cross line. You're looking at the horizon right on the crossing, yeah, and then you bring the celestial in the middle, right on 90 degree in the middle. Once you're happy with that, you rock your sextant, yeah, because the boat is rocking, you want to keep it straight at the horizon, and then you mark when you're happy with it. And that measurement straight away gives you a distance to the GP, because you're going to deduct that angle measurement that you just measured from 90 degrees in order to find the co-altitude angle. So now you know the distance between your zenith and the zenith of the celestial you're observing, because those two zenith lines must be running parallel to one another in order for you to find the distance.
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
Here's the diagram that I was working on. Okay, like, and here comes Manufactotum. No, this. So
sorry,
try to
where are you
follow
posting?
along this. There's a lot
What
of
it,
things on here, but so this is talking about doing it with the plumb bob, right?
Chat,
Not
Joel.
yeah, but where are you posting? Where do I see this?
It says 24/7 Flat Earth. There's an open chat bubble. Click on that, and the chat window will open.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is talking about like the way that they're saying you can do it with a plumb bob, which sure, I agree, you can. It's the same thing. You're just using the other side of the angle. Okay. But they're creating their 90 degrees as this tangent line, which should also probably say flat Earth there, because you're making now A, D, and E are the same star, right? We don't care about the height of the star. We're just looking for the angle to it. Now, on the flat Earth and creating a 90 degrees, you're looking at A and you're dropping straight down to B, and that's B is your ground position. On the globe, however, it has to continue down to C, but A is not directly above C. E is. Okay? In order to be underneath A, you would have to be at H on the globe. In order to be under the GP, you would have to be at G. But you're still not underneath the star.
Correct. Well, I think I'm following. It makes no sense, that geometry.
Well, if you get rid of everything underneath the tangent line, just making the right angle triangle, A, B, and the observation point, that's what you're doing. That's how it works, and that's the flat Earth.
But where do we observe this tangent that we're measuring?
You don't
what's
need
the purpose of it?
No, you don't need to with that method. You've dropped the plumb line, and the tangent line is just that imaginary line that you've created. It's 90 degrees. So, like, if you measure the angle from the zenith or the plumb line to your observation, you take the complementary angle to that. Like, say you had 30 degrees between the plumb line and the observation, then you know that between the observation and the tangent line is 70 degrees. So, you can do it. It's the same method either way, but you're working off of an imaginary tangent line. And my point with this diagram is just that your result wouldn't leave you underneath the star on the globe.
Yeah, that's correct. But you have no tangents. What you have is a straight line to a horizontal line.
The horizontal line is the tangent.
No, it's not. It can't be. A horizontal line cannot be a tangent.
When you use a bubble sextant, the only reason you take an elevation angle is to figure out what your co-altitude angle is. When you use a bubble sextant, you're getting your co-altitude angle. You don't have to consider anything else about it.
Yeah. And for you to find your co-altitude angle, you need to be 90 degrees to the star, to the GP of the star. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a co-altitude angle.
We don't care about the angle at the GP.
What do you mean you don't care? You're going to have to deduct your angle reading from it. Yeah. If your angle is 20...
You're reading your angle from your zenith, not from the GP.
Yes, but you're measuring to the GP.
No, you're measuring to the star. The only reason you're concerned with the GP is to go to the almanac and get the coordinates of that GP, so that you can draw your co-altitude, your circle of equal elevation around it, and that's it.
Yeah, but for you to find that circle of equal elevation, you need the co-altitude angle. You need your zenith and the zenith of the star, the GP, to be running parallel to one another, because you're going to have to deduct your angle measurement from the 90 degree.
No.
What do you mean no? How do you find your co-altitude angle?
The GP's zenith is not a thing. It's not even part of the measurement.
Angle?
You could use a bubble sextant and you can read it directly, or you could use a marine sextant, figure out your elevation angle, and then figure out your co-altitude angle from there.
That's not the answer for my question, though. How do you find the co-altitude angle?
you shoot the angle between the horizon with the line of sight between the horizon and the celestial body, and then you correct for dip correction and refraction.
No,
How do you,
Steve,
how do you correct? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. How do you correct for dip correction without the GP?
Yeah, the GP doesn't matter about dip correction.
It does matter. It does matter because you
No, you'll
correct
have to
the
show
GP.
that, George.
Nah,
That
nah, nah.
doesn't matter. I don't care about the GP when I'm doing dip correction. All I care about is my height above the surface. That's all I care about to do dip
Yes,
correction.
the height above the GP. So that line
No,
that goes
no,
from
not
you
the
all the way
GP.
to the GP. Yeah, it goes all the way
GP's
to the
not
GP.
part of it, George.
It is because you need to correct the 90 degree. You need to correct for the co-altitude angle.
That's not part of it, George.
It is, man. You're looking through the sextant at the horizon, bringing the celestial at 90 degrees to the horizon to measure that angle. So once that you mark, you have the angle already marked. Whatever the angle is,
Well, imagine this, George. If your horizon is,
if you let me finish, whatever the angle you measured, whatever the angle is, you're going to have to deduct from what?
well, your horizon could be,
You're
4,
gonna
5,
deduct
6
the angle
miles.
that you just
But let me
measured
finish,
from what?
George. Your horizon
but
could
you
be
didn't
4,
answer
5.
me.
You're not answering me. You're not answering me. The horizon
I
may
asked
be.
you a question. I've been asking you.
I'm explaining it. The horizon may be 4, 5, 6 miles away from you. Your
Doesn't matter,
GP is probably, it can be 3,000 miles away from you. You're not taking any angles to the GP.
Well, the angle is not to the GP. The distance is to the GP. The angle, you bring the celestial to the horizon line, to the horizontal, just kissing the horizontal. So that's your tangent. That's the only tangent here is when the lowest part of the celestial is just kissing the horizon right in the middle of the protractor, right in the center, 90 degrees, with a zero elevation on the right and left. When you achieve that angle, what do you do next? How do you find your co-altitude angle?
Well, that's where you have to correct for dip and refraction,
No,
depending
that's
on how
where
high
you
you
have
are.
to deduct
No,
from 90 degrees to find your
no, not
co-altitude
yet.
angle.
You can't deduct yet. You've got to correct for dip before you assume your co-altitude angle. If you don't get rid of that part of the angle, you will not be accurate in your co-altitude angle.
What do you mean they're not going to be accurate?
You've got to get rid of that
How do
portion
you-
of
how
your
do you get the
observation
co-altitude
because
angle?
it's not at your horizontal plane at your feet.
Yep. You're not answering me though. How do you get the co-altitude angle? You measure the angle.
I just said
now
there,
what?
you correct for dip and refraction, and then you take that value and subtract it from 90 to get your co-altitude.
From which 90 we subtracting from?
There's the 90 that's at your feet, at your
My
eye
feet.
line. Yes, that's the 90 in which you subtract
No, it's
the
not,
figure
man.
from. Yes, it
No,
is.
it's the
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
It's the 90 on the GP. It's the distance between
Yeah,
you and the GP.
that doesn't make
with
sense,
the
George.
90 just underneath the GP. It does make sense. The 90, it's just underneath the star. Where the zenith, the imaginary line that comes from the star all the way to the surface, meets the surface at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, that's why the
And
GP is
that
called
is
the
for a
ground
circle.
position. It needs to be 90 degrees beneath the star.
Correct. And then you draw a circle, because once that you have the value for that radius between you and the GP, then you can draw a circle of equal altitude. And for every degree on that circle, it's 60 nautical miles, 360 degrees on the circle. That circle of equal altitude, it's measured as such. But that is just one circle. You need at least two, if not three, in order to do this properly. Circles of equal altitude. It requires a flat plane. It's a no-brainer, guys. The Earth is measured flat.
So Manufactotum is insisting that light comes in parallel. That's why it works.
Yeah, my understanding is that it works on two fundamental principles: that the light comes in parallel and that the Earth is spherical.
Why would you have to assume that? It's
Because it
geometry we're talking about. Do you know what geometry is?
I do.
Okay. You understand there is a geometrical claim on the table. The Earth is a sphere.
Sure.
Right. They put
Okay.
they push the
So
distance of the stars.
you understand? Hold on a second. You understand? In order to be a sphere, it needs to deviate from straight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, where do we measure this?
In celestial navigation, like the fact that it works the way that it does shows that GP is receiving the light at the same angle as someone taking the measurement somewhere
Angle,
else.
you say? What is an angle?
It's the deviation of two lines where they intersect. That's the angle.
How do you go to measure the angle?
Use a ruler.
Which instrument do you use to measure the angle?
In celestial navigation, something like a sextant.
No. Yeah,
You take
a
out
sextant
a
is
ruler.
one of those instruments. But which instrument you would go about to measure the angle, and how would you measure the angle?
Well, in celestial navigation, it's a sextant. If you're doing it on paper, you'd use like a protractor or something. I mean, there's different ways you can do
I
it,
see.
right?
All right. So tell me one thing: how many horizontal horizontal baselines are there on the sphere?
It's observer dependent. So any observer has one horizontal.
Excuse me. How many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
At any given moment?
A sphere.
Uh-huh.
How many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
I don't know what that question means.
Infinitely many.
You know what the
With
horizontal
any
plane
slope.
is? You know
Yes.
what the horizontal plane is? Can you describe a horizontal plane for me, please?
No deviation from 90 degrees to the normal.
Okay. And a sphere?
A sphere is a surface, every point of which is equally distant from a vertex. From the center, excuse me.
Equidistance from the center. So a deviation from straight. So they're not compatible whatsoever.
Oh, I
Yeah?
see what you mean. Sure. So the horizontals would
Okay.
be
So
tangential.
how many 90 degrees will you find on a sphere?
I mean, you can do 90 degrees from a sphere. That would just be
Not
the same as the
from.
tangent.
Yeah. How would you do it? Yeah, from. On the surface of a sphere, how would you do a 90 degree?
Well, you could either take a tangent or just zoom in really, really wide.
A tangent?
Sure. Tangent
A
represents
tangent is not
the
part of the sphere.
instantaneous.
No. On the surface of the sphere.
Right, but we said
on the
that we're
surface
talking
of a
about
sphere, there is no
geometry.
tangent. There is there any tangent on the surface of a sphere? A tangent
You can
meets
take a
the
tangent to a
surface.
sphere.
No. You
Yeah.
can. Yeah, but the surface of a sphere doesn't have any tangents. It's an oxymoron.
So you
Sure.
concede
So a sphere
making a
don't have
flat plane.
horizontal planes, like you just said, man.
Doesn't
Meanwhile,
have
you're gonna tell us about 90-degree angles, yeah,
Yeah,
which
because we can
spheres they
take
don't
a
have a
tangent to a
baseline.
sphere.
Listen, spheres that
It
don't
doesn't
have
have
the
to be part
baseline
of the sphere.
required. Spheres don't have the baseline required for the protractor to work in order to measure an angle of elevation from the surface of a sphere.
It does if you zoom in.
What do you mean if I zoom in? I give you a
If you zoom
protractor
in,
and I give you a protractor to your hand. I want you to measure an angle from a curved surface.
Uh-huh.
Can you do it?
Yes.
Can you show us, please? An elevation angle from a curved surface.
Viking, that's your cue. Go ahead and post that picture again.
Which picture?
Nothing. You're going to demo how you can do that. I'm having another picture posted.
An elevation angle from a curved surface.
Yeah, you either draw a tangent or you zoom in.
From a curved surface.
So the tangent represents the instantaneous rate of change of that curve.
Again, a curved surface. We're using the surface.
Well, we're
as the
not using the
baseline.
surface from celestial navigation, though.
Yes,
right?
we are. We are using
Are
the
we?
surface. Yes.
So we take the sextant, we put it on the ground? What do you mean we're using
No,
the surface?
we're using the surface. It's called ground position.
What do you mean using the surface in that case? The ground
Yes,
position?
we are using the surface. Yeah, we are using the
We're
surface.
no longer talking about geometry then.
Yes, we
'Cause
are.
that's how we
Do you
began
know
this.
what geometry is?
Yes.
What's geo?
Yeah, the measure of the Earth. I don't care about the
Okay.
etymology. I care
So
about the
you don't care
fact
about
that
the
it's part of
etymology that we are
mathematics.
navigating flat,
Hold on. Let
zero
me ask you.
elevation.
Hold on. Let me ask you a
Zero
question.
elevation.
Let me ask you
You
a
don't
question. What is
understand that.
mathematics? What is mathematics?
Mathematics is a concept.
Okay. So are we
A
talking about
language.
mathematics or are we talking about the real world?
We're talking about both because
Okay,
there is a
great.
geometrical claim on the table.
Okay.
There is a geometrical claim on the table. There is a deviation from straight 8 inches per mile square, which is not measurable. If you had a surface deviating from you 8 inches per mile square, you wouldn't have a flat surface.
Right.
Right. So this geometry couldn't be made from a curved surface, could it?
Yes, it could. Yes, it could.
No, it could not. The
So
geometry
you
itself
understand that we
requires
have.
horizontal planes.
So
You
you
just
understand that
said
we have
it.
topography on that flat surface, right?
No, the topography is whatever is above the flat surface.
Okay. So what are we taking the measurements from? The topography or the surface
From
itself?
sea level, from the horizontal baseline that we are using, the surface of the Earth. We
Okay.
call
Are
it
we doing this
horizon.
mathematically or are we doing this in reality?
In reality, it's called the horizon. You know the horizon?
I do.
That
Yes.
thing that runs parallel to horizontal, things that spheres don't have?
Okay. So we have somebody over at the horizon with a protractor. Is that what you're telling me?
No, you looking at the surface of the Earth. You're using the surface of the Earth, yeah, to find your horizontal plane for your elevation angles.
Yes. As a
Yes.
reference,
So
that's what we're doing.
again,
We are taking an
how many
observation to the
horizontal
horizon.
planes are there on the sphere?
As part of the sphere, none. But
Yes,
we
on
can
the surface of a
establish a
sphere. Yes.
horizontal.
How many horizontal planes are on the surface of a sphere?
They don't
Come
need to
on,
be
it's like
on
silly.
the surface of the sphere, though. We're
Yeah.
establishing a horizontal. We could be on the top of a
But
mountain and establish a
the
horizontal.
horizontal we're
It has
establishing is
nothing
from
to
the
do.
surface, isn't it? So not from the sphere, though, because the spheres they don't have horizontal planes. Meanwhile, we are measuring horizontal planes to the horizon.
We're establishing
Horizontal.
horizontals, not measuring horizontals. We're
Yeah, but we
establishing a
establish the
horizontal to
horizontal
measure
that
from.
we establish the horizontal that the horizon give us. That orientation, north,
Yes.
south, east, and west are horizontal vectors, descriptive of a horizontal plane, a Cartesian
No.
system that we use for navigation.
No, I disagree with that.
Longitude and latitude. You disagree with that?
Yes.
Oh,
Cartesian
wow.
system can be drawn
This is
on a
not
curved
about
surface.
agree or disagree, man. You're in the wrong genre. Yeah? This is about measurements,
Okay.
physicality.
So
Yeah.
what are we measuring?
We're measuring angles of elevation above the surface of the Earth.
Right. From above the surface
From
of
the
the Earth.
surface. Correct.
From the
You got
surface.
you. You got it.
Okay, so if I'm on top of a mountain, ow, Jesus Christ, go away. Fucking cat. Sorry. If we're measuring
It's
from the
right.
top of a mountain,
He's mad
right?
at you, dude, for
Yeah, I
being
know.
sober.
He doesn't like to be rubbed on the stomach.
You're on top of a mountain, okay? And?
Yes. So what am I measuring the elevation from?
Well, you need to establish the height of the mountain first, don't you?
Sure. Let's say I'm at 500 meters.
So you're going to measure the height of the mountain first in relationship to the surface of the Earth, sea level.
500 meters.
Yes. So again, you're measuring the height of the mountain from a horizontal plane. How many horizontal
referencing it
planes are
off
there
a
on the sphere
horizontal
again?
plane.
How many horizontal planes are there on the sphere again?
You can
None.
establish as many horizontals as you want.
No, you cannot. Spheres they
No?
don't have horizontal planes.
How many horizontals am I allowed?
No, listen, a curve deviates from straight. It doesn't have a straight surface.
I understand that.
Yeah, so we're not talking about spheres then.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not. We're talking about elevation from a flat plane.
Tangent as part of the circle,
Guy
that's
literally
fine. But
doesn't
what we're
believe
doing
in
is we're.
tangents.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get him there, but
Man,
like, you can establish a
the elevation of a mountain is from sea level.
Oh, okay.
The reference point is the sea level.
Yes.
You know what level
and
means, no?
I do. It means equidistant from a reference.
It means no part's higher or lower than the other.
That's right.
Horizontal
What does
plane,
higher lower
level.
mean?
Horizontal
Higher-
plane, level.
No.
How many
no.
horizontal planes again are there on
Higher,
the sphere?
higher and lower is referenced off of vertical.
No, higher or lower
and down.
from a horizontal up from
No.
zero and down from
Incorrect.
zero. Yes, from a baseline.
Incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect. It is correct.
Yeah, the
But
horizontal
you cannot
is the
have
reference
you
to
cannot have the
establish
the
from
vertical without the horizontal. The vertical is in respect to the horizontal.
That's incorrect.
Up and down is referred to a baseline.
No, you're going backwards. Horizontal is referred to the vertical. You don't need a horizontal for a
the other
vertical.
way around, man. It's the other way around.
No. I think, okay, this I think
Elevation
is
is from the horizontal.
Sure.
And depression
No,
is from
it's
the
from level.
horizontal. Sure, it must
Elevation
be.
is from level.
From horizontal.
No, level.
Elevation,
level,
up
level,
and
level.
down, yeah, it's from horizontal. You don't
It's
have
from level.
horizontals on the sphere.
So it's from mean sea level, right?
It's if you want to do it like that. But again,
Is
mean sea
mean sea
level is
level
just a
straight
benchmark.
or does it curve?
Mean sea level, it's just a benchmark. It's just a reference point.
Right. So is it curved or is it straight? Sea level, mean sea level. Is it horizontal or is it a sphere?
It's horizontal, yeah. It's
How do you know?
horizontal. Because it's measured in angles from horizontal.
That's the claim. How do you know?
No, it's not a claim. It's how it's measured. Yeah,
Mean sea level
in
is measured
degrees
from a
of
horizontal, you said?
elevation, starting from a baseline, starting at 0, going up on the vertical,
0.
like you just said. Yeah,
On
it's
a
0.
vertical.
Yeah, it's on the horizontal plane with 0 elevation.
That's the claim. I'm asking, how do you know?
That's how it's measured.
How is it measured? How is it measured from a horizontal to be horizontal?
From sea level. The fact that the water is level, yeah, it's required from liquids, in case you've missed it in school.
I understand that.
You understand that? So
I don't understand how you measure sea level from sea level and get horizontal.
You get 2 parallel lines.
How do you establish the
What's the
parallelity?
difficulty? From the sea level, no part higher than the other.
But if the sea level is what's in contention, how are you measuring that from the parallel lines?
It's on the definition of the word that we are using. Horizontal, it's horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
The plane of the horizon, sure.
Yes.
But if
So,
the plane,
again,
of the horizon
how
is taken
many-
from tangent of
how
a curve,
many-
then the plane of the horizon cuts through a sphere.
No, horizontal, I'll say it again, in case you missed it. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So
I'm fine with
again,
that.
I'll ask you, how many horizontal planes are there on the sphere?
As many as you want.
No, that's wrong, man.
If you're
Sphere
saying
don't
that
have horizontal planes, man. That's moronic to say, man.
No,
I'm
you just
sorry.
gave me that. You just gave me horizontal planes. If you say that they're parallel to the plane of the horizon, the plane of the horizon is a horizontal, right?
So not spherical then.
No. That has nothing to do with it.
It does. It's on the definition of horizon and horizontal. They are
plane of
parallel
the-
to one another.
The
That's what we're
plane of the
talking about.
horizon. The plane
That's
of
what
the
we're talking
horizon.
about.
The plane of the horizon
When
on
you
a
mention
sphere.
a benchmark,
Hey,
hold on a
chill,
second, my
chill,
friend.
chill. Hold on.
When you-
Whoa. I was speaking. The plane of the horizon on a sphere is still a
You don't have
horizontal that
horizontal
cuts
on the sphere.
through the sphere.
You don't have a horizontal on the sphere.
You do when you have a horizon. You just gave
No,
me
you
that.
don't. No. Horizontal is parallel to the horizontal plane of the horizon.
That's fine.
So the
That does
horizon
not
is a
exclude a
plane.
sphere.
Hold on a second. The horizon is a plane.
That's
It's
fine.
the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea. In other words, the surface.
That's great. That's fine.
That's
not
what the
exclude a
horizon
sphere.
is.
That's fine.
No,
but it
that's
does
begging
not
the
exclude a
question. No.
sphere.
Listen, the definition of horizon mentions no curvatures whatsoever. The visible boundary, the visible boundary where the sky appears to meet the land or the sea.
Right. So if we're going by
It
definition,
doesn't mention any tangents. It doesn't mention any beach balls. It doesn't mention any curvatures.
Sure.
Would be a reification fallacy.
Understood.
The
What
horizon,
is- oh my God.
it's a
George,
visible boundary.
George.
The horizontal plane of reference that we are using as
George.
a reference.
George, if we're going by definitions, what's the definition of a globe?
Well, like you just said, the equidistance from the center, and deviation from straight in every single vector.
Really? You want to check a dictionary? Because I'm pretty sure if you check any dictionary, Merriam-Webster, Cambridge, they both define globe as the Earth.
Maybe you should take your geometry
Is
math
the- well,
definitions from a
that's the
math
but that's what
textbook
I'm
instead
saying.
of from a fucking regular textbook.
But that's what
huh?
I'm saying. That is textbook reification fallacy.
Okay, so we can throw out the definition of
Reification
horizontal.
fallacy. Yeah,
Forget about what
textbook
the
definition tell us
says.
that the
Tell me
map
how
is
it
not the
works.
terrain. Sorry?
Then we can throw out the definitions. I'm willing to do that, but you have to tell me how horizon
Throwing out the no,
demonstrates.
we are using the definitions. We are using the Socratic method.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I'm going to use the definition of a globe.
In which language? In which language? Yeah. The spheres have horizontal planes.
If horizontal is the plane of the horizon, then any sphere where you have a horizon, you have horizontals, and you have as many horizontals as you have observers.
You make
because
the
the
question,
horizon
man.
is based on the observer.
Can you draw for me? Yeah, a horizontal line.
Okay, so this thing that I posted earlier, you see that circle of equal altitude?
Can you post a horizontal line?
I just did.
You did. Where did you put this?
So these in the side chat. So you can have a horizontal line. It's where you were earlier, where people were posting things. Hold on, let me.
Can you now draw a curved line like a circle?
Yes, that's the circle of equal altitude. That would be the circle, and the plane on which that circle sits to someone at the ground position, that would be horizontal.
So a plane then. Spheres that don't have planes though.
Any circle on that sphere.
A circle is a two dimensions, yeah? Circle.
Oh, a circle.
Yes.
Like just a circle or a circle?
It's a circle. No, it's a circle of equal altitude.
Oh, yes.
Not
That's
one. You need three. Yeah.
Circles
you
can't
need three
have a
circles
curved
of
radius.
equal. You need three circles of equal altitude, meaning that the three circles need to be on the same horizontal plane.
That is incorrect. It
What do you
will
mean
not work
Circles
on
can't
the
have a
same
curved radius.
Gentlemen,
Can you define equal?
I'm the commentator. That was a home run for Flat Earth because he's absolutely right.
What?
Circles can't have a curved radius. The end.
In Euclidean geometry, that's correct. And nobody's saying anything about curved radiuses.
Right.
I'm
So
fine
now,
with-
well, you do on a ball, and now you have to prove the ball in the first instance. Otherwise, you're stuck in this circular logic rant.
No. So we're talking about circles of equal altitude, which is the plane of the horizon for someone at the GP. That plane will have a regular radius, not a curved radius.
Then what are you standing on?
You're standing on a sphere, but we're talking about the plane of the horizon.
Right. So is your point then at a higher elevation than the edge of the circle?
Yes.
So the radius is bending downward. You're talking about a curved radius of a circle.
No, I'm talking about the radius of the circle itself in Euclidean geometry. I'm not talking about the spherical circle.
So a straight line then.
The radius? Yes.
Yeah.
Is your radius on the surface of the
It's
ball or going through the ball itself?
In this case, it's going through the
we
ball
already
itself.
went over that, man. It's three circles of equal altitude. And I ask you, to define the word equal.
The same.
What does it mean equal? The same. So they're referring to the same horizontal plane.
No. They're referring to the same altitude.
Wait a second.
to the star.
Yeah.
The same altitude to the star.
So the same is, so equal means the same.
Yes, it means that from every point on that circle, the star will be at the same elevation angle.
Three circles.
Each circle has its own star and its own elevation angle to that star.
No.
Yes.
Every
They
single
should say
star
stars of equal altitude.
Every single star that was used, used the same baseline, the same horizontal plane.
Yeah,
that's why it's called
fine.
equal altitude. No, that's fine.
For the observer,
Again,
though. Right, but the circle of
the
equal
observer is
altitude for each
looking
of
at three different stars
No.
over the same horizon.
Yes, correct. But the horizon has
So
nothing
it's
to
using
do
the
with the
same
circle of equal
horizontal
altitude
plane.
of each of those stars.
It's using
It only
the
matters
same
for the elevation
horizontal-
angle taken from the observer.
So the observer is using the same horizontal plane.
To take all three measurements to those three stars, yes.
Yes, and the three circles of equal altitude are on the
Have
same plane.
nothing to do with that horizontal plane.
It does.
It doesn't. Look at the picture I posted. The
Which
green
picture you
celestial
posted, man?
horizon.
Where?
That's the,
I
it's
can't
in the
find
pie
it, man.
chat. Hold
I
on.
cannot find. I don't know what it is.
It's doing it too.
I'm on general chat.
That
Wait, why can't I find it?
What is going on the stream? Could it be a horizontal and a vertical, infinitely many for every observer? Ah, what is going on? This cannot be true geometry.
How could you have perpendicular on the sphere?
Yes, how could you? You know, if you looked at the stream, you would know, but...
Draw it to the center to do that.
To the center.
Right, do you see
Problem is we're not doing it from the center of anything, are we?
No,
We are on the surface.
on that. And they keep saying, yeah, we have the center. Center of what? You haven't measured anything to get a center of.
I think in their depictions of the center, where they show the center of the ball, that's actually you.
Well, in hell, in the center of a sphere.
Well, yeah, for them it is.
In hell. So you do this from the hell. Wow.
I don't know what
from
you're
the
talking
center of a sphere. Well, the center of the sphere, isn't it? Hell.
Depends who you.
Yeah. So you're doing this
No,
from hell.
I prefer to think of it as the center of the sphere is actually where you are, and you're on the flat plane that they show extending out, and you're looking up through the sky.
I prefer Milton's depiction. It's actually like an upside down mountain. Actually, was that Milton or Dante? I get them mixed up.
Probably Dante.
Yeah.
But I mean, in all these diagrams, they show parallel rays of light terminating at 2 points, one in the middle of the ball and one on top of the ball. The angles are the same due to Euclidean geometry postulates. I don't know which one it is. It's also suggesting that the two are equal. So we have a difference, right? Well,
Yeah, but
mathematically, geometrically equal. Now the problem is our celestial horizon is used as a flat baseline.
Yeah, but we're talking about the ball that no one can measure. This ball that we're talking about. That's the problem right there.
Exactly. And the baseline is flat.
So why would we allow to speak about something that we cannot measure until it's not proved? What are we talking about?
I'm just talking about what their claim is and how it doesn't prove anything.
I understand. I understand.
No, the fact celestial navigation works the way that it does, I think, does demonstrate that's how it is. That's how the world is. That's how it's organized.
Prove celestial navigation on a ball.
Prove celestial navigation? I mean, there's thousands of mariners you could probably get credence from that it actually works.
You said celestial navigation proves celestial navigation on a ball.
No, that's not what I said. Celestial navigation proves the relationship of these angles to celestial bodies.
Okay, so yeah, what the sky does is independent of what the Earth does.
Sure, but our observation of the sky depends on what we're standing on to observe it. That's what orients it.
Well, yeah, what are you imagining the sky to do?
I imagine the sky is best represented as a globe turning around a sphere. Spinning about the axis, some axis that you could draw through the center of that sphere.
And what we're doing in real life is we're measuring angles of rotation in the sky.
You could say that, yeah.
Right.
But where you are on Earth and how you measure those angles of rotation tells you something about the ground you're standing on.
Well, I mean, we can measure the ground independently and determine that it's not a globe.
Not very well, I don't think. Like, how are we measuring it?
Okay, you don't think. Fine.
Yeah, how are we measuring it?
Elevation angles to Polaris.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Okay. And that tells us what in your estimation?
We have to use that
It's
flat celestial horizon.
all the way from the sunspot overhead, all the way to Polaris. Yeah. If you have that radius value between you and Polaris GP, then you can draw a circle of equal elevation, And that circle is what's going to give you the radius of the globe of 3959 miles.
And how do you get that radius
That's
value?
the claim. That's the claim. Because that's the elevation angle to Polaris from the sun's path overhead. In other words, the
Right.
equator.
So it's like this. I'm at point A, okay, and I move to point B, and Polaris rotates in the sky, let's say 10 degrees. So now it is at a different spot. I can go to point C, and perhaps another star overhead rotates to a position directly overhead. This doesn't mean that Earth is a globe.
Not in and of itself, no.
No.
Right. So that's our point.
But what is done is Polaris is used for the grid system mainly. Yeah. So the grid system that we use, longitude and latitude, it's based on elevation angles to Polaris. Now, once that you have the grid system already stipulated, the Cartesian system, now you can start pinpointing the lights in the sky above this grid system. Not just the lights in the sky, but also cities and the cartography, in other words. So when you want to travel from point A to point B, you know which line to take, which vector to go. Yeah. So that's navigating on a Cartesian system with zero elevation throughout.
That's fine. I don't see why that Cartesian system can't be plotted on a sphere. Any surface.
You know what the Cartesian system is?
Yeah.
You know what the Cartesian system is? So,
X and Y axes.
X and Y, yeah.
Yeah. You can do that on the surface of anything.
No, because this is made on a plane with zero elevation throughout plane.
Yeah, but elevation as defined by no deviation from high or low.
Yeah, like a horizontal plane.
God
yeah.
Damn it. No.
Yes.
You keep trying to insert that in there. It's not necessary. You don't need a flat Earth for that.
It must. It's the default. That's the default.
You can draw. Listen, you can draw a grid on any object you want. You can draw a grid on a car. You can draw a grid on a basketball.
I understand.
You can draw a grid on a table, on a chair.
Yeah, but
it doesn't
it wouldn't
matter.
be with zero elevation, though.
It absolutely would. If you limit yourself to the surface of that object, there's no deviation from that surface. There's no
It wouldn't
elevation.
be the same. No, it wouldn't be the same reference point as zero elevation throughout.
That's
Here's another way to think of it. You probably haven't heard this before, but let's instead of looking at grids on a ball, when you do this, when you take elevation angles, you could say you're projecting the terrain up into the sky, into the celestial sphere model.
You could, sure.
And the terrain is originating on a flat and horizontal surface. So what you're doing is you're running a mathematical projection operation in real time, projecting a flat Earth into a globe sky.
Well, you could project anything onto anything. It doesn't necessitate it being a flat Earth, though. Like you could do the same thing from
what's dependent is what the surface is doing.
It requires the equatorial plane for the celestial sphere to work.
No.
Elevation angles again.
It does. And not only that, you need to put it according with the cardinals, north, south, east, and west.
For any projection.
That's a horizontal plane. North, south, east, and west is a horizontal plane.
So we got old mariners' almanacs and things like that, where they talk about the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn and the equator, as well as latitude and longitude being in the sky, and you're underneath the coordinates.
Yeah, that's fine. You can project anything onto anything. It doesn't tell you much about what you're projecting onto the thing.
So how the surface behaves is independent of how the sky behaves.
Sorry?
But it's measured as such with elevation angles, right angle triangles to the GPs. It's measured as such.
And that's the point George is making. That's
circles,
right.
With circles of equal altitude around Polaris, giving
you don't
us
understand what the circles of equal altitude are. What did Amish say? Amish,
I just agree with George. I agree with George. He's explaining why this is the case, because we have to use elevation angles, and they work.
Yes, they work. But the relationship between the elevation angles and the distance of that GP tells us there's curvature in between. It doesn't work because
Curvature of a
horizontal
circle.
line is the
Curvature of
ground.
a circle. Listen, curvature of
These
a
people don't
circle.
even think you can have elevation angles on anything but a flat plane because they don't believe in fucking tangents, you know?
Oh yeah, that's
Could somebody please tell me what's wrong with the thing depicted on the screen? What is geometrically, incoherent about having a 90-degree angle consistently for any, potential observer that you could pick? You pick any position of observer, I can tell you exactly where the horizontal plane is.
Exonaut, you need to calm down, bro. Don't get out of your feels for a minute. Just go ahead and show me how you can have 90 degrees on a curve.
I am. Look at my fucking stream. Look at the stream and tell me what's wrong with that.
Looks good to me.
Oh my gosh, you guys are always streaming. All I got to do is post something in the chat.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you don't have a 90.
Well.
You don't have a 90. You don't have a 90.
There's a 90 degrees, right?
No, you're going to the center of that circle. If you don't have the center of that circle, you don't have 90.
Yeah, but that's where gravity pulls.
You
Right? That's
need
where
to
down
adjust.
is for
A
everyone.
horizontal.
What's the very
You have a
fundamental
horizontal in there. You're not doing 90. Exonaut, if you keep lying, I'll just mute you. So here's the point. Hold on a second. You have 90. Exonaut. Don't be so emotional, dude. Calm down. So 90 to a horizontal, you don't have a 90 to a sphere. It even shows it right there. You got a horizontal line, a perpendicular, dude.
And he doesn't have a sphere, he has a circle. That's a circle.
You think you, and I'm not going to give you the tangent point unless you show me the curvature of the Earth. I'm not going to even let you guys say the word tangent until you show me the sphere first.
What?
So all of this to demonstrate.
You're going to beg the question with this idea of tangent. Exonaut.
No, you
are begging the question. Tangent plane, tangent, anything. No concepts. Excuse me, dude.
It's not.
Excuse me. Okay, great. So no tangent. Have the tangent.
I have no idea what you just said. You're roboting out.
I know you don't have any idea.
He's saying without the sphere you don't have a tangent.
Well, yeah, I agree. Without the sphere, you don't have a tangent. But like you guys are saying that there could never be, horizontal
you don't have a
planes that you
sphere, then.
could ever define
You don't have
a
a
sphere.
sphere, then.
Someone mute this roboting retard, please.
It's not. So your contention is it's 2D, and you can't, extrapolate that concept to 3 dimensions, or you still think it's not applicable to that? Is that right?
We're measuring elevation angles off of the surface of the Earth, aren't we? So off of the surface.
But you guys are saying, right, elevation angles could only exist when you have a flat Earth, because anything else, horizontal as a concept wouldn't
Excuse
make sense.
Fucking God. Elevation angles are defined from using a horizontal plane.
Yeah, and you guys are saying that's impossible on curved surfaces. I'm showing you it's not.
Because
it is.
I said horizontal plane, not curved plane.
Yeah.
Elevation angles are in reference to a horizontal plane, not a curved plane. You wouldn't be able to
and you
measure
can
an
see it on screen.
elevation angle if one of those lines was curved, would you?
But I'm showing you the horizontal plane, how there's infinitely many of them, and you can get elevation angles relative to them.
Relative to what?
No, there are no horizontal planes on a sphere ever.
Okay, what am I showing you then? What am I
At the
showing you?
moment, not even fucking looking. What I'm showing
Of
you
course you're not looking.
is an elevation angle to the sun and the sun's ground position on the same horizontal plane that you're on. So after you measure your elevation angle, it's got a ground position. That ground position is in relevance to you, where you make your elevation angle from. That horizontal plane that you have referenced has a ground position of the star at 90 degrees. The sun, in my depiction of 90 degrees, as cited from the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. Standing on it.
The 90-degree
Yeah.
GP is not from the horizontal plane, though. It's not from the same horizontal plane you took the elevation angle from.
Yes, it is. It's a ground position. Yes, it is.
Yeah, the ground position is not on the same horizontal plane from which you took your measurement. That
Yes,
wouldn't
it
work
is.
that way.
Yes, it would. This is how we navigate and find out the time with angled measurements to the sun.
So a triangle, a complete triangle, you're saying?
No.
Not solving for the distance.
You guys,
you're not You're not solving that for celestial navigation, but you can, right? You have all the information you need to do that.
No, I'm only
No?
interested in the
Incorrect.
ground. I'm only interested in the ground position because
I
I'm on a
understand that's-
horizontal plane. Are you
I
going to
understand
listen?
that. Yeah, go ahead.
So it's on a horizontal plane between me and the ground position of the star in question. Also, my azimuthal angle to north, all referencing a horizontal plane. Because after I've measured my 3 elevation angles to stars, I'm going to start drawing circles of equal altitude around them. Where they intersect, there I am.
So I understand all of that. And I understand that we're not interested in the distance to the star. What I'm saying is that if we have a triangle, we have the information to calculate that.
That's lovely. But that's
Right.
not what we're solving for.
I
We're
understand.
interested in the horizontal plane we're standing on. Why are
I
you now
understand.
running away to the thing in the fucking sky? I've made 2 references. 1, an elevation angle is defined from the horizontal. 2, you're going to be finding the ground position, which has a 90-degree angle in relevance to you on the horizontal plane and every other angle measurement you are making.
So I understand that's the claim. What I'm saying is it doesn't work in the real world.
Oh, it does?
No, because that 90-degree ground position is not going to have a trilinear relationship like a triangle from our measurement.
No
wherever we're taking
one
it off the
said that it
horizontal.
was going to. Why do you
That's
keep?
exactly
Yeah,
what
see, this is what you guys
showing.
want to do. You want to have this
Look at
nice
the
little
picture.
straw man. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, celestial navigation. Is it talking about right there that we're going to go ahead and solve for the height of the star? It might be depicting a triangle, yes, but that's not what we're doing. So if you want to create that straw man, go ahead.
It's not a straw man. That's what the picture shows, that we can
It
do
is
that.
a straw man because you guys always want to have. You always want to hope. You hope that we'll bite on the stupid idea that we know the height of the star and we're going to do trigonometry that way, and then everything falls apart. That's not what celestial navigation is. You know it, and I know it. So the whole point. Okay, so we're going to stop talking about triangles, then, aren't we? We're going to stop talking about triangles, then, aren't we?
Wait, here's something that would solve this. Here's something that would solve this whole argument. Flat earthers finding a fix using 3 elevation angles on a map. Go.
Oh, so you're saying celestial navigation doesn't work now?
Not on a flat earth, it doesn't.
You're just arguing with celestial navigation. You just don't like the fact that people are pointing it out to you and requires you have to be a horizontal baseline. You're just arguing with celestial navigation. Go and fucking argue with a book.
Nothing that I understand of celestial navigation requires it to be a flat earth. In fact, it doesn't work if it's the same horizontal plane that's demarcating the GP.
Marine sextant. What do you use a marine sextant for?
To get an elevation angle.
Okay, so off of what?
Off of a horizontal.
Okay, and how do you establish that? Horizontal.
If it's a bubble sextant, it's the zenith.
No, it's a
if it's
marine
not,
sextant. We're not using a bubble sextant.
Sure.
We're at a fucking sea.
if it's okay, dude, chill. If it's not, then you just take it off the horizon and apply a dip correction.
Okay, so after you applied your dip correction to a horizon which isn't physical, you will then establish yourself on a horizontal plane between you and the ground position of every single star in question.
No,
Yes.
not to every single star in question. Also, what is the formula for dip correction?
Do we make a dip correction?
Yes.
I can go and
Do you know
pull
what
the
that
formula.
formula is?
Yeah, I can go and put it out, but it's going to take 10 minutes. It's
Well, I
not
can
on
tell
the
you.
top of my head.
Sure, I can tell you. It's 1.76 times the square root of the height of I.
Okay, that's lovely.
Yeah.
So height of I above the surface.
Yes.
You would then correct, as in subtract your height of I to mathematically put the sextant on the floor after you've established the horizontal plane that you're going to be referencing from. Correct?
Yes, and that
Good.
dip
So we're on a
correction.
horizontal plane then.
Hold on, because the dip correction formula is based on your height above the horizon changing as you're rising above a circular plane.
You don't have a physical
Incorrect.
geometric horizon.
That's why you take the square root of the height of the observer.
Yeah, but you don't have a physical geometric horizon, Black Swan. You have an apparent horizon, and your
That's correct.
height of eye correction that you will actually get before you leave the fucking harbour, because you're going to want to know the measurement between you and the boathouse, or the wheelhouse, or the crow's nest. Good. So after you subtract that, you're going to be on the horizontal plane of reference between you and any star that you're measuring the GP to. Between you and the ground position of that star is a horizontal line.
I disagree with that last part. It's not the
Okay.
same horizontal for the GP of every star.
Yes, it is. Because then there won't be circles of equal altitude.
Sure, they will. What do you mean?
No, there won't. The circumference of the circle will be what, higher or lower?
To the GP of the star, it'll technically be lower, I guess.
And so not 90 degrees intersection with the surface of the Earth. If the surface was curved, it's at 90 degrees. Horizontal line between you and it. You spent half the fucking time getting yourself down onto the surface of the Earth after you've done your dip correction, utilizing the horizon, which is not physical, to establish a horizontal line, horizontal plane of reference between you and everything you're measuring to, including your azimuthal angle.
Well, the azimuthal angle, yes, but the GP is not in regards to that.
Yes, it is, dude.
I disagree.
How can you disagree with a 90
Doesn't matter
degree
what
ground
you
position?
disagree with. Just go ahead and provide a citation to back your point.
There's the picture.
If you
again,
disagree,
right?
go ahead and back it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's the picture again.
You don't have any of that. What is this ball? Wait a minute. What is this ball?
What the
What is this
fuck's
circle
this,
underneath?
dude? Where's my ground position? Where's that going to be? Off into space somewhere? Oh, it's on a curved surface, so not 90 degrees then. So
Well-
I don't establish a horizontal plane of reference between me and the fucking thing on the ground then.
Correct. It's
You're an
90
idiot,
degrees.
dude.
No, it's 90 degrees between you and the angle to the thing in the sky,
It's
not on
90
the ground.
degrees. It's at the intersection between the ground position of the star where it meets the horizontal plane of the Earth. The horizontal plane of the Earth that I've established myself on because it's on the same horizontal as me, mean sea level.
No,
Yes.
it's not the same horizontal. The mean
Yes,
sea
it
level is
is.
not the same horizontal.
Yes, it is.
That's not been established.
Yes, it has. You did a dip correction using the horizon to take you down to surface level to establish your horizontal plane of reference that you would take your measurement from elevation angle, not coming from curved line, coming from horizontal line you've established.
Correct so far. Yes.
Yes, so horizontal then, not curved then.
Yes.
Good. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. No,
Yes.
that has nothing to do with the
Horizontal
GP, though.
plane, yes, you've done
The
this.
GP has its own horizontal. It's not the same horizontal.
Got a 90 degree angle in relevance to you on your horizontal plane. You've already established yourself on a horizontal plane. You've taken your height of eye correction. You've taken the dip correction, not utilizing the physical curvature of the Earth, debunked in 2020. Horizontal plane manner factotum.
I agree with all of that.
Good. Welcome to Flat Earth then.
The GP of the star is not the same horizontal you've just established to take the elevation measurement.
It's also not
Hold on a
considered.
second. So you're saying you're saying that sustainable by design is incorrect. When we cite it, we're the only ones that provided a citation to say that says the GP is the same plane as the one that you're standing on. We cited it, we showed it, and you're just saying nuh-uh.
Can you post that again? I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
This is what happens when your ego's been hurt by flat earthers. You come and say stupid shit like this and make up your own cult. Sorry, cult, and join fucking Troll Team 6.
My ego's fine.
You're a fucking adult, dude.
He called me a liar live on YouTube earlier. So I went and did the vacuum chamber test for him, and I showed him a wet vacuum chamber after, the water just goes all over the place. So it's forming on the lid and everything as it's leaving, forming into gas. And about 45 minutes later or 30 minutes later, it was completely dry. It didn't turn into ice like he claimed it would.
We're going to rehash that again? I mean,
Well,
we
you called
settled
him a
that.
liar, dude. Just bringing up some points. You called me a liar.
I did. And when I said that, it was true. We're done with that. We're cool. That's fine. You did what you said you were going to do, and that's great.
So not a liar.
He was when I said it. Then he went and did it, and
I've
that's
done it
cool.
so
That's
many,
great.
many times. It's just because I didn't completely do it on the live stream doesn't mean I've never done it before. I've told you it's been done.
That's fine. But when you say that you did on the live stream and you didn't do it on the live stream, then yeah, I'm going to call you a liar.
Oh my gosh. Manufact Totem.
He made a claim. I called him out on it.
Dude.
Why are we even rehashing this?
You're just so pathetic, dude.
He said he
Just
did
really.
something he didn't
How old
do.
are you?
Period.
He has done it on live stream multiple times. What are you talking about?
He just said he never did it all the
He
way
said
on
it
live stream. He said it.
Manufact Totem said it wouldn't dry out, and I said, I'm not going to let the pump run that long just to prove that. It's already turned to gas and leaving. And that wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough because I've done it many times before when I do other shit, when I make stuff where I have to remove bubbles from liquids or anything or remove water from stuff, just throw it in there. But he doesn't understand that, and I didn't want to blow it out, so I brought everything into the house in a 70-degree room and did it there where I could sit and watch the pump and make sure nothing happened. And the pictures are all in there. The values are in there. Below -1.
Hey, manufacturer, you got your own vacuum chamber? You done this before?
I have a vacuum chamber. I gotta patch
Can
it
you
up.
show it
'cause I
to us
think
on
it's
live stream,
leaking.
dude, or are you lying?
I would love to.
Well, let's see it, man.
I
Show
gotta
us what
patch it up.
happens. Show us what
It's
happens.
leaking.
Show us it turning into ice.
Yeah. You're gonna let me patch it up first? It won't get past 25.
Oh, I see. So you don't have one. So you just lied to me.
What did I just say? I have one. I need to patch it up because it's not pulling a
You
full
said you
vacuum.
would do it just a second ago.
I
and then
will
all of a
do
sudden
it.
Your thing's broken.
Not all of a sudden. I asked Radwin about it earlier. He can contest to that.
Yeah, just use a little charity here, okay? It's okay. Manufact Home has one. It's not working. It's got to get
I
fixed.
told him how to fix it because he told me what it was doing. I know what's wrong with it. It's got a leak in the chamber itself or in the seal.
Which I appreciated.
So the main thing now is that I think, okay, my take anyway, if I humbly may suggest, is that Manufact told them do the same setup, but this time start with ice in the vacuum chamber with an ambient temperature that's below freezing.
No, I'm going to do a couple different things. I'm going to try with water. I'm going to try different volumes of water. I don't know. I'm just going to fiddle around with it. See
Yeah,
where the tolerances
play
are.
around with the variables. But I was thinking if you wanted to demonstrate the idea of an ice comet in the vacuum of space.
Oh, the
you'd start-
sublimation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could try that too.
Okay, that's what I'm suggesting. You can use it or not use it, whatever. It's your setup, it's your experiment.
Yeah, the more the merrier.
Yeah, if I were to do it, and what I would want to know the answer to is what happens to ice. Because if it's too hot, like if you just make the chamber like a sauna, the ice will just melt anyway and then boil off. But if you keep it in its ice state, what happens when the vacuum is applied?
Yeah, it's worth investigating.
It sublimates. It just turns into gas.
Yeah, it skips the liquid phase, right? And goes right to gas.
Yeah, that's how you can pull them in the wintertime. If there's ice in there, you just pull that vacuum. You'll get it.
That kind of explains too when they talk about why space smells like burnt steak, like that sublimates this metal.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
I missed that. Someone try to jump in. No, okay. I thought I heard someone chiming in. Pretty funny interaction with dogs this morning. I'm not sure if you guys caught that. So in his worldview, I'm obsessed with him. I'm completely obsessed. So like, okay, well, how would you test that? He said they're just. I'm paraphrasing here. You can listen to the live stream, get the word blow by blow. Because I keep talking about him. I'm like, well, sure. How about if I boot you from the room? Would that be proof of being obsessed with you or not obsessed? He's like, yeah, that would be obsessed. Okay, well, if I don't boot you from the room, that's still obsessed with him. I'm like, well, if I leave the room and go someplace where you're not, that's obsessed too. Well, if I stay, well, that's obsessed too. I go, okay, so no matter what I do or don't do, I'm always going to be obsessed with you. And he's like, yeah. Like King of the Hill. I'm tabbed out. Was that someone trying to play royalty music to get the YouTube shut
Yeah,
down?
it was.
No,
But you
okay.
can go ahead.
No. It was I was playing it.
Yeah,
You don't have to pay.
Okay.
You don't have to pay to cover a song if you're not making money from it.
What if I want to make money from it?
Then get practicing.
There's one video I saw where they had First Amendment auditors who like record traffic stops and whatnot. The police officer was blaring Disney music across his microphone, this whatever the horn, and it was like loud as shit until finally some citizen came down and was like, "Dude, why the fuck you blaring Disney music?" And the guy's like, "Stand back! I feel threatened." He goes, "Do you know who the fuck I am?" And the cop's like, "You're resisting! Put your hands behind your back!" And the guy's like, I invite you to think about who you're talking to right now. Like, I'm Councilman Evans. City Councilman Evans. I'm your boss. Also, the cop's like, oh shit. Now, why are you blaring Disney music in the middle of the fucking night? He's like, because this guy's recording and putting it on YouTube. He's like, and why are you blaring Disney music in the middle of the night? It was like the most epic encounter ever, like it shows you the two-tiered justice system in America. You've got one tier that applies to the rulers and one tier that applies to the rest of us. Had he just been Joe Blow homeowner, taxpayer, he would have been in chains for interfering with official government business. But since he's a city councilman, he got to lock the police officer's heels and make him feel like the little worm that he is. So while it's nice to have Evans in the room, you just can't be playing royalty music because we know that game. That game ends with you going back over to YouTube and submitting a copyright strike for playing copyrighted music.
Well, he's got the Troll Team 6 tag, so we're just going to assume that that's their goal at this point.
Yeah, it's built into their mission statement.
And these guys just let them do it. I think they're trying to get that one taken down because of the air pressure thing. And then Cell Navigation just smacked them. So they decided to throw in some music like that, but it wasn't long enough for YouTube to care.
Yeah, good catch. I wasn't sure what was going. I was tabbed out, and by the time I was going to get to it, someone already got them. That's why I know the mod team is all on the same page. When I go to mute someone and they're already muted, I'm like, okay, we're all pumping on the same cylinders here.
Yeah, there was some critical shit that was done today that just ruined people.
That's actually quite funny. Manifact Titan has said that Rev actually isn't one of theirs. Aww. Rev looks like he just went out and bought a t-shirt but wasn't part of the team. That's sweet.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. But he decided to address himself or put in his moniker as GT6 or GF6, whatever it is.
So he's just
he
like
bought a t-shirt, just wasn't in the team. Bless.
Yeah, it's like monkey see, monkey do, and they don't even know why. They're just repeating behavior that they see other monkeys do.
You guys not accepting new applications there, GF6?
the Globe Fools 6.
I think it's goat fuckers.
Gluten free. Girlfriends.
The Girlfriend 6. Oh, that's the new name. Thanks, Crit.
It just took a second. I'm trying to think of what words go really good here. You know, like
Oh, I'm sure they knew that one. They'll think it means globe something when it really means girlfriends.
It could be gay friends.
GF. I went to Discord to debunk Flat Earth, and I found my soulmates. We label ourselves GFs. They got a globe room open. Globe Earth reality.
What, in politics? In the
Yeah.
politics server? Fucking
Yeah,
hell, I want to go in there.
a user
Hey.
defined room.
Oh shit, okay. Oh, they made it themselves. Can I go in and say I'm spinning and I feel dizzy?
Yeah, you can. Me and Jerry went into the room a week ago or 2 weeks ago and sped run it. It was like literally like 3 minutes before we were both muted. And that was their proof that they're like, hey, this is a globe Earth room. I'm like, okay, what do you guys talk about here? How flat earthers don't answer any questions. Like, oh well, sure, I can answer some questions. They ask a question that literally was like 2.5 minutes long. I'm like, well, I think that question's kind of malformed. I'm not sure what you're getting at there. You're kind of asking some things that aren't related to the Earth, if Earth. And then they spurred out, and I'm like, dude, calm down. And then they muted me. It was like, I'm kind of like, that's not exactly blow for blow, but pretty close. Yeah. Then I said, well, how are you going to mute me as your only proof you want me to answer you? So you have questions that you want answered, otherwise globe if globe. And your proof of that is to mute anyone you want answers from. I go, how do you maintain that worldview? And then he told me, well, it's not my fault. My moderator did that. And I'm like, okay, so your moderator did that and you don't know why or how come. Not really. I don't understand why they muted flat earthers. I go, do you think flat earthers will come to the channel now or not come to the channel? Well, they probably won't come to the channel. I go, so what happens now that you want answers?
Echo chamber.
I can't get my answers. I'm like, well, there you go. Now you know why, homie.
What kind of answers were you asking, man? What was the fundamental questions he asked you?
No, it was like something to do like if he was on Jupiter and Jupiter's rotating, but then he left Jupiter and went towards the sun, would Jupiter still be rotating? Or I can't. It was like something bizarre like that. Like if I was Star Trek Enterprise and Scotty beamed me up, which way would Jupiter turn? I'm like, what?
Yeah, which way is up in space? See, I need to ask Scotty some questions. Does he mean the zenith point from the surface 90 degrees to the surface, like we're all fucking debating right now? Is that what?
Well, when he says Scotty beam me up, they mean beam them up to the Starship Enterprise. That's up in the air.
Yeah, but they go 90 degrees from the surface, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Off a horizontal plane.
I've got 90 degrees to parallel. Which way is up? It depends. Which way you pointing? That's up.
Depends who you're asking, to be honest. That's the fundamental question with relativity.
Yeah, observer dependency. So that's why the globe is so hard to get them to make a statement about the globe, because everything is observer dependent. They've got their own personal dome and their own personal globe that they're really...
Hey, come on, you can't be like that. The flat earthers have got the same thing, man.
Yeah, that's explainable, though.
Not only to explain something that works.
Yeah, let's hear you explain it.
Yeah, it's explainable because each person's doing science at their own level. There's no collective group thing. Massive, we went to the moon. It's all individuals doing what the best they can with what they got. So that's easy to explain in a flat stationary world. Everyone is their own individual. There's no we. But in a globe Earth, You've
Everyone's
got
on the
a
top.
hive mind group complex where we do all these things and individual observer dependency at the same time. See, it doesn't add up. Those two things are contradictory.
I think it's like a political thing. You know, the map got drawn the way it does, and we have like all the countries that are on the top, and it's been like that way because the countries who are on the top put it on the top, essentially.
Yeah. It all depends on which way's up and down. Because they want there's a good skit from that from I think was it Billy Madison or something? I can't remember what movie it was, but it was some movie where they're breaking down like why maps are presented the way they're presented. And they basically talked about northern dominance. The countries of the north are the ones who drew the maps, so they drew their maps observer dependency from their point of view.
Yeah.
And then then on the backswing, they tell you, well, there is no observer dependency. It's all just one Earth. And you're like, wait, well, but you just drew a map based off your observer dependency. So does the map work? They're like, well, yes and no. Okay, so you contradict again. So it doesn't work because, it's a projection and it's globe and it's math. Okay, so which one doesn't work there, math or globe?
You are Dunning-Kruger, bro.
Well, either way, I think Flat Earth is like communist because everyone's equal, right? And then you've got globalists or whatever you want to call them, spherical people. Well, they're not spherical people; they're just standing on something spherical. But they're like it's like the ego thing. Everyone's the king of the castle, right? Everyone's on top of the ball relative to them, right?
Yeah, Turquoise. Really, I was just getting Callie to trigger there. So that was basically like my little shtick I was playing there. I was getting him to squawk, where he's like, explain it. That's Dunning Kruger. Poor guy. But yeah, real talk. Yeah, everyone knows maps are there's always a flaw with all the maps.
Yeah, it's just yeah, right. That's 100% right. Like even if they was flat, I mean, how could we? There must have been some flat map out there that's all proportionate and relative, and but I just couldn't find one, and there's just way too many projections, way too many. I like the one that Buckminster Fuller created, the Dymaxion map, which is to scale, continent-wise. Pretty cool. It's like a trapezoid kind of thing, like a some kind of strip or something. You fold it up, make like a isosceles equilateral, whatever, icosahedron or something. What happened to the Hollow Earth theory, guys? Do they not hang out anywhere?
Yeah, they have their own server.
Yeah. Like the concave guys and the Hollow Earth guys all chilling together.
Yeah, they're really in demand. That's a high demand group because that actually it seems. Maybe my take is they're slightly less than atheism. Like if you have minority groups like flat earthers, atheist, then concave hollow earthers. So they're kind of like below. So that's why they got a lot of in demand. They can have their own space because people want to talk to them.
Yeah, they can be like, yeah, gravity works the same. We don't have to argue about that. We can shake hands. No, it's kind of the concave one's interesting, man, because it's just like the heliocentric one, but inverted. Oh well, like kind of. Yeah, it's really interesting because the pressure works as it like everyone's trying to find out how gravity works now with like this downward acceleration and stuff, and it kind of explains it because it is a contained unit, the hollow Earth, concave Earth, L-Earth model. It's a contained unit, and the membrane's the surface or the mantle or whatever. But who knows, man? Just speculation. How far can you dig? How far can you go up? They're the same, I think.
Did you know apparently 90% of China are atheists? 86% of Japan are atheists.
Alright.
That's a lot of atheists.
Well, if you think about it,
not even close. That's like
segregated so
complete
much.
bullshit. North Korea, maybe you could say North Korea has like a high percentage of atheism. But China China has a state-sponsored religion, like Confucianism or something or whatever.
Either or, yeah.
Well, Chinese religion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Taoism.
Yeah, Taoism. There we go. Yeah, they have a state-sponsored religion. So they'd be like, did you know that 90-something% of a state-sponsored religion is not religious? Like, dude, that is about as dumb as you can get. Okay, unless your definition, your atheism is like not what the normal. Like atheists mean you have fish on Sundays or something like that.
No, I'm pretty sure most of them are not religious.
Not religious is not atheist, is it?
I don't know. In my mind, not religious is basically atheism. I guess you could be agnostic.
Well, I mean, that's not a parable. It's not the same. If someone's non-religious, they still can think. They can still be, follow some sort of higher power or whatever, like a creation. They still believe in supernatural. Where an atheist could still be religious, but atheist at the same time. Like religious practices that they, certain things that they do, like Pastafarians. See, Pastafarians, you would say, are atheist, but religious.
Well, it's like agnostic, but they actually know something. It's like they used to be agnostic, but then somebody told them something, and now they believe in a spaghetti monster.
Yeah, so they made a religion of their own, and they think they're being they think in the sense they think they're mocking religion by being religious. It shows you the broken worldview they have. If they think religion is dumb, why would they do it? Why would you go make up a flying spaghetti monster, dress up as a pirate, and call yourself a Pastafarian?
Pastafarian. Oh my god. It's almost like if you are anti-religious to like the extreme. So if you like, it's like a spectrum, right? So you've got religious people on one side, like fundamental extreme religious people on one, and then the other side is like against religion, anti-religion, no God, who knows, agnostic people, like whatever on that side. But then really that side is also a religion against a God. So like they've created like a pseudo God by just being against creation in a way. Because they'll just fill in the stories with the Big Bang Theory or some other like metaphysical fucking creation story. Yeah, there's some religions out there you don't hear much of,
I kind of want to get a good speculation. Like, who's got some speculative stuff they've been thinking?
Oh, Sunday, yes, Sunday. Fuck yeah.
Yes, I'm speculating that. I speculate that if there is a container, it's just shaped like a globe, and that's why we can't find it because it's all the way around the globe. It happens to be like.
So it's like Mega. We just need Mega Maid to like put the go from suck to blow.
Like an egg. Yeah, it's like an egg.
Right. Yeah, I mean that was an interesting argument that Britnat made a while back, maybe a few days back, where he was saying you could have a container around the universe, and that would be a container containing gas pressure, which is a strange concession cope. I've never really seen a concession cope.
No, it's legit though, man. It's legit though.
How is that legit? Do you believe that there's a container around the globe universe?
I mean,
if there isn't one anywhere inside them, as everyone keeps saying, I'm not going to point it on you, but everyone's like, it's a direct inference that there must be a container because we've got gas pressure, but we can't see it, so it must be further out. You could put it further.
No, that doesn't imply that at all. It's just a cope. You understand what a cope is, right?
Yeah, but he was just being like,
he's coping with getting wrecked in an argument. That's what that is.
Yeah.
It is a cope. But to be honest, I'm a flat earther. I have been for years, but I either don't understand or don't. I'm not 100% behind the gas pressure arguments that get made for two reasons mainly. The first reason being, we always ask Globus to present gas pressure without a container. Now, my understanding is any gas pressure experiment you want to do, you'd have to isolate it from Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
And isolation would require containment. So we're asking them to present something that's impossible.
Yeah, but then that's the point, right? That's not our problem. The problem is when someone makes a claim. Well, it's like me saying, "Oh yeah, well I could prove unicorns existed if only I had magical horses." Well, don't make the claim if you don't have the magical horse.
Yeah, I get it. It's not our problem; it's their problem. But it's also we're asking for something that would be impossible to do for a different reason.
They're claiming that it's, bro. It's.
Sorry, you're breaking
up. I don't understand how, you're giving them any concessions at all. Sorry. Okay, am I still here, or?
You good? You good?
Why would you? Okay. Well, why would you give someone a concession? They're the ones making a claim that they can't back. I don't understand why you would feel sorry for them.
It's not about feeling sorry, and it's not about making a concession, because I'm not trying to debate anybody. I'm just being completely honest by saying we're asking for something that would be impossible for a different reason than why we say it's impossible, which is their claim being wrong. But I mean, it's their problem. Like you say, it's their problem.
It's like saying, "Show me 0 G on Earth." It's like we can't. It's always going to have the Earth influence.
No, it's not actually.
You could always create a vacuum, a vacuumed area within this space, right? Without a container, and then demonstrate within that volume of vacuum gas forming into a ball. I mean, you could try that. Then you've got gas on the outside and the inside not expanding into the vacuum area without. I mean,
yeah, great. I mean, if that can be done, amazing. Or can't be done, but yeah, I guess that'd do it.
I suppose I might accept that. I don't know.
I just think we should leave the container argument around, because the container and the barrier and the firmament is just speculation. I know it's Sunday, but it's speculation on both sides. What's keeping the air in? So we can't claim it. Oh, it's keeping it in because it's flat. No, it's keeping it in. It's keeping it in for both of us. So
sure,
something's
but again,
happening.
The argument that I actually go to is a little bit different to that. Is that you've got, because gas pressure can exist without a container, right? Non-stable gas pressure, like under a wing or whatever. We all understand what that means. We're talking about stable gas pressure gradients, right? Stable gas pressure gradients can only be demonstrated in containers. So, I mean, where do you go from there? Well, they're saying that exists without a container. Show me. You can't. Okay. That's a problem.
It's a thermodynamic issue, Crypto, because for pressure to exist, there has to be a volume established, so a container, okay? And it has to be a stable heat and a stable volume to have stable pressure. Them three things have to be the same or not changing, else the others will change. So once the volume's fixed, the temperature's fixed, then the pressure will be fixed. But it's all in a constant flux because it's a dynamic system, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. So then why would you make a claim that was contrary to that?
Claim?
So what kind of stable system could exist in an ever-expanding vacuum? Could you even actually demonstrate an ever-expanding vacuum? I doubt that you could.
Yeah, that's not my cosmology, but that's speculation.
But all of these issues, they're not our issues because they're the claims the globe makes, right? So
yeah.
And it's not the problem I have, right, is that when people say stuff like, "Oh, I'm just being honest because I want to like address the claim," well, I don't want to chase my tail chasing after global arguments that haven't been substantiated even partially, because they will have you following them in their crap logic for days and days and days, with no evidence, with no reason to be followed.
You mean their non-logic?
Hey, can I on top of what Kurt was just saying? So to help this other guy who's talking to understand this, sometimes when I'm talking to these globers and I ask them for a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity, they're like, oh, what would that look like, derpity derp derp? And I'm like, okay, I'll tell you what it would look like if you could do it. If you and I went to sea level, stood on the beach together, 10 feet apart or something like that, and we took a barometer and you managed to get 1 cubic foot between us, so it's not 14.7 psi, but make it so the air within 1 cubic foot is 16 or 18 psi, and we can hold the barometer in that 1 cubic foot and test it, and you manage to achieve that by manipulating gravity and manage to do that with gravity. That would be a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Of course, they can't do that. That's not our fault.
Yeah, we're trying to do macro size experiments on the micro, so it's difficult. You can't recreate a full solar system, full model of everything. You can't. I mean, star in a jar is like the basic example, but from what I've heard from various electrical engineers or whatever in the past and history in general, you could make some crazy stuff with electricity, like plasma related images and weird stuff that they don't do anymore, which they thought was coming from another realm or whatever. You want to get spooky, but who knows?
Yeah, the main thing too is like a hoverboard. Like when they watch Back to the Future, that would be like an anti-gravity device, or a flying car. Almost like you got a hydroplane or a hovercraft, where it uses air pressure to lift off the ground. But instead of using a fan or something to blow, you would have to show bending and warping or changing the fabric of space-time or somehow manipulating mass to get a gas pressure gradient.
Isn't anything that goes up is technically not beating gravity, but the force what's going up is obviously more than what's going down. So
yeah, like when it rains.
Anything that goes up is technically anti-gravity.
Yeah, like the water cycle or gas. Gases move freely in all directions, so they don't have any weight and they are completely immune to the effects of gravity.
Do you think ghosts are affected by gravity? It's a speculation Sunday, by the way. I'm just wondering. Do you think? Because do they just like abide by gravity just to show off and like because they can, and they don't really need to, do they? Just float around, can't they?
Yeah, I'm not sure about ghosts or sort of supernatural stuff. I mean, I think it's there. I mean, there's been a lot of unexplainable things that happen that are outside the physical natural world. Like, my favorite one is Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc was a 17-year-old peasant farm girl who suddenly out of nowhere mastered multiple different languages, could identify nobles without seeing them, perfected siege warfare, was able to wear armor, do mounted and unmounted combat, archery. I mean, how the fuck does that happen? And never again, never before. I mean, forget about being a 16 and 17-year-old son, like a male grown up in a noble where all they do is they taught him about being warfare. This was a peasant girl who led the French army to a astounding one-sided victory, ending 100 Years' War. And people say, well, that's just because she was schizophrenic. I mean, get the fuck out of here. Clearly, it was divinely inspired at some level. Okay, maybe not as much as the history books say, the Catholic Church says, but like, if she was directly being, under the tutelage of like the Archangel Gabriel or Michael, it'd be very easy for them to teach her how to do these things. From their point of view, they'd be like, "Hey, this is what I want you to do. Do this, this, and that." Roger,
Yeah.
I'm listening to you. I'm going to do exactly what you're telling me to do every step of the way. Now lift. Okay, now straighten your back. Okay, lift your arm up. Okay, aim a little bit to the left. If you got like an archangel spotting for your archery shots, I mean, get the fuck out of here. You hit a bullseye every time.
It was probably like a Matrix scene where it was like, I know Kung Fu, and then there you go.
Yeah, that's all it takes,
Yeah.
And this is interesting where people would be like, that set of circumstances has never happened again. At no point has any child, teenager, ever just randomly out of nowhere could do the things that Joan of Arc did.
Imagine if you'd grown up with TV.
Yeah, it sort of rots your brain, gets you away from sort of like the supernatural world. Maybe the reason why she was so in tune is because she spent her whole life contemplating the bigger questions of the universe and was able to be in a spot where she could hear angels talking to her. It might take a lot of discipline, a lot of separation from your physical form into a spiritual form to be able to comprehend what these, I don't know, what I can't remember who was saying, ghosts, apparitions, supernatural beings are trying to tell you. It might not just be as easy as they can just force their will upon you. You got to be able to hear what they're talking about.
Yeah, so I think ghosts can really choose where they stand, can't they? They just float around. But it's interesting though.
Or it was French scientists from the future messing around with time travel.
Ooh.
There we go. Yeah.
Definitely Sunday today, isn't it?
Time traveling French ghosts.
Oh, it is a question I've been thinking of for a little while. Do you know we've got like a limit of like 8 miles or so that man's attempted to dig through the Earth? What do you think is the limit of the Earth? Even though it's not like up to us to decide, but is it infinitely down? Is it because if we're talking about a plane of existence or a realm or whatever you want to call it, it must have depth. Must have some depth.
It's a good question, but as we can observe, we standing on the ground, which has below us. There's a huge layer of rock, a bunch of different things, right? And how deep is that? So that's a good question, right?
Yeah, right. Because we've got the limit of 8 miles, and we can say, right, that's as far as we can try and go. But how far does it go? Maybe it's a cube.
Then we are in this medium, right? Then we are in this medium of air, gases, high pressure, low pressure, heat, cold, and stuff. And how big is that? This medium.
Well, yeah.
And then this medium has to be contained with some type of containment. How big is that? And then beyond.
Here, Jamesy, this is what Thingy said, right? So the container could be like the edge of the galaxy, edge of the universe, and it still be contained. So that's how big is the container is a question, isn't it?
Where's the edge of the universe?
Exactly. It's where where the container is, mate. That's the answer.
At least will have to be feasible because the things that we experience in the realist level, it's reachable and feasible, right? So whatever that is part of a feasible system, not something. It wouldn't be something of the of our imagination. It will be what it is. It wouldn't be something that anybody can just make up in their mind. It's what it is.
Yeah. Do we get to change the distance to the container? I mean, like your globe has got to change the distance to the sun multiple times.
Yeah, whenever you want, man. However far, this is what we're talking about. The sky could be infinitely high up. If you want to take Dell's idea, it is infinitely high up, and it's like a space elevator. So, I don't know how high that goes up and how far we've been traveling up it.
Would there be a beginning and an end? It has to be a beginning where everything started, or without.
No. In a finite world, there'd be a beginning and an end, which we are in. So I'd assume there would be an end.
Because there's like a passing, right? Right now, things are happening, and there's a continuation. There's passing, and the system, there's like a movement of the luminaries, and that keeps going on and on. And in the globe, that isn't that like a perpetual machine? It behaves like perpetual machine that they say is impossible. It kind of like behaves like one because it doesn't stop.
I think it's just time frame. I think that's how the globe gets away with all this shit.
Time frame?
About the law behind it. It's just time frame. Just a lot of time. Rather than the flat Earth model doesn't really say it could be millions of years old. Everyone's really a young Earther, aren't they? If they believe in flat Earth, really, they're not really down for the whole millions and billions of years on Earth ideas.
Never come across a flat earther who goes anywhere near millions of years and dinosaurs.
Exactly, that's why I'm saying it, man.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you, yeah.
I love kid stories. Dinosaurs are a fantastic kid story. Yeah, there's like big lizards and they used to like walk around and shit.
Big lizard, dude. Have you seen these big crocs and alligators out there? They're huge.
Oh yeah.
Imagine under a different environment, maybe a different pressure or whatever, juice in the air for things to kind of. I think the creator is capable of that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Say Jews in the air. I thought they lived in sewers.
There's always juice in the air.
The sky Jews.
Just breathe.
Fuck's sake.
Respectful.
Attacking New York synagogues from all directions.
Oxygen, schmoxygen.
So many niggas.
But I don't. That was.
So, boys, would you rather be a sky Jew or a sewer Jew?
I like the sky. I'll go with the sky.
And if I can change the name to Intergalactic Sky Jews. That sounds fun.
Yeah. Elevation Jews.
Intergalactic Sky Jew? Or are you just fucking making shit up by now?
Yeah, that's what we just did. Yeah, we were just having fun for 5 seconds, sorry.
It's the guy
Is that alright with you or not? Did we get your permission?
Sorry for not being sick of serious all of the time.
I like your name on it. Like gluten free. Yeah. Is that what it stands for? Gluten free.
I was a bit upset that you guys changed from Tantrum Team 6. I like that one more.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like we'd gain the name, even though I didn't like the name. People associated the name, and it became the name, and we just confused everybody.
So I don't understand. You just said like 20 minutes ago you're like you are a flat earther and you have been for years. So why are you hanging around with these
That was someone else.
lovely individuals?
No, that was Space Monkey. That wasn't me. Whatever it's called. Yeah. Super Monkey Ball. That was him who said that.
No, but you've been doing some fruity stuff recently. I was a bit like wondering because it seemed to me like your attitude had changed a little bit.
I just kind of got off the fence and decided to just stand on the ground for a little bit and see what happens.
But you're not standing on the ground. You're up in the sky.
Oh yeah. My horizontal plane of reference. That's where I'm at.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I'm speculated a lot of things, man. And as far as I can measure and observe myself, it does seem. I'm not going to say measurably flat because it's a weird word that term to use, but locally I can guarantee probably things are going to be parallel to each other, and I won't have to worry about no curve if the surface is curving. So it's an ideology of like it is like a what's the word?
Could be there, but if it's there, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't make a difference. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's kind of like when someone's a globe and you're like, what is flat Earth? How's that going to change my life? You know, each to their own.
Doesn't
Man.
because you already treat it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But now I've started looking at the sky, and the sky is contradicting my flat Earth beliefs a little bit. So I'm kind of delving down that rabbit hole. But
Are you happy with no conclusion? You're never going to get any answers from the sky.
I always go back to the water.
What answer? What like? I understand what you're saying about your observation, your zenith and stuff like that. But what answer are you going to get from the sky? What conclusion are you ever going to get from the sky? You're never going to get a conclusion, are you?
well, they're all projections, right? You can project a flat.
I'm not talking about projections.
Well, ideally, yeah. I'm not going to unless I get onto Space Force or something. I'm not going to experience over 36,000 miles up, am I? So, on the short, like on the Earth, I don't really need to take it into account. And it's not like I'm jumping straight back into the armchair of believing all this heliocentric distance, this, that, that's all the fucking this exoplanet discovered might be from all that bullshit. It's just still
into the bed of Britnet. Yeah.
I'm against them guys too, man. I don't like them talking about gravity and anything else they'll fumble upon. Containers, gravity, horizons. What else did I tell them not to talk about? Movement. Just keep it stationary. Everyone will be happy. Everyone happy.
They got their own flat earther in their squad. That's funny.
There was something funny that you said, like you said, I don't know if plumb lines are parallel, therefore it can't be a flat Earth.
No, I can't.
Did I get that wrong? Or?
Yeah, no. On a small local scale, I can kind of measure with my own tools, and they're probably going to be parallel, right?
What do you mean by local?
10 meters. I'm not going to need any measurements.
10 meters? I can measure you hundreds of meters and be flat and parallel.
Yeah. But how do you put the two reference points together and test that they are parallel and they're not? What's the word?
I build off those flat surfaces. I build houses and apartment buildings.
Yeah, we use a transit. Works real well.
They're all parallel.
I get it, but
all plumb lines are parallel.
You're leveling the Earth as you go at it, so.
Of course you're leveling the Earth. You need a flat baseline, a level baseline. Yeah. Off a reference point. of level, so you get your ground back to level where it should be. Because that's your reference point, yeah?
If you want to test it, you could use one of them laser measuring devices. I mean, and measure corner to corner. If those measurements are the same both directions, then you're square.
They will be. Yeah. But because I know it's like 1 degree over 70 miles, if I take that like line of sight observation of like half of that, I'm going to get half a degree angle
Yeah, but
difference.
it doesn't matter about a degree. So you're talking about a theodolite reading, which doesn't do those distances anyway. If you want to turn it into a measurement, then change it into a measurement and tell me, okay, so over that 70 miles, how much drop over distance are you required to have? What's that?
Yeah, that's it. That's a work all that.
No, what is it? What is it?
What for? It's 1 degree.
What's the measurement?
Degree of.
So if you're relating it, if you're going to relate it, if you're just going to change it around to 1 degree, then you must know the drop over distance for that 1 degree over 70 miles.
Yeah, I could work it out.
No,
well,
you can't. You just
So
keep on
worked
repeating this over and over as a talking point. You think you got a gotcha in there, and you have no idea why you say it.
No.
That's because of the sky.
I think there was a really important question to ask here. That 1 degree over 70 miles, that's a slope. That is not a curve.
There's a sagittar at halfway through, right? So there is a curve.
What's sagittar?
At half of that degree.
Show it to me.
You move along the ground, and the sky changes position. Wow.
Oh shit.
This is really can't visualize it, never mind.
No, so I want to know. So you've looked at all this, right? You say you've looked at this, and this doesn't make sense, but you don't even know what your 1 degree drop over distance is for 70 miles. So you haven't looked at it.
It's about
if you looked at it, it's easy. It's easy for you to say 1 degree because it doesn't sound like a lot. But when you put that into actual measurements, it's a fucking lot.
Yeah. Maybe I'm sounding it, making it sound bad, but like I'm just talking about how much divergence of this vertical there is. I'm not talking about anything else. There's just 1 degree divergence.
Let's call it 100 kilometers. Do you know how much drop over distance is 100 kilometers?
Kilometers. It's probably got
over a kilometer, man. Over a kilometer.
Yeah. Probably got like 66 feet or something. I don't know.
What?
That's more than that.
66 feet is 10 miles.
666. Let's go like 60.
Yeah, so you're looking at a kilometer. Yeah. So what you've done is to make it sound better to you. You've changed 1 kilometer of drop over distance to 1 degree.
No, yeah.
So it makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you've done. Just instead of saying 1 degree every 70 miles, why don't you say 1 kilometer drop over distance every 70 miles? See how your brain settles around with that.
See how your building turns out too.
Yeah, exactly. So for someone who's convinced and gone back to the globe because of the sky and because of 1 degree per 70 miles, you haven't even looked at the numbers. You've just gone, someone's convinced you and you want to be part of a fuckwit group. That's what you've done, Turquoise.
Oh, no, you misunderstand.
No, I'm not misunderstanding.
You're assuming I've just I've joined the Masons and now I'm a fully fledged globe Mason.
I didn't say anything about joining the Masons. I said you joined a fuckwit group. Is that true or not?
It's a
Fucking love
research.
Jimbo.
He was thinking, fuck off back and build your trapezoid houses, you bastard.
Trapezoid houses. Wider at the
Your
top
flat isn't.
than at the bottom.
Your flat isn't the
Sorry,
same as my flat.
yeah. You know, 'cause back to the point where you said I can't prove the plumb lines aren't parallel, so therefore the Earth should be curving. Like that's a weird comment, man, because everything we see is flat and level. We work off a level baseline. So in order for you to say, oh, I know that plumb lines aren't, I don't know that plumb lines aren't parallel. Well, the whole position is that plumb lines are parallel because there's a general up and down, and we work off a flat and level baseline. And you can't prove to me that plumb lines aren't parallel.
Yeah, I know how to explain it better now. Right, so my belief was that on a small scale, I can't measure it. I can't measure curve that well.
Well, you can't measure it on a big scale either.
Yeah, right. No. But yeah, because I can't see 70 plus miles.
Exactly.
And that 1 degree.
So how are you saying
degree,
the plumb lines aren't parallel?
Yeah, because that
Because
that
if a
vertical
star
point,
moves up in the sky and becomes off your 90 degree, then all of a sudden plumb lines aren't parallel because the sky moved?
No, it's because two observers on the surface of a sphere have two GPs and two star locations on the celestial sphere, which would
They see a different star in the sky.
Which for me, in my model of the flat Earth, wouldn't involve the dome. It would have to involve like a flat sky, which didn't go too well with how angles and distance, and we'd be able to. There'd be some parallax basically with a plane above us spinning.
Me brought up a good point this morning too, saying that we don't think it's perfectly flat. There is some deviation to it.
But you keep talking about this flat versus dome sky thing. And
Yeah.
that's a perspective. It's a perspective issue.
Why would it require a flat sky? What is a flat sky?
Well, if 90 degrees to the surface is another point on the star for each observer. On the globe, it's diverging to a celestial sphere at X amount of distance away, like infinite distance, whatever distance you want to put it. Flat Earth, it's got like it's astral plane directly above the plane. In my eyes, or lensing and everything has to be pure relief.
No, that's a straw man. That's incorrect. That's a straw man.
Being a straw man, it's my own straw man.
What is a flat sky?
Well, why would you reify something? Why would you just make up what the sky looks like in your idea and then all of a sudden doubt cosmology because you created something that sucks?
No, I'm talking about geometrically. That's the way it implies and leads to in a flat sky. So that's
implies. How does it imply a flat sky?
Because zeniths are all different.
Like, can anyone tell me what sky is?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, if you want to get like a Gaussian surface or whatever, there's another surface above the surface, right? Like a lasagna or whatever, you know, like a lasagna sky. Like there's a sky that's flat above us because it has to kind of be, or it has to be complete illusion.
Why does it have to be? What are you talking about?
I don't understand. Are you saying that the stars are equidistant from the surface of the Earth, or are you saying something else? Like what?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Crypto. That's the only way it can work in my mind.
Then why do the stars have to be equidistant to the surface of the Earth?
Because they'd be parallax.
That doesn't follow.
You don't even know what a star is. Are you treating them as physical or
no? The lights in the sky, guys. Points of light.
Okay, so
we can measure from.
Why are you trying to put them in an actual position when they're just in an apparent position and they're an apparent? I mean, they're not essentially. They're just optical. Why are you making everything physical now?
I'll put that plane infinitely high then. All right. As long as you know the stars above you are all different for everybody. That's my model, basically.
How's it going to be perceived? How will we treat it when taking measurements, angle measurements?
Well, I went through my logic, right, and I thought, horizon, loads of refraction, loads of distortion. We have problems with bending of light, this and that. Up, vertical, okay, that's the least refraction. That's where the blue zone is, and you could probably get some more accurate measurements from there, or at least you're going to have less warping and measurements. Like it's going to be 90 degrees if it's 90 degrees, for not bending through anything, is it? So I'm assuming things, obviously. So we speculate.
But you understand that in the globe, with the globe, they just treat they treat it and sort of perceive it as a dome. It's not actually a dome, right?
On the globe.
In celestial navigation, they draw that little diagram from the plane, right? The celestial plane, then they kind of reify it or diagram it as a dome. But that's just it's nothing. It's just a picture. In reality, if we can use a bubble sextant in the same GP or the same, we'll call it location where we're taking an observance, only we're going to be at 30,000 feet on a plane with a bubble sextant, as you know, and then there's a guy on the ground using a Mariner sextant. All of like the star is still at the same angle, so the star is not a physical place. It is not. It is just like that's the amazing part about it. You get the same angle if you're 30,000 feet up or you're on the ground. So it's an apparent location no matter what.
So so you're saying the elevation angle to stars doesn't matter about elevation?
No, not about your elevation, because you can do it in a plane or let's say a helicopter, right? You can go however high up a helicopter goes, but let's just say like a plane, like 30,000 feet, because they use bubble sextants on planes. But 30,000 feet up on a helicopter or on the ground, you get the exact same angle.
Now try and draw that out orthographically. Yeah, you can't.
I still don't know what a flat sky means.
Yeah, me neither.
Ceiling. You know those sticky little stars that you get?
Yeah. So like, the floor of the universe is the Earth, and the sky is the ceiling of the universe.
How high up is it?
Who knows? Infinite. I don't know. Infinite. But no, we've got a distance. We've got an apparent distance because we've got angles to Polaris, right? So we've got a 45-degree angle at Polaris.
You've got an angle, not a height.
We've got 45-degree angles at Polaris at the equator. Or
So are you saying you can triangulate the distance to the stars?
Hypothetically.
What? So what distance is it to Polaris?
Well, you can make an equilateral triangle with two observers on the Earth at the same elevation angle of Polaris on the same longitude.
Are you saying you can get a height of Polaris from triangulation?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. You can assume one, just like you can assume the sun's like 5,000 miles up or something.
Okay, what's the height of Polaris?
Yeah, they do it in fucking light years, man.
Similar to the current radius of the Earth.
You seen that Jay Tolan video? He measures the
height to Polaris, Turquoise?
3,959 miles.
But once again, this is why you can't use that trigonometric function, because if you're on the equator and you go straight up, you're going to get the same angle. So even Polaris is at an apparent location, not actual. So we're not using trigonometry here.
Yeah, that is a problem.
Yeah, it's just a measurement from GP to GP, but the GPs are like the only truth, but relative to the observer, and then everything else is apparent. That's all we've got to work with, man. So you can
at the same height?
You can assume that. The heliocentric model puts them roughly the same.
What about the moon? Is that the same height too?
Oh, that's a good one. Go on, say it.
I don't know. We're trying to measure angles, and then you're disproving angles. So
I can't do it.
Why do you even use angles?
Almost.
Gotta love a good angle.
Yeah.
I think 75 degrees is my favourite angle.
75.
69 degrees is mine.
Yeah, 90 degrees is pretty cool as well.
I like 108s and 36s.
Yeah, 36 exposed.
I like 22.5. Oh, it's the angle of most roofs on houses.
Oh,
cool.
What's that? 412?
I have no idea what that is. Is that a feet ratio? Is it?
Yeah, it's a 412 pitch.
Or pitch. That's it. Yeah. It's the word.
That 22.5 is interesting because it's a quarter of a circle. I
reckon
something
it's.
to that.
I use that number because it's easy kind of working angle as well. It's the safest working angle for a roof, and the best for load rating as well.
Load rating.
Yeah, in Canada we get a lot of snow on the roofs.
Oh, you have a steeper pitch than.
Work on than a slanted angle roof.
Yeah, somehow I don't think snow's a problem for him, but you know, just go by that.
Maybe one day when the equator changes, when the equator moves.
Come on.
However that
Right,
works.
yeah, cool.
I don't know.
When the poles shift?
Yeah, how does that work on the flat Earth?
Oh, we've got you Warren on for that.
Well, the equator is one of the things that globers don't seem to understand. It's like they think it's this invisible line on the ground that goes through a few countries where it's hot, right? It's not. It's the line that we drew conceptually for where the sun passes overhead at a given point in time. So, I mean, the equator could change, but it wouldn't mean much.
Yeah, it just mean the sun changed path, yeah?
Well, it's the ecliptic, right? It's all relative to that. So that if the ecliptic changes, then the angles to the Earth or whatever would change. So then weather would change. And
Ecliptic?
yeah, that's where the sun resides, right? And all the planets.
Are you
mostly.
saying we're going around? Oh no, don't worry.
If Earth is flat, how will it look like flat surface?
How will Salt Lake in Bolivia look?
Doesn't matter. You mean that
Salt
Bolivia
Lake,
is
man.
You mean
Yeah, well, I
you
mean,
mean
would that
that
mean the Earth's a globe?
Bolivia is not one example. You have Holland, you have Suez Canal, you have all sea levels around the continents. You know, Bolivia, it's only one example.
Holland is pretty flat, right?
Yeah, Holland is pretty under the sea level.
Yeah.
Florida, which is all, swamps and Everglades. Yeah, that's flat. Actually, Florida's the flattest state in America because of the Everglades, the swamps and the watery bit. That's interesting.
It's a levelist place.
I thought it was
Yeah. I think that was just
Kansas was the flattest.
That was just to sell pancakes, mate. Some guy made an idea up. He was like, I'm going to sell a load of pancakes in Kansas.
I think Antarctica would probably be the flattest with all the ice.
Oh, true. True, yeah.
Pancakes are delicious, to be fair.
Pancake day soon, right?
Yeah, who invents all these days? And who gave them the authority to say, you get to say what day is a day?
Jesus did.
No, it's probably some fucking king or something. You know what they're like.
Burgers.
Why on a crypto day? A day in honor of me. I'm going to have 1st of
Rothschilds.
1st of March. It works.
Is that might be already taken, mate. You might want to look it up. You don't want to show one.
No.
It's like trying to book a party or something on some other day. You want to make sure nobody's doing anything.
Okay, crypto week.
Mm-hmm.
It can be local, state, national, or worldwide.
Yeah,
well.
True. To be honest, I don't care what's happening wherever I'm not, so I'll just have it local.
Is that locally
Local
flat
to
day?
where I Yeah, exactly. So where is this being celebrated? Wherever I happen to be. Okay.
Any more speculation? I
that's
thought
fine.
maybe like another Earth under the Earth. Who knows? A subterranean Earth with its own sky, which is our floor. That'd be cool.
More rambling shit from you, as always.
Yeah. On Sundays.
Thank you.
Oh. Think about things. I don't know. Or maybe like another continent that's completely like disconnected from us with
Well,
people.
they do say these days that underneath the crust of the earth is a huge sea or ocean which is bigger than the seas and oceans that are on the surface of the earth. So
They
they're
just,
just telling us out of one side of the mouth that underneath us is a lot of water.
they just found a big, huge sea underneath not long ago. So they say.
Yeah, we've got one here. It's called the Great Artesian Basin.
Yeah, we have artesian wells here as well.
This one's like this water, this underground ocean's like 1/3 of the country.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, Canada has like an artesian underneath almost the whole continent, man. Sparsely, not continuous.
Like a really bad spawn on Dwarf Fortress. You ever played that
Nevada
game?
is also interesting.
The what?
Nevada. Nevada, it's country in state in USA.
Yeah,
They are testing the cars there, the speed car, the most speed car.
The Soul Plats.
Oh,
yeah.
Must be curving there because they need to check the speed of the car.
I don't think they get much rain in Nevada though, so no water.
If you're driving really fast over a flat surface, in a linear path, and the Earth is curved, does that mean you're accelerating?
Ooh. That's today's brain scratcher.
Say that again. Say that again.
You're driving at 100 miles an hour over a curved surface. Does that mean you're accelerating? Because we
You're
know that
always-
every change of direction is an acceleration.
You're accelerating only if you're going east to west.
I think it's same elevation, right? So.
But it's a curved surface, so it's change of direction.
You're like pitching up a little bit, but you're not.
Up?
Because you're on the
Could be
top of the
going
ball,
down.
right? Yeah, you're down. So you're like on top of the ball. You're always,
Which
you're
side
always
you
on
up
top
again?
of the ball.
Hey, Turquoise, can you see 50% of the sky at one time?
Roughly.
Roughly. But you're on top of a ball. So wouldn't that cut out a lot of it from your peripheral vision?
Yeah, that's the astronomical horizon and stuff.
So you'd only, realistically, you'd only see about, if you're looking from horizon to horizon.
No, I think you still see 50%, man.
Yeah. then you'd really only see about 40% of it, maybe less.
But I'm not looking from the center of the
Because
earth.
you're on
I'm looking
top
from
of
me.
that ball, and the only thing that you can see is you can't, man. Think about a ball, and then think about you on top of the ball, and then draw 90, and then go level from your position. Yeah, I know exactly. You're not looking from the center of the earth.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're if you go 90 degree out from where you are, so level out each way from where you are, you're on top of the ball. So you can't see the rest of what's on the side of the ball out
I
from
understand your thought,
space from there.
but I think
Can you?
either way, if you're not looking at Earth,
So you're not seeing 50% of the
No, I think you're
sky.
always
So if
50%.
you do see 50% of the sky, you've got a problem if you live
I
on
think
a
you're always
ball.
going to see 50-50, man. 50%
No
Earth,
thought.
50% sky.
Geometry. Well, you don't live on a ball then. How? You live on top of a ball. Draw a ball. Draw a flat line across the top of the ball where you're standing, and then draw an 180 degree arc over that flat line. That's your vision. Yeah. Less than 50%. A lot less than 50%. All right, man. It'll help you. It'll help you visualize something.
I see your point. I don't think it, like you said, like I said, roughly.
Well, roughly to me is like 48, 49%. That would be roughly 51, 52. Roughly half.
So if you're on a frozen lake and it was 20 miles long and it rained, shouldn't the rain go off to the sides of the lake when it flow off? If it was curved?
If it's the same elevation, it'd be level.
So the lake's level then?
Yeah. Sea level, or whatever. Lake level.
So you do believe water is level?
Yeah. But it's
Well, how the fuck can you have a globe, dude?
relative to what though? It's level or equidistant from the surface. That's what level means in my head.
So you're saying it's curved then?
Essentially, yeah.
So then the water should fall off it, right?
No, because down's always the highest point, wherever you are. So it's always an equilibrium. You're always on top of it. You know what I mean?
And how would it look like if
It's
it's
fucking
flat?
bullshit logic, man.
Sounds like excuses so we can hang with the cool kids.
Fucking relative.
It is though.
Whatever. Maybe in a fucking textbook, man, but not in reality, bro.
Well, whenever you measure, that's your relative point of measurement. And then you move to another location, you take a measurement, and that's your other relative point of reference. You're creating a vertical and a horizontal plane from that point, and you measure it.
If water is higher at one point and lower at another point, what the fuck happens? It's not. You just told me it was.
I'm saying it's level. There's no higher. I mean, wherever you're measuring it from, you can assume everything's going down. You're on the sagittar of that like arc or whatever. You're on the tangent point or whatever you call it.
So the elevation is different, but it's level.
The elevation's the same. It's level. So you could have like a mountain with a.
So if we got a 50-mile lake at 25 miles in the middle, is the elevation the same? Let's say you're
Yeah.
standing on the shore of a 50-mile lake, and you look out halfway to 25 miles. Is the elevation the same at the 25 miles as it is where you're standing on the shore?
When you say look out, in my mind, you create a horizontal plane from your vision. That's
Why
a
do you got to
straight
twist it around, man? This is a simple question.
like the ocean or the lake appears to go to your eye level, but it doesn't. You know this.
What if you're 1,000 miles from sea level? What if you're 1,000 miles from sea level? What then?
Above. Rephrase that, please.
What if you're 1,000 miles on the mountain from the sea level?
Then you're looking at this lake thing.
No, you are saying this mountain is I don't know 1,000 meter above the sea level, but first sea level it's 1,000 miles away.
It doesn't matter about the sea. It's
It
just a
does
number
matter.
of
How much
zero.
curvature is in 1,000 miles?
Sorry, I'm having problems understanding what you mean.
How much curvature is in 1,000 miles? A lot or small? It is 1 meter or something bigger?
He's saying the mountain's 1,000 miles away from the sea, and it's 1,000 meters above sea level. And he's saying, what's the drop over distance in that 1,000 miles from the sea? And then all of a sudden you're 1,000 miles above the sea. Or meters.
Meters, yeah.
So you think that horizontal plane from your eyes is actually intersecting on the ocean? Welcome to Concave Earth.
Yeah, I don't think you're catching it, but whatever.
If the ocean raises to eye level when you're up a mountain at 1,000 feet elevation, then you can assume the ocean is curving concave.
Which sea level we are comparing to? To sea level Adriatic Sea, Baltic Sea, Indian Sea? Which one?
The datum of sea level being zero. It's in like Denmark
zero.
or wherever the fuck it is. Yeah,
Where we have zero, where we have zero on the globe.
Mean sea level. This is
Zero
concept.
means level, flat.
No, not flat, but level.
Level.
Yeah. Depends
Is
on the
level
surface.
level is curved.
Not on a curved. Yeah, on a curved surface. Yeah.
Level is curved on the level is curved on the
On a
curved
curved
surface.
Yeah, yeah. But I agree that flat is flat on a flat surface, but you can't infer flat on a curved surface.
Can we have the flat surface on the sphere?
No.
Why we
have a
have
level surface on the sphere?
Yeah, yeah. You can level things on the surface. Equal elevation.
On the sphere.
Yeah, yeah.
But you're saying the surface is level, though. Not that
But
we
you're
can
assuming
level.
that you're assuming that horizontal plane that I created would be straight.
Why are you assuming?
Well, geometrically, a plane is straight and two-dimensional. So this is the main confusion because people interchange and switch around horizontal plane and horizon very often. And they mean different
And
things.
horizon came from the word curvature word.
Right? No, the horizon.
Horizon is coming from word curvature. All Greece word curvature and now horizon.
So it's a level curve. Or, yeah.
Yeah. Like, if you, the term level.
It's flat.
No, it means different things to me. It can be flat.
Yeah. I don't know.
You guys.
Till 2020. Till
Sasha,
2020.
Sasha, there's no point, bro. He believes. He just told you in his mind. He's already made up his own definitions and terms. He believes level is curve and horizontal is bendizontal. So there's no convincing him. He's made up his own vocabulary, bro.
Level can be flat too, right? I'm agreeing.
No, it always was flat.
Oh, so now Either it means one thing or the other. You're going to say level means equidistant or bendizontal, but you don't even have the curved surface yet. So either you use the term equidistant but not level, because level is level.
Level is in reference to something else, and that is the surface.
Level is flat without any scaring to say. Don't be scared. It was always like that. It was always. Only problem is because 2020 came, that flat Earth, globe Earth discussion. But level always was flat, even 1,000 years ago. Now it's changing somehow. I don't know how.
Well, how about equidistant from the surface, and we can all agree with it?
From a curved surface, you're saying, though, right?
Any surface, it can be flat if it's.
So if it's equidistant to a curved surface, then you have another curve, dude.
Yeah, but it's not a straight line.
No, it's not.
It's a straight, flat horizon either. It's a horizontal.
And it's not level.
Reference point. It's not. It won't be level because it's a straight line from that observer.
What?
Whenever you measure, you make a baseline at that observer on the surface of the Earth regarding elevation.
Is it straight? Is it straight?
It is straight from that observer.
Okay. Is it horizontal?
The horizontal plane of reference.
It's a horizontal, straight, plane. Everything's flat, straight, all that stuff. Yes.
Yeah, because you're measuring in free space, basically, unless you take the surface of the Earth into account.
What curvature of the surface of the Earth? Whoa. What curvature?
Well, you're just saying about a hypothetical straight line that I could create, and I can create that.
No, because we're using the surface as a reference, horizontal.
But the trick
you can do the same thing in a floaty duck on the ocean. You can be right there at the surface. So now it is the surface of the Earth.
But the major trick on it is to have another reference point, and then to get the results. You can collaborate them together.
You don't have to take a dip angle. This doesn't have to happen in free space. You can do this in the water with a Mariner sextant and not take a dip. It happens on the surface.
This is what you do when you're in a submarine. Submariners use periscopes and celestial navigation and sextants, and they don't take any dip correction or altitude correction because they're on the fucking surface of the water.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that.
Same horizontal plane as the horizon.
Well, it wouldn't be the horizon underwater, would it?
You didn't say underwater. It's on the surface.
No, well, I'm trying to figure out submarines. How do they do it on submarines? They must measure from zenith on the submarines because they can't use the horizontal horizon.
Have you gone into full troll mode?
No,
they don't have a telescope that looks directly up. They have a periscope that's 90 degrees across the surface. And then they use the star that they can see without any dip correction or altitude correction because they understand that they're already within the horizontal plane of reference.
They created one, yeah.
No, they're using. They're on it. They're on the plane, bro.
They're on the level.
This is where you go to. This is where you're going to go to troll mode, right? This is where you're defeated, and now you're just going to be absurd and stupid about it, right, Turquoise?
I think this guy is representing the globe side of the argument. This is how we know that what you are, your little squad there, is a troll team and cannot be taken seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, you will avoid it completely, 100%. Now that we've shown you that the surface, you can be standing on it, and you don't need to take a dip. Period. And you still deny it. You go, no, it's in free space. No, there's curvature. No, you're going to keep throwing in all these little buzzwords and try to sneak in curvature and make it about something else. It's pathetic, Turquoise.
It seems almost like a leap of faith, right? That we are on a globe.
It's a total fiction.
But I want you to get the concept of a globe being attached to the heliocentric model and all the other stories you've been told, because it doesn't have to be.
I don't need to be conceptual or believe in something that doesn't exist in reality. Why would I bother?
Like it's literally blind faith, man.
It's a preferred position to believe in a fiction because in reality, none of this exists. It is a story that was told and now believed, but it is implausible. But they want it anyway. Keep your globe, Turquoise. You can have it. Enjoy.
I'm trying to find some proof for it being flat. More to my bias, you know.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, your biased position is you want it to be a globe. That's fine. Have it. Enjoy.
Like you make up an imaginary plane, horizontal plane, dude. Why do you have to do that? That's the way it is in reality. It's a real.
That's what we do.
And our position was not. And our position was not. We want to be flat. That for sure.
Yeah, locally to you, you can ignore every
No,
curvature.
I'm telling you what
curvature?
We didn't come to conclusion with, we want to be flat Earth. It must be flat Earth,
He claimed curvature. I want to know where that is. Where is it, Turquoise?
Well, the sky. I'm going to go to the sky.
The sky is curving in your mind.
Listen to my logic, man. Listen to my logic, and then just
I've
criticize
heard
it.
your bullshit already.
No. So there's a 90-degree.
Yeah.
90-degree arc every quarter of the circumference of the Earth, and we can measure that on the surface, and we can go a quarter of the circumference in any direction, and there'll be a 90-degree difference to the star we were measuring, and that proves. That kind of shows me it's a sphere.
That's a slope. That's an angle. That's two straight lines. There's no curvature. You're going to claim Sagittarius. You're going to treat that angle. You're going to treat the arc in the protractor like it's the arc either in the sky or on the ground, and that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Bingo. Like you have to imagine that, dude.
Ding, ding, ding.
Imagine it. You always start off with imagine this, right? Like, what the fuck?
Imagine the arc on the protractor being on the ground or in the sky. So I'm saying it's on the ground. Stupid as shit.
Yeah. The math behind it shows a quarter of the circumference of the Earth equals 90 degrees of this measurement.
Yeah,
whatever measurement we're taking, and that's just fact.
Yeah.
Man, you're measuring angles. Angles has no curved line. What are you talking about?
All straight lines.
If you say angle, better that you didn't say that.
Always globers. Imagine this. Imagine that.
Or maybe angle.
No, it's way worse than that.
Maybe
they
angle
smuggle in. They smuggle in a conception. The arc on the protractor. The arc, in their mind, the arc is a physical thing, even though it's depicting or representing straight lines, and they think they can just slide that in there like this douchebag.
Well, maybe angle change the definition also.
Is that not what we all agree upon? That angles to things change depends where you stand on Earth. Can we agree upon that?
Yeah, and how you make angles.
Okay. Right.
We agree upon that.
If you get closer or farther away, yeah. But you guess what? The angle to the star changes, not the angle of the vertical in either place. So it's still a flat Earth.
Where is the second line when you put the line to the star? Where is the second line? You have the line to the star. Where is the second line?
From zenith? It's a altitude angle.
And what is that line?
Vertical?
No, that you have the line to the star. Let's say it's 73 degrees.
From elevation angle, you mean?
Yeah, you pointed the line to the star. And the line down, where you will point it?
Basically, when you aim at a star, you're assuming there's a 90-degree zenith point to a GP on Earth. And then you get the distance of the Earth and the surface of the Earth. You can figure the distance.
Let's have North Star above us 90 degrees. That's one line. Where is the second line?
You're talking about a star directly above your head.
Yeah, that's the one line. Where is the second line to complete the angle?
You don't need to. You're on the GP. What are you measuring?
What, man? For the making angles, you need two lines.
For what reason?
To make angle.
Just for the sake of making an angle. We could put it anywhere.
Really?
if you've got a goal in why you want to take this angle measurement, you do need an angle.
And what is the line? Second line?
So, and in your example, you need that line to go
For
right to the
90
center of the
degrees.
Earth
What
too,
is
right?
the second line?
Well, we're going off what we told about gravity and the fact that plumb bobs converge to.
No, but I'm just saying, like, what mariner carries a plumb bob?
Oh no, you can do it with horizontal. You can get a level.
You can find the center of the Earth with horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's perpendicular to horizontal, and then there you go, straight down.
Straight down where?
And you got the horizontal off the vertical that you use the plumb bob with?
You can do it either or. You can get one from the other. One infers the other.
To the center of the Earth.
Yeah, one infers the other.
And where is that? Who went there?
No, listen, man. What we're told about, well, on the flat Earth, it's parallel, right? Down is down. Down vector is down, and all parallel to each other. There's no origin.
Where is the center of the Earth?
But every way is down on a fucking globe, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're standing on it.
You are standing on it, but you are rotating, and you are rotating, orbiting around the sun and following the sun.
No, I'm not. It's all stationary to me.
Yes, you do. That's your heliocentric model telling you. You are rotating around.
He only wants to accept half.
Axis. You're rotating around the axis 1,000 miles per hour. Then you are going left 66,000 miles per hour, and all that together, you're following the sun 4,100 miles per hour. That's you are doing.
So Turcos, you're a 50%er.
Build me a straw man. Yeah, I won't attach myself onto that one though.
It's not straw man. It's your heliocentric model.
No, it is. Yeah, it's not my straw man. Don't worry about that.
It's yours. You believe in that. I don't believe in that.
No, you're assuming I believe in that, dude. I don't segregate people on belief.
Do you believe in that sphere?
Sphere, yes, maybe.
That's your model. That's your model.
My model is my model.
Oh, your model is your model. You have your model.
Yeah.
Well, Einstein, why you didn't get Nobel Prize then?
I'm modest.
Oh, really? It's a secret. You are here to share the knowledge with us, not with the mainstream science.
Well, moving on. Not moving. It ends up being philosophical at the end. And if we're in the center of anything, or if we're going around something else. So, from observation, it does look like things are going around us. I agree.
So, what device do you use to get a horizontal line on a sphere?
A level, a spirit level. You could do. You could. There's tons of instruments. You know.
Well, like if you're out of
Incorrect. You do not use a spirit level to get a level on a sphere.
What?
Oh, okay. Show me.
It'd be a point of equal elevation, and then you just go to another point of the surface.
No, that's equal elevation. That's not level.
It is if they share the horizontal plane or whatever. If they share the same elevation.
And how big?
Turcos, even with a 4-foot level, okay, if you're, at least in theory here, if you're on a sphere, if your 4-foot spirit level is a straight line, but the Earth is curving, and you think level is equidistant from the surface, then your level needs to be curving, not straight. Therefore, you cannot have a level line on the surface. It would always be a tangent line shooting off into space.
I think what's that mean? Mic drop right there.
No, it still can't. Why can't it be a tangent shooting off into space? That's his zenith, and the opposite of his zenith is the GP, which is we call 90 degrees. So
you can't have 90 to a curve.
Is there not any 90 degree to a curve?
Zero, not even down to the micrometer.
Isn't that
you can't have
zero?
Even if you think you can fucking have one, you need two in celestial navigation. Your ground position and the ground position of the star. Your zenith, there you go, 90 degrees. Ground position of the star, 2,000 miles away, 90 degrees.
the
So in
surface.
reference to each other, horizontal plane between you and the ground position of the star, right?
The only reason why you measure it from a horizontal plane is to get the distance on this sphere.
The distance along the
No.
surface, the plane, because you're going to draw a circle of equal altitude around that ground position. That ground position is at 90 degrees in reference to you, because those are the only two angles you know. You only know the 90 degrees, and you only know your elevation angle up, and then you can do the math to solve for the angle in the sky. But you need the 90-degree ground position because you're going to draw a circle of equal altitude around it. The distance is going to be the radius value between the ground position and you. Horizontal plane, radius value.
Well, you do it with 3 people, wouldn't you?
No, you do it with 3 stars.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
still,
3 stars.
still
Right,
need three
3
90
stars.
degree angles.
3 stars, 4 90-degree angles if we include the 90-degree angle where you are underneath your zenith. There we go, horizontal plane in front of you and behind you when you turn around and make another measurement to a star. Circle of equal altitude, the radius value is between you and it.
So this
Horizontal
isn't the
plane of
first
reference.
time. This isn't the first time, and twice in this conversation. So there was another day plus twice in this conversation. I think he thinks the ground position is the observation point.
No,
Keeps on
he was talking.
No.
I was told about the star being above my head. That's why I'm using where I'm standing as the GP.
You don't use a star above your head.
No, Sasha mentioned the star above my head being 90 degrees, and I said, well, the GP is where I'm standing.
How
This
will
is
you
how
get
we know
90
you're a
degrees?
troll, right?
How will you get 90 degrees angle?
The ground position is calculated using
If you put
data
the
from
one
Almanac
line,
Incorrect.
measured angle.
you put one line in the sky. That's not the angle. That's line in the sky.
Line
You
in the
need
sky
another
goes down to the
line.
ground as well, though, man.
Yeah, and that's it.
And then
Zero. Is it zero? That line?
Zero. What do you mean? Elevation? No. It's infinitely
No,
line.
I'm saying forgetting the 90 degrees. Do you need zero if you have the straight vertical line, one line? What is going 90 degrees?
The line in the sky keeps on trolling.
I'm not trolling, guys, honestly.
Or maybe to help you, to get 45 degrees, do you need straight line or diagonally line?
Straight line is a diagonal line.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying straight line like zero or straight line in the, again, you're going from the, now you're going making a line in the sky. And that's 45 degrees.
Oh, your zero is the horizontal plane. I get you now, right? Is that what you're
I
referring
think it's a language issue here.
Yeah.
Language for making 90 degrees is barrier language. Is that correct?
Yes, because you mistaken.
I'm
You said
mistaken
that
to
for a
make
line to be
fucking
straight, it has to be
triangle with 90
horizontal.
degrees. They are telling me that. It's a language barrier to make a 90 degrees angle. That is language barrier.
No, it's completely another issue.
It's another issue. Can you tell me what is the 90 degrees angle?
90 degrees angle. It's an angle between two lines which equals 90 degrees.
Okay,
Wow.
can you describe me that two lines? One is going left 70 degrees and that down is going 23 degrees, that down line. Or you can describe it different.
That would depend.
That would be depend of what?
Of the reference point you're measuring from, the degrees.
Man, can you describe me 90 degrees angle for God's sake?
You want me to show you a 90 degrees angle, like to draw it or in paint?
Yeah, draw me on the paper and tell me which, that line down, what is that? Not vertical line, horizontal line.
In general, the 90 degrees angle can be between any lines that are perpendicular to each other. They don't necessarily have to be horizontal and vertical. They only have these terms are exclusive to the Earth. But for example, in geometry, which is abstract and like you draw it on paper or completely unrelated to Earth and geography, they don't have to be called horizontal or vertical. You can rotate that piece of paper in any direction you want, and that angle will still be
When you build a house, False.
No. That's fine. Thank you for the geometry lesson. We already know that. In this case, 90 is perpendicular to the surface, which is horizontal.
Wow.
This is the best you have, fellas.
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
say
really.
it's perpendicular to the surface.
I don't care what you would say. I do not give a flying fuck what you would say. Stupid.
Why should I give a fuck about what you say?
Ah, look, because all of you troll team motherfuckers have already proven you will say anything. Why do we even talk to any of you?
The only thing that matters is how these terms are used in reality.
Man, you don't know what is that 90 degrees angle. Why do we need to speak with you?
I know, I just explained it to you.
What?
And then another guy said it's so obvious that I shouldn't have explained it in the first place.
In that nuclear science, you need 2 hours of describing 90 degrees angle. Is it that nuclear science?
No, I've never said it's science. It's just
Children
geometry.
can you ask the children in the high school or 13 years old children what is 90 degrees angle? I think he will answer better than you.
That knowledge can be used in science indeed, but by itself it isn't.
There is another studies about angles, are you saying?
No.
No. Then what? Why are you explaining so much about angles? It's so simple.
Because you requested me to.
Yeah, because you are speaking something what has nothing to do with the angles.
So, do you want to speak about how these angles are used in
Yeah, I
reality?
want to
Like,
think how it's difficult to describe 90 degrees angle. That is fucking difficult.
yes, so the vertical line, it's perpendicular to the horizontal line, and the